What's up, everybody? It's Puckett, and I'll be hosting Overwatch 2 here at EWC 2024. Now, we're here on Media Day, and the players, they're starting to file in, but so are the talents. So let's go ahead and give a little tour of what's going on back here. As you can see, we've got the world map ready. Geography, players, how well do they know their maps? We're about to find out later this weekend, but right now, I hear two very familiar faces. Let's go on in. The one and only Matt Mr. Rex Morello. How are we, my friend? New York City, Long Island, New York. Matt, I know you're getting mic'd up. How are we feeling, bud?
No, we're feeling good. It's going to be an awesome week here. I know lots of games for Overwatch 2, so excited to see if NA can actually do anything.
Now, you spent a lot of time in Los Angeles. You spent a lot of time in New York City. How does Riyadh compare? I know you've only been here 12 hours.
It's been awesome the time that we've been here for, I know, a brief period. I'm excited to kind of see where the venue is and everything going on there, which I've heard really awesome things about. So that'll be cool to check out later.
And for those of you who don't know Matt, Mr. X Morello, he used to be good at a game called Rainbow Six, but he's been talking about Overwatch for how many years now, Matt?
Too many. It's been, oh man.
2016? 2017?
Yeah, that's scary. Time has flown by.
Coming up on a decade, but this is the first ever $1 million prize pool for Overwatch 2 at EWC. And we brought in the big dogs. As you can tell, we've got the local legend if you're New Zealander. He's in Riyadh, though. We brought him all the way out. Avril, tell me about your experience so far. How are we feeling?
It's good. It's hot out here, man. But so is the action. The action's going to be hot. Got the best of the best out here. And hospitality's been amazing. This event's going to be good.
Can anyone keep up with crazy raccoons? I know we haven't even started the tournament, so let me get that question out of the way right now.
I think we've got a few teams. I think there's like 4 Korean teams. They'll be pretty competitive. Hoping the hope of NA, Toronto Ultra is going to be pretty good as well. So, yeah, top 4, top 5 might be pretty good.
Final 2 questions. Number 1 hero in Overwatch right now and number 1 talent.
Number 1 hero. I'm getting rumors that Diva might be the number 1 hero in Overwatch right now, this exact moment. So that's where that's what the streets are saying. And number 1 talent.
Yeah.
I think my man from Long Island might have to take it.
Matt Mr. X Morello, your number 1 talent, live here at EWC. We're going to let you gentlemen crush your interviews. Best of luck today. Much love, fam. See you soon. All right, it's Puckett Backstage, and as you can see, we need to keep quiet. Filming in progress. Hero shot 2. That means we've got some heroes around here. Let's check it out. Right behind the curtain, who's on stage? Ooh, look at this set. We got virtus.pro getting ready to go. The 5 gentlemen ready to get their hero headshots taken. We got some video as well. And as these guys are warming up, can we talk with the staff here a little bit? Gentlemen, how are we feeling about virtus.pro at Overwatch EWC?
We're going for.
Tell me about the players. Where are you guys from?
So we have Sauna and Rajaro from Finland. Backline, so Gala and Canal from Spain, and Shockwave from Denmark.
I love it. So you guys representing all of Europe, basically. How are the fans? Is all of Europe going to be supporting your team throughout this tournament?
I hope so. I hope we have all the EMEA fans with us.
Well, I know we've got a lot of success in virtus.pro's lineage across multiple titles. You guys are here to win a huge chunk of money. How far can you go in the tournament?
Let's make it to the finals first.
Let's make it there. We'll see if they can get it done. Best of luck, virtus.pro. What's up, guys? It's Puckett at EWC 2024, and I just found a local Kevster here in Riyadh. Kev, talk to me about your trip. How's it been so far?
It's been nice. It's a really nice country, to be honest. The hotel is insane.
So we're backstage right now. We got to be quiet because everyone else is filming. This is media day. So as a player, what all are you going through?
Just filming a bunch of photo shoots and like recording stuff for this stream.
Now, historically, the players have been pretty lame. They cross their arms, maybe like put their hands behind their back. What is the Kevstar stance for this hero shot?
I've got none, to be honest. There's none.
Can you like maybe recreate what your hero is going to look like in game? Are we playing Genji? What are we playing this weekend?
Tracer, maybe. No.
There we go. You just saw this Tracer. That's Kevstar. We're going to let him get behind the scenes. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, we've made it to the player lounge where you can see virtus.pro done with their hero shots. How do they prepare for a week of Overwatch 2? You got to get the hands warm, right? We got a very friendly / competitive game of table tennis happening right now. And VP, you guys are so good at placing your shots, but when it comes to table tennis, who's your best player?
Shockwave.
Shockwave, easy?
I would say Cloud. Cloud's way better.
Is this a tournament right now, or are you guys just doing a little free-for-all?
Yeah, playing for fun.
Do you think at the end of the weekend maybe we could put a piece of your prize money on this tournament?
Maybe.
I'll see what I can set up for you. Right now, I'm going to see, can Shockwave sink one? Oh, to the back line. He's in their heads. He's in their heads. We'll see you guys later. Yo, Barney Banks is in the building. Good to see you. You okay, man? I'm tired, but I'm good. Got off a fight. Oh, look at this. I found myself a Barney Banks. Now, Barney and I just worked the first week of EWC. Have you been out here this whole time? Did you go home, come back refreshed?
I had to go home and see the 2-year-old man. I got a toddler at home. He needs his dad. You know what I'm saying?
It is awesome being talent at this event because we don't have the pressure the players do. They're playing for the serious prize money. We just get to highlight all of it. What's been your experience so far here in Riyadh?
Yeah, I mean, Warzone was crazy week one. It was actually my first Warzone event ever as well. So we had a great time working together. And then for the past week, I've been here doing PUBG Mobile. And we've been doing all the group stages. And then this week, it goes into the survival stage and the grand finals. So it's like the stakes are rising. They're getting heated up now.
Now, with every game, we have the club championship. Over $20 million up for grabs for all of the teams. Team Falcons got it done in week one. We've got Falcons here in Overwatch too. Do you have your eyes on any other clubs, or is this Falcons tournament to take?
I mean, last year, like when we kind of did something similar to this, I guess Twisted Minds and Gaming Gladiators were the only two that really kind of gave Falcons a run for their money. Twisted Minds ended up taking it. So this year, this is the Esports World Cup. This is different. This is bigger. This is badder. We've got more titles here as well. It seems like Falcons are running away with it, but I wouldn't put all their chips in one basket right now, you know?
He says it's not going to be Falcons. I'm saying it is going to be Falcons. If you disagree, let us know. Thanks, Barney. Cheers, bro. Hey, guys, it's Puckett Backstage on Media Day, and right behind this curtain, we have Saudi's son, Suhred, getting ready for Team Falcons. He's doing his hero shots, getting ready as the Falcons look to climb the podium here at EWC. Now, why is that guy important right there, you may ask? Well, he, of course, won the Overwatch World Cup with Saudi Arabia. This time around, though, he's got some incredible Korean teammates, and the Falcons are gunning for the top spot, not just here at Overwatch, but also in the club championship. Check them out. What's up, guys? It's Puckett and Suhred. We're backstage, and we got yelled at for being loud, so we're going to whisper this interview. Yeah, we can't be loud. So, Suhred, we're here in Riyadh. How does it feel to be representing Saudi Arabia and the Falcons for $1 million prize pool in WOW2? It feels insane. It feels insane. I'm not gonna lie, it feels insane. No, I just saw you doing your hero shots. Yeah. Is it awkward when you have all the cameras on you? I mean, the stage lighting here and everything is amazing.
I got used to it.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm a champ. I'm a world champion. I got used to it.
What was your favorite move?
Like doing the content?
Mm-hmm.
Probably stay cold.
Was it the Falcon?
This one. Or like just...
No wings? Just the static Falcon. Just hold it. Just hold it like that.
One. Yeah, the classic one.
I like it a lot. Yeah. All right, so real quick, let's get serious. Yeah. Falcons are a team to beat. They're also in the club championships. They've had other teams win for them. Are you feeling any extra pressure to take home a piece of the $20 million prize pool?
No pressure. Just play confident. Hopefully we can win it.
Now, talking with a lot of the experts, Matt, Mr. Rex, Avril, Jake, they're all saying that the Falcons are in the running for a podium spot. Can you tell me a little bit about your role on the team? What should fans expect to see from you?
Being on the bench, nothing else.
Just creating some content. So if you're on the bench, what are the starters going to be doing?
Win the tournament, hopefully, this time.
And is there one player to watch from your team that could pop off?
Proper. He's going to get the MVP.
Proper. MVP. Anyone else you want to shout out with a one-word answer before we go?
Proper.
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 Done.
Proper.
Shh. Backstage. What's Suhred?
Yes. Backstage, guys.
World champion.
Yeah, hopefully. Do you remember a year and a half ago, I played you in ranked and I threw your game?
Yeah, nah, just that time was just, I don't know, just you're a so good player, I guess.
No, what? I'm terrible player. Smash was carrying on tank. I promise. What's your favorite part about being here so far?
What was it?
Favorite part about being here?
Maybe dried in Korea. A bit dry, but so hot outside. So I don't know. This hotel is kind of nice. So
it's very big.
Yeah, very big, and I'm so happy to coming with my player. So,
is there a team you want to beat?
Want to beat?
Yeah. What team do you really want to beat?
I want to beat Fnatic right now because my really good friend in that team.
How was the flight over?
Yeah, it was pretty good. We all came over from Finland from our boot camp, and the boot camp was really good. So yeah.
A lot of solo queue in Finland, or was a lot of scrimming teams?
Obviously, most of the EU teams went to Korea, so we could scrim some teams, but not like all the top EU teams or the Korean teams. So yeah, a lot of ranked and some scrims. Yeah.
Weather is a little bit different from Finland. Like, what was the temperature in Finland like right now?
Like 20 degrees here, and
it's like 40 here now. It's like 45 or something ridiculous. I don't think you're used to that, and I don't think any of the European players are used to that. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, 40 is like unbearable. Like, it's so hot to go outside. Like,
good AC though in the buildings, thankfully. Okay, who's your one team that you want to take down this tournament?
Probably SSG, I think, because ENS haven't beat them like in a while, and so I think beating SSG would be really good. Yeah.
Any secret tactics? Any secret sauce?
It wouldn't be a secret then.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe something you ate for breakfast this morning. I've been asking everybody, what's your favorite breakfast food?
Probably just like a full English breakfast, with everything on it. It's got to be that.
Easy. Okay. You think you can take down some of the Korean teams?
Yeah, I think like the top teams, they're really hard to beat. But I think like the bottom like two, I think you can beat them. They're obviously insane, but like they're not untouchable, I would say.
Hello. This isn't my car, but I wish it was. Here at Esports World Cup, it is very hot outside. I think it's like 42°C right now. I'm not sure what that is in F, but it's hot. Trust me. It's AC in there. It's like blasting at 19°C. It feels real good. I am going to melt, but I mean, the car's looking pretty good though. Oh, damn. Look at those big wheels too. What's that, like 18? No, 20s in the front? 20s in the front, 22s in the rear. Silver paintwork as well. Looking a little bit pearlescent in the sun. What's that, 0 to 60 in what, like 2-point-something seconds? Big brakes. Do you see those brakes? Huge. Unbelievable. I bet the stopping power is insane in this car. I will find the person to see if I can borrow this. I doubt we could. We're also going to get run over, so we're going to need to move. Cool car. How are you doing today?
That's a very nice compliment. You're not also a legend of the...
No.
It's like 4 people from the UK scene.
I know, it's great. We're all legends from the UK scene. We're here live.
We're all here today. What an amazing time.
It's 40 degrees outside.
It's not even 40 degrees. The other day it hit 48.
48 degrees.
48 degrees. I'm not prepared for that.
Can you actually go outside in that weather?
Not often at all. No.
You're staying inside the whole time in AC?
Literally, I have an umbrella. Every time I go outside, I'm like chilling with my little UV umbrella, walking around the boulevard. It's like, it's not fun. I mean, it is fun to a degree, and then you get burnt after like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I actually forgot to pack sunscreen, so.
Yeah, no, you'd think that would be like on your list for a 48-degree country, mate.
Yeah, I didn't think about it. No. It's 10 degrees hotter than LA, so, and about 40 degrees hotter than the UK right now.
Wait, what? 40 degrees hotter than the UK?
I don't know, what temperature's the UK right now?
I don't know. I don't live in the UK anymore.
Cold. Oh, you've given up? You've given up?
I've left, mate. I'm in Berlin now. Ich liebe Deutschland.
Oh my. This is Danny from Overwatch.
You're a bad interviewer.
What? No.
So bad.
What do you mean?
Can I just take over?
Okay.
Hi, everybody. My name's Danny. I'm here with Jack, Mr. Jack Wright, a very talented commentator for Overwatch.
Don't be that generous. Come on.
So, why do you hate pigeons?
I don't hate pigeons. Also,
yeah, you do.
Aren't you supposed to move the mic towards me?
Huh? No, you're not important. I'm just going to keep the mic,
okay.
yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I don't hate
Hi, everybody.
pigeons.
I love you guys.
No.
Riyadh is great. I'm having so much fun.
Okay,
all right, bye.
Okay. I want to do one as well. I guess this is getting cut up, so. Avril, everybody. Avril, how are you going?
Yeah, good, man.
What time did you get in?
Real early, 10 a.m. the day before.
10 a.m. day before? I got in at 3 a.m. I don't want you to one-up you, but.
Yeah, I know. That's pretty hardcore. You know,
Yeah.
it would be the best if you just didn't sleep. You're like, it's already 3 a.m. Maybe
Yeah.
don't sleep. Just stay up the whole time.
Yeah. It's the worst interview of all time.
No, I think you just had the worst interview of all time, Danny.
Yeah,
actually. So that's, at most, this will be second. I'll take second for that. That's fine. Yeah.
Hi, Ben.
Oh, hello.
How are you doing?
Very good.
Good. What are you guys in line for?
I think video shoot.
Video shoot?
Video shoot. Some
Oh,
pose.
they're doing a video shoot. Are you
posing maybe?
posing?
Yeah.
Can you show us a good pose?
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah. How do you do it? Ooh!
This is good.
That's great. Thanks. All right. Thank you. All right. Guess who I found? It's the Toronto Ultra. They're here doing an interview. That's Coach Kasoris right here. What's up? How are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
How are you doing? When'd you land?
Yesterday, 9 p.m.
9 p.m. Okay. Was the flight okay?
Yeah, it was a good flight. We didn't have a delay. We had to rush when we were in Sri Lanka, or we had to run because we had to go through security again. But
I don't know. This is just like an impromptu like interview. I just saw you. I just grabbed you.
that's all right.
You look good.
Thank you. We did the makeup in the makeup room.
Yeah, the makeup was pretty good.
Even had the coaches
How are the
do it, so.
how are the players feeling?
They're feeling good. We just went through all the steps, all the makeup, all the interviews. So hopefully you guys can see some of that soon. And then now we're gonna go start practice.
Is there anything that any teams that you as a coach of the team like looking forward to? Like, is there a team that you want to like really beat in EWC?
I think in the group stage we've got Crazy Raccoons, and at Dallas we kind of flopped against them. So we're looking to show that we can at least be competitive with the Korean teams and show more of what we got.
I believe in you guys. Good luck, Toronto. Oh, I'll see you guys on stage.
See you.
All right, thanks, man. Thank you. All right, let's grab another team. Spectra M80. Spectra over here. Hi, how are you doing? 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
You're good?
Yeah.
How good is your English?
I'm pretty good at English, but I feel like after last year, my English is getting worse. I feel like.
No, it's fine. It's great. It's great. Your teammates are here as well. So, how excited are you about EWC?
I mean, I didn't really compete after last year. I'm really looking forward to it, and just here, place and hotel, people, everything is nice.
How far do you think M80 could go? What place? First place?
I feel like if everyone is on prime of their own, I feel like a guaranteed top 8. But I mean,
this guy talking about top 8. Yeah, you have to believe in yourself. You have to believe in your team more. Tree, how about you?
16, top 16 at least.
16?
Yeah.
Not even top 8? No, I think you guys could go all the way. Top number 1. All the way, win it all.
Yeah.
I need more confidence, guys. Yes or no? Yes?
All right, number one. Number one.
Yeah. Number one.
All right, fist. All right, guys. So I'm here in the player lounge, and I ran into Seeker here. Seeker, how are you doing? You said that you said that you're a little sick. Are you feeling a lot better, or?
Yeah, I mean, long flight. Took us like 33 hours to get here. So yeah, I got.
What happened?
We were in Germany for like 8 hours. So other than that, it's just like it's a long way from. We were in Miami, so it takes a while for, of course, to get to Miami to Riyadh. But it was a long journey. I'm glad I'm here. This place is awesome. I'm feeling a little bit better, so I think I'll be good for the match tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully you do feel a lot better for your match tomorrow. How are your practice going? Is everything going smoothly?
Yeah, I mean, we had like a boot camp in Miami with NTMR, and a lot of it went really well. So I'm really confident in our ability to play well in the match, and hopefully we'll do good on stage.
All right. I mean, and seems like all of your friends or your teammates are having fun. Anything? What's fun? What are you gonna play?
I don't know. Honestly, I might play some foosball, or
sounds good.
A lot of air hockey at the player lounge. So I think I'm the best on the team at air hockey. I played Zero, 6-0 against Zero.
6-0 against Zero. Okay. Hey, I mean, I gotta say, like Esports World Cup, they did a nice job with the player lounge, right?
Yeah, it's really nice. I mean,
a lot of good shit. All right. So I mean, you said that you're a little sick. Hope you feel a lot better. I guess I'll see you tomorrow on stage. All right. Good luck. Thank you. All right. So we got some players. I'm gonna be honest. There's I'm saying that EWC did a really good job, like fantastic job on building this player lounge, because as you could see, there's PlayStation, that's different games that people could just sit down and chill. There's arcades as well. They got food and beverage over there. PC setup, nice PC setup as well. So, guys, I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I think I'm going to go and have some fun now. I think I'm done with works. All right. So goodbye. Have fun. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
you ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Alright everyone, welcome back to day 2 of the Overwatch Esports World Cup. It is still Commander X and me on the B stream, and we've got a whole day of pumped video games ahead. 6 matches of Overwatch once again, and we are so ready for it.
It's going to be a huge day, really. It's the first day where we're going to see teams go home. We had the start of our group stage yesterday. All 4 groups are going to be completed today, so there's loads of action for us to get through.
Absolutely. It's been an incredible day of competition yesterday already. We did have a couple of upsets on the stream already. Probably the most interesting one was the last game of yesterday, where Nightmare was able to, well, in the end, you're gonna give it a beat the hell out of Fnatic, something that not many did expect after all. And now, especially this Group D, and we'll talk about it along the day, is a super interesting one up ahead, because there's so many opportunities that might develop there. But before we take a look into what's coming today, let's take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday.
Nerf this. Nerf this.
whole bunch of very, very interesting, very strong highlights yesterday, and I can't wait to see more. Commander, yesterday especially the DPS players were able to shine in the spotlight. Is there any player maybe that especially stood out to you over the whole performance yesterday?
I think there were a lot of good standouts. I think the more we see of this meta developing, the more we see it becoming a double flex DPS meta, which means certain players who are used to seeing pop up on hit scan are even having to show their flexibility or get benched. But meanwhile, for certain players, I think especially a player like Stalker or someone, it actually plays into their wheelhouse perfectly. So I think he had a pretty good game yesterday, even if they're not against the toughest opponent, and we'll see a lot more of him today.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the groups and see what the current standings are looking like, as there are quite some surprises in this. Let's go through it. We'll start off with Group 1, which is also going to be the group that we'll take a look at first today in our matchup that is just coming up. Obviously, Crazy Raccoon, they were able to take the W against Rock yesterday, and then Toronto Defiant, they did drop one map against GG Peps, but in the end they were able to make it work. In Group B, Commander, the Saudi teams, they are up on top.
Yeah, really interesting. Twisted Minds were a team that have struggled, changed their players a lot, so really great result for them on day 1 against LGD, and they'll be hoping to finish the job today against Makers and Falcon. But really, it was Group D where we saw the biggest upsets. Fnatic going 0-2, a result nobody had on the cards here. So that group is super tight. So many teams can still finish first, second, third, fourth. SSG could still finish top. They could still finish bottom. We'll get into all of that later because it's a bit of a complicated situation. Meanwhile, in Group C, Bleed put up a fight, but it was pretty much the results we expected, right? We're going to get Zeta and Ents play off for first place, and M80 and Bleed essentially play an elimination game later today in that one as well.
Absolutely. The M80 against Bleed Esports game is one that will feature on the B stream later tonight as well. They've got a lot of interesting decisions that will be made on this stream for sure. Super interesting standings, a couple of upsets as we mentioned coming in yesterday. However, obviously the very top teams, they did perform as expected. Teams like Crazy Raccoon Falcons, no doubt to their performance yet. I mean, with the top seeds they have received, obviously going into this tournament, they did not really struggle against the first upcoming opponents. Group C and D, they are in 2 games already. And one thing that I especially liked about yesterday was all the emotions that we saw with it. So let's throw it over to our friends at Pepsi, and they'll give you a couple of highlights from the emotions, from the reactions from the players yesterday. You really gotta give it to them. Just seeing all those emotions in the broadcast, seeing all those players offline, next to each other, right? Fist bumping, celebrating wins. This is what it's all about, honestly. This is what the esports community wants to see. This is the enthusiasm behind this gameplay. And especially, if we take a look back at the matchup yesterday that we had at the very end of the stream, Nightmare, those emotions that we saw when they finally were able to finish Fnatic on the last map, you really could enjoy those emotions for sure. And that's why, Commander, we put them right back into the spotlight today in our match of the day, which is going to be, well, the decision maker in this super complicated Group D is going to be virtus.pro against Nightmare.
Nightmare put themselves in a pretty sweet position thanks to that reverse sweep where their fate is in their own hands going into this final day, which wasn't necessarily what we thought might be the case, but a great shot for them. Meanwhile, virtus.pro, they've had such a good day one, an unbelievably good day one beyond anyone's expectations. The group is theirs to win now, but for that they have to do they have to do the job against a nightmare team that is also in very good form. So honestly, we didn't expect it, but these are really the two informed teams as we go into day 2 here.
Absolutely, and this Group D, it is so complicated, right? Because there's so many opportunities for tiebreaks, and we'll take a look at that as we get closer to that matchup. Let's take a look at what you can expect on this B stream today, because there are, again, 6 super interesting matches coming up. It's going to be Toronto Ultra kicking us off against Rock Esports, as we then will move over to Group B.
It's going to be an interesting one because the way the schedule has fallen is some of the teams play 2 games on day 1, some on day 2, and obviously the inverse. So we're going to see Group A and Group B really get tidied up here because we didn't see too many upsets really. I think Crazy Raccoon and Falcon still won their games as you would expect, but I think this is an opportunity today for them to really seal the deal. And meanwhile, we get to see the end results of those groups as well. We get to see if LGD can recover from their bad start. We'll get to see if Toronto and Gaming Gladiators can win as expected. So there's a lot of interesting things to happen, and especially as we get later in the day and we get to some of those elimination games, it's all to play for.
Absolutely, and obviously so many decisions to be made today, and that's why I would suggest if you want to have a shot at predicting some of those matches as well, make sure to go over to stcplay.gg and put in your predictions for this day 2 of the group stages. Today is the day when all the first decisions are going to be made. Elimination, who gets to go home, and which 12 teams will make it into the playoffs. As we took a look at the format yesterday, it's going to be a super interesting one because 3 out of those 4 teams per group, they can make it into playoffs. But the second seed, as they will have to play the first round of 12 as well, at least they get to choose their opponent. I'm sure the couple of third place teams, they will not have a fun time in this first round of the playoffs.
It's one of those things where the way the qualification is set up, now the difference between finishing first, second and third, there's quite big differences between each of them. So as this tournament goes on, it's going to be really important to see who can get no spots because there's huge advantages depending on where you finish. And one team that's hoping to do particularly well in this is Toronto Ultra, who have their big game against Crazy Raccoon later, but first they'll have to try and take down Rock Esports, which should really be a piece of cake if we're being honest.
Absolutely, and it's been a roster that obviously came from Toronto Defiant, as they came in with some pretty high expectations to them at the start of the year. And let's face it, in North America, they were able to meet those results for sure. However, when it comes to international competitions, the luck wasn't really on their side till now, was it?
No, and really when you look at the way this roster was built and the resources that have been pumped into it, it was not designed just to win North America. Of course, it wants to do that, and it has been doing that. It was designed to win major international tournaments. It was made to compete against the best teams in the world, and the results of the Dallas Major, that was not up to the standards they set for themselves. That was not up to the expectations they had for themselves or their fans had for them. And this is really a big chance at redemption. This is the biggest tournament of the year. They've got all the top teams to try and face. So day 1, they dealt with Gaming Gladiators, okay? It was 3-1, they dropped a map. Maybe it's not the end of the world, but we've seen teams at this tournament slip up. So we want to make sure it's just a slip up and not a red flag for worse things to come. And we'll get a chance to watch them against Rock Esports here, who are, of course, the South American team.
Absolutely. Rock Esports picking up that loaded roster that won the South American Master Division of the Face It League. Quite a close matchup in the final actually against End They Say, but they were able to make it work in the end, qualify for which for sure is the biggest Overwatch tournament that we'll see this year, the World Cup, over $1 million of prize money, and big bag for the MVP as well, of course. But this roster, well, yesterday obviously against Crazy Raccoon, it wasn't really their time to shine, but that's not on them, it's mostly on Crazy Raccoon, as they are simply probably the best team in the world right now. But they're here to enjoy the show, right? They're just having a good time here, and I'm pretty sure their expectations for this tournament aren't too high either. They're just happy to be here.
When you get a tournament like this, where there's always sort of inter-regional competition, there are obviously the sort of key regions that we often talk about, like Korea, EMEA, and North America, now are all competing to try and be the top spot or try and sort out their sort of seeding amongst themselves. And then we get some of the smaller region teams who, ultimately for them, the main win was qualifying for the event, for proving they are the best team in their region and getting this opportunity here. If they can take maps like we saw Bleed do yesterday, if they can get results here and there, absolutely amazing, buzzing for them. But in reality, I think they're here to enjoy themselves and see how they stack up against these top opposition, and they'll get another chance today because they took on the best in Korea. Now they're going to take on the best in North America.
Definitely a tough group for sure for them. And you were talking about maybe taking a map or something, and picking a map is also something that has been quite crucial in this tournament so far, as we, again, if we talk about the format, are working with loser picks again. And that's not only for maps, so you can not only choose the map, you can also choose the map mode. And on top of that, obviously, one of the new things that we have for this tournament, it is the hero bans. And they've been able to, well, be the difference maker for a couple of those matches yesterday.
It's a massive advantage. It's a mode we started using partway through the year in Overwatch, mainly at the Dallas Major, after it was sort of tested in the Asia region. And the idea that you can pick the mode as well as the map means that there's so much chance for a loser to come back into a series now. The ability to 3-0 is really difficult. So if you can get that advantage, and that makes this first map even more crucial, because if you win the first map, in theory, you at least get 2 losers picked throughout the series. So as long as you convert your map picks, you can in theory win, as long as you can take map 1. So it's given a great opportunity for teams to come back in series. We've seen it already with reverse sweeps and teams being able to bounce back against difficult starts.
Absolutely. As we go and get closer to map number 1, which is going to be Lijiang Tower for the remaining 2 matches in Group A and B, or at least the 2 matches that we'll face in this broadcast. First, we've seen a couple of interesting map bans yesterday on Lijiang Tower as well. For example, the Ball, the Baptiste were the 2 picks of choice in the European derby between Space Station and virtus.pro. Is there a hero or, a character that you would want to ban for sure when you go to Lijiang? We've seen the Sim, for example, a couple of times.
A lot of it depends what you expect from the enemy team, because what we have here at this tournament as well is several archetypes of teams, maybe teams like Fnatic and LGD, who are just kind of the dive guys. They want to get into that matchup as often as possible, so you can target certain bans against them. But what you have to bear in mind when you play a map like Lijiang Tower, it's pretty hard to Winston anyway. Like, some of these stages are quite hard to dive for the most part. You have to play a Ramattra or a Mauga or something a little bit brawlier. So if you want to try and make dive work, you have to try and take some of those key heroes out. Whereas if you are on that brawl team, maybe you don't need to worry about the Winston. Maybe you can target something else that's a little bit harder to deal with, like an Alari or a Brig or something like that. Or maybe even one of the DPS that's particularly annoying, like a Pharah. I think a lot of the brawl teams might target a Pharah on this type of map for that exact reason, because it's a really difficult one to deal with all the high grounds around point and the back of point on Night Market and everything like that.
Absolutely. We've been talking about the hero bans quite a lot yesterday, and we basically found out there's 2 approaches to this, right? There's either the opportunity to try to sabotage your enemy by maybe picking essential heroes, their composition, but on the other side as well, you also obviously could have the opportunity to save one of the categories for your team. Therefore, obviously, this is chef's choice, right? The teams have to decide what they want to do. When it comes to the teams from the smaller regions, it probably would be the first option, right? Try to save your own composition. However, it seems like we will have a small delay here for the first matchup, so we'll throw it into a quick break and we'll be right back as soon as we're ready to go into Lijiang Tower.
heard that you if I heard that you if I heard that you if I heard that you
Well, now we're ready for sure, as we had that small delay from the opening ceremony in the main arena, but we're still here, we're ready for this first matchup, and the players, as we can see in our own production cam, they are getting ready for their first matchup. Toronto Ultra against Rock Esports, the first of NA against the first of SA, and still there's quite a big difference when it comes to how far those teams maybe can go in this tournament.
I think especially from the Toronto Ultra side of things, what you want from this game is you just want it to be straightforward. We saw yesterday Crazy Raccoon have a pretty straightforward game against Rock Esports, and Toronto Ultra want the same thing. We saw a few other teams not have quite the experience they were hoping for. We saw Falcons maybe a little bit ropey against Makers, especially in that first map. And then, of course, any poor team that had to play Bleed Esports yesterday had a map taken off them, they were pushed all the way, they were forced into a clutch. Think about that Ents Bleed situation from yesterday, where Ents had to just go into turbo clutch mode to get through the series. That is not what Toronto Ultra want here. They have a big series against Crazy Raccoon later, which in theory should be the playoff for first seed out of this group, a chance for redemption for the Dallas Major loss. That is where their main focus is going to be. What they need to do is not drop the ball early on and cause themselves any unnecessary stress or adversity against what should be a straightforward game for them.
Absolutely, we talked about the advantage of winning the first map, right? You can still, well, technically lose 2 maps, and you'll always be able to at least pick enough maps that you can win simply your own maps, and therefore make it in a close 3v2, and therefore, obviously, especially against a team like Crazy Raccoon, if there's an opportunity to beat them in a series like this, it might be by getting an early advantage while players are maybe not 100% warmed up yet, and that would obviously be in a map 1 that they are looking for. Now, as we talked about before the break, it's going to be Lijiang Tower for this first matchup. But let's take a look at the players as the stage is finally set, the stage is finally ready to go. And therefore, let's not wait any longer. Let's see what the players are up for today, getting set up there to take a look at Rock Esports. And as we also commanded, take a look at the bands.
Yeah, we give a normal lineup from Rock Esports here, as we'd imagine, and they're actually going to start with Diva ban, which is something we've seen increasingly at this tournament. Diva has been buffed recently in the patch, and therefore Rock Esports have no interest in playing it, even though, honestly, as we take a look at the Toronto roster, it's not really a hero someone is known for. We did see him play bits of it yesterday against the Gaming Gladiators, but not a hero that in theory is his strength. Obviously, someone is Mr. Flexibility, the last Overwatch League MVP, mainly due to his ability to play all these heroes. So while he is expected to flex over to all these different heroes and perform all roles for his team, we did see at the Dallas Major that one of the underperformers that maybe no one expected was someone having to flex onto that new Malga hero, and that really, I think, set Toronto back at the event. And I think the big focus here for Toronto Ultra is, can some of the players who are normally so good for them in the form of Sugar Free get a bit of a better performance than they had at the Dallas Major? Can there be redemption here, and how well can they do?
Definitely a tough one for both of those teams. Obviously now more a bit for Rock Esports, but Toronto, they'll probably make it out of this group stage without too big of an effort. However, after that it will become way more difficult. As a second seed, they would be able to pick their opponent for the first round of playoffs. As we take a look at the Toronto Ultra players here as well, you can see Cass in the background.
Coaching documents in full flow.
Absolutely, he's got the book ready. His strat book is there.
What page is South America on, I wonder? He's got something cooked up.
I mean, you got to give it to him, right? Together with Danny, absolutely amazing coaching duo. They've been working so well at the Toronto Defiant team, even during Overwatch league times. And yeah, absolutely big brain of the Overwatch scene for sure. Although maybe in this Group A, this is the matchup they'll probably need least preparation for. However, never underestimate any team. It's the top 16 teams of the world right now as they're competing for the World Cup. And we're very curious to see how they will do against Rock Esports.
So they take away the Diva here from Toronto Ultra, which really I don't think will cause them that many problems at all. I think what that does is just means we're just going to play dive like they did yesterday. Let's put someone on Winston. This is a problem we've seen North American teams fail to solve time and time again. South America is going to have a crack now, but if there's one thing I know about someone when he's got a nano, when he's nearly got primal, is he's about to kill your entire team. So that's a problem for Rock to solve a little bit later down the line. And they actually can't even swap to a Diva themselves here, so we'll see how they stand up to this Toronto dive.
We're seeing the venture on the side of Rock Esports as well. Lucas pulling it out here, but Merit, he gets the first kill against the cast from Rock. Early advantage for the Toronto roster here. And Sugar Free is just making good use of those rockets. Drupal gets another one, and Toronto is already up ahead here.
Yeah, it might be the story of the game. I don't feel the bans for Rock have really helped him out all that much. They're going to swap onto a Queen Mirror here. So, in theory, they can play more aggressive now. If Vega wants to play wide or Rupert wants to play at an angle, they can chase that down with Shout. But, oh boy, is Canny taking some damage coming through in his first corner. And they're going to cop a nade. They have to use Suzu. Low on cooldowns and now low on a DPS player as well. And they can't even get through the gates here, Julian.
Yeah, I did not know that that was an actual choke point on Lee Jung, but apparently it seems to be. Good save there from Merit as well from the knife. Almost got pulled down into the void there. But yeah, you can already see that Rock Esports is struggling to even make it close to the point. The anti-nades have been working really well for RuPaul here. Now maybe they can take another approach at this, but Vega already off to an early kill again.
You can see just a little bit, we talked about the coaching documents from Thesaurus at the start. He had the book open, and I think, obviously, page 1 in that book is if they ban Diva, then it's maybe a little bit easier to play Pharah, and they teched into that straight away. So suddenly they're playing this double spam DPS on the Toronto side, and it's just really awkward to deal with. So you can see Canny and the rest of the team trying to walk up, but they've got no shield, they've got no matrix, nothing like that. They are just taking loads of damage on the way through, and this is why you're just seeing pick after pick after pick. Rock can't even get out of their own spawn.
Yeah, they're so split up right now as well that it's just an easy fight for Toronto on all ends, basically. They can just pick off a player whenever there's an opportunity for it. Quite a difference on the server for sure. Currently, Sugar Free, no ways getting out of that one. As they're now getting closer and closer to that 100% mark. Only one fight left for Rock Esports to maybe make something happen on point. They've got both support ultimates ready, but there's the Nano Pharah as well from Toronto, making sure that Nitro is not coming back from this one. Advantage once again, and now they're just able to finish them off kill after kill after kill.
It's a tough one, isn't it? It's a tough one. Best team in North America. Toronto have done this to many a team. I mean, unironically, probably should have swapped Widow and Spawn really from Nitro, just to try and stop Sugar Free and Merit having to, and Vega all treating them so aggressively. I don't know if it would have changed the result of the series, but it would have been nice to see him get out of Spawn. Obviously, it took him a little bit of a warm-up period yesterday to get kills on the board here, Rock. So none of that starting one. Hoping for a little bit better here.
They sure need to step up the game in order to meet the plays from Toronto Ultra. Comfortable 1-0 lead for them on Lijiang Tower as we now go into control center.
This should be better for Rock Esports. This should be better for their comp. The map is still okay for Pharah because the ceiling is so high. As we see someone actually go onto Doomfist here instead. A little bit nicer into the Junker Queen, a bit harder to punish with these knives. A few more cooldowns to cycle around, and that nade hits again. Punch in, but they're just going to try and cycle back. Shout aggressively, and this is the timing for them to get a kill if they can find something. They're over someone, and Rocket started this fight a little bit better. They've cleared all the space here, and they might be able to get RuPaul. Knife is good, but the nade is better. 1-for-1 trade so far. Might be okay for Rock here. It's 3v3, Julian.
Yeah, however, though, the point, it will go to Toronto Ultra first, and now Sugar Free and Merit is able to make the kills for the team here. And although Rock technically did have a fair chance of winning that fight, the position did not do them too well as the point flip went to Toronto Ultra right away. No charge, no percentages on the bank for Rock Esports.
The difference we're really seeing here in compositions is mainly a difference between a comp that wants order on the Toronto side and a comp that wants chaos on the Rock side. We see a Venture swap now come through from Lucas to try and lean into that even more. They want to engage, they want it to be messy and chaotic. Toronto just wants clean engages, and here's a rotation that catches Vega. First kill on the board, and Rock have a big opening now.
The kill against Vega could be crucial here, however. It takes them so long to get everyone up to heal again, and therefore there's already so much time lost here. They're not trying to commit towards the point. The Kurik ultimate is used as well. Kani has to be very careful here. Already dropped down to 150. Has to be healed up again. Merit finding a kill on Scary One in the process. Someone successful against Nitro as well. And Toronto Ultra, they have no issues cleaning that one up. Not even a 4v5 is too big of an issue for them, and you gotta give it to RuPaul here. Those anti-nades have been absolutely crucial in those fights.
It's really hard because they have no great way to actually stop the anti-nade other than they can Suzu it afterwards, but then they're about Suzu. And this is one of the weaknesses of a Junker Queen composition, is while Scout is good, while Suzu is good, it is very long cooldowns for both of these. So in between those cooldowns, it takes a very long time for Rock to be ready. How does Sugar Free die to that?
Oh no.
Should be avoidable, but he's in there. They are trying to camp him in spawn. Canny is low, but maybe this will finally give him the opening.
The question is, will it be enough from time-wise, basically, right? There's only 2% left. There's no one to touch it in time, and therefore Toronto Ultra quick and clean 200-0 on Lijiang Tower. They seem to be pretty chill about it, right? They did expect this win to happen, unlike this photographer expected the camera behind him, apparently. But yeah, Toronto Ultra, they're locked in for this. They don't want to put any risk on the line here. And they're looking clean.
Really no problem at all. This is what we were talking about at the start of the series. If I am Toronto Ultra, if I am Pistorius, I am wanting this to be straightforward, no drama, nothing to give us any sort of doubting anything we're doing or our swaps or anything like that. Let's just have it be smooth sailing, get the job done, get ourselves rested and ready for our big game later. And perfect start for Toronto.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned, the game later, this will be the big one, right? As we see once again, Sugar Free's not looking good there. Bad timing on the jump, and I was like about to say, hey, they're using the ultimate in spawn already, but it seems to pay off for them, and therefore, why not? If you get the kills, you get the kills, right? As we see Cass taking another look at that strat book. And Toronto Ultra, yeah, absolutely, they're locked in, right? They're ready for this, and they also don't want to waste too much energy on a matchup like this, as the big one is coming up later today.
I think from the Rock Esports side of things as well, obviously we talked about their expectations. It's just to, you know, take a few swings at Toronto, see how it goes. It felt like we saw a little bit more of that on the Queen comp, especially once we got to Control Center, a few more rotations where they caught some people. I think that maybe they still feel a little bit, I don't know what the word is, maybe not trying to play too safe, but trying to play almost too organized. I think just go full chaos, especially against like an Ana Ilari version. What the Ana Ilari likes is my Ana to stand in one place, my Ilari stand in another place, my Doomfist or my Winston to sit in a certain place, and we have a very clear, we will go on this timing, and then we'll hopefully get something. If we don't get something, we will go on this next timing once everyone has cooldowns again. What you want is to just keep doing that cycle. Keep cycling through your cooldowns until you eventually something breaks on the Rock side of things. But what Rock were doing is they were playing a bit too slow. When they were able to get a bit of disruption, they would then take a very long time to reset, which obviously actually plays into the way Toronto won. And there's a lot of things to be said about the uphill battle they have in terms of roster quality, but I think that's what they want to aim for. And generally, if you're the underdog team, chaos is good for you. Make it messy, make it a dogfight, and see what you can do.
Absolutely. One of the advantages that will be coming their way now is the opportunity of loser pick. So they will not only pick the map, they'll pick the mode as well. And they'll obviously also have the opportunity to pick the first hero ban in their favor. Therefore, a lot of opportunities maybe now to create a difference, or at least create a small advantage in your favor already before the map even starts. It will be super interesting to see what kind of, well, composition, or of course, what kind of map Rock Esports is going for, as this, well, obviously, if you're on a map that suits you well, if you're on a map that is comfortable for you, it makes you feel like a little bit more at home, right? You can play the way you want to play, you can play the maps that you feel comfortable on. It might just be the advantage that they might need to at least make this a closer fight here.
Exactly, and I think if you look at the type of comps that we see from Rock Esports, it is, can we get ourselves on Lucio Kiri? Can we be aggressive? Can we do some kind of brawl? And then, as much as Toronto, everyone talks about their flexibility, their ability to play any comp, and their ability to play within a server, what you really don't want to let them do is play dive all that often. I feel the ban from Rock Esports didn't really achieve that at all in the first map. It allowed them to play the exact version of a comp they want. If anything, I think Rock's bans might have actually made their lives a little bit harder rather than easier. So we'll be hoping for something maybe a little bit more ground-based, a little bit more brawling that they can use here, and maybe just take away Anna or something, because the Anna was a huge problem. Take away Winston. Do something to try and disrupt Toronto a little bit more, and again, use that map pick to your advantage.
Absolutely. Yesterday, when we saw Rock Esports on the stream against Crazy Raccoon, after they lost the first map, they went to Midtown and they did bend the Echo. Obviously, well, against Crazy Raccoon, didn't quite work out for them. But Midtown definitely probably one of the maps that they feel more comfortable on, as we do hear of a couple of substitutions coming our way. It's going to it's actually going to be the same roster, never mind me. But yeah, definitely getting ready for the second map. Might be Midtown, might be something else. The hero pool is as wide as the map pool is, but we'll know for sure as soon as we show you this graphic. It's going to be Midtown once again, so therefore Rock probably feeling very comfortable on this one. Do you think that we'll maybe see the Echo ban once again?
It's possible. I think if I'm Rock, in theory this is a BAP Brig map. BAP Brig Sigma is what a lot of teams will play. So I really think they should worry a little bit more about still playing dive, because teams can play dive on this map. As we can take a look at our teams getting ready for this second map on stage, I think it's really worth saying, and we can take a look at the bans now to see exactly how they did go into it. Because it will be a Pharah ban, which feels a little bit reactionary from Rock. Right, the Pharah made my life hard, let's get rid of Pharah. Meanwhile, Toronto have banned Brigitte, and I think what this means from Toronto is Toronto still want to dive. Toronto want to dive, so they ban Brigitte, because now they can't play Brig, obviously, with any Anna Brig, but they can play Anna Ilari, and the anti-dive comp that teams would normally play in response to some kind of dive on Midtown would be a BAP Brig, very durable type of thing. But now, all of a sudden, you're forced to play a BAP Lucio or something, or a Kiri Lucio instead, something that can be a bit easier to dive in a lot of scenarios. So I think maybe Toronto have actually maybe come out on top on this ban situation again, even though in theory, Rock got to choose the order.
It's definitely going to be a hard matchup for Rock Esports anyways, right? If now, once again, the bans seem to look a bit more favorable for Toronto Ultra, as they're getting ready to lock into this second map of this best of 5. Well, it's not looking good for Rock Esports, honestly. They have to somehow make something happen on Midtown, on their map pick, because otherwise they'll be going towards the wall already. It's going to be a early match point otherwise for Toronto Ultra, and they definitely will want to avoid this. But on the other side, Cass and the team, they probably wouldn't mind.
I think one thing that's worth bringing up as well, I was just thinking with the bans, it was actually what you get when you get this loser's advantage is you don't necessarily get first ban, you get to choose whether you ban first or you ban second. And typically teams ban first for some of the reasons we've talked about. You get to basically protect a role as well as sabotage the enemy. So you get to play a bit of defense and offense. Other than that, banning second is really the sort of thing you would only want to do if you were really unsure what the other team was playing, perhaps. You weren't sure what they were playing, and you maybe just wanted to see their ban, try and get a read of their thinking, and then try and let them go first so you can counter them. Probably something we'll see in later maps in a series rather than early on. But Rock actually choose to give over the first ban to Toronto, meaning Toronto get a chance to take out, obviously, Nat Brigitte, set up their dive comp potentially. And then it's a puzzling decision from Rock, honestly. It feels like they've given a lot of control over to Toronto here, and if I'm Toronto, I'm probably feeling pretty happy with the matchup I'm probably going to get on my screen as well, because it forces them to double flex support, which is a comp that's pretty vulnerable to dive, and Toronto are not going to miss an opportunity to go on to dive.
They sure will not. Someone on the Winston looking to get information for his team, trying to get over this choke point below the train fairly quickly. Kani on the Sigma on the other side, Sugar Free already creating a lot of space here as someone's trying to take a first peek at the backline of Rock Esports.
A two-pronged attack from Toronto Ultra here. They have their Kiriko and their Tracer trying to pressure through House and force point. You can see Lucas trying to match that with the help of Scary One of the Alari. But they're going to do this, slowly probe them from all sides, even a little bit of a bubble trade here. Don't expect a heavy commitment from Toronto until they have that nano. And actually, it's going to go wrong before they even get that nano. Picks come in. And it's an alright start, actually, for Rock.
Absolutely, taking out someone early on. The tank gone for Toronto makes their life way harder. As Merit is repositioning quite deep into the enemy lines. Actually, with Vega, they are able to create a lot of space here already. Sugar Free finding kill on Nitro, and now just falling on one by one, and Merit gets another nasty click onto Lucas. It's a team kill for Toronto Ultra. And Rock, they have to give up this first point.
That's a really painful one to lose. The big danger, if you are Rock Esports, should be when Toronto Ultra get to their ult combos, the Nano, the Primal, the Kitsune Rush. All ults that allow Toronto to commit very hard into the dives. So if you lose those fights, it's sometimes inevitable, it's hard to deal with. But if you start losing fights to the no-ult dives, this is where the map can really get away from you. So ends up being a pretty easy first point. And now they have that dangerous combo, so expect this Nano to go right onto someone, expect him to Primal if he needs, and expect Rock Esports to have a very difficult task on their hands.
Yeah, you really are facing a hard time if you're trying to kill a Nano Winston, then you're almost there. Now just pulls the Primal as well, and you get another 1,300 HP onto your shoulders again. Definitely not an easy one to defend for Rock, as Toronto's making meter after meter happen on the card here. Looking for good timing up on the high ground.
Yeah, they inch the cart forward, and there comes that Nano in land and forces Lamp straight away, and there's the Primal. A classic combo. We see someone doing this all the time. You know it's coming. You know he's going to do it. They do it all the time. The problem is actually stopping it. This type of comp, whether you're on Bap Alari or you're on Bap, even if you're on Bap Brig or Bap Lucio, all very difficult to deal with. They're going to swap over to the Diva now to try and give themselves a few extra tools to deal with that. But they still have that Kitsune Rush, and it looks like Toronto might even go early here.
Looks just like it. Sugar Free finding an early kill again against Scary One. Sugar Free also now taking down the Immortality Field. Therefore, 3 shots for everyone. Sugar Free is just doing it all by himself. Takes out Brokey, takes out Nitro, and Merit helps him out on Lucas here. Points kept in the meantime. 5 minutes on the time bank. Toronto Ultra are on time for the train.
Exactly, no stopping them at all. They use their ults kind of exactly as you wanted it, and we talked about neither of the ults you can be more aggressive with, the Nano, the Primal, the Kitsune Rush. Be aggressive, drop it on the back line. Here's a chance for Rock Esports to stabilize now, and that Vega pick will help out, but Toronto want to bob in. They're still committing to it, but I don't think this is going to bother Rock all that much. Easy kill on the... Oh, he's lost mech, actually? How did they get mech out of that? All of a sudden, it should have been an easy stabilize for Rock, but a mistake here cost them their mech, and now all of a sudden it could go from bad to worse as Toronto are going to keep their foot on the gas here.
Someone applying a lot of pressure here as well, trying to deny too much kiting from Rock, as they'll have to wait for Kani to return from spawn here. They'll probably get one more good push into this bot being thrown in there, but Slept has somehow woken up as though, and therefore Rock, they are able to force Toronto Ultra back a little bit, but how long will that last?
Yeah, it's a bit of a cheap disengage ultimately. Now they've made a swap over to Zen Toronto Ultra. Their backline is more powerful, so much utility. What you have to do if you're Rock is Lucas and Candy need to get on this backline. They need to punish them. They need to find ways to be aggressive here, because if that Zen and Anna are allowed to cook, they will just win. But before that, they also have to deal with this Nano Primal timing again.
Good timing here for Nitro though, as he's able to get out Sugar Free, but someone on the other side with the Primal Rush takes down the Baptiste. The backline of Toronto Ultra has suffered as well though, or someone, despite being able to pick 2, gets taken out of the equation by the enemy Ash now. Rock Esports, they stabilize once more, and the time bank is already down to 3 minutes now.
Actually really well weathered. It looked for a second there like someone was going to get it going, but ultimately he trades 2 ults for 2 kills and he dies right afterwards. So with the spawn right there, they're able to stabilize. Nitro's pick onto Sugar Free right at the start probably was the big saving grace as well. Really took the sting out of that dive. Now a bob push comes in, but Canny is aggressive in the backline. Got that bomb with Lucas. They want to kill. They need to kill this backline. If they can trade, the defenders can always win out, and they do get the mech back. More pressure onto this Toronto backline, but they don't get any kills.
Yeah, nothing at all actually, as they now try to use the Larry ult, but it gets denied. It gets so heavily denied. It still is able to fight Merit, but there would have been so much more possible from that angle. RuPaul finds the Diva in this push, and now Nitro, he's in trouble. Needs to get assisted by the Lamp as RuPaul keeps pushing that part further and further, as we now even see this Yata ult coming out to body block this here, but still the touch is possible for Rogue Esports. How long can they hold this? No.
Nitro again with a pick out. Merit swapped Widow, and they're cleaning everything up on point. 2 for Merit. They'll finish it in the end, and there was a bit of hope there. I think it was the right decision by Rock. I think the way we saw Canny and Lucas try and make that aggressive play, the execution wasn't great, right? The Toronto backline were very much aware of the lose con as well, and that they need to be careful of this Diva Tracer aggression. What you really want to see from the Diva Tracer there is there a way they can find a way to cheat the engage, right? So instead of having to come down main, where the enemy team can see you coming the entire way and take a step back and go around a corner and all these things, can you find a situation where you can drop in from a bit of cover, drop in from a high ground, try and bait this Ana Zen to overextend into a more killable position? So maybe a bit telegraphed in terms of what Canny and Lucas wanted to do, but I think the concept and the decision of what they wanted to do was correct.
Still quite the big time bank on the side of Toronto Ultra now. Definitely something they can work with in case of Rock Esports also completing the entire map. However, that's going to be a tough challenge for them for sure. It's now time for them to go into their attack round. But Toronto Ultra, even their defense has been looking very, very strong in previous matches, and obviously as well on Lijiang Tower, nothing really happened to any of those capture points. Hard challenge up ahead.
I thought Vega was going to life weaver, but he's backed out of it. Coward, just play it. Very limited life weaver action so far. Still think it's an underrated hero and there's more utility. Maybe not in a dive meta, to be fair, but Vega's going to pass on that opportunity and they will stay on the same comp here. A lot of the same things will apply. They've got these big ults that are good at diving, and we're actually going to get Nitro on Widow. Just kidding. Gone over to Cass, and they'll be trying to play this double flex support, which is very strong if they can get an angle. But in theory, if they play too wide here, Rock, they'll just get dived and picked apart. So they have to try and take space as a team, stay in each other's sight lines so they can keep supporting each other.
Lamp used quite early here, will delay their push a little bit for sure. Still trying to make some more damage onto Lucas, but he gets out alive just in time. Toronto obviously looking for the full hold here. They don't want to invest too much energy on this series after all. Someone now is getting heavily dived, and he gets taken down by Cardi as well. This could be the advantage for Rock. The question is, can they make it work? As Hilary is already traded in that fight. 4v4 now coming their way, and Sugar Free trying to slice through enemy lines here. The Tracer is just everywhere.
They seem to concede so much space there, Toronto. Just let everyone swing on someone. Couldn't get him away. Someone maybe just needed to back up into train a little bit sooner. But now they've got a bit of space here for free. Someone has respawned and is back on point. But in the meantime, they've lost Vega. And now this is the chance here to stabilize, peek back out on this Winston, clear them out and get themselves on point.
Someone has to retreat a second time, as they are now looking to find one more touch onto this point. But Rock Esports, they've got a quite good presence. They're trying to make it out and do this last third in their favor. Bob now getting thrown into that small room, though, will definitely create a lot of space for Merit and Sugar Free to work with, and it works out for them in greatest fashion. Someone taking out Ilari once again, and with 77% in the books, Rock Esports will have to take another approach at this from their spawn doors.
That was it, really. They had such a good situation. They had control of the map, they had control of point. They actually had it before some of the key ults were up, and to lose it to a Bob like that when they had the window themselves, it really hurts actually. That was the big opening. Now all of a sudden they have to do these same retakes. We saw it was difficult for them to walk up. They're going to lose Scary One here, so they're going to have to reset out of this as well. They have to do this difficult walk up, and they have to do it into the scariest ults possible. There's a minute 40 left on the clock, and Rock might be in cooked territory.
It might just be indeed. There's a couple of ultimates to work with on both sides, though. Also Toronto Ultra having quite the heavy ult bank ready here. Sugar Free looking for good timing on that bomb. Might not even need it, as someone is cleaning up with the nano boost. No hope in this one.
No, they at least have some of their own ults to come back with and try and deal with it. The problem very much with Rock's comp is a lot of these ults aren't the craziest value. You know, you can maybe just use High Noon to deal with the Winston ult. Maybe you can try and use the Captive Sun to counter dive as well, but they're not really big, scary ultimates for Toronto to deal with, and we can see someone setting up in this early primal, and here he comes again.
Definitely able to force out the lamb super early as some Sugar Free misses the pulls, but still the rest of Toronto, they'll make it work either way. Merit finding kill. Sugar Free now successful against Baptiste. This will send Rock into a last fight territory. It's do or die with 30 seconds on the clock.
It's I don't want to have too much of a go here at Rock Esports because obviously this is like a big mismatch in terms of teams, but I think we maybe see a demonstration of what can happen when playing against Dive Team 2. When we saw Froki on that rotation, you saw someone drop on him very quickly, and you saw a very quick lamp come out. With Baptiste, you have to try and milk your cooldowns as much as possible, and it just feels like the backline now from Rock Esports have got themselves in that fatal situation where they're just really scared of Toronto, and maybe with good reason, honestly. They are literally getting killed in spawn right now. So, like I said, not too much of a go at Rock, but I think it's a good demonstration of what can happen against good dive teams if your backline can get kind of just a bit frazzled, a bit rattled, and once that starts happening, they actually start dying more often because they have no cooldown for later bits of the fight.
Tiny now getting taken down, however there will be another touch from Rock. Maybe they can find another pick here, but the overtime is ticking down. Nobody there to touch in time. Rock Esports, they'll lose Midtown just as they lost Lijiang Tower earlier. Early match point in that way as well now for Toronto Ultra, of course. Definitely a fast-paced matchup. Early match point in game number 1 of day 2.
A few glimpses of stuff, right, like that swing we just saw from Canny where they catch someone. It's maybe worth noting that they actually had a really similar situation happen to them at the Dallas Major there, Toronto Ultra, where they were holding Midtown first and quite a different comp with the Sigma, but what happened is the enemy team swung through main, someone was left in a bit of island on that staircase while the rest of the team did play very defensive on point. So a really interesting similarity there of a fight going wrong in the exact same way for Toronto. Don't know if there's too much to read into there, or if it's just like a bit of a lapse in concentration, or what their exact plan is for that. Really, it's probably on someone just to play his life a little bit better in those scenarios, and everyone else to peak a little bit more. So probably quite an easy fix, but smooth sailing, I think. Smooth sailing from them so far. And I imagine they might be tying this one up in a quick 3-0 as well. So, as I believe we've lost Julian, so I'll do it all myself, it's fine. Toronto Ultra actually taking that second map. And so far, I think what we've seen from the bans out of Rock Esports. Nice of you to join us, Julian. Come on.
Yeah, I thought I'd swing by, you know.
What are you doing, buying more gold shirts? Come on.
Yeah,
the series is still going on.
Like other people are collecting the golden guns in game, right? For me, it's like more of like you complete the 100 casts, right? You get a golden shirt, and maybe with 200 you might get a golden suit as well. Still saving a couple of bucks for it, but yeah. No, I totally agree with you. Tough situation to be in as well, and now with the backs against the wall, what's there still to pull out of the sleeves for Rock? There's not really any surprise tactics, any aces they could maybe have ready to play now, and because if they had, why would they wait? You know, why would they wait for match point for Toronto? I don't see too much hope for it, honestly.
Ban one of the dive heroes, surely. I mean, it's I've said this a few times, so like I don't want to have a go at Rock Esports because I know this is a mismatch and they're not really expected to win this series. So all the criticism should come with that caveat. But just ban one of these dive heroes. Why is he why stop letting yourself get naded? The best counter to getting naded is to ban Vianna out of the server before they even get a chance to. Or ban the Winston. Do something to stop it. I'd really like to see one of those bans come out, and if we don't get those, I mean, I don't know. It probably doesn't change the result if I'm being honest, and that's why we shouldn't, you know, take it with a grain of salt and all that, but just ban Vianna. Just ban Vianna. Take it away from them. Don't let Toronto ban first as well. That's probably a key bit as well. So hopefully Rock nail the bans here. In terms of maps, I don't know where we should go. In terms of maps, probably something similar to that is not too bad. Maybe a Colosseo could be possible. Now it's opened up a little bit more. Dive is more viable on Colosseo than it once was. So I don't know. It's maybe a tricky one. Maybe Flashpoint isn't the worst in the world. Go Flashpoint, ban Winston or ban Anna or something. It's quite a difficult map to dive on anyway. Maybe that's the choice I make if I'm Rock Esports now. But also, probably just have some fun with it, you know? Make some plays, do some crazy stuff, see what happens, enjoy the ride.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think enjoy the ride is the right call here, right? I mean, obviously, there's not too much to grab for you at this World Cup. You're probably one of the smallest regions in Overwatch at the moment, maybe even the smallest one at all. Therefore, just make sure to properly represent your region in this massive tournament. Make sure to leave a good note. And, well, yeah, enjoy the trip, honestly, right? There's still a big cashback of $10,000 for every participating team for sure. Therefore, I mean, you know, it's still so much money, honestly. Like, for an esports tournament, especially in Overwatch, we didn't have those big prize pools in a long time. Let's take a look, though, at map number 3 as we're getting ready for potentially the last map of this matchup. Is going to be Riyadh, picked by Rock Esports once again, of course.
They're crazy. This new map is so dive favored. Are we gonna take the dive mirror? We can take a look at the Rock boys now and see if we can see in their eyes and what they're thinking. But why have we gone to Riyadh? I don't know. It's just gonna be a dive mirror? Surely not. This can't be optimal. Oh.
Yeah. It really can, but let's take a look at the banned heroes on top of that. Maybe at least something here. So they do ban the Winston, which at least, well, denies one of the possible dive combinations, right? But in a D.Va strong matchup, maybe that is even another choice they could play here. Toronto Ultra decides to ban the Echo. Probably just, well, denying the Echo, I guess. But in this matchup, you know, right, it's probably not up to the bans to decide whether Toronto Ultra can take this or not. However, we still will take a look at how well the Winston actually was for Toronto. They will not be able to play it in this third map of the matchup.
Yeah, we'll get an interesting look at least in terms of how Toronto will react to these Winston bans. Well, for Toronto Ultra, I think there isn't maybe big aspirations of taking these dives against some of the more elite Korean dive teams, but ultimately it will be their path through lots of the non-dive favoured teams. So a lot of those EMEA teams they could run into, or even some of their other North American counterparts, as we've obviously seen Nightmare and others doing quite well. So what they do instead will be quite interesting. At least for now, he's locked for Doomfist here, so it feels like he's just going to play. They're essentially going to play the same comp, the same style. Just if they don't have a Winston, they're going to play the Doomfist instead, which is a pretty much a like-for-like swap in terms of style.
Honestly, I've got good feelings about this map. This was the one where yesterday Nightmare was able to finally beat Fnatic. And therefore, let's see, maybe it is the map of upsets. After all, Rock Esports looking to make something happen against the big Toronto Ultra. It will be a tough challenge, though, for sure.
Yeah, I still think there is... The problem with going to Riyadh is probably the bigger problem here. The bans make more sense, the map makes less sense. Every reason Riyadh is a good Winston map applies to Doomfist as well. All the high grounds that Doomfist can exploit, all the different places he can stage from. And we're going to see a lot more of this cycling coming again. You see someone just harassing. There goes the lamp, the nade comes through. This is the big kill timing now, and that's exactly what Toronto wants to do. 1 dive, 2 dives, 3 dives. As soon as we get that key cooldown, once the lamp is gone, they are killable. And we've seen that exactly there from Toronto. Real textbook stuff.
It looks like it was taken straight from the strat book of Cass.
Right on page 4.
Yeah, page 4 is like it's coming literally from the teacher's book, you know. Toronto Ultra on the way, 30% in the books already. Rock Esports looking to find a way into this, but you can already tell like Kani 20% on the D.Va ultimate, someone 60% on the Doomfist one. So already quite the advantage of building up here for Toronto Ultras. They are trying to initiate another fight here. Early lamp used by Proki, dies afterwards as well. But Lucas, he's able to take on someone. This might be an advantage that Rock can benefit from. But Merit, he's just there, he's just ready, out-diffing the Ash of Rock Esports. Not even Scary One can make a difference here.
One of the things, we touched on it on mid-town a little bit in the sense that we saw Froki maybe committing these cooldowns very quickly or having them forced out maybe a little bit too easily. And the same thing applies in a broader sense to the entire matchup from a Rock Esports point of view. One thing you can get really lost in if you're playing against a good dive team is, we keep dying, we're always dead, so we start playing really conservative and within ourselves. And actually the best way to stop Toronto getting good dives off is to play aggressive. disrupt their stage and don't let someone stand wherever he wants. Don't let Sugarfree stand wherever he wants. Because right now that's exactly what's happening. And if you let a good dive team stand where they want, they will do exactly what you see on your screen right now. They will tear you apart.
And they're doing it in style for sure. There's so much space available for Toronto Ultra. No competition really here. As they're getting closer to that 100-meter mark that just now crossed. Oh, this is a very one-sided one so far. We're only 2.5 minutes in.
I think we're about to see a world record here. Come on, Toronto. Ruda Sappy, new map. This has got to be a world record. Let's get a sub 4-minute time on the go. There we go. Nitro down. The speed run is on. No trading now. Ah, Vega, the speed run. Think about the Guinness Book of World Records. We could get ourselves in there. Still on though. Cart's still moving.
Guys, 3 on card. As Kani is trying to defend this one a little longer. Does get a kill on RuPaul though. For someone, he might be able to turn this one around, but the bot is already so far gone from the barrier again. Kani was able to push this one away, and therefore probably no record here. Definitely still a very big time bang to, well, finish those last meters, and 138 is quite a lot to deal with for Rock Esports.
Where's Merit? Is Merit in spawn still? I think Merit is behind enemy lines. Does he manage to get out?
Oh, that's dangerous.
He's on a big old flank. I don't think Rock Esports are aware that there will be an amp behind him, so this could cause them a bit of a problem mid-fight here.
Oh, he's coming up from behind. Oh, it's the Kirika as well. Someone able to get out of there. Sugarfree gets one, but Vega is traded in the process. Good stick from Sugarfree, getting the scary one out of there, and Brokey in the process. Toronto probably will come up ahead on this fight, but they'll have to wait for the rest of the teams to come in here. Again, Kani trying to use the bomb for Remac, but it won't be enough to keep him alive.
Decent trades at least take a bit of the sting out of this next attack, and this is what we can often see on pushes. It's a really hard distance to recover from if you have a Rock Esports, especially with how this series has gone so far. But trades will keep you in it, and you never know. Runa Sappy is probably one of the more completable maps, especially helped with this new robot change where he's a little bit faster now. We see maps like Colosseum where getting capped can be an absolute nightmare. Runa Sappy is quite cappable, both the first and the second, as we see this Nano come in here, and the punch connects again, and they are on the run, but I don't think they are getting out of this one.
No chance for escape. Take the Lucio as well. Scary one trying to make it out alive, but he surely will not. Only Kani left on the Diva now, trying to delay this process a little longer, but there's already action happening very close to the final capture point. It looks as like Toronto are just able to make it happen right now, right here. Last few centimeters to go here. Nitro gets RuPaul, and Scary one gets Vega. Maybe they can turn this one around.
Oh, they can't finish their dinner. They type GG's for disrespect. Ah. Awkward. The disrespect from Toronto. They thought they had a bit of a blunder there, and potentially still 4.5 minutes left of this, as Toronto might regret swapping Merit over onto that sim. And I think Toronto still a pretty big lead, but a bit more work to do yet.
I mean, yeah, 4 minutes. There's still plenty of opportunities to complete this one for sure, but they're just losing time after time here. Sugarfree tries to give it a go with another pulse one, does miss this one though. Kani able to take out Vega. Slight advantage on the side of Rock, but it won't be there for long as Lucas gets taken out by someone. 4 against 4 situations, so trying to simply brawl it out, but even with 4 minutes to go for Rock Esports, they are very far away from somehow trying to make this work.
They've got the ult bank at least. They've got a lot of tools to deal with all this aggression. They're going to have to beat pushing aggressively here to try and get themselves a top of full, but they're trying to TP him out here, and you wouldn't really associate Symmetra as a hero to play in dive, but if you use that TP to move your backline around, you might just get a little bit done, and now they can re-push with this beat. High Noon, Beam goes through it, both again, and Nano Symmetra. The wall to deny the bomb, and Merit is going off. We'll quickly demech Canny again, and full charge, walking around, just lasering everyone. And, alright, now they are on the front foot. They've not traded. This time they'll finish it, right? Are they going to get the late kill on the Diva? This one is unfumbable from Toronto. There's no way. Not again.
Absolutely. No refunds taken here. But the robot still has to take quite a long walk to get to that barrier, but it's so close already. Oh, this won't be good for Rock, but they will be able to fully regroup for sure. No ultimates available though. Maybe they can soon rush if they are quick enough with it. Sugar-free, he has the pulse bomb ready though. This could be an early pick that they might want to take here. Sugar-free, he's looking for it. You can tell.
A lot of tools to try and get around here. Has to factor in the Matrix, has to factor in the Suzu. Just trying to harass them and bleed out the cooldowns, but Merrick's actually going to get picked from across the map really before anything starts. They have Kitsune Rush now, which means all their cooldowns will come back quicker. They've dealt with a lot of the threats and they will finish off that Merrick kill here, so Rock can keep moving forward as Sugar-free has sort of been left behind here. They still have more problems to deal with. That pulse bomb is eaten now. Will trade his mech for it, so maybe not a net win as Merrick's going to try and come back quickly on Soldier. Meteor Strike to keep on going. They force a lot of cooldowns here. Will anything give? Does it connect the punch? But the damage might be done regardless. And we see the same kind of thing. It's not the first dive Toronto kill you want, it's the second dive or the third dive or the fourth dive.
Someone doing all the work here for Toronto Ultra, and this should be it, surely. No more touch possible for the Tracer. A second time we see the GGs in the chat. And Toronto Ultra, they are taking a quick, very quick 3-0 over Rock Esports in Group A. A second W in the books for them.
Yep, North America over South America, as a lot of people would have expected, as we get the teams coming over to shake hands. That was part one of the day for Toronto Ultra. They have to take on Crazy Raccoon later, and this was the easy part. The next one is the big test for Toronto Ultra, and I think will be a much bigger indicator of exactly where we should hold our expectations and exactly where in the power rankings we should start thinking about Toronto Ultra at this event.
Toronto Ultra did what they had to do, but the big task is up ahead. It's going to be a very difficult matchup. They are looking for that revenge, of course, but it will take much more against a team like Crazy Raccoon did take against Rock Esports. However, this second W obviously does secure them a spot. One obviously in the playoffs, but probably secures them a spot in the second place of that group for sure. If they are able to beat Crazy Raccoon, they might even be able to go for the first place here.
Yeah, exactly. Presuming that Crazy Raccoon are also going to win their fixture that's going on right now as well against the Gaming Gladiators, it should really set that final matchup in the group as a tiebreaker to see who gets first and who gets second. But Toronto have done their job. This was the easy part of their job. The big tests are obviously coming, and it will be really interesting to see how they adapt. Because I think so far, really, the comps we've seen from Toronto, both today and yesterday, kind of just got to play dive everywhere, right? As we can see now in the highlights.
Yeah, the dive has been working really, really good for them. Sugar-free on the Ferrer early on. Unforgettable experience for Nitro for sure. Never got bombed out of the map that quickly. But yeah, Rock, they had their moments. There were a couple of fights that looked very nice on their end as well. But in the end, obviously a clean 3-0 speaks, full of highlights on the side of Toronto Ultra. And the dive, they're working really good on it, honestly. It looks very, very sure. It looks very, very clear on their mind. And it works out perfectly for them.
Really nice. Can't have too many complaints if you're Toronto. You got maybe a pretty simple task to kick off your day, but they did it with flying colours. Give or take a few Runa Sappy failed caps. And yeah, everyone seemed to be playing pretty reasonably. I think it's fair to say not a real test of their skill, and I think what's the big question for Toronto going forward is not how well they can do on dive, but how well they can deal with dive, whether they choose to mirror, like we even saw Nightmare do yesterday against Fnatic, or if they have something else cooked up, an alternate version of the comp.
I mean, honestly, as Crazy Raccoon, for example, you can't really learn too much from this match either, right? You know that Toronto is good on dive, but they didn't really have to show their 100% A game in this matchup. So maybe also an advantage, obviously, here for Toronto, as they might still have an ace in their sleeve ready to pull out for the matchup that's coming later today. As we now do have one of those 6 matches up ahead done, we are obviously looking for player voices, and we're working on getting one of them onto the mic for you. However, obviously, Commander X, there's still so much more action up ahead. We'll soon go over to Group B. It is going to be the Chinese team doing their first appearance on the B stream right here, facing off against Makers from Oceania. Got picked up by that Italian Org quite recently before the Esports World Cup. And once again, we will see one of the smaller regions here. Makers, though, compared to Rock Esports, they were able to look quite good against Team Falcons actually in the first matchup yesterday. So maybe we can see something bright coming from them. It will be an interesting one for sure, as we're still working on getting a player voice ready for you.
I think, yeah, when you look at the quality of the Makers roster, it's definitely a sort of tier above the team we just saw from Rock Esports. They have Overwatch League experience, they have players still playing at a pretty high level, and they've even imported some talent from Korea to try and boost the strength of their roster up. So it'll be really interesting to see how they do when they are probably full of a little bit of gusto and spirit after an alright performance in their first game. Whereas on the other side, we have LGD, who had not just a bad result, but a terrible result. They got 3-0'd, knocked down to the loser bracket, knocked down to a bad start in their groups, and obviously seem to be once again struggling when they come up against UB and Quartz in a match situation.
Absolutely, definitely going to be an interesting matchup that is just up ahead for you. We'll throw into a break later, as we're still making preparations here for the interview, and I'm hearing now it's ready apparently, so let's try to get a player voice in here. If I'm not wrong, we should be talking to Sugar Free. We do hear him already. I'm not sure if we'll actually get a chance to see him on the screen as well. Oh, there he is!
What's up?
Hello,
You guys
hello,
hear me?
hello. Yes,
What's
we
up?
can
What's up?
hear you. So, let us know, first interview on the B stream, how is Riyadh? How's the Esports World Cup?
Riyadh, I mean, it's been really nice, honestly. I haven't been able to explore much because it's like super hot, but like the venue, the hotel, it's been amazing so far.
Great, great. Yeah, I mean, obviously, this matchup against Rock Esports now, it was a must-win situation.
Yeah.
Were you actually at some point forced to bring the actual A game, or is there more coming against, well, obviously a way more complicated matchup that is going to happen later today against Crazy Raccoon?
Nah, I don't think that was like too much thinking going into it. It was more like a warm-up, just warm up our aim for the Crazy Raccoon game. So I feel like we're a little warm for that now. Should be good for that.
I wanted to ask you a little bit as well, because it feels like so far the games have been relatively straightforward, especially today's one, and the big game is that Crazy Raccoon one. Yep. Obviously, last time we saw you guys against, especially Korean competition at the Dallas Major, it was a pretty disappointing result. Does it feel different at this tournament so far in terms of how your prep has been, how your boot camp has been? Does it feel different now going into face the Korean teams again?
Yeah, I think it feels a lot different compared to Dallas. In Dallas, it felt like we weren't really having fun. Like we were too stressed, like trying our best to win. Like, so it was kind of hard for us to play well when we're not having fun. It was more like it was just stressful. Here, I think now everyone's a lot more loose, enjoying ourselves, just trying to have a good time instead of like only focusing on winning. So I think that's the difference we'll have.
The question is, how far can that Toronto Ultra roster go? What's the goal on the one side, and what's the ultimate goal right after that, basically?
Well, I mean, the goal obviously is to win, and I think if we're all playing at our best and having a good time, I think it's very, very possible for us to win it all.
How do you feel? How do you feel in terms of the meta? Because obviously it's the first time a lot of people are seeing everything post-patch. We're seeing a lot more Diva than usual. We're seeing a lot more variety because of hero bans. Obviously your team, when it was put together, was very much one that had a load of flexibility built into the roster. How do you feel? Does this meta suit you? Does the hero ban suit you? How does it feel you're performing so far on it?
Yeah, I think the bans do help us a lot. You know, we have someone who's like the most flexible tank of all time, you know, and then me, I think I'm pretty flexible myself. I think the bans are actually really good for us. You know, if it was like just a double flex DPS perma dive, you know, it would be bad. But I think the bans give us a lot of flexibility and room to, you know, catch teams off guard.
And obviously one of the big advantages that Toronto Ultra has is they only are playing with that 5-man roster, right? So the flexibility, it comes from inside the team. There's not really a need to throw a substitute in when there's, for example, a bad hero ban coming your way. It will definitely cost you everything in this last matchup of Group A. Crazy Coon is definitely an enemy not to underestimate, as we all have clearly seen in the Dallas Major. Sugar-Free, we'll leave it to you, Dan. Thank you so much for joining us in the interview, and best of luck later in the final match of Group A.
Thank you very much.
So that is 1 down, 5 to go, Commander X. Let's take a look at what matchup we're expecting next.
It's going to be, I think, a bit more of an exciting one. I think we've seen Makers already show a bit more of a promising sign in terms of, even though they didn't do that much against Falcons, obviously Falcons are one of the favourites for this tournament, but they gave him a little bit, they gave him a left hook, they gave him a right hook, they showed they were competitive, especially on this Diva type matchup. And one team that doesn't have a Diva player in their locker is, of course, LGD. Gushue, famed for his Winston play, obviously very good on Doomfist as well, probably ultimately the best Doomfist in the world, really, last time we saw him on it. But the problem is, it's a very much a Diva-heavy meta, and we saw them struggle against some of Twitter's Mind's Sim TP strategies. It's really, LGD have to do better today, ultimately.
Absolutely. It will be an interesting one for sure, and one that is fairly important for the outcome of Group B, definitely. We'll give the players a last couple of minutes to prepare for the second matchup as we go into a quick break, and we'll be right back for more action in Group B.
Set the world on fire. Set the world on fire. To your love. Now I wanna say, tell me what to say, make me wanna say, damn, baby, damn, baby, you're in full control.
Ready, set, go.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
As we continue with the action here in the broadcast, it is time to take a move into Group B. Is going to be LGD facing up against Makers. And the big question obviously is going to be who's going to take that matchup. As if we look at the group, if we think about what situation those teams are in, this could already be the deciding matchup to tell us which of those teams is going home. Because with Twisted Minds and Falcons in the group, this might be the one to decide it all.
Yeah, we can get our predictions in now as well. If you want to get your own predictions in, stcplay.gg is the place to go and do it. Obviously, in this one, maybe on paper before the start, was should be a pretty one-sided affair. LGD, a team with a big reputation, formerly the Hangzhou Spark, the team from China at the World Cup. But we've not really seen that from them so far in their opening fixture against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, not really. Honestly, Twisted Minds, they looked surprisingly well yesterday. As we take a look at this roster right here. Yeah, you mentioned probably one of the strongest ones from the Chinese region, maybe even the strongest one, Shy Leaf. There's so many well-known names in this one. Overwatch League times are giving flashbacks here for sure. But somehow, some way, yesterday it didn't quite work out for them.
No, I think when you think back to the peaks and the highs we've seen from this team, and the reason why they have such a big fan base and why, even despite being a team from China, they have all these fans internationally, is because they've had these crazy high peaks playing Dive. They can get Gushway on Winston or Doomfist, they can get Leave on, well, to be fair, anything, but they can get Shy on Sojourn or Ash. They have a really high peak, but the meta doesn't suit them right now, whereas a team that the meta does suit a little bit more is actually this Makers team coming in from the Oceanic region, because Punk loves to play Diva.
He absolutely does, and there's so much. It's a great mix, honestly, right? Because there's on the one side there's experienced players like Color Hex, like Punk on that roster, but they also bring in a lot of new talent with people like Top Dragon, who's been absolutely clutch yesterday in the matchup that we saw from him, and it's going to be super interesting, right? Because honestly, with the performance that Makers showed against Falcons yesterday, I could see them having a good shot at a win here against the Chinese roster as received that special invite towards this tournament. So yeah, Makers, maybe this is their chance to make it indeed into the top 12, but it is going to be an interesting one either way. As mentioned, if you want to put your predictions in as well, make sure to go to stcplay.gg. But we now are going to go on stage. Well, not technically, but the players, they are there already and we're ready for them. So let's take a look at how they are feeling, how they're looking for this first match of the day for them. As they already played one yesterday, they'll go into the second one now. And honestly, you saw that yesterday as well. Makers, they're ready for it, right? Let's take a look at the hero bands. Obviously, the map once again is going to be Lijiang Tower. And we do see two very clear calls here, right? Alucio, it makes sense, but a Diva against Punk, that's a pick right into the heart.
Yeah, it's clear the weakness LGD feel they have. They want to take that away from them, and obviously at the same time, The Lucio ban comes in response, does take away a lot of these brawl compositions. Obviously, one of the other comps we've seen LGD do is these Malga compositions. And I think ultimately it's an early map to give away the Diva ban on. I don't know if Punk would have played it here anyway. A lot of other comps are viable as we take a look, obviously, at all the players getting ready. Good spirits on the side of Makers, it seems. LGD will be trying to shake off, of course, that bad result from the first day.
Not really the start they experienced or wanted to experience in this top tier tournament. And now they're already basically with the backs against the wall, right? They'll face Falcons in the third matchup of their group, so this is a must-win if you want to secure that third spot. On the other side, obviously, now in the meantime, on the mainstream, it's Falcons against Twisted Minds fighting for this #1 spot in Group B. So we're heading over to Lijiang Tower.
I want to give a special shout out, of course, to Unter, who has come fully suited and booted to slay China today. Dressing up more than most, only Fate really dressed up yesterday. Probably the best dressed coach yesterday, but Unter making a pretty strong case for best dressed so far today, at least from what we've seen. We'll see if Makers can be as smooth in the server as Unter is behind them.
To give you a quick update on what happened in the A stream so far as well. Quite obviously, Crazy Raccoon, they took down the roster of Gaming Gladiators in fashion, quick 3-0 on their side as well. Therefore, Crazy Raccoon and Toronto Ultra, they're locked in for the playoffs. But now we want to understand who might be able to take this third spot in Group B, as Makers and Wu Fang are battling it out on a Lijiang.
It's going to be a Ram into Sigma Mirror, which should, in theory, favour the Ram. Obviously, no Lucio, so everyone's on Bat Brick, so it's a slow brawl, which makes it a little bit better for the Sigma ultimately, but I think the Ram still fancies that one. Maybe the big difference here is that LGD have way more spam on their side, way more damage output, which means Top Dragon's really going to have to do a lot to have significant impact here, as they're forced back, and he's trying to pressure Monk. They're kind of just in the open here, actually, LGD. It's not a great place to be, and it's Shy who falls first. They've just been encircled by the Makers, and they're going to be forced all the way back now. Leader's going to get caught. No DPS. No chance for LGD.
Top Dragon taking out 2. Punk follows up with the kill on the Brigitte. Makers up to a strong start here, able to flip the point right away. Good start, good start. Top Dragon already at about 80%. Ake already close to the window as well. This could already be interesting.
It's going to be a classic window trade, I think, on this first one. Obviously, normally what happens in a window trade is someone's going to die really quickly. It will happen in about 1 second, so a lot of attention on who gets that early pick, as we see Leave actually trying to take a bit of an angle on that. Window comes out from Monk. Doesn't find all that much, though, and now a chance for Makers to go with their own.
Fights now coming and collapsing on the point, as Top Dragon is trying to take a peek at the backline here. Mortality field taken up by Leaf. Punk falling dangerously low, gets taken up by Monk. Advantage on the side of Wu Fang, but Top Dragon is there once again, taking out the Baptiste backline, now a bit weaker on the side of Wu Fang. As Leaf is looking for the pick, he gets it against the Cassidy. Advantage for him now, basically uncontested. He can just freely swing around and take pick after pick with his team. Wu Fang back on the scoreboard. Point is now in their favor.
A much better structured fight from LGD in terms of coming main, having the Pharaoh go coast, trying to play in a sort of slower game, maneuver themselves a bit of an advantage in that front line, as opposed to the first one where they just ended up in the middle of point and surrounded by everything. Annihilation is coming back for Punk, but no Lucio makes it harder to execute. A Barrage makes it harder to execute. A Flux will make it harder to execute, so I'm not sure how many options Punk really has to play aggressive this one here, but he's going to pop it right now, and it does not go anywhere.
It really doesn't, but Leaf, he finds a kill with the Barrage, early advantage for Wu Fang. But Punk and his team, they're not moving back from this. Gets stunned, gets killed. Top Dragon is able to find a kill with the pulse bomb. It won't be enough to really make something happen, as Wu Fang, they're stabilizing here, already at around 60% now as well. And the Makers, honestly, they now have the window to work with, but other than that, there's not too much happening here as they get a late kill on to Opener as well.
They're going to spam him early. Flux still up for Gushway, as Punk is actually going to go onto the mirror. Again, a hero that's pretty comfortable for Punk. Honestly, it's Gushway on Sigma is really the surprise here. Not a hero we've seen him on a lot before. Window from Monk, but kind of looking at nothing. Top Dragon's going to start forcing point. This is going to pull LGD back and a chance for Makers to go with their own window. They just have to care this flux from Gooshway.
Window now coming out. This could be dangerous, but its position is not optimal as there's not too many targets up ahead. Shy does get the win in the Cassie's duel, though advantage once again on side of the Chinese team. And Gooshway, he's just able to follow up on this with great flux. Leaf and Monk, they finish the job, and Wu Feng, they go up ahead on Lijiang.
Well played in the end. Good patience from Gooshway. I think sometimes you can drop that flux in straight away when you see the window just to try and stop them getting full value out of it. But ultimately, played it a little bit slower, realised the rest of his team were ready for the window, could just de-peak, and as a result, he can play it slow, wait until they bleed out a few more resources, hit that flux, get the cleanup kills, exactly like we saw at the end. And a good start for LGD on a comp we wouldn't necessarily associate with them.
Surely not, but it is all about flexibility in this World Cup, right? You need to make the right decisions, especially with those bans here. It's not an easy one, but it's one that Wu Feng has been able to make good work of. As we once again take a quick look at the flux right here, and now are heading into Garden.
Different
TP
look
on
now.
both sides.
Yeah, different
Oh no,
look
but Ash.
Different look from LGD now with dive composition. So Anna Brugge can be quite hard to play on this map because you normally get stuffed at the choke, but with no Lucio, you don't actually get to stuff the team at the choke in the same way you would. So instead, Maker's going to have to take a fight from White Room, play a little bit slower, and play just a clear point. Makers do have the advantage in the neutral. As you can see, Gooshway take all this damage, and this is the important fight for Makers to win. Just like we said in Toronto versus Rock, the fights versus Zero ults, super winnable. The fights versus the scary ults gets a little bit tricky, so important to win these fights here if you're the Makers. But they're actually making a meal of this.
Yeah, Shy already getting a couple of very good picks here, but the point goes towards Makers first. Gooshway looking to create space here. The point is meant to be flipped soon, but there's so many Makers players now coming onto that objective. Will they actually have to pull back a bit here?
They do. They've slowed it down. They're still in control of the point, though. They have managed to regroup. Lengthsford is going to cross and join them. Window is nearly up for Aki, and look how slow this Primal and Nano is. That's the big win for Makers. It means they will be able to hang on to this point for quite a while yet. They just need to respect this Bob, but honestly, the Makers comp is so good at dealing with Bob.
Good dynamite from Shy, creating some extra damage already. Has to pull back a little bit, though. There's the window now coming in, but the Bob is going to take a lot of space here. Could finish it off quickly, but instead they decide to pull back a bit here. Punk is now in danger. Shockdragon looking for pick with that pulse bomb maybe. Trying to find a good time. The stick is good, but goes against the shield. No kill created here. Now we do see the Gravitic Flux as well coming in. Top Dragon finds the kill on the Brigitte in the end. And there's a slight advantage here, but can they make it work?
Primal coming up for Gooshway soon, which is maybe going to be the one to cause them trouble. He is on this backline. He has eyes of knocking them off the map and knocking them somewhere. They're going to try and move away from him here, but Gooshway has one idea in his mind. He wants to push this poor guy off the bridge, and he's going to try and do that. Meanwhile, Lee feels like finds a kill on point as well. And the retake, the ults will be good in the end for LGD, but 73% before they get the flip.
Gooshway here looking strong on that Winston. The thing is, as soon as Wu Feng do get a first pick in a fight, usually the rest of it is pretty set, right? They do manage to play those fights out very controlled. They don't really allow any errors here. But they have to make that first pick and Makers. They've been able to get that first control quite often in this matchup so far. Dynamite thrown in the mix there. It's now Makers' turn to go back, but Leaf, he gets an early frag. Unfortunate, very unfortunate here. Cassidy not making something happening here, but the fields, they all fall in favor of Wu Feng. And once again, the Winston is so deadly here.
Such a disaster really for Makers, because they didn't quite have the scary ults yet for LGD. It looked like a classic go White Room force point with High Noon. Try and get the flip. If they rally push or something, we can just take a step back. Window would have been really nice for Makers. Now, all of a sudden, they miss that opportunity. They lose the fight. Now they have to do the retake into that Nano Primal combo. And they still have the rally. And they even have a Bob to throw in LGD. So all of a sudden, that mistake there, even though it just feels like a small one from Aki, might actually be the one that cost them the entire round and this first map as well.
It really might be, yeah. Now Top Dragon, he has to make something work on this Echo. Trying to contest the Ferry a little more here, but the Nano Boost, it is strong on the Winston. He's looking for the distraction. He will get them in the end. Backline is in trouble here. Takes out both of them in a quick and easy fight. One last one, maybe up on the board for Makers, but it will have to be a quick one.
Looks like Gushway's really considering going early. Actually, they want to try and get Top Dragon out of the sky here if they can. They're trying to zap and beam him down. Punk's gone the emergency Junker Queen just to try and shout people out there a little bit quicker. They're going to try and walk across the bridge. I think the responsibility to touch is going to be Top Dragons, but they just want to go LGD. They're jumping them in the spawn.
Touch has been made. Gushway now going in with the primal rage, but they'll need to find a way to make it towards that point because overtime is ticking down dangerously long. Shy finds the pick against Top Lane. Good opening, but pieces down as well. Leaf takes down the Junker Queen. And Wufeng, they make their way towards a first point here. Lijiang Tower falling into their favor. But Makers, it's a strong showing, honestly. They do have an opportunity here, and it feels like it is a quite equal matchup. They just have to be able to find those 1 or 2 more fights that did make a difference in the end.
A pretty good finish in the end. Not Gushway's the best primal you'll ever see from him. Drops it ultimately in the end, but still forces Aki on. And ultimately, 2 primals, kills for BAP on both of them. Got to be happy with that if you're Gushway. I think the big win for LGD is actually this first one we saw on Control Center, but we were able to win this slower Brawlian mirror, which is something they certainly struggled against Twisted Minds with. The big problem LGD have is in this series, or in this map right here at least, they were able to keep Shy on hit scan, and everyone knows how good Shy is at hit scan, but when he's forced to play some of the Tracer or some of the Echo, we saw a weakness in his game, and this is a problem a lot of hit scan players are facing at this tournament. If they can't find a way to either be good at these heroes or play around it, they suddenly lose one of their highest impact players. It's a problem we heard Sugarfree talk about earlier in terms of what if Merit has to go Tracer or Echo or something. He's not the same level of impact. But here, Shy was good value for his team.
Absolutely. Same as earlier. Now, of course, it is time for Makers to do a next map pick. And as yesterday, one of the options might be Midtown here, as they were able... obviously, now they can play the D.Va, right? Because D.Va has been banned early on, and therefore will be available for the team of Makers if they don't decide to ban it on their own, which probably, honestly, they won't. And therefore, maybe a good opportunity to find a D.Va fitting map. And with the current meta, there's quite a lot of options to pick from here.
Yeah, I think it's actually a surprisingly large amount of options against Makers. In a weird way, they might actually be the more flexible team than LGD, despite the supposed difference in strength. I think if I'm them, I'm probably happy to go to a D.Va mirror. So if I could go to a Flashpoint or even like a Colosseo or something would be quite reasonable. Something where I can force that mirror seems really viable. Likewise, if I do want to go to the Midtown, I think that's a perfectly reasonable solution as well. Force more of this Bat Brig. I think some of the problems on that Bat Brig was actually maybe Top Dragon. Not that he was playing poorly, but Tracer is quite a hard hero to play into a Bat Brig cast. Lots of things that can go wrong for you. Have to play a very low resource, high value or high attention taken role compared to just put him on the Genji or the Echo and let him play a bit more of a direct role and see him a bit more at his best. So we saw them make some of those changes, so we'll be interested to see how Makers choose to approach it. But yeah, a lot of options actually for Makers. I think that seemed quite reasonable here.
Absolutely, might be Midtown, it depends the Widowmaker on it. But on the other side, obviously, Wufeng, they are used to Midtown as well. They did play it against Twisted Minds yesterday, and they actually did make it quite close, 2-3 yesterday in that map number 3. They did end up losing the series afterwards, but after that Widowmaker ban, Symmetra ban actually, surprisingly, it did look quite close for them as well. So maybe Midtown obviously is a comfort pick, maybe for the team of Makers. On the other side, though, Wufeng, they looked, well, compared to other maps, they looked fairly comfortable on it against a strong team like Twisted Minds, and maybe consider a different option. Quite a lot to choose from for sure, but I do agree with you. Coming back on the bans from the first map here, that D.Va now not bannable anymore could become a disadvantage for Wufeng.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because there's sort of two lines of thinking of, isn't there the perfect way to ban for a series in terms of we save our key bans for the key maps that are most valuable one? That seems like it should be the best approach. But one thing that should also be factored in is this is not a fixed game like a solvable algorithm, because as we saw yesterday, momentum is so important. There is the sports side of this as well, the sports psychology side of this in terms of the momentum, the ability to just snowball forward. We saw Nightmare win on compositions you didn't expect them to win. If you were to tell me yesterday that Nightmare were going to draft into a dive mirror against Fnatic, I'd say, well, good job, Nightmare, you've just lost yourself a series. But that's not what we saw at all. We saw it work out perfectly for him. So I think there is also an argument to say, you know what? Just win maps. Focus on one map at a time. Make sure we win that, and we'll just solve for problems as we come. Try and lean into momentum a little bit more. And maybe that's what we're seeing a bit more from Rush in terms of, let's just get map wins under our belt and go from there.
Definitely time for some big brain moves now, maybe. Well, from the coaching staff as well, as we do. Obviously, we talked about it before. Makers, they are coached by Ante. Ante's definitely somebody who's been around in the Overwatch scene for quite some time, so he'll probably take a couple of minutes to think about what to do next, as we'll throw it into a quick break, and we'll be right back for map 2.
Took a vow to never sin, but I saw the darkness from within. And if the sun can't break through, just let the thunder shake you. I know there's a hunger for the truth. Another moment of clarity. I see the one who breaks me.
straight back to the stage as Makers are looking to get back into this series as they lost against the team of Wolfang on Legion Tower. And we do see a new map coming in, making a first appearance on the B stream here. It's going to be Circuit Royale, and if we take a look at the substitutions that did happen here, this is an interesting one. Makers banning the Zarya, the Brigitte on the other side, and Commander, we do have a substitution on the side of Makers, obviously. Will we see a double flex support here?
Certainly seems that way. Color Hex has been a player we've not really seen so far for the Makers. He's a player who has, well, great flexibility. Probably best known for playing flex DPS in the Overwatch League for Boston, but more recently has kind of just played every role. One in Australia, been very successful on anything he touches, and today will be asked to pick up the support duty, and that means you have to expect there's going to be a double flex support on the cards for Makers, Circuit Royale, a map that suits it as well. So maybe like a classic Widow Genji composition, Punk on Sigma, again trying to force a matchup that's quite difficult. And then you see Makers ban the Zarya, which you might maybe raise your eyebrows at least initially. But I think what that does is it really forces the Sigma mirror. It takes any ability away for Gucci to play some of the other stuff. It protects Sigma as well, most importantly, so Punk can play that. And also what it stops is it stops the Zarya Venture combo coming out for LGD.
Absolutely, and this is probably one of the first times that we do see an actual like protect ban here, right? It's really just banning a different hero to make sure you can really force a composition like it is now with the Sigma, as this is, well, honestly, Circuit Royale has always been about the Sigma, and therefore definitely wanted to force that, wanted to make sure that there's no opportunity for Wolfang to maybe even ban it if Makers would have gone for a different hero category. And we do see that both teams, they seem up for the challenge, they seem up for the task. Punk, same as Gucci, are on the Sigma. So let's go right into it.
Seems like they're going to get that exact matchup they want as well. Brig has been taken out of the equation, so we're going to see a full Bap Ilari come out, and it's actually going to be Bap Lucio from LGD, so I want to play a faster version, but they're playing it with Widow Farah, so I'm not really sure what Length's job is going to be in this. I think this should favour Makers. They can just slow it down, play for their angles. As long as Shy doesn't take off too many heads, they should be alright.
They should indeed be, and especially this corner here, it gives you so much opportunity to play around it, but you have to respect the Widowmaker. Of course, Shy can be super dangerous here, so make sure that you're thinking about every step twice before you do it. Rock getting slammed into the face of Punk as he's falling low, and Shy is looking for those peaks, doesn't quite get the one against you, but there's an opportunity here that's opening as the players from Makers are falling lower and lower. Lamp used on the other side as well, though.
Just get a late trade, but the damage might already really be done here for LGD, and really backfiring maybe a little bit here for Makers, not able to win these early fights. Obviously, the nature of this type of matchup is it is very slow and picky, so it can quite quickly snowball away. As we get LGD setting up close here, and this fight is really important for them. This retake, if you get reset and you have to go up this big old hill, super difficult. So yeah, it's really important you nail the snowball here. So LGD are going to try and hold aggressively with their upcoming window.
The window is indeed ready now, pulled right away just to make sure that they can maybe force Makers back a bit more here, and it works out for them as they're trying to make meter after meter here. One has to push the card, so on the fight there's a slight disadvantage maybe here. They want to use now in an early aggressive barrage from Leave, makes it work. Punk killed himself in the end somehow, some way there. But Makers, they all fall back into spawn. And now if you make that card go fast, you can maybe force one more fight here. You're already very close to the second checkpoint.
I think while we talked about Belucio being a bit of a weird pick in this composition, and while he doesn't have a lot to do in the neutral, the beat is a really good ult to push with, and we saw that exactly there, as we're going to see a Captive Sun to try and turn this one back. Gucci is trying to kite the other way and connects the headshot, and just when it looks like they're able to get a bit of pushback going, Shy is able to clean it all up. And as much as on paper the comp is maybe uncomfortable in terms of you put Gucci and Lengthster into roles that aren't their strength, unfortunately you have also left Shy with the ability to play very much a hero, and that is his comfort zone.
Look at that time bank though. 5 minutes 20 on the clock for Wufeng. They are in such a prime position to build up a bank for life here. Makers, they'll need to step up the game a little bit. They need to get a foot into the door here. His current pace is going the way of Wufeng for sure. Punk trying to make something happen here. Looking for a good ultimate, but doesn't catch anyone here. Kukshe, he dies in the end, but was there enough to argue for this ultimate? As Wufeng is just making meter after meter.
Yeah, they still end up getting the kill out of a Flux. The problem with defending third point Circuit Royale is you saw them take that coast fight, and even though Wufeng, they lose the coast fight, because the payload's moving the entire time, it's the same difference. They've got it to pretty much one fight territory anyway here, LGD, so a pretty good result considering they had no ults in that fight. They'll have window coming up, and then a decent amount of ults following that too, and maybe they don't even need them.
It doesn't look like it though. Shy once again opens up this fight with Leave. Such a crucial, such a dangerous duo right here. And now they can finally push this into the last dimension. Kalex, he was trying to, well, I don't know if he's actually trying to flank or he's just like not finding a way out there, but he gets taken out by Wufeng as well. Little late spawn for him. Couple of ultimates available though for Makers to maybe stop this one.
Yeah, they're going to need to try and get value out of this Bob in this window. The scary thing for them is this beat barrage. If it kills any of these key targets, they're in big trouble. Monk does die early. That's a good start. And all right, they don't get the beat out, but they do hold for fight thanks to that Bob, and that'll be a big stabilizer. Still needs to be wary of Shy, but surely in a 1v5, never mind, he's fine.
Oh, that's a painful
it would have been
one,
outrageous if he got that one. Outrageous. But
oh man. Oh man. I mean, he's able to make it work, right? Gets a pick, at least ultimate's ready for him to go. And Makers now, they only have the window to work with. Maybe the Captive Sun will be online just in time. But with the visor, now everyone knows where the enemies are. And therefore, you have to be super, super careful now. Don't make any wrong moves.
Yeah, they've given up a little bit of space here. Oh, careful, Nu. Now the beat push comes in. This could be the final blow, but Suhred's going to try and finish more with a Flux. Gets on top of Punk, but can't find the kill. And they've used a lot of ultimates, but not a lot of results so far, LGD. And now Shy is low in the back. They're trying to stabilize on his high ground. Makers are stuck in a tricky position, but they've actually kind of stabilized. And a Captive Sun soon for Color Hex.
Oh, that's a good barrage, but there's so much damage blocked here. Good action there from Punk, making it work. And Top Dragon Kalex, they finish the kills off right after, but what a nice block from Punk.
I still had the Matrix there. We saw on the previous one, on the Snowball fight on second attack, that Punk wasn't ready for it, gets caught, doesn't have the cooldowns. This time it feels like LGD weren't tracking that quite as much and ends up being just a Matrix in the face from Punk. Get to hold on to that Captive Sun, get to hold on to that Pulse Bomb, and starting to look like they found a bit of their footing here. As long as these ults get value, they could really put us into last fight territory here, Makers.
Wufeng, they're fairly dry at the moment. They have the window coming up, yeah, but there's not really too much more on their bank at the moment. Captain Sun, there's the bomb as well available. Punk will have the Gravitic Flux in a second as well. Makers have really stabilized off this very nicely. They just need to bring it over the time now. Ooh. We're getting into the last 100 seconds. Nice rock there into the face of Monk. Has to come back to that edge.
Disengage on this window.
He keeps looking for those picks.
Just need to be careful with Shy here. Captive Sun in response. Just want to kill Gushue with it. Doesn't quite connect. And Gushue dodges the rock, so he did alright to survive all that, but still goes down. Still needs to be careful. The pressure is coming on to Aki on the far side. LGD have the high ground, but they have no tank. Can they get the kills off the back of this? And, oh, good tink from Shy. He can't be stopped today. And LGD are going to keep this one moving even without Gushue.
Oh! And Shy, he's making this work so good on the Widowmaker. The Bob might be crucial here. As New is looking for pick here, but he has to be super careful because Shy, he's ready, but the Bob does quite a lot of work here together with the Ash. Take down Monk and the Immortality Field. Punk finds a late pick onto Langsa. Maybe another one on Shy, even trying to push this one a little bit more. 40 seconds. If you consider they had 5.5 going into the start point, this is great work from Makers already.
Really good recovery so far. You have to hope they can finish it because LGD do have this big power spike of ultimates, Captive Sun, Flux, Barrage, lots of things that can go wrong. And obviously Shy can click on heads through all of this. So maybe need a little bit of creativity here from Makers, maybe a flank or a play with this window, something aggressive to disrupt LGD.
Looking for something to make the job here. Lee, he finds an early pick onto Top Dragon. This might be the opener. Now Ultimate's into the field. Leaf gets two. Very, very low though. Captive Sun doesn't seem to get a pick here. Baptiste makes another frag though for the defense. Now with the window, he could have a good opportunity, but Guksha, he's really going for that good gravitic flux with the lamp. Seems to save the day for now. He has to be super careful for the tank. He makes it work, gets both, but New now go on the card. Overtime ticking down. And somehow, some way, Wu Feng just lost about 6 minutes on this third point.
It's a great recovery, actually. Circuit Royale is not a straightforward map to complete, and that's why that snowball's so important. And ultimately, we saw LGD nail that snowball, worked really well for them, but after that, once they got stuck, they really got stuck. And it's not the easiest task ahead of Makers, but it's winnable now. Just get to the end of the map, and I think the more we saw that going on, did worry in that last fight. It was a little bit too static from him, but Aki with that important trade really sets him up, and they kept trading kills, they kept finding value. The big worry, obviously, if you're Makers, is how do you deal with Shy going into this next round?
Yeah, the Widowmaker seems to be still an essential part of many compositions on this map. It's always been the Sigma and the Widowmaker, honestly. Maybe throw a Genji in there as well, but the Tracer works the same way. And honestly, Shy on that Widowmaker, he has been looking very, very clean in this attack round. With those long angles, with those long straight lines on that, especially first map part, of course, it is basically made for the Widowmaker.
Exactly, yeah. It's always such a Widow-favoured map. That's why we've seen previously on some Circle Royale teams to even ban it to take exactly that threat away. We do really see not too many changes. It is going to be an Alari on the defense here, so we might get a full back Alari mirror. New again opting out of the Widow trade here, so doesn't fancy his chances against it. So what you have to do here if you're the Ash is you have to just play to find alternate angles. Can't really duel that Widow, but can poke and probe the sides, try and get dynamite value, just try and disrupt. We'll see how he chooses to go here, as we're also going to get the Pharah mirror from Top Dragon and leave.
Top Dragon, no Tracer for him, he wants that Pharah. But he has to be very careful. The Widowmaker still a massive threat here, but they are able to control this fairly good till now. Just apply enough pressure to keep her behind that house. Try falling low. But the angle is still super, super dangerous as he finds that pick. Onto Top Dragon, no Pharah on the side of Makers anymore. And Muse, he's also falling low here. Does make it out alive for now.
Ooh, Dink onto Punk is going to push him low, forces him even further back. They have the lamp to try and get Punk out of that one, but they're still pushing it here. LGD slowly approaching from all sides, and there is nowhere for him to go. A trade would be nice, but I don't think it's coming. And back to the drawing board for Makers.
And you do see a quite clear ultimate advantage now coming up on the side of Wu Feng. A lot of switches coming in, New going on the Widowmaker. Didn't really work out for him, honestly. He basically just got eliminated in his own spawn right there. Shy, now they have that very long angle towards the spawn side, actually pushing quite aggressively into this now, trying to go back a bit more. Better safe than sorry. And Leave and Shy, they do have full control of these avenues right now.
Will be a Wolves pop from Shy now as well, and this will slow him down even more. They catch Top Dragon now, and it's going to be a disengage. Might be tricky for Color Hex to get out of this one. They're pushing him quite hard. They do have an angle on the other side, but no. Again, LGD do a good job. Push from all the different sides, drop an ult in the top. And these ults are all up quicker for LGD as well, so Maker's going to have to start in this next one slow as well, and Fuchway is in the spawn trying to bully Aki, and he gets him.
Not really too much happening for Makers at the moment. They aren't really able to find a way through those lines of Wu Feng. Just as of now, obviously a lot of ultimates coming up soon, but Leave has got the ultimate. There's the grid that flux the window. So much to work with for Wu Feng, and maybe at this point it's just smarter to simply respect the window here, kite back a little bit while the ultimates are coming in, but Leaf is only finding Punk, but it will probably even be enough to force them back a little longer. Colorhex does find a kill, but Shy is ready for the Ash.
Pushes them back and even gets the trade here with the Captive Sun as well. They finally get their breakthrough. There'll be one more fight before the cap. Will be a flux apiece, but Top Dragon has that barrage. So, Makers have a situation they can capture first point here. They just need to make sure they nail these ults. And, importantly, avoid Shy on the way back.
Gravitic Flux on both sides now available. Could be the key weapon in this next fight for sure. A little bit of extra healing coming in as well. Now there is the Gravitic Flux. It is looking good for in the mix. But that lamp is doing so much work. Shy still does find the kill on Kallax. So now the returning Gravitic Flux looks even better. But Top Dragon only able to find one over the barrage. 24 seconds. Makers have to get out there fast.
It looked too early from Goochway initially. He gets the lamp and a lot of resources, and Shy can find the pick, but it felt like Punk maybe rushed for a response, couldn't find the value we wanted, and now we're in a desperate situation. D.Va and Genji, they have to try and make the touch, they have to try and make the dive work, they have to try and keep hold of their heads as they come around this corner.
Top Dragon, he's now on the Genji for this last fight. A good window on the corner. Overtime triggered, of course. Will this Genji make a difference here? Top Dragon trying to look for kills, but Shy is up there once again, taking out the early advantage for Fufeng. But now the trade comes in. The Top Dragon puts that Genji to work. 2 in his favor already, but Gushue also making so much work for Fufeng here. 3 kills on the board with his name on them. And this might just be it right here, right now. The D.Va is out of the mix, therefore no one left to contest this card. Overtime ticking down. Fufeng are going to match point.
Ends up being a nice, comfortable one in the end. Full hold. I think we saw Top Dragon. We saw a glimpse of it there. If you're not familiar with Top Dragon, as much as we've seen him mostly on Tracer so far at this tournament, Genji is really his go-to hero with the highest peak. And we saw a glimpse of that at the end there. Maybe you can make the argument that, look, if you're in a situation where you don't particularly want to take the Widow Mirror because you don't think you've got that advantage, then you need to try and do something to disrupt that Widow otherwise. And normally a go-to pick on that Circuit Royale is some kind of Genji. So maybe there was actually an avenue there for Makers to play, even though you'd rather play it with the Brig. Maybe you could even play it with the Lucio, or you can even, I know they had Color Herrick in, so maybe you have to force the Ilari, but still playing that Genji, play a little bit more to try and support Dragon in some of these positions. It felt he wasn't able to do it as much on Tracer. Maybe Genji would have been a better solution than the Pharah Mirror there in hindsight.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, he did do it in the end, right? But he did it like 20 seconds before the end, and therefore maybe a bit too late for that decision in this case. But yeah, Fufeng, honestly, that DPS duo also just works really, really well. We're talking about 2 of maybe the most experienced players, Owl experience in their hands as well. Sorry, too much, and therefore it's even more confusing considering they did lose to Twisted Minds quite clearly yesterday, as they're looking fairly solid right now in this matchup. One of the maybe more interesting statistics actually going into this World Cup here. There's been so many escort and even hybrid maps already, but do you know what has never happened today and yesterday? We have not seen a second round in any of those maps yet, so it shows how big of the skill difference all of those matches in the group stage still are, having those teams from the smaller regions as well. There's never really been a too close matchup, and therefore there's never been a second round in any of those games.
Really interesting, isn't it, that we're seeing so many full holds come out. I think one thing that's worth noting that we've maybe not talked about so much with the hero bans is the difficulty this puts on for all the coaches in terms of their preparation. And you look at some of these points, particularly on the hybrid and some of these first points, where your solutions to these points actually have to be quite scripted and quite precise in terms of how you want to take space, how you want to carve open an angle. Midtown, a very unforgiving map. Circuit Royale, we saw in these walk-ups, very unforgiving as well. So if you don't just have a bit of fortune or a bit of luck, even a lot of the Midtowns we've seen have been actually quite scrappy first caps. You know, it's not gone as smoothly as the team wanted. So I think what you lose with these hero bans is the chance to practice so precisely, and as such, you don't get to solve these maybe more complicated or more tricky map situations, which is maybe a little bit of the explanation why we're seeing so many full holds in this tournament.
Absolutely, and I think you got it just right there. It's mostly about you do have a good plan for example, Midtown, right? You know what you want to do, but then there's that one hero you can't play. You have to find something that's close enough to match that to some point. But it won't be as flawless as you might have practiced it in scrims, and therefore there's always this kind of scrappy factor to an attack or defensive round, because you do have in mind what you want to do, and maybe the enemy gets it right. Maybe you even picked a hero that was meant to be there but now isn't. And therefore, it's always not that smooth ride that we would be expecting from a tournament without hero bans, but also the challenge that comes with it, the flexibility that we're asking from the teams here. It makes it so much more entertaining. It gives us so much more variety in those compositions that we're seeing in this Overwatch World Cup, and therefore, I do enjoy it quite a lot.
It's been very interesting to see and how teams are taking this different approach to it. And I think LGD are maybe one of these teams we've seen actually change their approach already in this tournament. Coming in, it felt like LGD were kind of actually maybe playing a little bit of like a meta slave version of the approach in this tournament, in terms of, oh, well, D.Va's really strong, Malga's pretty strong, we're going to have to lean into these comps to make it work. Whereas now it feels like they're maybe defaulting back to, hey, you know what? We know Shy isn't going to be able to go toe-to-toe on Flex DPS with all these top Flex DPS players. But he can on hit scan. Can we find a way to make that work? And we saw Shy pop off there on that Circuit Royale. We saw Shy do a lot of value on Lijiang Tower as well. So it's really interesting to see if LGD can keep this going once the opposition gets tougher, presuming obviously that they close out this series here.
And they do have a quite good opportunity for it, right? We did see an escort map now. Maybe they'll try to do hybrid once more, right? Midtown still up on the desk, up on the options here. But still, like, honestly, compared to Lijiang Tower, this second map, it did look a bit more one-sided. We'll see what the team of Punk, what Makers, can still do in this matchup, as we'll go into a quick break and allow the players for a couple of substitutions. We'll be right back. It is crunch time for Makers, and you can see Ante. He's understood the task here, Commander. He's ready for a reverse sweep here.
It's actually, there's no chance for LGD now because Ante has taken off the blazer, he's rolled out his sleeves, and he's banned Winston. So it's a reverse sweep territory, probably unavoidable at this point. We'll see how LGD choose to respond.
Well, on Suravasta, they'll have the Winston ban against it, but they're also banning the Trace, and that's been one of the heroes that Top Dragon did want to play fairly often in those matches. And now, obviously, well, his Pharah, it didn't look super well, right? There's probably another couple of options for him, but the Trace is definitely one of his main heroes. So also, this ban definitely affecting Top Dragon, therefore Makers in this very important potentially last map for the team from down under, as they are facing a, well, way better looking Wufang than yesterday, honestly. They're ready for it. They're absolutely ready for it. You can see Ante trying to explain, trying to get a couple of good screens and pictures. He's like, if the camera's on me for once, let me try to get something for my highlight reel, you know?
I thought the reverse sweep was on the cards, but it seems like Makers are quite shaken actually in terms of their potential solutions for this map. So mental breakdowns aside, hopefully Makers can make a better go of this. I think if we look at the bans and the roster substitutions they've made, it is new out, so Makers have removed the hitscan player, put Color Hex into that role, Opener returns, which means we're probably going to see a version of this, the double flex DPS Diva. This is a comp that really was a big struggle for LGD last time, and Winston's banned, right, so Gushue cannot go that. It looks like Wufeng are going to try and take a version of the mirror, but they're going to lean into the Ashe Echo. So I think a reasonable choice. I think credit to Rush and the LGD team here for banning Tracer, because obviously they read this is what Makers want to do, so they banned the Tracer to try and sabotage that double flex DPS that Makers wanted to run, but they're going to run a Venture Echo version instead. So a lot of attention here. Can Color Hex and Top Dragon kill Shy?
It's so great to see Color Hex in two different categories, right? Played the support before, now on the DPS. Lots of flexibility coming in from him here. Is it going to be enough though against a team like Wufeng? They look really strong on those first two maps. Now the go comes in. Color Hex quite slow honestly here, but trying to make it work. But Leaf, he will be the first one to fall here as he gets a kill on Opener. Gushue trying to put out Color Hex and Top Dragon now on the Echo, denied the Tracy, but on the Echo, I mean, he gets a kill, right? But the first fight, it was lost before.
You see the right kind of idea. The nature of these two slightly different versions of the same comp is Wufeng's comp should win over time. If Monk and Shy are allowed to play the game, time to do damage and use their cooldowns, they will outvalue the heroes on Makers' side. So Makers need to go aggressive, they need to kill them before that. But obviously, Wufeng, knowing this is the case, they're really ready for that first engage. I really would like to have seen Makers just sort of scare them away, reset out a good corner and go again.
Nice early kill here against Top Dragon. Makers one down once again, getting Diana out of the mix zone. Open is able to find the pick on Shy as well. Kalex falls in the process, playing the Genji now, but Punk, he's got both supports out of the game. Wufeng, they have to retreat here as the percentages are already going up for Makers. A nice dagger here possibly for Gushue as well. The mini diva
keep him
will
forever.
cost him so much time.
Is he going to try and farm it? Is he
Looks just like it.
He's going to try and farm it. He could just jump off to the right here as well. I mean, it's too late now. Now he's committed to farming it. He has to farm it. They will have these good ults coming back here, but maybe it was actually a window there for Makers to even go once the rest of the team were there, try and catch them before they get the mech. Instead, they play it really slow, and they turn their attention on two. Leave actually, they force an early copy. Leaves in the middle of nowhere.
Not really sure what he wanted to do there, but definitely a good start now. Opener has fallen. Shy got that kill, and there's so many ultimates to work with here. They used them all. Boost coming out, Nano as well. Kills come their way, but it's been fairly expensive.
Expensive, and they lose the point a little bit early as well. I feel like probably if I'm Makers, there was a timing before when they were still in Baby Diva to go. To be fair, they spot Leave a little bit split. They go and punish him, they force that ultimate out, but they're just not able to follow up the kill. Top Dragon forced into the Ashe copy is probably not what he really wanted. Now they don't have a lot of the good ults here, but Beat coming back, expect more aggression from Makers. Monk and Shy will be target number one once again.
Potentially the last fight for both of those teams on this first flashpoint. The cap almost through, but Lee, he finds the first pick against Kalahek's advantage once again on the side of Wufeng. Bomb on the spot as well, doesn't get anything with it. Leave, he's doing all the work here for Wufeng LGD. Kills come in, the overtime as it ticks down. It will be first flashpoint locked and loaded for Wufeng. Shy Leaf, they're able to make it work. This DPS duo is doing all the work here.
Really high quality from leaving that one, doing his job exactly right. When you are playing in a comp that's a little bit slower, that's going to get dived. Your job as the Echo is to trade that aggression coming in. You see him doing that perfectly, dealing with the Genji first, and then he even catches the Baby Diva as well. Perfect stickies, perfect play of his role, and now they even have a slight ult advantage here with this early bomb, but Kalahek's close to that blade.
Could work with it for sure. Now has it fully charged. Slices through, looking for the kill, but gets taken down immediately. Oh no, what a blade, what a miss, honestly. Monk comes up clutch in this game, but still the rest of the team, it falls fairly low. Makers once again the first ones to cap this point, but it won't be for long if they keep falling like this. Shy, 2 in the books already, both supports taken out of the equation. And the Diva follows up onto a tank down. Makers down, and Wufeng flip the point.
Not the prettiest. The nature of Genji and Dragonblade right now is, in the neutral, it's actually really reasonable to play the Genji. The Dragonblade a bit harder into this type of comp to get value in because of the boops, the 2 boops in from the Ashe and the Lucio, the Sleep, the Matrix, the Echo's going to stick and beam you. Obviously doesn't go well there, and now nano advantage for LGD. They can drop that one and even have a quicker beat as well.
Looking for the stickies, forces the copy once again, Leaf on the Diva, but 4 Divas are on the field right now. It's a true brawl going on. Leaf is out of the mech though. The copy did not work out for him too much. He's getting out of the mech once again in the copy. Did charge it twice, did lose it twice. No picks coming in till now, but now the Genji is dead. Wufeng again with the advantage here. Punk trying to pressure more and more, but the Sleep hits him heavily as he'll lose the mech here, trying to use the bomb to redo it. Opener gets the kill on the Yana. Top Dragon on Leave, maybe have a chance here. With the crash it could do a lot of damage, but the Bob does so much work against the Echo.
It's the ults that save it for him eventually in the end, because they were really struggling there, but trades were coming in for Makers, but as soon as those later ults came in, especially that Nano, especially that Bob right at the end, it was just too much for him to handle. And I mean, it's better. We're seeing better things for sure. And there's probably a bit of a case when you're doing this copy Diva, as we've seen a lot of teams do, and for doing it particularly well. Is it's really important that you manage your Matrix properly before the 2 Divas. If you're Matrixing for same damage, you're just wasting Matrix. So I don't have the best way to communicate it or do it, but there is probably like a way to min-max that a little bit better. We saw Gushway and Leave both drop the Matrix at the same time, and then Leave got very quickly D-max afterwards. It works out for them, but probably an optimization there.
Could have been a bit more efficient for sure, but in the end it's the result that worked in their favor. Once again, Flashpoint able to be capped now. Punk gets an early kill onto Shy. Good start for this one. The remake is there for Guxue.
Coming back in, no real ult to speak of as of yet, and it looks like Makers don't want to waste any time. They want to try and get any more kills, but they have backed it out, which means we're going to see a copy off really, so we might be in for another 4 Diva situation. Color Hex with a blade, Lengthster will be pretty desperate to get the blade to match now, but Makers don't want to give them any space or time.
2 DPS ults will be available for Makers in this next fight. They got the copy, they also have the Genji blade. It didn't work out the first time, maybe it will be better in this second attempt now. Kalex looking for an opening, looking for an opportunity to deny the push that Wufeng is about to make, as they are trying to get one foot back onto that flashpoint.
Kitsune rush to kick it off here, will make Punk go low awfully quickly as Gushway's nanoed in. They try and beat back, Top Dragon with a copy in as well, hits Grenade onto Monk but is slept. They're still trying to double down onto Monk with their aggression here as this blade comes over the top. Surely they get him, finally Color Hex gets his man, this blade looking a lot better, and they're going to get around back.
They will indeed. One now on the board for Makers as well. Leaf looking for a late pick but won't get it in the end. Top Dragon takes him down afterwards. Makers finally able to get a foot in the door here on map number 3. And they really need it. It is about time for them to step up the game here.
Yeah, have to win everything from this point, really. It has to be a reverse sweep situation. And at least they've got even bombs, and they do have a Bob to worry about, which is a good defensive tool against these dive comps. So expect Shy to hold on to that one for as long as he can, just to try and force this dive off of his back line.
Couple of ultimates coming up now. The Bob is getting thrown in the mix early here just to clean the point, mostly just to push Makers back a little bit here. Make sure you get the cap early. Not too much more coming from the Bob, but it did the job quite nicely. Suhred, he's got the bomb ready, can play more aggressive with it now. Big Matrix as well.
Ooh, they
Lee Sing, he gets the first pick.
Bomb over the top as well from Gushue, now doesn't get anything. Punk is trying to go aggressive, sticks on him, doesn't get back into mech, crucially. Gushue is still 1 HP underneath this, just managed to somehow get out, and without that trade, I think they're just going to have to sacrifice this fight. Wu Feng now in pole position to close out this map and close out this series.
It's looking good for them so far. They will have to Kitsune rush ready for this next fight if Monk can stay alive a little longer. But there's a couple of ultimates coming up on the side of Makers as well. Looking for an opportunity to maybe use the copy, for example. Kitsune Rush now available on both sides. This needs to be a fast go. It will be their last fight for sure.
Coming back
now
in.
Going and throwing everything into the mix here. Diva copy coming out as well. Leaf does have the copy ready as well, though, if he needs it later. Both Kitsune Rushes being thrown into the mix as well. Overtime triggered already.
Beats will be exchanged as well. Copy was used earlier for Top Dragon, which means Leave does have this later Diva copy to come back in. The self-destruct will buy him a bit of space, and Color Hex nearly has his blade. Needs to nail this one, needs to finish it. Needs to find a way through, still 3% away. He's got it now, time to pull the trigger perhaps. They've lost opener, can't waste any time. All on Color Hex, he's low. The Suzu comes out, he gets shut down. They didn't have the pocket they need, they didn't have control of the point. The later copy takes it away from them. And LGD recover from their early stumble. 3-0 in the Makers here.
They do indeed, and honestly, Color Hex, he did look better on support in this series. Wasn't really super lucky with the Genji on Suravasa at all. As we see the handshakes coming in, of course. Punk, they're now in a super tough spot, right? Twisted Minds will be their last matchup in the group, but it will be an even harder one probably, as they are facing up against that team from EMEA. Nante, well, the pulled up sleeves, it wasn't enough to make it work this time, but they still have one more game left in this group B, of course, as we're now working on an interview ready for you. We'll probably talk to Shy if that all works out the way we want it to. But yeah, in the end, compared to yesterday, we definitely can tell that Wu Feng, they did make a step into the right direction. However, Falcons Esports up ahead, it will be a tough one for them as well.
Real interesting part for me is, do they keep doing this? And two, does it keep working? Because so far we saw Shy get space, we saw him got time. Really, when we're looking at Suravasa in particular, which should have been the hardest matchup for Shy, playing into what has been a pretty prevalent in the meta, Diva, double flex DPS, aggressive style, which should in theory prevent a hit scan getting big value. Shy lived a lot of those dives. Actually lived a vast amount of them. So did Monk. That is not what you would expect to see in this matchup, as we look through a few of the highlights here. But it was what we saw in that Suravasa. But will that happen when they play against probably the best double flex DPS team in the world in Team Falcons?
It will be a tough challenge for sure, as we do review the last few highlights that we had in this series. Shy has been looking incredibly strong throughout all three maps. And obviously Gushue as one of maybe the most experienced tanks in the game right now. Big flexibility from him as well. The Diva looked good, the Sigma looked good. Nothing really to complain here.
No, again, you still got to sort of have a caveat of how would the Sigma look if he was up against someone who maybe as much as Punk is good at Sigma, he's also not been putting in as much time and practice. How does it look if he has to play against someone like a Hanbin or someone like a Vesta or something? Surely then they need a different answer. What we've seen from LGD is they've still taken the mirror in some places like that Circuit Royale, and they're trying to lean into a few more versions with their comfort heroes on stuff like Suravasan that we saw here. And it gets them past a team like Makers, but can it get them past the tougher opponents in the group and in this tournament?
It will be a difficult one for sure, especially if it all goes the way we imagine it. They would now end up third, and therefore would be one of the picks that a second place team would have to take in the playoffs. There's obviously a lot of opportunities for teams who may prefer to play against the compositions that Wufeng did pull out here quite often, as we do see this one really good blade from Color Hex again. The other two ones, it did not quite work out the way he hoped them to do. But yeah, Wufeng in the end, their first W on the big stage. Not too happy with that one for sure. As we
many faces of opener.
Yeah, many faces for sure, yeah. But I mean, this is once again, it's the emotions, right? It's why we enjoy having players offline, why we enjoy having to play cams as well. You can really like, don't only see the in-game, you sometimes see the in-game chat to catch one or two funny moments, but those player cams, right, being able to catch those emotions firsthand is really what makes offline events so special, and especially in Overwatch. We don't have too many of them right now, and therefore we try to enjoy the ones we have even more.
I think for the side of Makers as well, you maybe have to now look at this. Coming into the tournament, we probably looked at Twisted Minds, who had such a rocky road and a rocky journey here, that maybe they were the team most likely to get upset by the Makers. But with the way Twisted Minds have performed so far, at least in their opening game, it feels like Twisted Minds are coming back towards their best. So now all of a sudden the Makers, who's the team they're going to upset, if any? It looks like it's an increasingly difficult task for them. So, I mean, Hunter rolled up his sleeves, he took off his jacket. I don't know what the next step is. Maybe he just takes the shirt off altogether. Yeah, but they need some kind of escalation here to give themselves a win in this tournament.
Yeah, we're still waiting for a honest dress code here, to be clear. But we do have the interview ready for us. So we'll be talking to Shai from Wufeng, and we do obviously have a translator here. Therefore, let's kick it off with something simple. First of all, congratulations on this first win. How are you feeling after finally taking a W at the EWC?
他们说恭喜你今天赢到了这个比赛，非常感，很好玩的，今天你们玩的。然后他在问你，赢到的这个游戏，第一次赢到这个比赛，相对游戏感觉如何？
感觉非常的棒吧，因为第一次来到就是这个国家赢到这次比赛，我觉得非常的开心。然后我觉得也是我们怎么说呢，克服了很多困难。 然后取得今天的胜利。
About today's game, I'm very happy that we win. And for this game, or for this moment, we waited a lot for a long time. And to come in this country and play this game, I'm very happy to win. And we will win again. Yep.
How do you feel? You had a bad result yesterday. What do you think went wrong for you versus Twisted Minds?
Okay. 昨天的比赛就是你们输了，就是为什么就感觉出了什么问题啊？
我觉得是我们怎么说呢，针对性还不够吧，因为怎么说呢，就是准备的还不够充分吧，因为我们在训练的时候没有遇到过这样的体系，然后也是怎么说呢，因为是一个风格比较特殊的队伍，所以就是怎么说呢，没有准备好吧。
Okay, for this game actually, for the yesterday, we maybe didn't practice well, and the team was really good that we played with, and maybe we didn't practice well. So that's the problem. But we are fixing it.
Your role is one of the ones that is really difficult at the moment. Hit scan is really hard to play. Lots of teams play in double flex DPS instead. How are you handling your role being harder to play now?
现在这个版本呢，开这个长枪就有点困难。你这个问题如何解决？
我觉得没有什么不可以的，只要 在我的认知里面，只要准的话，就可以解决一切问题。
Well, that's not a problem to me. If I can have a good aim on the target, then I don't think it's a problem to me and to my team.
And we definitely saw that today as well. And last question, Shai. Up next, you obviously have to play against Falcons. How do you expect that game to go later?
今天你们跟 Falcon 队有一个比赛，就是你们觉得你们怎么会做到感觉怎么样呢？
我觉得他们也是个本土队伍吧，然后粉丝也很多，但是我们也会做好我们的准备去踢他。
Well, with the Falcons, actually, I'm not very worried about that. But even though they have a good sport, because they're a local team, but we are still positive, and we will see like how we're gonna compete with them. Yep.
Well, Shai, thank you very much, and obviously best of luck for this last series of the day. We wish you all the best, and thank you for coming to the interview.
恭喜你今天赢到了，然后未来的你的比赛，我们很荣幸你会赢到，谢谢 ，Thank you, thank you.
Okay, so let's take a look at what we are expecting next up in the broadcast. We now obviously are taking the step once again back from Group B over to Group A, and therefore our next match of the day is going to be Gaming Gladiators against Rock. So Europe against South America. Obviously for Rock it is do or die, right? They need that win to maybe have a chance to make it into the top 12. Gaming Gladiators, they seem fairly comfortable in this competition currently. However, nothing is set in stone yet for them either. Therefore definitely an interesting one. The winner of that one will secure a spot in the playoffs, so we'll give the players time to prepare and swing into a quick break. We'll be right back.
Something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me.
go.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
Gaming Gladiators are now up on the stream and they are playing against Rock Esports. It's our third match of the day. It's actually the first group that will now make the final decisions. As we talk about Group A, there's two teams locked in already. That is, of course, Crazy Raccoon. And obviously, we do now in that elimination bracket. It's not an elimination bracket, right? It's more like Toronto and Crazy Raccoon, they're through already. And now, technically, we've got two teams that are both 0 and 2. However, Commander X, this still feels pretty one-sided on paper.
It's interesting because in many ways it's our first elimination game that we're getting to see. So we can take a look at the gaming roster here as we go into this elimination game. But realistically, for the Gaming Gladiators, the way this Group A has sort of sorted itself out is there's actually pretty large gaps between all the teams. You know, losing to Crazy Raccoon and losing to Toronto Ultra is not the end of the world for these guys on the Gaming Gladiators. Their expectation is obviously to go as far as possible, but really what that means for them is, can they get out of the group? Can they win their round 1 game? And then once they get to the quarterfinal, who knows what's happened? So the important thing for them is just making sure they nail this fixture here.
And this is such an interesting roster, in my opinion. You've got so many experienced players. You've got Naga, FD got right, but you also have a couple of new and upcoming talents. Like one Krug has been in European contenders for quite some years now. He's well known in the Saudi E-League as well. We've got people like Threat and like Yoham who are now making their appearance on the big stage here. Exodial, obviously, he's been raising some eyebrows for sure. Has taken Europe by storm. But there's so many young faces in this roster, and it's going to be super interesting. It's probably one of their first real proper offline events, and it will be super challenging for them to just right off perform at the big stage here.
Exactly. This one should be as easy as they come in terms of some of... You look at the opponents they've had previously with Toronto Ultra and obviously Crazy Raccoon, two teams that play a very high level of dive, which historically hasn't been the easiest for Peps to deal with, or sorry, the Gaming Gladiators as they're now called. They've struggled to deal with it in the past, and this matchup though should be a nice gimme, a chance just to win this series, lock their place in that elimination game tomorrow, and Also, it means realistically they don't have to overstress or over-prepare today. They can just get this game done. And you would expect them to be able to handle it here, lock themselves up, and hopefully we'll get to see some of those young players do quite well for them. On the Rock side, it's just about giving it a crack, right? We've talked about this team quite a lot before. Just about giving it their best shot, causing a bit of chaos, and seeing how far they can push it.
Honestly, a nice gimmick is maybe even kind of an understatement here, right? If you think about you doubling your prize money, go from 10 to 20k. Win here actually, well, doubles the size of your back to the back that you take home, right? And therefore, you ain't saying no to that for sure. And therefore, definitely a win they want to take, a back they want to claim. And therefore, I think that we're pretty set on the table here. We want and we expect Gaming Gladiators to take this one. However, the big question, of course, is what do you guys out there think on this last matchup of Group A? Make sure to get your vote in at stcplay.gg. We want to know what you think about this first matchup. But yeah, Gaming Gladiators, they now go into the B stream for the first time. It's our first time seeing them on the stream as well. Therefore, it will be interesting how this EMEA team performs, as they had a true peak in the playoffs of Faceit League Master Division in EMEA. We'll take a look at the stage now, see the players setting up, but definitely, Commander, do you think they're still riding on that wave of success from the playoffs in EMEA?
I think it's fallen off a lot. I think as we take a look at the bans here for this first map, I really think their bubble was a little bit burst by not just the fact that they lost to SSG later on in that bracket, but they kind of got embarrassed and spawn camped by them. So the Gaming Gladiators, since then, they've gone to a boot camp in Korea. They've made a lot of progress there. And I think when you look at the type of meta we might be leaning towards, where it's like a diva, it becomes quite a brawly meta when there's these big exchange of ults. And these are the sort of metas where Peps have actually, where the Gaming Gladiators have actually excelled at in the past, when there is these big complicated trading of ults, these long fights, where it's all about macro victories, winning the ult economy, all of this. So if they can get into that sort of matchup, I think they can actually cause some teams problems, and it should be more than enough to get them past Rock Esports here.
I mean, Rock, they're pretty well familiar with this B stage right now. Obviously, not any kind of crowd they're playing up against, slightly smaller compared to the main one. And I mean, they look pretty locked in here, right? They know what's coming up. They know this environment now fairly well. The question is, will they have a better chance against Gaming Gladiators than they did have against teams like Crazy Raccoon? Also very curious to see players like Exodial and Threat for the first time appearing in an environment like this. Definitely a new generation of players here, right? They've been in the tier 2, tier 3 scene even for quite some time now. And with Gaming Gladiators, it's their first step into this tier 1 environment. They've been doing fairly well till now in EMEA, for example. But when it comes to international competitions, this is the top tier level, right? This is the championship of Overwatch Esports. It will be a challenge for them, definitely more than it was in the own region.
It's a big step up for them in this tournament. I think when we watch back some of how they played in those earlier tournaments, I think there's lots of good things we see from them. There's lots of good macro performances. There's good individual performances, particularly from Zodial and from Naga on the DPS line. The problem they often have is they will sometimes do very well in these complicated fights, then make basic errors or silly goofs that cost them really free fights. We sort of saw that a little bit in the series earlier when we watched Makers against LGD, where Makers did a lot of things right, but then just one death for Aki on Lijiang Tower can throw the entire round away. And this is a problem that has sort of plagued played Gaming Gladiators throughout their existence. And it's really important they try and solve it here, because once you play against these elite teams, you make these mistakes, you will get punished and you will not be allowed back into series. Obviously, should be manageable against Rock Esports here, but that's the big question, I think, for the Gladiators to answer.
They'll have to figure it out. They want this win, they need this win to make it into the top 12 and therefore make it into the playoffs. Players and teams look ready. Let's maybe talk a little more about the bans that we are facing in this first round. It's Brigitte and Cassidy, and obviously Lijiang Tower is not the map that we're playing anymore, because it's now Ilios, right? It's the third round of the group stage, and therefore We'll see the third control map in the map pool. Ilios, Lighthouse, or Ruins, or Well. But it looks like we're kicking it off on Ruins.
Yeah, I think Gladiators maybe have got it wrong in terms of what we were expecting to see. Rock have really been a brawl team, playing a lot of that. So Regita was not a hero we really expected Rock to play. They've chosen to ban it here. Maybe potentially Gladiators were more interested in just protecting Lucio and Kiri for themselves more than anything else. But I realised they probably could have done that by banning a BAP or something instead as well, maybe a little bit more effective. But either way, I think Gladiators are probably quite happy with this matchup. They get to play their D.Va that they've had some success on, and they get to put Zodial up on this Widow at the back of the map.
Zodial already looking for a first few peeks here. Very dangerous on the Widowmaker.
Slow and steady, just taking his time. Plenty of opportunities coming his way. Just needs to take one of them sooner or later. Zodial will be poked away now, and they've taken a little bit of space, but it's Nitro they lose on their way in. They've got themselves on point here, but now Zodial has swapped to the right-hand side of the map, and he has got more space, more time, and a chance to shut him down here. So well played by Zodial. Starts the fight at the back of the map where he's really hard to reach. Rock instead choose the force point. As soon as Zodial realizes that is the case, he moves to a more aggressive position so he can start influencing the fight on point as well. Gets that pick. We're going to see Naga go over onto the Pharah now too.
Yeah, and this CPS2, it works super well here, right? And you can see Nitro is also going to the Widowmaker now. It just makes a lot of sense on Ruins. There's so many nice spots to work with, to grapple up on. A lot of good angles you can take with this Widowmaker. Naga now, he might be in trouble, as the Widowmaker obviously can counter a Pharah well if you just hit those shots.
It's a very interesting Widow matchup because we have maybe one of the youngest Widows in the tournament as he takes down Scary One there against the oldest Widowmaker. Almost twice his age, Nitro. We'll see how that translates into the matchup here, and we can see Gladiators happy to get a little bit frisky. Naga taking a pretty aggressive wide angle onto this Widow here too.
Bump on point just to ensure this remac. Exodial, while that finds slot. Tracer taken out of the mix here, therefore Rock, they have to pull back once again. 60% already up on the board. Threat Naga, they're just hunting those players down now. Gaming Gladiators in a comfortable spot right now.
It's a good solution to the Widow, what Gaming Gladiators are doing here. Hold aggressive, hold forward. Obviously, Widow versus Pharah isn't a great matchup, but if you can sit on a roof like Naga is right now, it's really not too bad a matchup at all. This walls is going to slow them down as well, as Gaming Gladiators in full control here, and Rock need a little bit of magic. They need a pick or something to crack this one open, because they are stuck in an all too familiar spawn hold.
All too familiar indeed it is. They've faced the situation a couple of times now as we have the last 10% counting down. Maybe, just maybe Rock can get another glimpse at the point right here. Touch over the D.Va actually. You see the Consuming Rush going in as well, but instantly answered with the Lucia B to give a couple of extra HP to the players. Threat taking down the Kirikan now as a good start for sure. Overtime ticking down the point, already half capped though for Esports. Maybe this is the fight where they can turn things around. As long as looking for an opportunity for that pulse from Naga. Trading kills with Kani, but level 1 crew keep faces up the challenge against that Tracer. And together with that, they can make it work. The overtime, it ticks down, no touch possible for the D.Va. Gaming Gladiators on Ruins take a first step into the right direction.
Easy as you like, really. Complete control, and Rock Esports not really able to punch back too much. That is a particularly difficult map to deal with a Widowmaker on. You saw when they tried to play aggressive, they were just taken down. So deal with a few nice picks as we see some of these replays. And yeah, no sweating so far for the Gladiators, and it might just be an easy day for them yet.
Might just be, however, never underestimate those smaller region teams. We do want to give them opportunity to shine on the big stage here as well. Rock, we do see the Echo now on both sides. It's a mirror matchup. Tracer and Echo. The D.Va once again. The classic Kiriko Lucio backline. That's how it's meant to work. The question is who can do it better. Fred already looking for some early in. First up, he gets taken down early in this fight. Exodial on the Tracer. just as dangerous as he was on the Widowmaker.
Interested to see how Zodiel performs here, because this is a question that's going to be asked of a lot of the hit scan players. Maybe not Shy, who reckons he can just play hit scan if he hits enough shots, but a lot of the other hit scan players we see flexing around to more of these flex DPS picks, into the Tracer, into the Venture, even into the Pharah or Genji at times as well. So a big question mark is, this is a comp that on paper, in terms of the macro and the way the mirror plays, is good for the Gaming Gladiators, but Zodiel will potentially weak link there, playing a bit more of an off role. So his ability to perform will be one that's put under particular spotlight here as they try and take this mirror, but all good so far.
So far so good. Exodia again finding an early pick here for the Gaming Gladiators. Nitro is struggling to bring value to this team on the Trace, and therefore we do see switches coming in. Or at least a regroup. No, there's switches coming in. I was about to say, we do see Kani again on the Diva. Was it just to reset the mech, I guess?
Yeah, just wants to get themselves out of there. Doesn't feel like they're going very far though. They're stuck in his corner. Sticky's coming down from above. Forced all the way back, and these ults are all going to be up slightly sooner for Gaming Gladiators here, and Zodiel was at it again, forces that Suzu for free, forces the TP, no cooldowns on this Kiriko now, and the boys will be called. The Gaming Gladiators will arrive in force to punish those cooldowns that Zodiel got, and I mean, quite frankly, it doesn't seem like anyone's looking at Zodiel so far. He's just able to blink into this Kiri on repeat and causing Froki all sorts of problems.
Honestly, I'm not sure, other than the moment before the point actually looked, if Rock did have a touch on that point yet. They are very much being gatekept by Gaming Gladiators here. It's a fairly clear, fairly one-sided showing on Ilias so far. Stuff does get a pick on FD got though. Naga copy for the Diva also obviously gets a lot of attention here. The bomb is good, but not good enough for a kill slot. Takes down Exodial. Maybe now the opportunity for Rock to turn this point around as Hydro gets the kill onto level 1 Cook as well. The Kiriko down out of the equation. They're able to find Naga as well. Overtime now in their favor. They'll for sure get the flip, but they now have to make it all the way up to 100%.
Well played by Sloth in the end. They were getting spawn camp. Sloth ends up kind of just making an individual play to get them out of that one. Good opening pick, good copy. Then the Tracer pair, they hound down and get those trades. And really, Sloth has been the key person for Rock when they've had to, when they have found their success and fight wins. Does it again for their team here, but a late death means an early beat from Scara 1, and it's going to be one of the, it's going to be a pretty straightforward disengage from the Gaming Gladiators.
Looks just like they've got plenty of time to work with, so why commit to a fight that might be starting you off with an advantage here? Rock, they now have to build ultimates. They now have to find resources they can work with at a later stage, because they'll need it. Only 40% on their bank yet. Still a very long way to go for them.
Yeah, we'll just kind of have to take a neutral in this. Probably look for the Echo again. If the fight goes on long enough, they'll get to this Kyriol. To be honest, we have seen Gaming Gladiators in these type of situations historically actually play the fight very slow and wait till they have that clear ult advantage or that clear ult to go with, and they might just do the same here with Crook's Kitsune Rush.
Rush will be ready soon. They need to stay alive until then. Brett making some early pressure here onto the roster of Rock. They're looking for Slot as he's already very, very low. Pulse bomb goes out, doesn't find the target though. Naga can trace the dough. Froki dying as well. The bomb on point won't do any damage. FD got takes down the Echo in return. And this is not looking good for Rock. They got up to 83%, but now the overtime is ticking down. Lucio might be able to take a touch here, but not more than that, as he falls into the void of the well. And Gaming Gladiators, they take Ilios.
Works out really nicely for them. Happy to celebrate. Tread enjoying that one. Was pretty straightforward here. I wonder what they're going to really do next. It feels like they were able to play. We played this game a little bit yesterday in terms of what was real and what was not real. So far, it actually feels in terms of bans, in terms of comps and decisions they played. I think the Gaming Gladiators are showing us what they would do against most opponents in these situations here. So just playing it as they would, just taking the series as it comes and just trying to get through it.
And I mean, honestly, yes, Rock might not be the strongest team, right? But if you are do or die to make it into playoffs, why would you risk anything that is not your true identity, right? You do want to make sure that every factor that could possibly bring a win your way is used here, and therefore I think holding back compositions, even if it's a team that might be as weak as Rock, is not the right thing to do here. You need to make 110% sure that you'll make it out of this match as a winner. And therefore, let's not risk anything here. But yeah, Suhred and his team, they do get a first map into their favor. It's now once again Rock with the map pick in their hands. We did see Midtown from them. We did see Circuit Real from them earlier in the matchup against Toronto Ultra. A couple of options on the table for sure. And also, obviously, once again, the question of hero bans.
Exactly. We've seen Rock maybe feel a bit wasteful with some of the bans they've used in the past here. I think if I was trying to ban against the Gaming Gladiators, some of the key compositions I want to try and take away from them are these more brawly compositions. I think Kiri is a key hero to target against them. I think Lucio is a key hero to target against them. Some of the problem you have in this particular matchup, if you are Rock, is... well, actually, you want to play Kiri and you want to play Lucio as well. So how do you take away from them without also handicapping yourself? And that'll be difficult for Rock, but I think it will be a problem that Gaming Gladiators are going to have to solve throughout this tournament, is when those heroes and that backline options are taken away from them, what's the version of the comp they try to get themselves through in these other situations?
Yeah, and I think that's what they're still like trying to figure out, honestly. I mean, the difference between playing and winning in South America and then going to the Esports World Cup is still such a big gap for them, and only because something worked out in South America doesn't mean it works out on the big stage here, because compositions, they vary over the globe. China plays something completely different, or Korea plays something completely different than Europe and North America does. We did see that in the Dallas Major as well, where we had teams playing the Mauga, we had teams playing the ball. There's so many opportunities here, and especially if you don't have too much time to prepare, or if you're not even sure if you want to invest every second of your life into preparing for a tournament like this, because you simply know that you probably won't make it too far. It's more about just taking the experience maybe than trying to know every single step your enemy might make in the next map.
Yeah, what I think really helps Gladiators in these situations as well is the fact that part of the reason I think D.Va is so meta right now is because it's kind of just okay into most things. There are things that obviously put her in more of a counter situation, like the Zarya or the Sigma, but they're quite specific picks for the enemy team to choose. It's scary to start on those heroes because those heroes themselves, the Zarya and the Sigma, can be quite easily countered by other swaps, whereas the D.Va is really quite well rounded, making her quite a safe pick to start on defense or to pick on these opening rounds on control as well, which is why we see a lot of it. I think that's why we see a lot of it from Gladiators and other teams. There's a playstyle into most things, so I think it is where their strength lies, but the question is, how far can it really get them? What happens when those key heroes are taken away? Do they actually fancy themselves on any other matchup into a lot of these teams?
And I mean, honestly, a player like Threat, right? There's a couple of heroes that he feels fairly comfortable on as being the only tank. He did play a lot of Winston as well, which obviously is the alternative for a dive maybe here. So either one of them works on most of those maps. It works on Midtown, for example, as well, if you needed to. Doomfist, we didn't see it too often in the last few matches. Maybe a backup plan if needed, but honestly, even just being able to confidently switch between the D.Va and the Winston in this current match, it's already worth so much. And Threat, he's one of the players who definitely feels comfortable on either of them. And only those two tank heroes, they already enable you so many different compositions that if one of them works right, the hero bans aren't really too big of an effect on you anymore.
I think that's really fair. Yeah, we've seen Tread employ some of these tactics before as well, in terms of playing almost for counter swappy games, just trying to stay one tank ahead of the opposition, and certainly that hero pool does help him out with that. And I imagine it won't be something we don't see in this tournament either. I think he'll pull it out at a certain point when the hero bans allow it. One player I want to highlight really as well is, I think the more they lean into this comp, in terms of the Tracer and the Echo, we questioned maybe Zodial's ability to compete with the top Tracers. But in terms of competing with the top Echoes, I think Naga is actually a player who, through a lot of his career, has probably been quite criminally underrated. I think he did very well for Gladiators in their qualification, getting to play a lot of, I guess, his signature Pharah. But Echo is another hero he's done very well on, both in playoffs and both in the Overwatch League. And he's getting another chance to show it here at the Esports World Cup. And I think it's a fundamental part of of that comp and a fundamental part of how well his team will do at this event.
Absolutely. Going from underrated players to underrated maps, we'll have a new map ready for you in the mixer. It's going to be Hollywood, and definitely an interesting one for sure, as we're almost ready to take another glimpse at the stage at the teams that are currently still getting ready. Hollywood, a new map that we have not seen on the B stream yet, however, probably one of the most well-known in the Overwatch universe. A couple of options to play here for sure. On the other side, if we take a look at the stage and therefore take a look at the hero bands that now are coming in, of course. Baptiste, as one of the most important heroes, it will not be available on Hollywood.
Interesting here because Brock had the choice of who bans first and who bans second, and again they opt to ban second, as we saw in the earlier series today. A move that is really atypical from what we've seen from all the other teams in the tournament. There's a lot of advantages to banning first. Again, the main reason to ban second would be to try and see what the enemy team is doing. But I think at this point, they should be aware of Gaming Gladiators' strengths and weaknesses and what they want to try and lean into. Instead, it means Gladiators ban first. They are going to ban that Baptiste, which in theory takes away any kind of risk of a Bap-Brig type matchup or anything like that. Again, I don't know if we're truly worried about seeing that from Rock Esports, so maybe again, what we see from the Gladiators here is them just banning the heroes they would ban on this type of map anyway, regardless of opposition. And what it does mean is it probably forces a Diva, Kiri, Lucio type matchup. Again, it's worth noting that the Gladiators are quite keen to ban support heroes, therefore protecting their own supports from being banned again. So a little bit more faith in terms of the other heroes and options they have, changing the tank and DPS styles, but still playing the same way. But they're really keen to protect no supports.
Probably one of the main factors for sure. The supports need to be almost escorted here, honestly. You need to make sure that nobody makes a touch on them. Rock Esports in the attack here first. The Exodial on the Cassidy, Naga on the Tracer. He's been basically underrated his whole career, has he, right? Whether he's been on OB Alliance or Paris Eternal, he's always done like so much work in the background, but he's never been in the spotlight enough to be recognized as a star player, honestly. Maybe this World Cup, maybe this is an opportunity for him, at least in this matchup, to shine brighter than the rest.
It'll be interesting here as well because he'll be playing the Tracer role instead here, allowing Zodial to play probably a much more comfortable Cassidy pick. And we're going to see a Diva mirror again. Anna Brig on one side, Kiri Liso on the other, which implies the Gladiators need to kill the backline more often than they don't. Anna Brig quite nice into Diva, but Brig especially enjoys that matchup. It's just whether they get overwhelmed here, and that'll be the big question for Rock. Can they keep this backline alive? A boot down from the high ground puts them in a little bit of peril early on, but they run straight into Naga, and, well, we've cursed him. We've cursed him.
It kind of looks like it, right? Nitro getting a first pick here, and Rock, they might just be able to make this first push work, actually. One tick already secured, another one coming right up, and now the question, how can Gaming Gladiators still get a touch at this? They for sure can, but how long can they make it last? As the pressure is definitely on their side now. The Kasuni Rush will definitely help them out here, trying to push Rock back a bit more, and it seems to work for them.
Well
just
played
in time.
by Rock. They read that the Kitsune Rush was there, clearly good ult tracking, they're able to take a step back beforehand. They're not ready for that flank up top from Zodi, although they try and hide him back in response. They do get the Vex, and this is still actually pretty fightable as long as they can deal with Zodi on the high ground. But they surely can now. Canny's killed everyone else. Dealing with the Tracer, more pressure onto him, and Canny's just going to do it all. Good aggression from Canny and Sloth. They find their kills. And a pretty impressive first point from Rock. No complaints there.
I like it. They're coming up clutch in this first fight here, and just double checking the numbers here, but if I'm not wrong, this is actually the first point ever for them. Or in this World Cup. It's the first time they're actually making a checkpoint work or a part of a map work for them. Rock Esports, they are on the scoreboard.
All right, time to go. We see Crook swapping off to the Ana as well. Imagine FD God might join him on the Brigitte to take us into a full mirror after this beat. It will be a rally from Scary One and a nano from Canny, so they're very scary, but they're also quite far away. But no, they do deny the remake there from Tread. Again, Rock finding this advantage, playing front to back Overwatch. They have punished Tread twice now, found that opening. And they're going to get this cart rolling all the way through second.
It looks really good. It's a good run for them. It
Come on,
almost
Canny.
feels like Gladiators are kind of running into a snowball here. As Rock, they're building up ultimates, they're cycling it very well currently, although they will now be facing up against the sound barrier. Naga has the pulse bomb ready as well. Now need the bomb to maybe secure a remake early. Not too much they can work with, and Rock needs to win this one to keep the cart going.
They force them back to point here as the bomb comes out. They deny the remake, but they're still trading kills. Nitro does have the high ground now, so they can kind of keep a bit of a pressure on. Tracer brig pressure from the front. Proki has dropped with him as well. Now the beat to overwhelm him. FD God will be able to clean this one up. It's a shame Canny wasn't able to get into mech because it was quite a split formation from Rock. 2 players forcing point, everyone else on top. And it drags Gladiators down to the low ground, but they're not able to capitalize off that as Sloth is going to decide he hates the economy and throw this pulse bomb into the bin.
Yeah, I really hope he's making a swap here because anything else would be quite confusing in this one.
Nope, he's just a Tracer player. He's just a Tracer player.
Yeah, he does say whoopsie in the chat though, so it might actually have been an accident. Or at least something that wasn't really thought through till the end. But yeah, I mean, this obviously hurts the economy slightly, right? No pulse bomb available. It can be charged really quick, but it's gone for now.
Tracer Fuel on this far side, trying to get onto the high ground here is Sloth. They wish he had a pulse bomb for that Anna. Oh well. Nano Boost comes in on the other side though, and Tread is going to get value with a bit of help pocketing Zodial through here. We've seen the power of Venture, especially maybe more in FACEIT playoffs than at this tournament so far. But a very strong hero with a strong engage. We've seen a swap coming through, which allows Gladiators to play even more aggressive and in theory take Nitro out of the game, take Proki out of the game, and those are going to be the primary targets for Zodial.
Oh, and to find a late kill on Carney. This will slow down Rock even more. It really looks like Gaming Gladiators, they have found the handbrake here to make sure that Rock gets delayed at least a little bit, because that time break when they were able to cap that first point, it was quite big, but down to 1 minute and 40 seconds. And Gaming Gladiators, their economy is looking good. Now they've got the bomb, they've got the pulse bomb. Exodius close to having his ultimate as well.
Chance to come through this low ground. They're very happy to take a fight with Rally, obviously very good into Diva. They just have to make this perilous journey, and oh, they actually catch FD God. Good boop and set up. The Nano does its job. Gladiators are going to try and double down and trade, and they do get the Ana out of this, so they might win the fight here, Rock, but their progress is going to be limited as they have to go pick up their Ana afterwards.
Yes, either trying to push through without it, but given the time and the distance to the next checkpoint, this probably won't be possible. And from the position that Gaming Gladiators now have, they do smell this, of course, right? They know that they're waiting for the Ana. Therefore, their positioning is quite beneficial to catch that one off guard. Naga, but they're finding the kills they need. Naga actually gets a second one right here. Gaming Gladiators have been able to stabilize off this really, really well. And Proki just coming back from spawn is right back to it.
They're going to stagger out Canny again here, and a real missed opportunity for Rock. They get the difficult retake from the low ground. Oh my god, how's he? I thought for a second he beefed it. It's okay, it's okay. As I was saying, it felt like they did the difficult bit there, Rock, and then once they had the space, Crook was just behind him. You've got a Diva. You've got to just go kill that Ana. Don't let Crook stand behind on the high ground. He does it. He gets the nade value, and just indecision from Rock ultimately costs him as we go into this last fight here. Just a couple of bombs to try and salvage it for Rock.
Oh, the Sleep Dart could be interesting here though, but we do see so many ultimates ready to be played here. Overtime Stricken Zodial. He doesn't even need too much help here. He takes Gaming Gladiators on his shoulders, and it looks like Rock Esports, despite having a very good, nice start, it won't be enough to get it to the second point. However, a point and 112 meters is still definitely an upgrade to what we saw from them in previous rounds. Gaming Gladiators still have to work for this one.
It's most progress we've seen Rock make, so it is a step forward. Likewise, maybe this matchup does seem like it is the one that's gone best for them. We saw some nice opening picks from Nitro as we take a look at the replays here, and I think the opening pick here on his first fight just sort of runs into the Tracer there, takes that one for free, and then that pick on FD God on one of the retakes seemed really good. It was just that bit after they get that pick onto FD God where they just find themselves standing on the low ground. It's always important in Overwatch to make as much use as possible out of the time in between fights. When you have these advantages, when you've done the hard bit, you get yourself player advantage. What's your next move? Are you pushing another player? Are you taking high ground for yourself? Are you holding forward? You've got to do something, and in that situation, Rock did nothing with the advantage they had, and as such, it ended up getting taken away from them.
Rock, they decide to go for something pretty standard here. Anna, Brigitte in the defense slot. He stays on that Tracer. Maybe just try to work on the trigger control, honestly, for the Q button, you know. It kind of feels like that he lost 1 or 2 bombs on the process in the attack round there. And on the other side, we do see Exodial on the Widowmaker again, at least maybe to take a peek at the start. And we do see Anna Lucio for the support line. Oh,
got the
early
hook.
Hawk.
Misses the sleep though, crucially, which will indeed save Canny's life, but it feels like it's encouraged
Oh, maybe
Fred
not.
to keep going. He's going to take the long, shameful walk back now of a man who hit 2 hooks and got no kills. A Symmetra to help his buddy out there, though, will make this a little bit on the road, a little bit quicker, and it will be an Anna, Brig, D.Va, Cass, Tracer, Mirror in full here from both teams.
Nitro under high ground looking for an early peak, but the anti-nade is quite crucial. Forces him back to the stairs. Gaming Gladiators now on the point, looking for an as early cap as Rock did in their attack around for sure. And this is a good angle for here, can make a lot of pressure. Doesn't find a kill though. Meanwhile, Kani out of the mech will be a first big advantage for Gaming Gladiators, as they're now making first process on this checkpoint. Nitro out of the equation as well. Slot looking for something. Does find a decoy, but it probably won't be enough if it stays like that.
Well played by Gladiators in the end. We talk a lot about the ability for Tracer and D.Va to be aggressive in this type of matchup, especially versus an Anna type backliner or a Cass. Can you take them out of the game? But there we see Tread take the aggressive space on point, the rest of Rock back up into Cafe, and Tread realizes, oh, it's a difficult push in here. If I just keep them contained in Cafe, the kill is actually not in front of me, but the killers are behind us. So he contains the backline, allows the rest of the team to focus down Canny on point. They get that kill first, and then once you have that tank advantage, easy to just force the point from there on.
Naga, he's got the pulse bomb ready. Looking for an opportunity, maybe find something in the back line. Meanwhile, it's the one from slot first, but doesn't quite make a kill. On the other side, Naga misses his stick as well, so the pulse bomb's not really bringing any value for either of those teams.
Nope, just going to keep playing through point for now. Nade just connects onto the backline here, but somehow Froki dies in exchange for that nade. That doesn't really seem how that's meant to work. Now a big opening for the Gladiators here. If they get stagger kills, it could really be brutal for Rock here, because that payload is moving as all of this happens. They're going to stagger out Canny again, it seems. A little bit of mercy from Zodial, but it is last fight territory.
Yeah, and Kani, honestly, on that D.Va on Hollywood, he's not having too great of a time right now. He's the #1 stagger, the stagger of choice for Gladiators. And it's indeed going to be a last fight territory. And there's so many ultimates available for this. Only the 2 pulse bombs are missing as of now. As this fight continues and goes long, you might actually be able to charge it in right now.
Oh. Dink at the same time as Sloth comes up, the elevator gives them that opening pick. Now they can try and force it out. That nano cast doing so much damage. The rallies will be exchanged as well. It was a nano onto the Brig instead here, but it doesn't work out for the Gladiators right now. Trying to stop the D-Mech. Do stop the D-Mech here. Tread will lose his mech. The scary one is trying to hold the point here, but Crook is on the high ground. Oh, nade is good, actually. The nade is so good, but Nitro's walking out and getting kills. Needs to hit these shots. Can't afford the remake. No, the remake comes through. Tread has a chance to win it now. Will focus him down. Zodial sitting safe on this high ground. And Crook and Zodial have just been uncontested this entire fight. They've got them through so much work.
They're just standing up there, raining deadly shots from above if D-God and Threat to just do the work on card. No one left. D.Va out of mech, and Gladiators take Hollywood as well, bringing them up to match point. On the other side though, Hollywood definitely once again a little bit closer than Ilios was before. Rock definitely showing a stronger performance against the Gaming Gladiators than they did against teams like Crazy Raccoon or Toronto Ultra.
Exactly, slightly better. In theory, on paper, this was the closest game for the Rock to take against the presumed third seed in this group. And this group in general does seem to be going the way everyone expected it to, in terms of quite a clear first, second, third, fourth. And I mean, potentially Rock's last map coming up in this tournament here on the brink of elimination. But they're really showing a little bit of fight here at the end.
They sure are. They sure are. And now once again, for last time, as you mentioned, probably for last time, they map pick, the ban pick, the merge pick, all the picks going into their favor. However, from past experience, it's never been that super big game changer for them. Definitely something where you can create an advantage for your team. However, maybe not the advantage piece that will make it work in the end. It definitely gets you closer to this. Hollywood seems to be a map that Rock was fairly comfortable on. The early win on the first capture point definitely looked like something they were ready for. They have been practicing a couple of times now, and therefore it does help, yes, for sure. However, it won't be a game changer, at least not on this level.
No, we talked about it quite a bit already in terms of the region gap between especially the smaller regions and the bigger regions, and that's a big part of what we've seen so far for Rock's run. They've had to take on the best team from Korea, the best team from North America, and only the third best team from Europe. But unfortunately, the gap has been pretty significant every time, and this is the nature, and one of the reasons small regions struggle in a lot of games is the main way to get good at games is to play against players better than yourself and to learn and improve in that facet. In these smaller regions, you don't get those same opportunities, there's not the same player base, and there's not the same pool of talent, and as such, sometimes these regions get left behind, which is kind of what I think Rock are experiencing here. So obviously, while they're happy to be at the tournament, and I'm sure they've enjoyed the experience here, I think these are the problems we're sort of starting to see as we come potentially to the end of their journey.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're not really challenged in your own region and you don't scrim across the ocean, basically, there's not really too much room for improvement. The ceiling is quite set because you're simply the best team in your region. But if you can't really find anyone else who might be stronger than you, how are you expecting to improve in the game? Therefore, yes, absolutely big disadvantage here that Rock Esports or earlier, obviously Loaded, were facing in preparation to this tournament, as they now most likely are going to go into their last map. It's been quite a good showing for them overall, honestly. If we're talking about it already, South America, they weren't really on the map of Overwatch for quite some time now. It's been a long time since Contenders South America was a thing. After that, not really too much happening in that region. Now with the Faceit League, it's great to see that region back, right? Same with Oceania. It's nice to have those smaller regions back in the circus. It's nice to have those smaller regions complete the overall map of Overwatch once again.
Exactly, and we're going to get them into this potential third map. I think so far we've probably been a little bit critical of some of the choices Rock have made, maybe particularly their options to always ban second and in many ways just gift the first ban and the power that comes with that over to the opposing team. And we can take a look at that map pick now, as it looks like we will be going to Circuit Royale, so Rock may be trying to shift this series in a slightly different direction now. Brawl is quite viable, something we've seen Rock play a lot in these kind of areas, so I imagine they might even try to ban something, maybe like the Pharaoh we see quite commonly on this map, or something to force them away from anything that's a little bit slower and pokier, and maybe force a good old-fashioned head-to-head Brawl type matchup.
Yeah, this is obviously maybe one of the comps that we have not seen too often from them here at the EWC. As we take a look at the players on stage now getting ready for map number 3, there is obviously a lot on the line now. Do or die, honestly, for Rock Esports. They want to stay in this tournament, and maybe the bans can be at least a slight difference maker here. But honestly, we do see the Symmetra ban, which well, it's hard to tell, honestly. Doesn't seem to me like a super essential part of any of the bigger, more played compositions on Circuit Royale. Ilari on the side of Gaming Gladiators is definitely something you can work with. Don't know, what's your shot on this?
So I think one thing to say first of all is Rock have chosen to ban first, which I think is really is optimal in a lot of situations. So I'm glad they've finally done that. They've opted into the Symmetra, which feels like either one, they're just trying to protect maybe Widowmaker for themselves or something like that, which maybe is true. Obviously, they didn't really buy into it all that much on Ilios Ruins earlier, but still a potential. Taking the Symmetra away, it takes away the chance to play a really aggressive brawl style. We've seen teams play versions of Reinhardt, Sim on this map before, and just use that Symmetra TP to really solve a lot of the difficult retakes on that first corridor on first, and that difficult low ground to high ground retake up the hill on second. So the Symmetra sort of takes that away. On the flip side, though, I actually really like Gladiator's ban in response, because one thing that has been a potential weakness for the gaming Gladiators coming into a hero ban type tournament are players like FD God and potentially even Crook and Yoham as well, whose hero pool is maybe a little bit smaller, particularly FD God's a player we've only really seen excel on Lucio. So when they take Illari away, what they do is they sort of force a Bat Brig mirror, allowing FD God to play Brig, a hero he has had struggles on in the past, but a hero that is way more comfortable than trying to take, say, the Illari matchup against a maybe more accomplished flex support player. Fair to say Rock don't have that in this particular case, but as I think we've seen throughout this series, I think the Gladiators are just banning the heroes. They would probably ban mostly on these maps anyway.
You can see both teams on stage here, and especially Gaming Gladiators, obviously, they're having a good time now, right? The smiles weren't that big when they played against Toronto Ultra and Crazy Raccoon. Obviously, the situation was different for them at that time. But now that they're 2 up in this series, as we go into Circuit Royale, it could be the last map to bring them that first serious victory they have been looking for, and the one they need to make it into playoffs.
Alright, immediate lock on the Widow. And maybe that's going to be the key. It looks like they're going to go, at least for now, they're threatening Zen Bap, a double flex support classic, as FD God will be whipping out that Life Weaver. A hero we've not seen all that much in the Esports World Cup so far, but a hero that can feel a little bit on these sort of slower, pokier compositions. Obviously, the Life Weaver won't do a lot of damage, but a lot of utility. Chance to use the petals to help your Pharah out, help your Widow get an angle. Also a chance to use that Life Grip to just really disrupt some of these ult plays that can come from the enemy team. So all eyes on FD God as we see how the Gladiators choose to utilize that here.
And if this stays like it is currently selected, will we actually see a double sniper composition here going out from Rock? They do have the Hanzo locked in, at least for now. And seems like he'll actually stick to his lot. Does play the Hanzo. I like it a lot actually. And we'll see how 2 snipers work out against the Widowmaker of Exodial.
The nature of a double sniper comp in general is there's going to be a lot about angle control and playing to empower your DPS. But Circuit Royale in this first point is a pretty narrow corridor, so in all honesty, a lot of how this series, or how this map in particular will go, is just how good your DPS can do at clicking on the faces. And we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, Zodial got the better of a Widow matchup at the start of this series. A chance for a bit of revenge on his junior here, Nitro.
Cards already made quite the process, but now as they're getting into those first close-up fights, Naga finds the pick on Nitro and therefore can now obviously enable himself a little bit more, can play a little more aggressive. He knows that the Hanzo is in there somewhere, but there's no one to really challenge him at all. And therefore, together with Brett and Krug, they can just collapse onto Rock Esports. Carney unwillingly self-resets. And Rock, I like the idea of the double sniper composition, however, with the card now being at that position, is it actually still that beneficial?
I mean, it's hard to swing this corner, but ultimately it will just come down. Like, they need to hit the shots to get themselves through. It's a nice corner for Naga to play. This is why so many people ban Pharah on this map, because of these exact corners like this. Obviously didn't opt for that one here, and Naga was able to find the exchange. But Life Weaver allows Naga to play even more aggressively, so they're just going to try and force it through. The window comes around the corner. Oh, the barrage! Did they see it? Oh, they do not see it.
Oh no, Naga! He's doing all the work by himself. Almost a team kill, but FD God takes the Widowmaker away from him. What a barrage! They looked so unprepared, Rock. They didn't even know what happened to them, but they all got sent back into spawn in no time. What a collapse! What a nice ultimate that we see from Naga right here. It's not Now the dragon is there, but what can he make of it?
Can you do the startup? Obviously, a while back now, they did buff the Dragon Strike, so it goes a little bit faster. So particularly on these right-angle corners, you can get nice cuts with it. But it's a Flux they're going to start with. Cancel won't go through, so Kenny can hit that one. Dragon, I think they wanted a combo with it. It comes a little bit late from Sloth. Kills Shred anyway, though. Window in response, but Kenny can pocket his team out. And there we go. The Dragon Strike, maybe not quite as they intended, but it does its job, and Sloth follows it up with a headshot. Once again, Sloth is the person to find the opening for Rock.
If it's somebody, it's going to be him. Nitro also gets a nice hit on the Widowmaker, and Rock, they make this point happen for them in the end. 3 hours, 3 minutes and 30 seconds back on the clock. Now
I don't think we can give them that big an advantage. Transcendence's force here as well as it comes out will allow him to stabilize. This snowball always so important on Circuit Royale. Looking for the next pick. Tree comes in from FD God, given a chance for him to stabilize, but you can still get one shot through a lot of this. They're going to swing aggressively. Do you manage to take a step back? And it's Sloth again. Tread gets caught in the front line, and Sloth again! He cannot be stopped. Back-to-back fights with double picks. Might catch for Baptiste here as well. Rock is good. The life grip only gets him so far out. And Rock are back.
Nice, I like it. The Hanzo just took a couple of minutes to warm up on it, but now it's working really good. The Dragon could also be interesting. It does get taken out in the process, however, but does create a lot of space. But Naga just denies all of it on the Genji, takes out the Baptiste from Rock. And therefore, now that car is obviously stuck in a position where it's not meant to be stuck, because now the respawns are quite close for Gaming Gladiators. It's going to be super hard for Rock to retake this one into their favor.
Rush of blood to the head. Suddenly Sloth starts feeling the hype, feeling the shots are starting to connect. Goes to try and push them in spawn, and it actually unravels all of their work. And now they've got this fateful lower ground to high ground retake on Circuit Royale. They've got this horrible U-bend hill to walk up, and we can see Froki is the first casualty of this difficult rotation.
Naga finds another nice slice here. 3 in his favor already. Whether it's the Pharaoh or the Genji, he makes it work. This is also obviously where all of this experience comes in for him. Those are the plays that are just like happening mechanically. It's not really something you think about, it's something you just do. And it works out super well for him. Exodia finds the pick on the Zenyatta. Once again, a nice opening for Gaming Gladiators.
Good chase, good finish. They get the window out of Froki as well, but Naga is behind him. Will try and dash back out. Will Blade over the top here. Just takes the attention, allowing Tread to walk forward here. They are spawn camping them now, but have to be careful because the Widow is back soon. So Gladiators will try and take a step back. We'll be able to stabilize and make use of that high ground again.
Oh, nice shot for Exodion. Takes out Slot. Naughty flick. Good timing also on the recall there. We do see the Gravitic Flux coming once again. Threat does good work off it, takes out the enemy Sigma. 45 seconds is all that's left for Rocky Sports in their attack.
Okay. Alright. What happened? What happened? Did he go off the map? I don't even know what happened, but Sloth coming back out, misses a pulse bomb. Zodia was once again headshotting people as they try and walk out of spawn, and it is unfortunately another spawn camp for Rock to deal with, and they are trying to bust their way out, but the only thing Flux is a tree there, so they are not getting out of spawn anytime soon, Julian.
Doesn't look like it, no, and the time is running out. The card is not really in their reach at all. They tried to reach it with the Zenyatta, but doesn't work out. It's just too far away. Rocky Sports, they did capture the first point, but it wasn't enough to pull it through. Therefore, honestly, Gaming Gladiators, they do have a pretty good opportunity here to finish this job right now. And Naga has been coming up clutch twice in this defense. Once on the Pharah, once on the Genji. I like it.
Worked out nicely for him both times, and I think really, with the exception of these couple of Sloth highlights we're just seeing now, it wasn't really going anyway for Rock. You look at you look at the ult situations, did they really get value out of any of their ults truly through the course of this attack? Not really. The Dragon Strike is probably the big one right now. Flux Dragon Strike, that one was okay, but if we're talking about one instance in the course of 8 minutes, it maybe sort of explains why they got stopped on the second point here. So back over onto the other side, seems to be a few final decisions going in. I mean, honestly, just give it another crack. If they can hit enough shots, it's a bit easier on defense. The angles are kind of for Nitro. Give it another go, but it's actually going to be a Mei they're going to choose to play with here, which gives them a lot more control of that front line, but obviously a bit of a drop-off in the damage.
Mei is a nice idea, brings an interesting spice into this mix for sure. And now on attack, Exodian on that Widowmaker. He has been getting a couple of very important picks in the defense as well. And obviously not facing the double sniper this time, so can even play a bit more aggressive than he did before. Trying to make it up on that high ground to find a nice first peak maybe.
Wall ends up being used more defensively than anything, so Gladiators get the swing on his corner for free. Looking for the grapple, saw it coming, step ahead of Nitro. Gets that opening pick, and it's going to have to be a swift disengage. They do actually wall and try and trade with Tread. They go for a wall rock combo. Obviously, the reason you do this is the Sigma's quite trappable with wall, doesn't have an escape tool. And also, the Mei left click, the rock, all can cancel on that matrix. Tread gets away with that one, and Gladiators will keep walking forward for now.
And they're walking fast. Level 1 Krug takes the kill of the dot into his own hands. Very close to this first checkpoint already. Nitro has to be super careful. Taking peeks here is very, very dangerous. So switching over to the Tracer. The Mei did not really work out for him at all. A nice life lever save there onto Naga. Good work of the life grip.
Still trying to win it through the front line, but it's Scary One who actually gets the kill. And then Nitro again. All right. The nature of, if you play Widowmaker on Circuit Royale, you can just click on enough heads to win the map for your team here. One of the few maps which can be so heavily influenced by a single hero. Nitro gets the job done there. 2.5 minutes left, so still plenty to do, but a reasonable start.
Reset time for Gaming Gladiators. They have 3 of life ready, which at least for a brawl on the point maybe could make it a little bit easier between the 2 Sigmas, for example. Not a guaranteed window for sure. Raining rockets from above. Trying to pressure that Khan. It works well. The lamp has to be used early. The grid of 6 flux comes in. But there's an Yata ultimate obviously blocking all of that damage. Exodia though, he finds the pick on the Tracer.
Good cancel actually here from Tread. Stops that Flux getting any value, but Nitro still on that high ground doing the work. As long as they can keep Canny alive here, they should be okay. But oh, getting sandwiched in. Tread with a body block. Naga with a barrage. Nowhere to go. Nitro's got another one, but the team crumbling around him. And we're seeing Nitro have a larger influence in this game, but it's the ult trade as well they're losing. There's a lot of problems for Rock to solve, and we're actually going to see them swap onto the Ash here to try and solve some of them.
Nitro under pressure, trying to make it out alive. It will look like he's actually able to do it. However, no, we're getting into those street phases at Exodia. The Widowmaker duel, it has been fairly one-sided for him on Circuit Royale so far.
Gives them all this free push as well, getting closer and closer to that golden box of victory. They catch Sloth as well, and the picks keep coming. Now Canny has to be careful not to stagger. They can't really afford it. They're trying to put pressure on here as well, make it difficult, bleed those resources out. And look how aggressive Naga's managed to get here. Does have a life grip if he gets in trouble. And a bit of a petal to help him out here. Good synergy between FD and Naga. And another pick. It's just over. It's just over. Ends with a whimper,
Yeah,
not a
it's
bang.
just over. Just like that. No bang, no nothing. Gaming Gladiators, they take a pretty clear victory here in the end. And obviously within that, they do make sure they qualify for the last 12. They do make sure they qualify for the playoffs. And within that also, obviously Rock Esports, they are out of the Esports World Cup. Unfortunate series of events for them, however, let's face it, it has been an expected outcome for them for sure.
Exactly. It has to be said, I don't think there's any surprises here about how this Group A has turned out. Pretty much everything going as planned. What's interesting maybe going forward for the Gaming Gladiators is all we've really seen them do is lose 2 series they were expected to lose and win a series they were heavily expected to win. So exactly where we put them in this sort of mix-up between different regions is very complicated compared to maybe some of the other teams like, say, Nightmare or virtus.pro, who we've seen against a bit more of inter-regional competition. We've got a bit more clarity about how they're playing right now in their current form. Whereas with Gaming Gladiators, they kind of are still a bit of an unknown quantity in terms of how they're going to, exactly how high they sit in that middle of the pack battle.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, obviously, this Group A, it did have 2 super strong teams, and it did have 1 team in it, which, well, was just happy to be there, honestly. And that was Gaming Gladiators, and therefore, seeing their true strength, it will take us all the way into playoffs. It will take a couple of, well, minutes or at least a couple of games more to tell how good they can be in this playoff scenario, how good they can be against teams that aren't really the top 1 or the bottom 1, honestly, as we take a look at some of the highlights from this just now over series.
This was obviously all the way back at the start when Sloth made that 2k breakout of spawn play. Again, it has to be said, Sloth has really been the highlight player, I think, for Rock Esports as they've gone through this tournament. The person who made the most plays, who made the most openings. I think alongside that, Canny really did find some nice aggressive timings, particularly when they had maybe Lucas in as well on that Diva Tracer combo. And these were a few small highlights for Rock, but ultimately the gap in roster quality between them and the other teams in their group proved to be too much of a hurdle for them to overcome.
Once again, taking a nice peek at that barrage from Naga. Absolutely clutch play here. And then the Genji action earlier or later at Circuit Real as well. Exodial on the Widowmaker. He looked so good here. But yeah, a couple of highlights in from Slot as well, of course. He's been able to come up clutch a couple of times for Rock, but in the end, the overall result is pretty clear. It was expected by most of us. Nice performance, nice showing though, and good representative of the South American scene for sure. Rock Esports can be happy with the showing.
I was wondering how Sloth ended up going off the map, but that explains it. That explains it. So maybe a bit of a low light in there for Sloth, but we'll get a chance to talk to the Gladiators and maybe get a bit of an impression of exactly how they feel that is going for them right now and what their plans are for the future. Obviously, one thing that's worth mentioning when we look at the structure and the tournament of this is, as third place, they don't get to choose their opponent from the next round, so a particularly tough opening fixture in that round 1, but we'll have to wait and see who chooses them in the end.
Absolutely. Let's actually jump right into that interview. It's that from Gaming Gladiators joining us in the stream. First of all, obviously, congratulations on the first W at the big stage at the Esports World Cup.
Thank you.
If I told you, sorry, if I told you that so far in the tournament, Rock Esports have failed to capture a single point, but you were the team to give them their first 2 point captures, how would you respond?
It makes me feel very honoured to give them that point.
That's the right answer.
A great generosity from you. I wanted to get your impression, Tread, because obviously, for those who don't know, you and the team were boot camping in Korea, obviously giving you and the team a great opportunity to play against a lot of the top teams that you're going to be facing at this tournament. How did you find that experience, and what did you really learn from getting to play against all these teams?
First of all, I absolutely loves Korea. It's such a nice place. We saw some jazz shows as well. I think scrimming all those teams has definitely put us to a different level. As you saw in the Toronto match, and I feel like we definitely weren't playing our best. We were playing decently, especially on the second map. I think we played very well, and I think Malga is not our best comp anymore.
Talking about that journey and obviously developing as a team, right? You had the bootcamp in Korea. I do want to take a quick history lesson of your personal journey though, right? So you've been in the scene for quite some time. You've been in the tier 3, in the tier 2 scene for quite some time as well. Now with the Gaming Gladiators, you were able to, for the first time, take a step into that tier 1 experience, right? Esports World Cup. It's the biggest stage of your esports career so far. How has this overall journey felt for you? Is it still something that you're trying to process, or is it something that's now pretty clear to you already?
I mean, I've kind of got a chip on my shoulder from certain people, including Commander X and Christopher, from the actual World Cup. So I'm trying to prove myself to them and hopefully be able to play for Team UK next time, and hopefully coming for Christopher because he said he's gonna choose me. So
ambitious.
Well, it feels like SSG might have a few of their own problems before they get to pick their opponents first. So I maybe wanted to get your impression as well, because I think when we look at this group in particular, it feels like you've probably lost against two teams that you maybe would have expected to lose to, because they're so strong in their respective regions, and then beating a team you probably really would have hoped to win. So how do you really see your own team's power level currently in this tournament? Like, how high do you think you can go? What would be counted as success for you guys in this tournament?
I think realistic goal would be top 8, but I'd really be aiming for the top 4, depending on how the bracket goes. I think my main focus is Christopher, but I feel like they might not pick us because it's more like we know what they play, they know what we play, but then we've also added to our book since Korea.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, as we will take a look at Group D later, it will be super interesting to see who those second place teams will turn out to be, as they'll get to choose the enemies for this first round of playoffs. Fred, to you and the team, best of luck in the playoffs, and congratulations once again on making it so far. We're looking forward to see what you and your team can do in the round of 12.
Thank you.
And Commander X, with that, we are now halfway through our second day broadcast, as well. Now, after a quick break, swing it over to Group B once again. So let's take a look at the matchup that we are expecting to come up in that Group B. Let's take a look at the group itself as well, of course, as we now have Twisted Minds against Makers. It's going to be an interesting one for sure. Twisted Minds with a very good showing actually in the World Cup so far. They kind of fell short in EMEA in the last few events, not to talk about the Dallas Major, and therefore it will be interesting to see how far they can make it in this tournament. With Makers as an enemy, probably won't be too hard of a challenge, will it?
In theory, no. They've shown a lot of good looks, especially, and it'll be really hard to see them dropping a bubble here. They're going to play a lot of Symmetra probably, as we can take a look at these group standings overall. Obviously, this is confirmation of the results we saw in Group A, which is that first, second, third, fourth, all locked in. So Crazy Raccoon straight through to that quarter-final. Toronto will be securing their pick, presumably for that second seed, and Gladiators will be waiting to see who chooses to play them in that third place.
Absolutely, and you can take a look at that Group B as well. Twisted Minds, they were able to take a map of Falcons at least, which is still a pretty strong showing in my opinion. Falcons Esports definitely meant to be the top tier team in this Group B. But yeah, as we take a look at it, obviously this will be our next matchup, right? We've got Makers. They probably, they would need a proper win against Twisted Minds to have a chance maybe at playoffs, but it's going to be a tough one for sure. It's definitely one where a lot of eyes will be on them.
I think it's a real chance for Twisted Minds to secure a very good position. I think we can't underestimate the power of getting to pick your opponent. So if they can not drop the ball here against Makers, they'll put themselves in a really nice position. They'll get to select their opponent and can really put themselves in a pretty good position to go into those quarterfinals and get quite far in the standings.
Absolutely, can't wait to see it. We'll throw it into a break until we are ready for Twisted Minds against Makers in Group B. Stay tuned, stay with us. We'll be right back.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here. I'm here joined by Punk and Aki from Team Makers. What's up, guys? How are you guys doing?
Good. Thanks.
Good.
Yeah,
All
good to be
right.
here.
So, topic is going to be hybrid maps. Starting with the first map, Hollywood.
Ooh, solid 3.
I think it's a solid 3. It's
Yeah.
pretty middle of the pack.
Yeah.
No,
you guys,
I like it.
you guys
hate it.
instantly
I
agreed.
think,
Was there a reason why?
It's good for Winston.
Yeah,
Love
it's
a bit
just
of Winston.
it's
but
just a fun map. There's it's not no really bad points on it, and it just plays
third
well.
point kind of sucks.
I see. You guys are playing a little bit safe.
I'm
to
leaving,
start with.
I'm leaving some room for the front. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So number 3 goes to Hollywood. Next one, let's go Paraíso.
Ooh. It's got to be a 4 or 5 for me.
Really, I was thinking a 2. I think it's kind of fun.
I'm actually interested to hear. Why are you saying 4 or 5, or why you're saying 2?
I just think I think all the different varying high grounds and whatnot in the map's actually really fun to play.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the character.
Yeah, it does.
When I'm
depend.
playing Diva, it's pretty fun.
Yeah,
Fly
exactly.
anywhere,
You play
so
Diva, you play
doesn't
Genji or
matter for
something.
me.
Kiriko, you have a good time, but
I'll back
yeah.
your 2.
Okay, so 2. You guys are agreeing?
We'll do 2.
I think
Paraíso 2?
there's worse hybrids. That's all,
Okay.
Okay, Paraíso 2, and then we went with Hollywood at 3, right? All right. Next one. Let's go. Iconwall. It's getting kind of hard now.
We've polarized it now. We've got the worst and the best hybrid map.
Yeah.
And I know that there's not the worst and not the best. So.
Well, I think there is a worst that's coming.
Yeah.
That I'm holding on for. So I
Okay.
don't think it's.
Sure,
I
I
don't
think
think it's
we'll go
bad,
number 1.
The worst.
You guys are gonna put
I think
Iconwall number 1.
I think it's 1 or 4. Because we have 4. Do we have 4 still?
No, we have Hollywood at 3. Paraíso was 2.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then we still those are the
Still
only 2.
4.
Oh, so it's still 4. What do
Yeah.
you think is 1 or 4?
I'd say 1 over 4, but
I think it's a good map.
yeah.
Let's go 1.
Let's go
I
1.
like 1.
I think we won on
One.
the qualifiers.
Oh, really? Iconwall
Yeah.
number 1.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hybrid
I can
map
hold 1. Yeah.
for team makers.
Let's do it.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the next hybrid map. We're gonna go Numbani.
That was my last.
The last one?
I was like, I'm holding that for 5th. Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
Really? Why do you say
just-
Numbani?
I just don't like it. I think first point's like really terrible, and it's so well known for full holds and like
True.
it's always
true.
short.
A lot of
always
full
short.
holds. Yeah.
And
Okay.
third point's just so long as well. It's not great either.
Yeah. I do like second point, but
Second point's
probably
alright.
agree with you.
So
Yeah,
those
so-
are. Wait, which one's left? We only have 1 left.
I was going to say, are we putting that at 4 or last?
Yeah. Where are you guys putting that?
What other hybrids are there?
Kings Row, right?
Oh, well, then that's
That's
well,
better.
then it's definitely better. So
Okay.
we'll say last.
All right.
We'll say 5th.
Yeah.
5th
fifth?
Numbani.
Yep. And Punk, you just mentioned it.
Yep.
So it is going to be Kings Row 4th.
Okay.
Is there a reason why you're putting Kings Row on 4th?
Oh, not much choice left, is there? So
Yeah.
I think it's just
Not
better
much
than
choice
Numbani.
left.
I personally really like Kings Row.
Yeah,
Kings Row is my
I
favorite
do.
hybrid.
Yeah, I was thinking about it a bit earlier on, but had to make the tough choice. So
Yeah.
So you guys did have Iconwall number
Could have
1,
had
right?
Alcon
Now
number
you know the
4th
whole
maybe.
ranking with all the hybrid maps. If you could change it, would you change the number 1 spot?
I don't think I would. I still think I'd say
Yeah,
Iconwall
I
over
think
Kings Row.
Iconwall's good. Yeah. It's a good map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe Overwatch 1 Kings Row, but
Yeah. Overwatch 1 Kings Row. Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah.
But okay, Iconwall takes the first place for hybrid map for team makers. All right, that was it for the blind ranking game. How did you guys enjoy it?
yeah, it's good fun.
Cool.
Fun, yeah.
Awesome.
That's good.
Pretty good.
Thank you
Thank you
very
very
much,
much.
Danny.
All right. Thank you.
Cheers.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات، لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الهيدسوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is decision time in Group B. It's going to be Twisted Minds playing up against Makers. And the question obviously still is, they are still, yeah, I mean, well, yes and no, there's still a couple of decisions to be made in this Group B, right? But also very strongly depends on what happens in the other game of that group, which is going to be Falcons against the Chinese team. And therefore, it really depends a lot on what happens in that game. We are pretty far ahead in schedule compared to the mainstream. Therefore, we'll have to wait. Obviously, the players will have to wait, which is going to be quite painful, not knowing what is going to happen, right? But to focus on this game, Twisted Minds. Let's talk about the roster and let's talk about the fact that, honestly, compared to the most recent showings in Dallas, for example, they are looking good.
A real turnaround for this Twisted Minds roster. And there were so many questions coming in of, oh, they've changed the roster again. Are they just getting worse and worse and worse and worse? But the introduction of TVNT, he was a player who's maybe at one point had a lot of, I guess, gas behind him in terms of all the hype he had in terms of how close he was playing KSA and Sigma, obviously the former Twisted Minds tank. Now a little bit later down the line, TVNT had a pretty bad run of it with Rock Esports before joining this team, and all of a sudden, a player who fits that KSA archetype, the same strength of heroes, they're back on their sim stuff, and Twisted Minds are revitalized. Suddenly, they've taken maps off LGD. Well, not just taken maps, they've taken the series off LGD, and Twisted Minds really feel like this is the type of performance their fans and the team wanted. This is what they're capable of. They're getting the best out of Yubi, they're getting the best out of Quartz, and if they can do these things, if they can all just follow Yubi's lead, follow his calling, they always have a chance in all of these series.
Absolutely. Their opponents are fairly well known. It's the team from Down Under making yet another appearance on the B stream. Top Dragon honestly has looked better yesterday than it did in this first matchup today. Obviously, with a roster of opener, Akai, Punk, and New. There's quite a lot of potential in this roster. However, as being one of the smaller regions, in my opinion, they weren't really able to make too much happen at the big stage. Yet, this is probably given to the fact that while they were able to dominate Oceania quite easily, there's still some kind of skill difference, or at least performance difference, compared to the other regions.
One of the biggest things that's really held back some of this Makers roster so far is while they've clearly got the talent in forms of especially players like Top Dragon and Punk, they've not really practiced or scrimmed actively in the build-up to this tournament, so as such they're just a little bit behind on some of these key components in terms of how they play as a team, how they deal with some of these ban situations. I think one thing that all the teams have kind of experienced since starting to practice with hero bans is, whoa, this is a little bit tricky, this is a little bit complicated. Glad we practiced this and got to see a few different iterations and learn a few lessons, and obviously something that the makers haven't really had, so they're just sort of freeballing it, winging it a little, and they've put in an alright showing so far, but this is maybe the one, if this is their last chance to make something happen, and we'll see how they get on here.
Absolutely, and obviously Twisted Minds, you got to give it to them as well, despite this technically being 3 Arab orgs in this tournament, right? You've got Rock, you've got Falcons, and you've got Twisted Minds. They're the only one that actually is playing with an Arabian player core, the full DPS line, the tank line, right? You only have international players on the support line, and therefore I could imagine a lot of the hometown community obviously supporting that team, but I want to know for sure, and therefore please take your predictions into the board, and to do that you'd only have to go to stcplay.gg, put your predictions in and let us know what you think about this upcoming matchup, because it's definitely going to be an interesting one. Twisted Minds, will they be able to continue with that journey of success and that reverse, well, the total turnaround, honestly, they have now been experiencing after the Dallas Major, because they are looking good on the big stage. With a win here, they could maybe even shoot for a 2nd place in this group.
There's a few different components, I think, to why Twisted Minds have had the turnaround. One, they're kind of just playing the archetype of comp where they've always had their success in. Their ventures on Dive, while it had some success against some of the weaker teams within the EMEA region, it never really had success against the big teams. I think all of a sudden you're putting Quartz in a more difficult role where he's not the carry. I think they've always looked their best when essentially their entire strategy is played around enabling their best player, because Quartz really is the star on this team. People will talk a lot about Yubi and his in-game calling and his leadership of the team, and while it is a key component, Quartz is the X factor. Quartz is what pushes them over the top. Quartz can do so much in series, and even though we've seen Hitscan struggle in this meta, they were able to get more out of it with that Symmetra, enabling Quartz to get more value, and if they can keep doing that, they can actually maybe be a force to be reckoned with in this tournament.
Absolutely, and the Quartz UV combination is one that we have seen a couple of times, right? We've seen it in the World Cup 2023 as well. It's definitely one that we have to expect and we want to see again, because it did work super well in the World Cup. Obviously, they came out as the winner last year, and therefore, honestly, the expectations for the Arab scene have been quite high. A team like Rock, when they still played in European OWCS, for example, somehow really well stayed behind the expectations. Honestly, even with the career substitutes or additions they made to that roster, it seemed like it was just a question of too little preparation. They weren't really able to convince. However, Twisted Minds as a team, they were, and therefore I'm looking forward to see what they can do on this big stage. Let's talk a little bit about what we can maybe expect for them when it came to in regional competitions, like earlier in the days, contenders, for example. The Arabic region was always fit for something like the Arab Pharaoh, for example, so really having that Pharaoh Mercy, just throwing rockets from above. Are those competitions still a thing, and if so, can they keep up with the current meta? Is there a place for a MENA-specific comp in an international competition?
I think they've really shifted away from that now and leaned more into a very much a sort of TP Symmetra style comp. That's where they've had a lot of their success. Especially with that original KSA UB Quartz core. It's what they've sort of gone back to here, obviously, with TVNT matching a lot of hero pool options that KSA had. And one thing that's really worth saying as well is when they're able to play in this type of composition, what it does is it forces the other team to adapt. If the other team is playing a Symmetra composition, it's tricky, right? The Symmetra has so much capacity to do so many things, but you have to be coordinated. You have to play around essentially one voice, which is how Twisted Minds are set up anyway. UB is that one voice. They all follow him. They follow his direction, but they have to listen to it. They play around it. And then the question becomes for the other team, can you react to it? Because playing versus Symmetra comps is different than playing versus other comps. You have to be ready for TP. Do you go early? Do you go before the TP? Do you try and predict where the TP is? Can you be organized? Can you be ahead of them? And that is the question that really is going to be asked of the makers. One, it would be great if they could scrim against Symmetra teams. Honestly, it probably would have been great if they could scrim at all, but one problem at a time. But it is worth saying, Unter did used to coach Twisted Minds when they played in this type of composition. So there maybe is a bit of insider knowledge. Unter has obviously worked with the London boys a lot before. So if anyone does have a bit of an inside track about how to play Symmetra, or maybe more importantly for them, how to play against Symmetra, it might be Unter in this scenario.
Yeah. I want to dig a little deeper into this since we seem to have a couple of minutes more time. We've been talking a lot about Makers or the Greatest Showman as the Oceanian representative at this Esports World Cup. The question I've been wondering ever since yesterday, because there were so many moments where I was like, this is actually good, like this works, and even against a team like Falcons, there were situations where I was like, they could actually make it somewhere, right? Do you think, given the fact that we're pretty sure that their preparation for this tournament has not been as big as for other teams, how much more could they have made happen if they had scrimmed properly for the Esports World Cup? Do you think that they could have closed the full gap to actually be able to fully compete with the big boys here?
It's hard to say. I think they could have certainly punched up a little bit more. They do have the potential. I think when you look at certain players on the roster, like Top Dragon is the go-to example, the talent level of Top Dragon individually is massive. So in many ways, it is a little bit of a shame that we're seeing them on a team that ultimately won't get very deep in this competition. So instead, we'll have to kind of watch him here and see how he does. I think they could have done higher. Could they have beaten Twisted Minds or LGT? Maybe not. We can take a look at the bans here, obviously. So worth mentioning that Twisted Minds will get first ban. They choose to ban Nat Diva, targeting the boy Punk, not letting Punk play Diva on any of these map ones. Meanwhile, they want to make sure there's no Pharah on the side of Twisted Minds. Pharah, of course, a hero that's actually pretty good for Top Dragon, pretty good for Color Hex, but also very good against Symmetra, which maybe is a little bit of a telltale sign of what we should expect from Twisted Minds here.
Absolutely, we do see the Diva ban as well. Definitely one of the heroes from Punk, for sure. And we do see, we do really pull all the registers here, right? Punk getting that last second massage from Unter just to make sure that all the muscles are relaxed and ready to go.
Color Hex looks so scared he might get a massage. He seems really
like,
he looks really anxious that he might be next in line here. So we'll cut away before Color Hex has to deal with that situation. We're going to get Twisted Minds on the other side now. I think one thing that's worth talking about, there's been a lot of talk about bans where the coach's influence comes into a greater level in terms of how they can shape and influence a series. Obviously, Twisted Minds are a team that have historically not really had a coach, especially in terms of strategic and in-game coach. All their play is based around the comps Yubi wants to play, the direction Yubi wants to play in terms of style, and how he wants to go about it. Now, in many ways, you can see this as a weakness, because it's isn't it better to have coaches and have people who can contribute and add to this, different perspectives, all of this. But once we get into a hero ban situation where there's chaos, right? We talk about how difficult it is for coaches and teams to prepare for this. Everything changes in the moment. It changes on the fly. You have to be adaptable. Actually, having a player who is your in-game leader, who calls everything in-game, able to talk to the team live while the game is happening, might actually be an advantage for Twisted Minds that very few other teams can match.
Absolutely. I mean, Yubi, as an in-game persona, very strong, right? Really proactive, definitely knows where he wants to push this team. However, absolutely, it's also a question, like, if that player is wrong once, it will mean that your whole team is going down, because obviously the question is, how much more can others actually like contribute to this, right? How much more do others have to say when it comes to building up a composition, or is it all Yubi, and therefore maybe sometimes going into the wrong direction? Let's find out as we head into Ilios for a second time today. No Diva, no Pharah, that is for sure. The question is, what can the teams make of it?
Expectation probably has to be maybe some kind of Symmetra, play a lot around point from Twisted Minds here. Lighthouse, a pretty good map for it. And Makers, obviously, I mean, you can tell Unter coaches this team, because this is exactly the type of composition the old London Spitfire core would hate playing against on Lighthouse if we were playing a TP to point comp. But Junkrat, the Echo, it's so annoying. Opener's even going to go Mercy. Makers have the read, they know what to expect, and they are rolling out on a counter comp.
Let's get into it. We do see the TP on the side of Twisted Minds. And wait. Kalax actually playing the Junkrat. I like it.
This is counter comp. It's really difficult to deal with. They want a TP to point and force objective here. The Junkrat will just set above, really disrupt them. So instead, they're going to try and make that first TP, and its pocketed echo is going to cause loads of problems from the back of the point. They try to TP high ground here, and they're going to take so much damage. Look, Quartz goes down. That Mercy, they're just playing up a high ground. Hunter's a step ahead. He's outsmarted Yubi.
I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. I see a Junkrat on the big stage here. No way at all. But it works out for Makers. They are able to cap the point first. And it seems like not even Yubi could believe that just happened.
Interesting as well, because as we know from TVNT, his hero pool is very much around off-tanks heroes, which means D.Va would be the go-to swap here, maybe if they're struggling to live, but D.Va is of course banned by Makers, so Makers maybe a step ahead in the bans, a step ahead in the compositions, and it's going to be an aggressive rollout, but a good nade from Aki, and oh, Punk is going to get so much done here. There's the kill, and they are pulling him apart right now.
Quartz, however, he does get the kill on Top Dragon. May be able to make something happen here, but without a tank is not going to work for too long. TVNT, he does switch over to the Orisa now. Also something we haven't seen too often in this competition so far.
A very strong hero for TVNT, actually. It's the one we've seen him kind of perform to a very high level before, back in when it was an Orisa-only meta, so he's done very well in the mirror. And to be honest, into the Winston, you can throw a Javelin at him, you can disrupt him quite a lot. And we do see Twisted Minds maybe swapping into more of a standard brawl comp. Still difficult on this map, but maybe a bit more viable than the TP stuff.
63% on the bank of Makers already. Colorhex slowly but surely charging up that Riptire. The Punk, he's got the big angry monkey ready.
It's going to be hard to get to point here versus this Primal as well. We can see Vigilante scared. They're all trying to back into the corner, and they just choose to leave it. Punk could have gone in, but chooses just to let him waste that window, and now this Tire is coming. But where is it? They deal with it, but Punk's doubled down. He's going deeper with this Primal. He's nanoed, he's Primal, he's doing everything in the backline. But where are the kills, Punk? Where are the kills?
Trying to make something happen here against TVNT, but it didn't really work out for him. Not too much damage coming in, actually dying now from the Baptiste of Twisted Minds. This is the opening they need for sure. Overtime triggered, but the point instantly flipped. Therefore, safe for now. Twisted Minds came in clutch just in time. Makers now have to regroup and see what they can make of it. Kalex, does he really want to stick onto the Junkrat again?
He's keeping it. I think there's a real worry here that the Oceanic region will never economically recover from this, because they committed so many ults to get so many kills, and now they lose Opener on the way in again. Might have to be a quick reset, but Top Dragon is too deep to reset, so they're going to double down, but easy one for Quartz in the end. And they might, they might actually be in trouble. They might have really put themselves in quite the pickle here with no ult decisions in the fight before last.
A lot of ultimates available on the side of Twisted Minds. Now both DPS ready. We do have the window soon. We do have the reset ult soon as well. And the Lucy boost. The sound barrier is good to go. Punk trying to take an aggressive dive there up to the high ground. The pulse bomb does miss its target. That's one out of the way. Top Dragon, he does get the punch onto Yubi. Opening for Makers. Now they have to capitalize from it. They need to move towards the point. Maybe take out the Cassidy as well, as this would maybe be the main counter here. Try to do it with the copy. It works out for them. Top Dragon also here coming in clutch. No chance for TVNT to pull out the result. This could be the point for the Makers. No chance to touch at all. Twisted Minds, they are not really in the rhythm yet. I like what I'm seeing from Makers.
Nice play from Top Dragon to finish it off, really. We were worried about that ult economy situation, but Top Dragon finds the only pick onto Yubi, and then able to, you know, take a pretty stacked... It was a 1v1 of sorts, right? As 1v1 as it can be, where you have a copy and a full Mercy pocket, as we see Top Dragon with the hit scan gap. And they're able to convert off the back of it. So, good fight from Makers. They had a clear read on what to expect, and they had a clear read on what to do versus it, and... Makers seem to be calling their bluff again. They expect Symmetra, and right now at least Yubi is on it. We'll see if he swaps. Could just be a TP out of spawn and a swap to Tracer here for Twisted Minds, but still a tricky one to deal with it. Lots of high grounds for the Orisa to try and play up against.
Now, I'm not sure if that is allowed for Hunter to sit there, right? Giving calls in the lobby, that's a risky one. but he only is asking, obviously, in a joke as well, to keep the jungle. And Alex does so as well. I like this pick, I actually really do. It makes it more enjoyable once again to watch this, as Yubi is in big trouble here. Top Dragon takes him out of the equation early on. Once again, big advantage from the beginning on for Makers. Top Dragon also falling dangerously low, but is able to get healed up right away with the opener Merced Pocky.
Nice, easy one to start with. Quartz is going to try and swing onto point, and this is kind of a playstyle Twisted Minds like to do a lot historically, is can they just try and take a space that's quite reasonable and put Quartz in a position to hit a shot, but they do this thing, but it's TVNT who hits the shot, and they'll be cleaning up from that. No ults yet from Makers to respond with, and actually a pretty easy retake, all things considered. Top Dragon still lurking for a trade behind though.
Trying to go in it now, but also kind of just trying to reset. Honestly, did give him a little bit more ult charge here. They can maybe use to now work towards that copy already at 85%. As Kalex has now swapped over to the Tracer.
Bit more of a standard matchup now they know they're not playing into the Symmetra. The big power spike for Makers is obviously this Nano and Winston time, or this Nano and Primal timing. We saw Toronto have a lot of success with it almost every time we see him playing this comp. The earlier one we got on Lighthouse wasn't really what we were hoping for from Punk, so we're going to see if he can do a little bit better with this engage here. But it might even just be Top Dragon to start it, you know.
Does have the copy ready, so this could be the opportunity to use it, obviously. As Punk is waiting for next engage. Bubble is ready, he's trying to collapse on the backline, but the lamp is pulled just in time with the nano boost, however. It could be crucial damage coming his way, but the window is taking him down very low. However, the kill still coming for Makers. Akai finding a good anti-nade. There's one Top Dragon able to put 2 on his account as well. The point is flipped once again, but Twisted Minds, they did catch almost 60% here already. Therefore, Makers still have to survive a couple of fights to equal this up.
Perfect from Punk, really. They get the pressure onto Bliss early on. This forces the lamp before the ults even come in. So when that Nano and Primal is dropped, they are all just sitting there for the take-in. Lots of ults on the retake here, but they still have to deal with this copy and this Valkyrie coming up. So they're trying to focus down Top Dragon. They force out a pretty early copy. BAP is not the optimal target, but they're going to try and make it work anyway. Beat keeps them alive for now, and Makers are just going to try and regroup back to point as Top Dragon throws that lamp away.
Yeah, I thought like, okay, well, you copy the Baptiste, you know, go for it, right? But then with that lamp, as honestly, there's not too much value in it anymore. Res comes through from opener. Kalex is back in the game. They still possess this point fairly well, 60% on their mark now as well. Twisted Minds with the Deadeye now, but it gets taken out early. Yubi does straight for Punk though. As Bliss is in trouble here, gets taken down by Top Dragon. Another important pick for the young Maker player.
Really good
so much damage here.
Yeah, oh, he does get caught by Yubi now, not from a pulse bomb, but just shoots him, and Yubi will be able to salvage this one for his team. It's been a real problem for Twisted Minds dealing with this Mercy Echo combo. Top Dragon's done so much work for him. Even there, when TVNT hits the air shot, he's still able to find a kill on Bliss. They do get the retake. We are going to get into a pretty precarious situation as this Nano Primal timing is coming up once again for Makers.
On the Winston, definitely a strong option to play. The window is ready on the other side though. Now the nano boost comes in. They're looking for damage, they're looking for more. The window pulled once again, but now he just outran it basically. And once again, good timing as well for the Primaration. Seems to work out twice at Elios. Good damage coming in also on the Cassidy, now trying to make that 3rd kill in his favor. Quaz and TVNT only remaining hope here for Twisted Minds. Overtime triggered in their favor, but it won't be enough since the point is going to be flipped fairly surely for Makers. There it is, and now it's Twisted Minds. They have to pull the trigger now on a last fight here. It's going to be difficult though. Copy ready, rest ready, and the Mercy ultimate itself is ready as well. They do have the Lucio ultimate in their favor. Let's see if it can be enough.
Yeah, really about getting this beat off. I think Top Dragons can play aggressive with this copy. Opener can back him up. I think if they get to this ult wave Twisted Minds, they get to the High Noon, they get to the Terror Surge, it can help them survive. But no, immediate pick. The beat is not in time. Top Dragon still has the copy. They're going to be able to pocket everything on point with this Valkyrie. And what a great position. Quartz is the next target. Bliss tries to defend his man, but their main source of healing is gone. But it's not stopping Yubi. He's got a pulse bomb as well. Needs to try and clear this backline out. And Twisted Minds are going to do it. They're going to send it to another round. Pulse Bomb doesn't land. Copy's buying a little bit more time, but I don't know if it's enough. Top Dragon's still getting my pocket, but he's got so much to do. It's a 2v4. Color Hex is there as well, but no, but Javelin's good. That sets up a kill. TVNT makes the difference, hits that spear, and now they will be able to secure the round off the back of it.
It's a close one for sure, but it is enough in the end. Makers, they have to go to a third map on Ilios. It was not meant to happen. It would have been too much to ask, honestly, as we now go to Ruins. It all will come down to maybe another Junkrat.
I think it might be the end of it now. I think it's a counter Symmetra swap, and now I think Twisted Minds are very much cottoned on to Makers are not afraid to start the Junkrat, and we might see a more similar composition via Orisa here. Maybe just a TP out of spawn. Seems like they're toying with the idea of an Ana at least. Could be something where they just go onto the high ground with it, but no, a Ramatra comp instead. We're going to get a very different matchup here. Ram into Sigma.
Ram into Sigma. It is Color Hex on the Widowmaker. Trying to find a couple of early shots here for his team. Widowmaker in general, definitely a valid pick on Ruins if you find the angles.
Playing on his coast side initially, just trying to bait them in aggressively. Even though the Sigma loses to Ramatra, they do have that May to help Punk out in the front line, but these TP aggressive plays on the Ramatra will cause them problems, and there goes Top Dragon, but Color Hex trades one. All about how much value Color Hex can get while they pile on top of his team, and one pick won't be enough in reality here.
No, it definitely won't. Twisted Minds, they will take possession of this point first. Alex, he is on 70% to the visor already, or to the infrared visor. I don't know if it's worth it though, honestly. Without the point in your favor, Twisted Minds can just kite around this more or less. They don't really have to take any peeks, they can just wait for them to come on site with them.
Wants to TP aggressively actually. Yubi's holding really close in this choke. I think they're toying with the idea of maybe even TPing on it. Quartz has got a Widow of his own as well, as they're going to try and come through the left-hand side, and sets that one up, and now all of a sudden the picks are just there, and now they can walk for relative free. Just need to care in this ram form. There it goes, and an easy enough one there. Good pressure and pressure on both sides there. If you're the Brawl team like Twisted Minds there and people start to get on your left, they start to get on your right, you need to make a move. TP left, TP right, clear one side. You can't let yourself get surrounded or let yourself get flanked. That's the power of Symmetra, but not able to find the timing there, Twisted Minds.
First round of ultimates now rolling in. We do see the Widowmaker ultimate instantly being pulled on the side of Makers. Mostly just to buy a little bit more time, but Twisted Minds. Oh, this is not good. The wall is very nicely placed. The Blizzard comes in as well. No chance to TP out, and Ram is in big trouble here. Somehow, someway, the Lamb saves the day, though, for Twisted Minds. At least for now, they can just freely walk out of this. No damage taken, but once again, a good wall to get the Ram in trouble. TVT is so low, he gets taken down by Makers in the end. It did take them a lot of utility, but it forces Twisted Minds back once more.
Did so well to survive. It was a perfect lamp from Vigi, really, but kept trying to force it through in that choke, and we see the power that May has in terms of controlling that front line, especially now Punk is mirroring the Ram pick. So, big ult fight coming up. There's going to be a Widow battle in the midst as well, and of course misses his opportunity there as this wall comes through.
Ram now with the Annihilation going right into it. Difficult to play against the Quartz. He does find the pick on Top Dragon. Open and Punk fall in the process as well, as this surely is a fight that will go into the favor of Twisted Minds. And one more advantage that comes with it is it's a pretty clean one. There's no staggering, there's no buying more time, buying more percentages. It's clean and easy, it goes quickly, and therefore not much time lost for Twisted Minds in this recap.
Just the Annihilation is the last ult standing here as well, and it is on the side of Twisted Mind. Now Punk and Opener don't get value, and now TVNT looking for an aggressive timing. TP in, forces it out. Now the Annihilation on top, and can just finish him here if they can keep it up. No! It's Color Hex who finds the pick. TVNT's been forced back, does TP out, but Yubi can't take the TP. And now all of a sudden Twisted Mind's aggressive play, it's backfired. They're in a 3v5, and Makers are swarming point, there's no way out for them.
Oh! Kalex does get taken down by the enemy Widowmaker though, but Punk, AK and Top Dragon, they're able to make the kills they need on the point. The flip comes in once more, 75% on the side of Twisted Minds already though, which means that we'll have one more fight for sure. couple of ultimates coming up as well. The Blizzard has been crucial before, and the window might be once again on both sides. Kalex is low, got one shot, but it's not enough to finish him off. This will be the one deciding Ilios for sure.
Need a little bit of magic from Quartz here. The ults are against them. They have Top Dragon threatening on one side of the window, but as Color Hex who finds the pick. Quartz is going to be forced out of the slow, catches him. Blizzard on the top. Have they frozen anyone? It doesn't look like it, actually. Oh, they get the kills anyway. They pushed all the way through. And then there's nowhere for Vigilante to go. There's no Quartz. There's nothing left. And Makers are going to take map 1 here.
Well, this is a surprise, honestly, but I like it. Makers, they're fighting their way back into this. It will be interesting in the end to see how much and how far they can actually go here. But it's definitely a nice W on the books there. And honestly, I like the creativity. I like how there's a couple of different approaches to this. I like the Junkrat for sure. Something we weren't expecting, but something we do really like.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a really annoying comp for the Symmetra team to deal with it. The bluff you're maybe calling is, will they actually swap off the Symmetra, which we did see Twisted Minds do ultimately, but it means they're playing an Orisa comp, which is not the worst thing you can play into a Winston type comp, but on Ilios it is. Ilios is such a dive-friendly map. You really need the Symmetra TP to negate some of these high ground disadvantages you have as a ground-based Orisa team. But we were forced to swap off it, and that just put them exactly in a really good position. And then they're eventually able to close it out in a bit more of an old Ram Widow mirror on Ruins.
Probably one of the bigger upsets in general. A small region taking a round here was something we could have maybe expected. On the other side, taking it against a team like Twisted Minds, something that probably not too many people had on their bingo card for this event. And Makers, they are making the best out of their maybe last appearance on the EWC for this year. Quite enjoyable journey for them for sure. Maybe they can top it off with a cherry on that cake. It would be a win in the series. And then maybe who knows what could still happen, you know?
It's probably now Makers have taken a map, it kind of enters this situation because the way this group is poised currently, the 2 final fixtures are the one we're watching right now, Makers against Twisted Minds, and of course Falcons against LGD. The way the results have gone so far is if Twisted Minds win this series as they would be expected to, and Falcons win the series as they would be expected to, what we would just have is a very clear first, second, third ranking between everyone. If Makers were to win the game here and cause an upset, and LGD do still lose to Falcons as we would expect, then all of a sudden we get a 3-way tie for that second, third, and fourth place, which means we go into a bit more of a complicated solving of this as we get the celebrations from the Makers here. Absolutely buzzing about that one, aren't they?
I think, let's face it, right? There's just been a small delay on how much this like pulling up the sleeves from Ante works, right? It didn't work out for the last game, but it's ready now. It is fully charged up. You know, it's good to go. And yeah, the teams they want to continue right away, right? There's not going to be any substitution for map 2, and yeah, well, Twisted Minds find themselves in a situation they weren't really hoping to be in for this matchup, as they'll now have the choice of map, and there's plenty of things to pick from, honestly. It's also obviously then a question of who do you want to ban. The boldest move in general would be banning the jungler just for like the fun of it, because you don't want that to happen again, right? But I think there's picks that give more value to this.
I think, yeah, one of the nice things that people, or one of the big problems people talk about with teams playing in hero bans is, if you don't have flexibility, you're going to have big trouble. But actually, I think teams like Twisted Minds, who have a clear strength, can actually exploit that and use the bans to protect their strength. And we'll maybe see that in this next map here, as they've chosen to go to Suravasa. Suravasa, a map that is very brawl favored, quite hard to dive on, and is very powerful for the Symmetra. So here, I think we're going to see more of the Symmetra coming out for Twisted Minds, and this time it's going to be a little trickier to counter-comp them the same way they did on Ilios.
It definitely will be Suravasa, the map of choice for Twisted Minds. Players on stage, they are almost ready for this next map. It will be a crucial one for sure. If somehow, some way, Makers are able to stay on this high they're currently on and get to an early match point, Twisted Minds would be in trouble quite a lot here. This would definitely be the upset itself in this whole journey and all the group stages together. We're not there yet though, right? Twisted Minds, they drop a map, that's fine. As long as they win the series, it's all good for them. They have to step up the game a little bit though.
It's important this map as well, I think, just because if they are going to lean into more of the Symmetra stuff as we expect, this is actually going to be where Twisted Minds seem like they've chosen to live or die in this tournament. How much the Symmetra can give them value, how much they can find that success. As we take a look at our players and teams getting ready for this second map here, we can see it's all laughs and giggles and positive spirits on the side of the Makers. A little bit more pensive on the side of Twisted Minds as we take a look at these bans. And now, important bans here, because I think what Twisted Minds, who chose to ban first, have chosen to do is ban Mei. Mei is very good against Symmetra, and most importantly for Twisted Minds, I think what banning Mei does is stop Symmetra getting banned. So they play the hero they want to play the most on the map they want to play it on the most. Makers, on the other hand, are going to ban Lucio to try and sabotage that brawl effort.
Absolutely, and the Lucio obviously on Flashpoint map does bring a second effect into this as well. Since there are super long walks on those Flashpoint maps from time to time, and the ticks on the different objectives, they go really fast. They go faster than control maps. It is a question of how many fights are you even able to get per Flashpoint. Without a Lucio speed burst, without being able to get back into a fight that quickly, it does mean that you'll have less opportunities to take a fight on point. Therefore, this Lucio ban not only to sabotage Twisted Minds, but also obviously in general it will totally change the pace of this game right here.
One thing that I think maybe is a bit of a problem that maybe Makers haven't anticipated is that while the Lucio makes the Flashpoint harder, the Symmetra actually makes up for a lot of the problems you lose by losing a Lucio. The fact that you can still do a lot of these rotations with Symmetra instead can make up for the deficit you have from losing that speed. So it's going to be a lot more of what we saw on Ilios here, but I think this might not affect Twisted Minds maybe as much as the Makers were hoping.
Dude, he's doing it again.
He will not stop. He will not stop. So the question here for Makers, because they are on a slightly slower version with the Sigma as well, is they've got to try and read the aggression here from UB. Where is that TP going, and can Color Hex and can Pop Dragon be in a position to punish that TP? Because it's hard to go early with a Sigma and a Mercy. You can't really go early on these TPs like you would with a Lucio composition. So you have to anticipate where they're going to come from. So can they read UB's mind?
I mean, honestly, on Ilios it seemed quite like it, and therefore, why not here as well? The TP getting destroyed early on, just to make sure there's no second angle to play with. But Yubi, he does get the first pick against Punk, and therefore no tank, and therefore no hope for Makers in this first fight. It's pretty clean. Yubi does fall in the process, but it won't matter too much as they are actually even able to stagger the end. And you can already tell, if it's this early in a map and they're already starting to stagger, timing is such an important thing on those Flashpoint maps.
Exactly, and we do see a swap over here. Color Hex going to go onto the Venture, which again as a hero, their toolkit really does help against these Symmetra TPs as well. Can play it very aggressively. What you might see Twisted Minds start to do now is use that Venture engage as a bit of a timing. When the Venture burrows underneath, it's a clear sign the push is coming. Twisted Minds might use that as an opportunity to rotate away or TP away, as we see the point force coming out from Makers here.
Good anti-nade to delay the retake approach from Twisted Minds here. A lot of players have fallen dangerously low already. Lamp used early in this fight as well. But obviously on the side of Makers there won't be one available because they play the end and the Brigitte. Those turrets on point is so annoying for Makers. Overtime triggered already on this first of potentially 5 flashpoints. Top Dragon in trouble, needs to make some process with this ultimate charge here. Kalex, he's able to find the pick on the D.Va. This is the advantage Twisted Minds have now lost as they are without a tank and therefore without too big of a hope. They do pull the Brigitte ultimate, but the point is long flipped.
Yeah, they think they can turn it here, and they don't have to get any kills off it, but they're going to use a TP and a Sim Wall on point. They want to ramp up this aggression. Now the beam coming through on Punk, but their D.Va isn't quite there yet. Here he is, caught from behind and over the top. forces the ball back. Oh, crucial sleep. Just about saves his own life there, but they still lose. Punk looking for the trade here as Color Hex going deep, going so deep, does get it. Top Dragon low behind as well. Can he get the trade? Oh, just about survives Vigi. It's still a dogfight here, but I think they've just about done enough Twisted Minds. There we go. Opener might even die late on this one too, and they find the way through Twisted Minds there. Good decision to turn it with those ults.
Twisted Minds one up ahead now. As Makers, they have the Brigitte ultimate ready. The rally would be there to use. Kalex close to his one as well. DVNT does have a second life by the Diva Bomb that he could use for remake if needed in this first fight. But the TP is working really, really well here for Twisted Minds. The flexibility is given to re-engage and out-engage of fights is super, super important for this composition. Punk with a nice Gravitic Flux opens this fight up. No bomb available now anymore as DVNT had to use it early in this fight to get back into the match.
I think it was a TP to try and flip to the other side here. They lose Bliss on the wave though, and they don't really get the value they want out of this window. They're going to nano the Venture here with the Tectonic Shock. It's a powerful combo, but there's nobody there. Makers have kind of fumbled this one here. Desperate to get it. The lamp is good though, and oh, Color Hex might get nothing with this in the end. Just misread how close they were. Color Hex wasn't ready to push that in the same way they wanted. Miscommunication on the nano. Doesn't get the value it wants, and that's a very expensive way to lose a fight.
TVNT does get a left pick here as well on the Ana once again. We do see a switch coming in from Makers. It's Punk now on the Zarya. That's a new one for sure. Color Hex falling dangerously low early in this fight. Needs to be careful. Any lost early fights will cost you so much time here. Very curious to see what the Zarya can do.
I think a lot of these bubbles are going to go Color Hex's way to help with the engage. We get a copy over the top, a bubble and a burrow underneath. They TP high noon flip, wall over the top. They just have to run Makers. They read the play well. They survive the high noon. Top Dragon with a bit of matrix to help out his team. Not why he copied the Diva, but valuable nonetheless. Now the burrow engage is good again, but no, Color Hex doesn't get underground. Now the rally push comes out and Punk has to run, but I don't think he can get out. The TP to chase them all. There's nowhere for this backline to go. And this is the power of Symmetra, and there's no Lucio to disengage, there's no Lucio to chase, but you can do the exact same thing with Symmetra TP.
And with that, Twisted Minds will take this second point as well. Will be backs against the wall for Makers. They need to fully turn around Saravasa now in order to stay in this fight, in this map. On the other side, they do have that one map locked in already, so it would just be tying the series up. Nothing you want to give away too easily though.
Quartz catches asleep there, but will be bailed out of that one. Looks like it's going to be a nano engage next. Again, expecting Color Hex's way or Top Dragon's way. Might just be a TP to disengage this time from Twisted Minds, more defensive than anything else. And there is the burrow. They use that as the timing to go. They TP back though and window, but Color Hex is right there. Big trouble for Vigilante, big trouble for Quartz. The backline goes down, and this time it works, and even a late bubble to save their Ana.
Nicely played from Makers. They're able to find a first good attack on this third flash point. However, Twisted Minds, they're starting to build up a couple of ultimates to build. We see the Baptiste again. Back to the window. TVNT does have the Diva Bomb ready once again.
Really hard one to know how to TP into this, because they've got to worry about nade, they've got to worry about burrow and grab, and it's just a Tectonic Shock to start it, but it's too early. It's an easy disengage, and they'll just get away from this one here, so Maker's going to have to start thinking about their next plan. All about this grab, but it's a Poco Bomb from TVNT over top! Catches nothing. And now they have to worry about this grab.
Grab will be crucial at the minute. It's a good one for sure. Lamp is doing a lot of work here for Twisted Minds, so how long will it last? No chance in the later fight. Lamp is down, therefore it's the mech of TVNT as well. Makers, they just did it. They flipped this point into their favor, did not let it go ever since. And we have a first flashpoint in their favor as well.
Looked like it was an attempt to TP out of a grab there from Yubi, but it seemed not quite perfectly placed. So a couple of people were able to TP out of a grab, but a couple of people weren't, so they didn't quite get the outplay they were hoping for. So an expensive one for Makers, they get it, but again, look at this, Nano coming back up. Expect that to be on one of these bubble DPS coming in again. All about trying to find a way to outplay it with this TP if you're Twisted Minds.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Flashpoint will be available soon. Top lane, he's just got the copy ready. But Yubi, that TP Cassidy combination has worked out quite well in the past. There's the Deadeye. Will not find anything apparently though. Twisted Minds are not quite locked in to capture this point yet. Walls divided once more. Good bubble there as well. Top lane on the Diva once more, trying to bring a second tank into the equation here for Makers. A lot of pressure on Yubi here with the fully charged symmetric gun. It can be a dangerous weapon for sure.
Just bullies back for Nano Zarya as well, not scared of Punk at all, even though he's full charged and nanoed. And Punk has so much energy, but he's still just trying to burn through all these targets. He's bubbled Color Hex out of that one. The rally push comes in, Makers have to keep giving space. The TP to chase again, they're trying to find it. The bash is good from Bliss, but no kills. They survive just about for now. And Punk is still full charged, but there's the kill. They get their man eventually, and they'll actually get a lot of these. And they've had the point this entire time too.
Yeah, it's been a super long fight, but it's all in favor of Twisted Minds as they were able to collect percentage after percentage from the very start on, and therefore almost a little bit sad that they did not opt out of this a little earlier. And Aka, oh, he's suffering so much here. So much.
It wins them a point. It actually just wins them a map. It's so hard now with how big this is. No Symmetra, no Lucio, and they're going to push the other players now as well. They're forced to try and make the play here. No choice. Color Hex gets shut down, and the Stagger ends up unraveling it here. And better map from Twisted Minds for sure. The grab comes out and the rally. Can they still turn it? Maybe. They've got themselves to a point somehow, some way. They do actually get a flip. Maybe I called it too early, Julian.
Maybe again you did, yes indeed, but we'll see about that. Bliss and TVNT, they make it work. Top Dragon has one on the Baptiste, but it probably won't be enough as he copies to Brigitte as a last hope, as a last chance for Makers, but it won't be enough as there's more Twisted Minds players than he would want to try beating here. That there's another touch possible for Makers here. And will be Twisted Minds equaling up the series 1-1, and therefore they're back on the winner's street for now. However, with that third flashpoint, it was closer once again than they maybe wanted it to be.
Muted celebrations here from Twisted Minds as we take a look at these replays. I think it's very much a similar story to we saw yesterday when we saw Ents getting maps off of lead as such, where you want a map, great, but it really maybe feels like it was a lot harder than it should have been. So this series is far from over yet, and now we have a clear situation in terms of Twisted Minds have a clear strength on what they want to play, and Makers have a clear idea of how they want to counter it. So the power is now really in Makers' hands, right? Can they force it to a map where dive is a little bit more viable? And can they force it into a way where they can maybe protect Ana, for example? Get that Ana involved, put Twisted Minds in a situation where they have to try and use the sim into that, or even ban the sim, honestly, as well.
Definitely could be an option here to pull the Symmetra ban into this here. Hasn't been banned on the first two maps, obviously, and therefore would still be a valid option. The map choice is now falling into the hands of Makers. Last highlights rolling through here. Obviously the question, where do we go next? But yeah, honestly, Makers, they are looking very, very good, very balanced in this matchup. Way better than they looked against, obviously, Falcons for sure, but also better than they looked against Wufang, in my opinion, although most of us thought that that might be the closer matchup here. Twisted Minds, after their performance against Wufang, they looked promising earlier, right? They did also take a map of Falcons, which is quite the achievement, honestly, talking about Falcons probably being one of the two super rosters that we have in this Esports World Cup at the moment. But now, against Makers, for some reason, there seem to be problems deeper than just a couple of communication errors.
It really feels like they have a pretty good read on exactly what Twisted Minds want to do. I think the Lucio ban maybe wasn't quite the value Makers were expecting on that map. And if anything, they actually found themselves in a bit of a disadvantage. Dive, especially a dive that isn't a Kiri Lucio version, but a dive with an Anna Brig version, can be very tricky on some of those maps. And I think we saw him run into those problems there, especially Anna Brig into the Symmetra TP. When the Symmetra can TP aggressively, it can really cause a lot of problems for an Anna Brig backline. So I'll be interested to see where they go. I think one of the nice things, if I'm the makers right now, is I look at how Twisted Minds have picked their way through the series, and I see they've picked Surabasa, which of course is a good map for them. We've literally just seen them win it. But what it does do is it leaves more of these other modes open in terms of Hybrid and Escort, which have these really extremities of maps on. Maps like Dorado, maps like Circuit Royale, that really favor one type of composition. So while Twisted Minds have, you know, they've taken the immediate decision, this map is good for us, let's play for this. The reason we see Hybrid and Escort way one of the other modes at the front end of series is because of how picking a map that's good for you there also blocks you having to play a particularly difficult map for you later down the line. And Twisted Minds don't opt into this one here, so I think we could see something like a Dorado coming out and more of the same. We do see it feels like Color Hex has not left his seat, so double flex DPS at the very least, whether it's a Junkrat or not, definitely on the cards for them still.
Absolutely, and Dorado is one of the picks that we have seen a couple of times yesterday. Makers did pick it against Team Falcons as well, so therefore definitely one of the maps that is up on their checklist, maybe one that they want to pull off right now. Last time they did ban Yeko, but definitely against a composition like the one that Twisted Minds is playing, the Symmetra seems to be an essential part for sure, and therefore a ban would definitely be more than reasonable. However, guys, this series is closer than we expected, so if you did not get your predictions in at the very beginning of it, make sure to check out stcplay.gg to get your preps in for this matchup, but obviously the two more that we have ready for you in Group C and D, because there's still so much more action to come your way. We'll be having M80 against Bleed, which is going to be a super crucial matchup in Group C for sure. It will be the decider who can still make it into playoffs. And then Group D, the absolutely amazing group with a million upsets yesterday, right? We had a big one at the very end, and we do have a very interesting situation overall where we could face a absolutely nuts tiebreaker in the end with like 15 different outcomes. So make sure to stay tuned for that one as well, as we'll soon start to go into map number 3 as soon as the players are getting ready for it. And without trying to spoil too much, it is not going to be Dorado.
It's interesting as well because I think, well, we might have that tiebreaker situation at the end of the day. If Makers can actually keep up their result from that first map and pick and ban well around these Twisted Mind Symmetra comps, we can actually see another tiebreaker situation in this group right here, which will be, it'll take some math crunching to figure it out, but the way the tiebreakers work is, if there's some kind of tie, obviously the nature of round robin is you can just win the head-to-head. Every team has played every team, so there's a clear head-to-head winner. If you enter some kind of three-way tie situation, which we might have in this Group B, and we really might have in Group D later, is you get into a more complicated system where you have to rely on the fact of what is the map difference between the tied teams. So not your overall map difference, but only between the tied teams, which is what we need to work out. But let's not put the horse before the cart, because Makers have taken us to Runa Sapi as we can take a look at them getting ready here. And it's not Dorado, but it is a dive map.
And it definitely is one where Makers did take a good look at the potential bans, and if we look at them right now, we can see that they do indeed ban the Symmetra. However though, Twisted Minds, they decide to ban the Anna, which is also obviously one of the crucial picks that would be possible for a map like this. You can easily nano the Winston, for example, right? You could nano the Diva even if you somehow wanted to, but there's so many opportunities that now are gone with that Anna out of the equation as well. However, I would say this ban still more favors Makers, although it definitely hurts them as well with the Anna not being able to be played.
Yeah, it feels like both teams chose to be quite aggressive with their bans. Makers said, we're going to play a dive map, and quite often if you take Symmetra away from Symmetra ground-based teams on dive maps, it kind of just, it ruins all their hope. So what Twisted Minds have done in response is take the Anna away, which means that dive mirror is a little bit weaker. And what it also does is it probably sets up a situation where both teams are probably looking at a situation where probably want to play Diva, probably want to play Kiri Lucio, and then some form of DPS mirror as we get We get still in good spirits here, the Makers quite clearly having a good time. But I think for them, it could be Winston for them as well. Certainly more in Punk's pool than it is TVNT. But I expect some kind of Kiri Lucio dive mirror very much on the cards. TVNT probably opting obviously for the Diva version.
Absolutely, and as we take another look at Ante there, not only does his experience when it comes to compositions, also obviously his very special connection to Twisted Minds as having been the coach for that roster before come into play here, but it's also the fact that he is bringing a lot of experience when it comes to how to deal with those pressure situations, as he really is one for sure that knows how to deal with it, right? He can cool the team down in a situation like this. He can make sure that his players keep as calm as possible, and he can, in the worst case, even make sure that the mental is brought back up. Therefore, as we see him laughing, or we saw him laughing with the players right there, this also is a very crucial part to being a coach on this level as well.
It really can't be underestimated how important it is, especially in these big moments. Now, actually enjoying yourself can really help relieve a lot of the pressure here. And I think when we look on the two different sides of the stage right now, it certainly feels like Makers are just happy to keep having a crack, see how far it goes. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, know their previous success on day one has set themselves up with a beautiful opportunity to maybe even secure second seed. All they need to do is not fumble the bag against a weaker team here, and that will be put to the test as we go into this next stage. And it maybe isn't going to be the dive mirror we were expecting.
It might not be. TVNT on the Ram, UB on the May, and therefore how the tables have turned, right? UB has been playing into the May before, now is playing the May. Really seems to try to mix up the cards a little bit here. Calahax on the Ash though, now obviously looking to, be able to work against that difference maker of Sigma Worthless Rematcher.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. In theory, you don't want to take a Brawl Mirror against Twisted Minds. It is their go-to comp. It is comfort heroes for a lot of their players. UB on this May, TVNT on this Ram. As the Wall Exchange does come in, forces this early lamp, and honestly, they've actually got the better of it so far as long as they can get Top Dragon out of this one. The pushback will be quite scary. Color Hex, not the normal hit scan, it has to be said, for Makers. So we'll see how he performs, but a whole UB's found this wall. And where is Punk going? Can they get him out? They can?
Let's see if there's a lamp maybe. It will be close. They can. Unfortunately, no, they can't. Yeah, definitely good wall there. That helps them a lot. And after that, it's just Makers also just collapsing in themselves. Easy cleanup. So Twisted Minds, therefore, a couple of meters to lock in already. Push map. We did see this one getting completed earlier today from Toronto Ultra. Not too sure if this match is one-sided enough to get close to something like that again.
It's a bit of an awkward situation for Punk in this one, because I think in reality he'd want to go Ram as well, because Sigma does struggle, especially into a May Ram version. But he was 77% to ult, so probably keep it for the ult, I guess. Still needs to try and find that timing to swap later on, but it's going to be an initial swing with Window, but the rock is good, catches Bliss, Mayo over top from Top Dragon, looks big actually, catches him, Flux over the top. It's an expensive one, but I think Punk wants to swap anyway. Would have hoped for more than one kill though. They're still going to keep pushing here, and there we go, here come the kills. Expensive for Makers, but good.
Expensive, but if it works in the end, it works, and Punk is actually able to make this work. Together with Ake, they do get the kills. They need to push this one into their own territory now, trying to collect a couple of meters. 34 already in the books for Twisted Minds, as they have a couple of ultimates to work with now. However, no supportive stuff available from the backline opener. He does have that sound barrier, which could give so much extra health you need against something like the Ram ultimate for sure.
I think that's exactly right. It's going to be a Bob to kick it off, and Colhex is going to die for it, but he kills Yubi for it, so I guess it's okay. Counter Bob comes out from Quartz. They're going to try and take a step back. They use the beat now, and Stillness Annihilation on the side of TVNT. He can finish it here. They rock, they try and run, they try and hide, but TVNT is coming. He takes down Punk, and now he's got his eyes squarely on Aki. He will be hunting him, and ult advantage fight for Twisted Minds going into that one. They do win it, and in a weird roundabout way, Yubi dying means they get to keep the May ult here, and also Punk finally able to get that swap up onto Ram.
Yeah, now fully going for that mirror matchup here. Yubi did keep that May ultimate, which is going to come in useful for this next fight. Not really too much available. We do have the window coming up, but if they lose too many people beforehand, it won't be one that was put to use in this one. Or maybe it actually will. Trying to keep Punk alive with anything it might cost. Opener gets the kill on the enemy Lucio. Punk does die in the process, though, therefore it's the call to maybe pull back a little bit here, as this one will be one that is going to be hard to take back.
Just slightly different ideas there. Punk wants to disengage one way, but Aki's put the window up the other way, so they end up breaking line of sight. Can't pocket him through without window healing as they would have hoped. Maybe a bit of an experience on the map here. We talked about the practice schedule, or maybe the lack of practice schedule going into this for Makers. And Runasapi is certainly a new map quite recently, so maybe just not the time they want on it. Mayult Mirror coming up right now, so all about this Blizzard value.
Blizzard value will indeed be crucial. It will be the winning factor. It is going to be in a good position for sure, as he's able to do a big flank with it. Lamp not in place anymore and is coming in clutch as this Baptiste is out of the equation already. TVNT can follow up with the kill on Punk. And Twisted Minds, so just keep going here.
It's a bit of a dogfight. There is a trade, maybe most importantly on some of the backlines. So they'll get meters here, Twisted Minds, but they'll have to probably disengage once the spawns from Makers are in. And we'll be back in more of a straightforward fight. B advantage for Bliss, but it might be a bob to start it from Quartz. B if they get in trouble here. So pretty comfortable situation for Twisted Minds, already with an 80-meter lead halfway through this map.
It's not too much though, honestly, right? There's 5 minutes on the clock. If you get a good run going for Makers here, they might be able to catch up to that 100-meter mark of Twisted Minds fairly quickly. But now, to start this one off, is going to be TVNT pushing forward very aggressively here at Bliss. Actually able to get the kill. Top Dragon does trade the enemy May for it though. There's not going to be a lamp available anymore. Maybe Makers can turn this one around with a good kill coming in now in from Top Dragon once again. Twisted Minds is under pressure now.
Well recovered there by Makers, and actually they want to double down. Twisted Minds, they want to clutch beat to counter this annihilation. It's not over yet, but out of ults, and I think they'll probably just settle for that trade. Die on the enemy side of the map here, because I don't know, I mean TVNT still got so much health because he is a Remarcher, so it is his right. Now he's going to keep fighting here, forces the Mayult out actually as well. Makers will win the fight, but Twisted Minds will be the ones celebrating for getting Nassau out. No, they still want to clutch. Twisted Minds won't give it up. But Bob back the window in response, but Bob's got the angle. Color Hex doesn't care, he peeks it anyway. Gets a single trade. And they're just making it a dogfight here in Twisted Minds. They're not going to give up the dog yet. They are hunting this backline down. They need to deal with Top Dragon. They need to be careful here. And they are getting their kills. And Twisted Minds seem to be getting the reward for their aggression here. Relentless committing into this fight.
What an incredibly unfortunate situation for Makers. They're already basically on top of that fight, and an unfortunately placed window from Akai as well. Not really helping them out here because of the Bob just coming in with a different angle as well. Therefore Makers now in a very difficult situation. 3.5 minutes, Blizzard on the point once again, and Punk, he's done for good here. Gets frozen once again and gets taken out early once again. Makers are in big trouble right now.
Really proactive from Twisted Minds. Mayult down the middle, window flank on the left as well, and Makers just don't have a response for all these different things going on at different times. Bliss now witness beat to match Punk's annihilation. They do have Bob as well, but they kind of just need a pick because they have to go as 4 people here, Makers.
The annihilation would be ready for Punk as well, but he's so low at the moment. He needs to be kept alive in order to make this work somehow, somewhere, but it won't do it. It's not enough. And Twisted Minds, against all odds, they do get a map completion here on Runasapi, and they come back into this matchup in style. After a questionable Ilios, they are now definitely in their prime game time, and therefore I don't see any world where this could still go wrong.
No, it does seem to be trending upwards for him as well. Have to maybe ask the question of when you pick Runasapi, you feel like it's going to be a dive mirror coming out, and that feels like the matchup you want. I don't know if the Ana ban just threw Makers off, and they felt like, well, without the Ana, the Kirilise version is definitely harder. Does it really suit us? Should we just say, forget it, let's just take the Ram mirror or take some kind of Brawl mirror? It's what they ultimately chose to do, but it doesn't feel like it's the optimal situation to end up in against Twisted Minds when you supposedly have all of these advantages in terms of the mode pick, the map pick, the hero ban pick.
Honestly, on this mirror matchup, it's just been a difference of skill, right? It's mostly just Twisted Minds just getting the better of a lot of those fights. also obviously winning 1 or 2 of them, they weren't meant to win necessarily. Talking about the one, we have this late invested window, and then it just totally gets turned around for Twisted Minds for some reason. Yeah, not too sure what Makers are now thinking currently. It's going to be a question of where are we even more comfortable than on Runasapi, and where can we maybe find a map where a composition that goes so much into the favor, like this Brawl that Twisted Minds played, where can we maybe work around something like this?
I think I'm probably considering, now I'm considering Dorado. I think same kind of logic. Obviously now Ana has been banned once. The way the hero ban system works is once you've banned a hero once in a series, your team is not allowed to ban it again. Obviously the other team still can, but it means that Ana's pick from Twisted Minds is no longer on the card. So Ana is now open for Dorado. They could still ban a Winston or something else to try and disrupt any kind of dive. But I think there's enough different options here, right? You have to bear in mind Twisted Minds have banned the Ana so far in this series. They have banned the Pharah so far in this series. All heroes that are very good against the Symmetra TP. So even though Makers are no longer allowed to ban Symmetra, so if we go to a Dorado type map, you can do the TP stuff. All of a sudden, a lot of the heroes that are good against it are able to be picked and used by Makers here. So it was definitely a missed opportunity, you have to say that on Runasapi, but I don't think it's over yet. And I think maybe most importantly for Makers, don't change the game plan just yet. Let's try and still play to counter that TP stuff. Let's not end up in a RAM mirror again at the very least.
Absolutely. Let's try to stick to the own prime game, right? You want to be able to use your own strength in a matchup like this. You need to rely on your own strength. This is what worked really well for them on Ilios, for example, where they literally just pulled out the jungle because they feel comfortable on it. If it works, it works, you know? Why not go for something like this? Again, Down Under is known for a lot of crazy things. Why not in Overwatch as well? And therefore, you know, if they have something up their sleeve which works well for them, maybe a special strat, or even just really focusing on their own composition, it could help them already in a matchup like this, because we can't forget really here that they are now with their backs against the wall. Twisted Minds are now up to match point. They're in the lead 2-1 against this roster from Oceania, and therefore another map win would mean that they win the series as well.
Exactly. Potential elimination game as well. Remember, regardless of what happens in the other series, if Makers are unable to win here, they're just eliminated in last place. The other orders can still potentially change, but Makers need to win to keep themselves in this tournament and force a potential tiebreaker situation if it comes to that. And if they're not able to do that, it will be one of the earlier teams to go out in the tournament. And I think it's far from over yet. I think it's really far from over yet. The nature of this matchup, I think, puts Twisted Minds in a situation where they're really struggling on some of the other compositions. So far, we've only seen them win when they got to play their Symmetra on a map that's good for Symmetra. We got to see them win a Brawl Mirror, which obviously they're probably happy to get. But in theory, they can now be taken to areas that are difficult for them, especially if we see more of those high ground-based maps. The silver lining, though, Runasapi is like a serve break if you know tennis, you know, it was essentially Makers serve in terms of they have all the opportunities. They mess it up here on Runasapi, so even if they do lose the next map here, Twisted Minds, they get control of their fate in that all-important map 5. So Twisted Minds in the driving seat here as we get ready for the rest of this series.
Absolutely. It seems like we're in for a longer series here, therefore we'll take a quick break to make sure that we can, and the players of course can as well, recharge. Stay with us, stay here, and we will be right back.
Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. I don't want you what you need. Here's some seeds, grow some trees. Ain't no smoke, it's made for lungs, but you believe. But it's okay, we make mistakes, be relieved. So why art doubting? They're not like me, my eyebrows too intense. I rock out like the Brahma. I wanted to be like Dwayne Johnson. Teacher said I'm trouble. Once I got my dreams won't work, I started snapping, I bust bubbles. I think it's how creators see, other creators be. Perceived as fly, you're whipping right, but off IG, you're broken cheap. I need an electric bike to vend this food, to vend these rules. Get these tools, cause haters drool, they're watching me. Haters discretion advised. Oh me, oh my, I just want to survive in the sea under darkness. Hiding from the light, all we do is push violence. Pain over violence, radio silence. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now, you might be stuck right now. Up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. You might be stuck right now. Up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now.
The tides have apparently turned in favor of Twisted Minds as they are able to flip this match around after a, well, not so good start on Ilios for sure. They were able to make it work on maps like Saravasa or Runasapi. And now we are going to Dorado. We do see a Kiriko and an Echoban.
Exactly. So we do get that Dorado matchup as we sort of hoped and expected. From the makers, they are sticking to the game plan of let's try and play against the TP stuff. Let's just try and make sure we can counter it here. Obviously, we're going to see the bans come out, and the Echo ban makes a lot of sense for Twisted Minds. Just don't want to have to deal with any of that stuff at the TP exit or anything like that. Interesting, they don't opt to ban a Winston or anything, so seem happy to deal with the Winston, but rather wouldn't deal with the Echo. Makers, on the other hand, banning Kiriko, I think they just want to protect their options. You be letting everybody know what comp they're going to play here. Oh. Maybe not surprising anyone. No fear here. Both teams seem to have a pretty clear read on what the other is going to do, and quite happy just to take the matchup and see how it goes.
Seems like we're directly jumping into a pause in-game at least, and therefore we, I think, are ready to go here. It will be super interesting to see how those two bans obviously come into effect. We talked about the fact that obviously the Sim TP again could come in quite handy here.
Yeah.
Therefore, let's see what happens, you know?
I think you just play Pharah, right? If you're the makers, you go, okay, we can't play Echo, we'll just play Pharah instead. The nature of having Color Hex in as well, even though they've sort of subbed their hit scan out, is Color Hex has a pretty mean Widow on him as well. So if they want to play Widow Pharah, really on the cards actually here. We've seen the classic old Florida Mayhem comp of Diva, Widow, Pharah, Bat, Brig do quite well on this map. But maybe against the TP stuff, they prefer more of a Anna Brig, Pharah, Widow. Maybe not even Widow, maybe even Ashe is quite viable, honestly, in terms of having the Dynamites and the Boop against the TP. So it will be makers on the defense here, which means we will indeed get to see what they choose to start with. And yeah, it feels like they're on the same page at least.
It looks like it for sure, yeah. Season 34. Good old times when we still had the old, the old system for ranked, obviously.
It seems
Couple
like
of dances.
It seems like TVNT is trying to blame Punk for him being stuck in Diamond. Watching all these Punk POVs not helping him rank up at all. So TVNT managed to circumvent that eventually, find a bit of a better tank to watch, and hopefully can prove it here today, as It feels like everyone's been pretty honest, honestly, about what comps they were playing in chat beforehand.
You see Twisted Minds, Lucio Baptiste, opposite the UBTP, or the Sim in general, as it seems like they'll probably try to take it to be up to that high ground over there if they want to play the aggressive style. Otherwise, the Symmetra will not really be super useful until they can get closer to the enemies.
Oh, explosive out. Catches Color Hex with that one. They saw it coming, Makers, but they still couldn't stop it. We saw Color Hex hit the boot. We saw Punk try and counter jump, but they all managed to survive. One thing that's quite nice about playing the D.Va with this version of the composition is quite often when you TP aggressively, you TP into a very scary situation. But if you have Matrix, you can really clean it up, and we see TVNT doing a good job of that here. Protecting team initially, and then hunts down all those targets as they're trying to scatter.
Good start for Twisted Minds here, very good start actually. Remember, we have not seen a second point of the Riyadh yet in this B broadcast. Maybe Twisted Minds, they can make it happen here, as they are already very, very close to completing this first section of the map. However, Makers, they still have something against this, contesting it just briefly before we meet the first checkpoint. Kalex on the Widowmaker, takes down the Baptiste, gets traded by Quaster in the end. It's going to be a 4v4, only one DPS available on both sides. And now looking for a second pick here. Yubi does take down the enemy tank, and from there on out, it's all Twisted Minds for sure. No chance for Ake as well. Desperately trying to grow in the sweep dart as well. We do see the one late spawn, if I'm not mistaken here, but it did work out in the end. And Twisted Minds are bringing us into this second sector with a 4-minute 40 time bank.
Sort of two versions of how you can play some of these symmetric comps. You either play it aggressively, like Twisted Minds did in first fight, or you play it just to try and force point and give yourself a better angle, as we saw a little bit more on here. So again, they're starting through objective. Expect a TP onto the high ground soon. A lot of ults to worry about, though, on the side of Makers. So really scary to TP into a primal, really scary to TP into a rally. And it's actually Punk who makes the first move here with this nano.
Trying to make something work. Twisted Minds, they have so much to work with on their own side. The nano, honestly, didn't really do anything.
Just came in, nanoed, left. No drama, no harm, no foul. And it'll be a full reset. Twisted Minds back to forcing the payload. Now a wall off to deal with this next side. There is a... Oh, there's a primal and there's a headshot. Yubi the wrong side of his own wall. They're just going to try and double down here. Oh, dropping ults again. The bomber beat. They lose TVNT. And Twisted Minds, they've invested everything and received nothing. Vici just trade one, but this blade will cut through the remaining Twisted Minds players, and they need a bit of a different answer here. And a problem here for Twisted Minds is all the good ults were thrown into that fight.
That's the one thing. On the other hand, they do get that late pick on Punk though, which does mean that, well, Makers, they don't have their tank for the next, let's say, 15 seconds maybe, and therefore, Twisted Minds, they can push this car a little bit further without having to fear anything big coming their way. Punk now slowly getting back to this team, but that late kill, again, it enabled a couple of meters to go on the account for Twisted Minds for free, basically.
Oh, they TP away from that nade, just about survive, and they flip to high ground into a window. Really nice move, but it doesn't stop Color Hex finding somebody's head. 1-for-1 trade, but this will favour the defenders here. Punk has the primal if he needs it, but he's just going to punch everyone in the face, and that'll do it. Good again from Makers, but a lot of time for that TP. You get naded, you TP out of the nade, you TP onto high ground, and you get the window flip. Doesn't work out ultimately, but a nice attempt from Twisted Minds. But the big problem is, they don't have any of the good ults. If they had beat or something in that situation, they just win that fight by a mile, honestly. But the ult economy going to cost Twisted Minds for quite a while yet.
TVNT back into spawn just to switch back to the D.Va to get a new map into the fight here. Didn't want to wait or reset. Good TP, explosive TP, however, not too much damage coming in as of now, as Punk is trying to hold and keep his team alive. No lamp available for Twisted Minds anymore. Where is the damage coming? Where is it meant to be? It's only coming from the side of Makers. A double nade kill for Akai as well. Diana is making all the work here. Chop Dragon takes down the Baptiste as well, and Makers, they are stabilizing on a very nice position here.
Was the big combo. It was a bit of a miscommunication maybe. Aki and Punk both hit the nano to save them at the same time, but look at Aki here hiding with nade. They don't know Vigilante's going to have this lamp force straight away. The lamp's so low. There it is, still has deflect. Top Dragon will take care of that one. Blade over the top. they were kind of dead, Color Hex, if we're being honest. It's just, you know, sometimes you're feeling it, you have to press the button. So Top Dragon secures his clip, but probably didn't need the blade in the end. But I'm sure we'll see that one in the highlight reel later.
It looked good for sure. The question is, how good is it for your alt economy? I mean, obviously, it's just a question of like displaying dominance on the field as well, right? You want to be like, hey, this is for you, right? This is for Runa Sapi, and now make us in a good position. 1 minute to go. They do have the rally ready. On the other side, you do have the Symmetra wall ready to be used. Oh, Yubi going on with a single TP here.
Yeah, they see the Widow on an angle, they manage to clear it, and this is the chance, I think, for Twisted Minds. These big ults to force point and force objective, they just need to avoid trading as this rally comes in. Defensive C is good, they deal with Punk, and now a chance for Twisted Minds to push forward. No trades are super important for them here, and I think they'll avoid all of them. And now this means Twisted Mind can start forcing objective in this last fight, and they have Window and Wall, the perfect ult with which to do it. Makers are going to be absolutely gagging for this Nano to come up for Aki.
And it is soon. Top Dragon now actually going over to the Reaper for this last fight on the second section of the Rado. They need to touch the card. They do so very quickly. Window being pulled up as well. But Punk, he falls so quickly. He falls so low. TVNT is able to bring in all the work the Twisted Minds need. A clean team kill coming in for Twisted Minds. And therefore, a easy 1.5 minutes time bank left to pull through all the way until the third capture point. Difficult, however, because now as soon as you lose a fight close to that spawn area, it will be super hard because those respawns, they're coming in so quickly.
Ooh, Nade is good as well. Nano over top. Bliss manages to get away though, so Punk's not found anything, and the TP disengaged. Twisted Mind, see you later. Punk chooses not to keep chasing, keeps his primal for the next fight. And just as well, because it's all they've got here.
It did take like 15 seconds of like initial time.
They've done it again.
This interesting. Yeah, the passive TP, it seems to be working really well for Twisted Minds, but it also does cost a lot of time. Yubi takes on Top Dragon Quartz, almost getting the second kill here as well. TVNT falling low, but definitely has to support it. Aka, he's now able to find Quartz. This is not good. Punk with the primal rage, he can turn this one around maybe even.
The trades are good actually. I can't believe Aki was able to get a trade on Quartz in that situation, but fair play. It's actually a massive one for his team as well. Punk's able to stabilize. Aki will be back soon, and we'll be back in more of a neutral fight. But decent bank of ults coming up for Twisted Minds. But if they could get to this Rally Blade combo makers, and that could be the finisher. But 20% can be a lot as we go into this last fight.
Trying to keep pushing for this 100%. Top Dragon display could make the difference here. If he can stay alive long enough, it could work out for him. No, you can't be serious. Oh no, oh no.
Quartz is laughing. TVNT is puzzled.
Oh no. Oh, it wasn't meant to happen that way. It wasn't meant to.
All laughs on the side of makers, and we were talking about how that 20% might be hard for them to make up. You know, if Twisted Minds go quick, but they need to just go quick enough to touch the point at least, and maybe a bit of a get out of jail card there, right? You're looking at, what was it, 3 ults from Twisted Minds coming into that fight, so saves them.
There was plenty to work with.
Yeah. Really not a guaranteed fight. Even if they got that Blade Rally combo, right, there's still plenty of things that can go wrong with that with all the ults in play from Twisted Mind. So, is a free one, and it's just a bit flat-footed from TVNT. Has to try and shake that one off.
Whew, that's a painful one for sure for Twisted Minds. They did not like that one, although they might be smiling. Whew. Difficult one.
Interesting to see now. One thing that's true with the Symmetra style compositions is on the attack, there's actually quite clear jobs for you to do in different situations, whether you want to place a force point or TP to a different angle, or just to TP aggressively in. On the defense, it's a little bit harder to play reactively in a lot of these situations. So I think in theory, makers can have a bit of an easier time here, especially if they can nail some of these ult combos. And that'll be the key to getting through. And if they can just nail the ult combos, eventually they'll win the map, right? And that's what they have to focus on for now. If they get any free dives before they get ults, is going to be a massive bonus, but all payload pressure so far for them.
Sure will, and Yubi, obviously the TP can also come in handy on the defensive side of things. Twisted Minds get hit by a big anti-nade, though need to pull back a little bit. Therefore Makers, they're already able to make it around this first corner. Kalex has to be careful, Cassidy is not to be underestimated from that high ground. Now the dive comes in, looking towards a first target here, but is not quite able to get the kill on the Symmetra. Now the aggressive retake here with the lamp. Kalex gets the pick on Quartz though, but Opener falls in the process.
Choosing to take a fight here into Colorhex's sightline is an aggressive move from Twisted Minds. I mean, it is in their nature. I think they've always been an aggressive team. Costs them here. They need to be careful because this payload is moving. If they get staggered, this could be devastating for the entire first point. But it looks like TVNG is just about able to get his team out. But ever so close to that nano on the side of Aki, and that could be the big trigger for him to go.
Top Dragon only at around 60%, yet wants to charge that Dragon Blade as soon as possible. Of course, Quartz looking to push into this one aggressively. They need to, especially because Mirkus, they are not too far away from this first checkpoint anymore. Punk is looking for an opportunity to charge those last percentages of his ultimate as well. Kalex finds a good opener kill on Quartz.
Don't quite have nano yet, but they're making it work anyway, and they might even get to keep all of the ults. This will be devastating for them. D-Mech on point as well, and there's no response here from Twisted Minds. They get it for free. They had to use the wall hack, but I mean, who even cares, right? It doesn't even count. Now they've got all the big ults per second. They've got a massive 4.5-minute time bank. We saw some economical mistakes from Twisted Minds on the defense, or sorry, on their attack on this part of the map, where they threw a lot of ults into a lost fight. So important for Makers now if they want to stay in this series, if they want to stay in this tournament, that they nail the ult economy on this snowball. When never mind, don't worry about it. Just click on enough heads and it will solve the problem too.
This again takes so much pressure onto the rest of Twisted Minds. They need to hold onto this. They don't want to lose too many meters now. Kalex on towards the repositioning. On Top Dragon, he's looking for an opportunity for that play, but Bliss is also very, very close to the sound barrier that could save the day. Twisted Minds, 5 ultimates available now.
Chance to make a move will be a nano blade, but they beat back, and are they going to try and cut through Vigilante? Oh, the boop is good, just about saves his life. They've traded 2 for 1 here, and they've traded for Rallian. The Makers have invested all the ultimates. Punk is going to keep priming. He finds the kill. If they find the kills, it's okay. The payload has been moving. Quartz can't find the finishing blow. There it is. But Punk's done the damage. Quartz is behind, though. They're going to jump. They're going to play to kill him. They're trying to come through. Quartz finds 1. Quartz, can he do more? Punk, Punk can't kill him now. We'll try and get the mega. Opener is here too. It's Quartz versus the world. He's going to turn on Opener. The Quartz flank, was it enough? They still trade back. The trades favour the defenders, remember. It does favour them, and I think the Makers have just about done enough to stabilise their second point here.
It seems like it, yeah. It's going to be tough to turn this fight around. Now it's in so late. Punk dies, and this will for sure be the call for a quick regroup here. Top Dragon and does take out the Baptiste late though. Maybe an opportunity to at least run into a not yet stabilized Twisted Minds. They will be all back in Chai, but Bliss takes one to the head.
Nice from Colorhex. So they've kind of thrown away the ult economy here. Didn't get the value they wanted. Wasn't a more optimal way to use that. Maybe just start with the nano, save for blade, etc, etc. But Colorhex once again finds the opening. Quartz on the high ground here. Has to just try and take the duel. TVNT is too low to pressure him, so Colorhex is going to have free reign here. There's no answer for it here. Can just keep laying in damage. And they mess up the ult economy, but it doesn't matter. Colorhex once again finds the opening for his team, and this is going to be a pretty scary time bank coming into third point here. Makers want to send us all the way. 3 minutes 40 seconds.
It is a scary one for sure. That's a massive time bank for the Riyadh third point. They did not waste any time going through the first and second section, but now this is where it comes crucial. However, if you take a look at that small blue rectangle, right, it's not that far away. Usually those cards stop a little bit earlier or a little bit later. There's an interesting position. Puck now with the nano boost onto you. He wants to make an early damage and it works out just fine. Kalex gets the second pack as well. This could be the opportunity for Makers to force us into a map number 5. It looks like they just might have done it right here, right now. Makers, bring us to map 5.
Huge props to Makers, huge props to Colorhex as well, really bailing them out of some of those poor situations. They do eventually nail it. They have the overwhelming ult economy in that final one, and Makers will be sending it to a map 5, but it will be Twisted Minds' choice of where we go.
You gotta give it to Twisted Minds as well, right? They're all here for the content for sure. They want to have a lot of on-air time, and therefore that C9 is only doing us well. You know, we appreciate the fact that we can go into a map 5. It's actually going to be the second time in the B-Stream broadcast for the Overwatch World Cup until now. We had a best of 5 yesterday that went all the way between between Nightmare and Fnatic, and this might just be a second one. It will be equally important. And therefore, it is no time to waste here. We are so curious to see what Twisted Minds can do here. We did have Escort, we did have Push, we did have Flashpoint, and we did have the Control map, of course. That leaves us, correct me if I'm wrong, with Hybrid.
Yeah, will be Hybrid, which is interesting because normally we've seen Hybrid so often used as a very early pick in series because there's such great variety on those maps. Now it gets to be this final map 5 decider, and Twisted Minds have control, and it's probably a Midtown, I would guess, in theory, is the best comp for them on the Symmetra stuff. Really makes the dive the trickiest. They could play Iconward, they could play Hollywood as well. That's another option. It's not a map we've seen all that much, really, in this tournament. And then the final option... I've lost it now. What's the final option? Oh, man. I've got it.
It's so
no, it is
close
Iconward.
well.
I thought it was Iconward, but we haven't seen it in so long. What is true is we have seen Iconward be the sort of go-to pick in the Face It playoffs for Twisted Minds, even though in theory it's quite a dive-friendly map. Iconward's a little bit weird in terms of first point is very ground-based Lucio type comps. Third point is very ground-based Lucio type comps excelling, but second is really dive-heavy. So maybe it could be Iconward. We've not seen it at all so far, but Twisted Minds have a history of picking it and a history of doing reasonably well on it. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what we get. Twisted Minds with their final roll of the dice, and it's worth mentioning at this point that we're quite deep in the series, which means a lot of the go-to heroes to be banned, the Symmetra banned away from Twisted Minds, the Pharah, the Winston all banned away from Makers. A lot of these bans have been utilized, so exactly how the teams try to make use of these hero bans in these later maps is something that's a bit more challenging.
Absolutely. If we take a look at the bans, actually, we had Twisted Minds ban the Pharah, ban the Mei, ban the Anna, and ban the Echo. Makers, they did ban Kiriko, Symmetra, Lucio, and they banned the Diva on Ilya. So therefore, there's not too much left. However, keep in mind, guys, right, you can still ban a hero if the enemy team has banned it before. You just cannot ban the same hero twice. And therefore, still a couple of opportunities. However, we will see what Twisted Minds has, well, boiled up in their coaching kitchen. It's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be a crucial one for sure. Let's see what they have in store for us. The next map, it is going to be Midtown. And Midtown, obviously one that we have seen plenty of times now. But if we go to the stage now, and if we take a look at the players, we will see once again crucial heroes have been banned here.
It's one of the maps we thought was really on the cards for Twisted Minds here. The hardest map to dive on in theory. It is true that the longer Midtown has been played and the more teams have particularly struggled in dealing with these sort of ground compositions and cracking first point, we've actually seen dive creep back into Midtown in a way it hasn't historically. We've seen Toronto playing it a lot recently, especially with like their Anna Ilari comp, and it's caused them quite a few problems. So I think if I'm Makers, that's actually what I'm considering, right? Anna was banned earlier in the series, so it's still open now. How much Pharah have we seen on defense in terms of playing a top Nat train and going over the top? Nat hero cannot be banned anymore. So will we see Color Hex even opting into that, going over the top, causing them a lot of problems? So I think there's a lot of good options here for Makers, even though Midtown is not a map historically associated with dive. I think dive's making a bit of a comeback there, so we can definitely see a little bit more of it now than we maybe have done recently.
Absolutely. We're almost ready to go in then. We're almost ready to show you the bans as well, but I can tell you already they are going to be very interesting. It's going to crucially change the way you can approach Midtown. So make sure to look at the bottom of your screen right now, because it's going to be Winston and Baptiste both out of the equation. With that in mind, Commander X as our coaching expert, and obviously Caster, and obviously Mastermind, and obviously Bold Guy. What else can you do?
So I think for Winston being taken away is actually quite tricky for Punk. He'll probably, when he just played D.Va, I guess D.Va can be still quite effective into this. Or he'll just play Sigma, and we've seen him do that before earlier in the series, right? They played a Sigma like Ashe Pharah version or Echo Ashe version or something like that. So we could still see a reversion of this as we take a look at Twisted Mind's relatively chill considering the stakes in play here. Everyone lounging, but they won't be lounging in a second because they will be having to deal with what will presumably will be probably a slightly scuffed dive with that Winston ban that Makers will have to crack out. So maybe Sigma, but I think the big problem for Twisted Mind to deal with is deal with that Pharah and deal with potential other flex DPS as well. On the flip side of that, Makers did ban Baptiste, which of course proves a bit of a problem for Vigilante, who has been playing a lot of that Baptiste so far and really playing to pocket Quartz quite heavily. So the obvious backup option is just play Kiriko and do the same job, but slightly worse. But I think when you're playing these aggressive TPs, you really cannot undercount the value of Lamp and how good Window is in those situations. And if you're playing a type of comp where, my god, we need to pocket Quartz as much as possible when we do these aggressive TPs, Bap is better at that than Kiri. And it's going to prove a limitation here and maybe make some of these aggressive TPs in particular a little bit scarier for Twisted Minds.
And now, once again, we've been talking about this so often. If you're not sure how to beat the enemy, the first step you want to take is play comfort. And if we look at the composition of Makers, it's exactly what they are doing. You see Collex again on the Junkrat. You see Punk, he's playing the Ram, obviously the Winston out of the equation for him. Top Dragon on the Echo. This looks like something that could work. Honestly, it hopefully will. The Junkrat obviously, it's a flip or no flip. It can go horribly wrong. It can go really, really good as well, as we saw on Ilios. And we'll see Twisted Minds, Kiriko and Lucio together with a Sigma.
Alright, so Twisted Minds opting away from the Symmetra, but opting into different heroes, just slightly different comp, but same old Quartz, immediate opening pick. Now they'll deal with this Junkrat.
Oh, no.
Oh, we've seen so many full holds, we've seen so many difficult mid-towns. Gifting it away like this, an important map 5 is absolutely brutal. Punk wants to live behind here, but I don't think that will be a luxury he will be afforded.
It surely won't. The gamble did not quite work out here for the Makers. Most of this obviously is connected to that very early pick from Quartz onto Top Dragon, who probably just simply wasn't in a position, didn't expect to be picked that early. And therefore, very unfortunate series of events. 5 minutes 40 is probably the biggest time I've seen so far, but as we can see, Makers, they are not done here. Color Hex takes out the Kiriko, and therefore obviously good start here. Top Dragon also able to claim a kill against the Mei opener. Color Hex Punk, everyone gets to take place in the scoreboard, and Makers, as soon as they got cleans up in the initial first fight, they clean up the second one.
Really good. Oh my god, Color Hex is back.
Back-to-back
picks. No chance at all. And I mean, he was crucial on Dorado for them, and Color Hex looks like he'll be crucial again here. We've seen Widowmaker increasingly on Midtown as this year has gone on, because people are really realizing how long some of these points are and how much they can exploit. But right now it's just hit scans going blow for blow. Quartz returns the favor, takes down Top Dragon, and Yubi's going to find that flank onto Color Hex. You get me once, but it'll get you right back.
Drew back and forth here when it comes to the outcome of those team fights. All of them pretty one-sided, but obviously going into different directions. However, Twisted Minds, they are on a mission here, and they're trying to complete it very, very fast. 4 minutes 30, they're already under the archway into the subway. It's not too long to go to that second checkpoint, and they've got such a good time making Top Dragon and his team. They need to win 1, 2, 3, 4 fights maybe to at least reduce this to a reasonable time for them here.
Yeah, no ults used at all in this map so far, really, outside of that walls we see going up right now. So a lot of good ults to be aggressive. Typically when we see Ana Brig Ramattra, expect this Nano to go onto that Ramattra and play quite aggressively. But for now, we're just happy to play slow, play into Color Hex's sightline. Bob to force the point here, but he's going to be slept and taken care of. His Flux is going to find just Opener who's going to rally through it. So decent trade of ults so far, and it's whole Punk who catches Quartz here, and that might just put an end to this Twisted Minds aggression.
It might just do, and if it didn't, it's going to be Akai on Vienna, getting an anti-net kill and taking out TVNT in the duel just after. good hold once again from Makers, especially because the card is still a bit too far away, for example, for Yubi to put pressure onto it, and therefore good situation for Makers now. They've got the Annihilation ready, they've got the Nano Boost ready as well. Some nice ultimates to work with there. Yubi does have the Pulse Bomb though. Could be an interesting factor if he's able to find a good early kill with it.
Expect all the resources to be pumped into Punk here to survive this double support ult coming from Twisted Minds. There's the Kitsune rush to start it. They've managed to negate most of this now, and Punk's even killed Bliss on OB. How's Bliss done this? He's absolutely robbed the bank, and he's killed Bliss on his way out, and now he's going to pop the Annihilation and should be able to clean up the rest of this. Punk with the play, and that means that scary double support ult situation just doesn't exist. What a play from Punk, what a time to find a kill, and what... Oh... It was going so well. Oh, it was going so well. And now it might have all just fallen apart.
Oh, Commander, you might have jinxed it once again, but Top Dragon, he's here to save the day. At least maybe finds a good kill onto Quartz. And now Karlax, he has to come in clutch with this Widowmaker, but he's under so much pressure. TVNT gets the final blow onto him. Pressure is absolutely high here. Twisted Minds looking to finish those last few meters. Opener on the Brigitte can do so much work here trying to keep them away from this point. And Ram is still alive, but very far away from any kind of ultimate here. Makers, they have to do it raw.
It's an Annihilation versus Rally Raise, but it's Color Hex again, the headshot. That should buy enough time for Rally to come through. Annihilation's pop. Opener so close to it, 99% pops it. Chooses to try and live, just need to pocket Opener. Color Hex has dealt with another one, no problem. They lose Opener, and this Annihilation is still going on point. It goes on for so long, they have to just keep focusing him down. They have to try and kill him through. His health is so low, but he refuses to die. They can't clear the Ramatra. Color Hex has to grapple on. And this godforsaken Ramatra will not go down. TVNT, the world's longest Annihilation, clutches it for Twisted Minds.
Crazy, and he was anti-nated there from Ake, but Villigate, he is able to find the Suzu just in time, able to reduce those effects and just make them completely disappear, and therefore full healing stream coming his way afterwards. Twisted Minds somehow, some way are able to pull this through, but the timing has been significantly reduced already.
We see Yubi here trying to bait Top Dragon to pressure him because Quartz is watching that line of sight. So if he falls for it, he'll be in trouble. But the sleep onto Quartz will actually reverse that one. Quartz will be okay. Now we get up to this Nano Annihilation timing again for Makers. But it's Kitsune Rush to kick us all off. And Color Hex is at it again. Widowmaker so good on this third point. And that should just buy him all the time. They can just walk away from this Kitsune Rush, really. No drama.
On the other hand, obviously, this now is a point where big players like Yubi can step up with a massive force bomb. This fight, however, it is over already. TVNT out of the equation means no tank available for Twisted Minds. Therefore, Makers are now in a position where they can force a reset. But Yubi, he wants to take this one right here, right now. Late pulse bomb against Akai does put him back to spot, but he should be able to return in time.
Yeah, the cart's so far up, they don't really get too much free push on it. So Punk's going to hold the corner. Annihilation if he gets in trouble. They kind of need this beat before they do anything. They're going to start with Bob. Bob's going to be slept, and again, Makers just seem in pretty good control of this, the Annihilation and the Pulse Bomb in the back, and it should be another straightforward one. Wait, did they use the Nano as well? Oh my god, the Makers hate the economy again. It's Dorado all over. They've used so heavily in that, and now they find themselves in maybe just a Rally versus Beat situation.
Looks like not too much going to be available on both sides here. However, with the timing this is going to, it looks like we might have one very crucial last fight as soon as the timer ticks down to 0, as there will be a lot of ultimates coming up for that one. So this one is just about farming those ultimates, maybe just getting in and out, trying to make 1 or 2 kills. Getting those ultimates online is crucial here, because it might not be too beneficial trying to do it right now. Top Dragon applies a lot of pressure, but will be pressured now by himself.
Scary there. Yeah. When he recalled that late, I thought he's not going to recall onto a high ground, but they weren't able to chase for kill, and we'll get a bit of a reset. This buys Opener time to get in that rally. So a support ult versus support ult. Widow's both in play. Maybe crucially, a closer Annihilation for TVNT.
Oh, good timing here from Yubi, able to finish that. Nice communication there between him and Quartz. Good timing found as well on Akai. Yubi is all over the place. He's making it work for Twisted Minds. And this might just be it. This might be the opportunity. Will there be any time for proper touch? Kalex does find a good opener though on the Widowmaker. Where is he even?
He's just taking a peek from spawn right now. The problem is they're walking into Annihilation and a Kitsune Rush. 2 ultimates now great for fighting on point. There's the Annihilation. TVNT wants to push for backline. They try and kite it. They try and survive on point. But UB's Pulse Bomb is good. It cuts through him. And Twisted Minds will be finishing this map here. There's no way to stop it. And twice now, an Annihilation on point at the end just to finish it all off. But really, that third point was all about that play from UB right at the end.
The advantage, however, of course, being here, they were able to put the timer to 0. Therefore, an overtime finish for Twisted Minds, which might come in handy for Makers later in after their attack, if they are able to finish Midtown all 3 points and have a decent time back.
A big ask, a big ask, and ultimately when you look at how some of those fights were lost, you look at maybe the economical decisions, or maybe the economical mistakes is a better word for it, on third point. Because that fight that we saw them lose, maybe UB can still make the cuts, right, sure, but they would have actually had a Ramattra ult either for that fight or at least for the recontest, which would have made it a lot more of an even affair. We saw very much on the attack how long those Ramattra ults can last on points, and maybe Punk could have stabilized for his team. Instead now, an entire map to capture for the Makers. And they've got to try and go through for Ramattra, the Ashe, the Tracer, a very similar looking comp from Twisted Minds here. And we'll see if Punk opts into the mirror or if he sticks what he's thinking with now of just playing the Diva. Probably swaps though, if I had to guess.
A swap would fit this comp slightly better indeed. Maybe it would be the full mirror matchup, maybe eventually. We'll see in the next couple of seconds, but obviously Makers, they've got quite the time to match here. Especially because if you think about it, that first fight they had in their defense, it did go horribly wrong, and Twisted Minds were able to gain a 5-minute 30 time bank for this. Let's see if Makers can match this expectation.
Sticking on with Diva actually here, so don't want the Ram mirror. Ram beats Diva in a sort of head-to-head battle, but it feels like Punk's going to try and use his ability to get around this Ramattra, try and find a way to rotate and be aggressive. They've got Kirilisio, so they can really just go over the top of a Ramattra with, well, everyone except their Ashe here. They go main, then go back to Ali, trying to find their way through here, and they actually catch TVNT here in the laundry room.
However, though, he's able to simply switch form at 300 HP to his life bar, therefore no problem at all surviving that one. Twisted Minds cleaning up the first fight. Kalex does find a pick on Quartz, though won't make too big of a difference, however. Might not even be able to make it out alive here. Top Dragon under pressure as well. Kalex has fallen in the process. Makers need to make sure that they get a clean cut now, in and out.
Seemed a little bit confused on what direction they wanted to take there. Saw him go alley, saw him double back, try and go through green. Didn't quite seem to have the clearest idea. As a result, they find themselves down on time bank, down on ultimate, and now they're just going to double down. It's a bit more of a straightforward approach. Punk knows what he wanted to do there. He wants to fly at this backline and take the space, and Top Dragon wants to hit the pulse bomb. Now they're doing it. Don't overcomplicate it. Should we go left? Should we go right? Fake back, go left again? No, forget it. Just fly into their backline and shoot them.
Stop overthinking, start doing. It's time for Makers to enter the streets of Midtown. It's a long way they have to take until they can reach the very end, and they need to reach the very end of that track, as Twisted Minds has done so before, in order to keep the hopes and dreams alive to win a series at the Esports World Cup.
Ooh, nice freebie there, and this means this cart will keep rolling for a little bit, and TVNT looks like he's staying here right now. I wonder if they can actually, yeah, they're just going to die on payload. They're going to Kitsune Rush. Twisted Minds wants to clutch. Kitsune Rushes will be mirrored, but player advantage. Bob over the top. Bob loves to be on Kitsune Rush. Counter Bob comes out, though. It's a Bob v Bob. Bomb over top beat as well. Makers are investing everything, but Bob gets the bomb gets Bob and Quartz. They're doubling down. Everything's going in here. Everything's going in. Makers will win the fight, but it costs them everything, and there was one man who didn't invest his whole into that, importantly, and that was Bliss.
Yes, he's got the boost available. The sound barrier is there for this next fight, and Top Dragon, he does have that pulse bomb though, but it won't probably be enough to match something strong like that sound barrier. Therefore, it's going to be a crucial ultimate for sure. Maybe though, if they can find an early pick on Bliss, it might totally turn the tide here.
Oh, where is UB going? They are pushing this, but Colorhex has been left for dead and he will die, but he actually trades UB, so Colorhex does awfully well to get a trade in what looked like a 1v3 there. The C9 got for point. Twisted Minds for point. They need to go back. They need to deal with this. They sacrificed everything for Color Hex. They're going to have to be on point now. The beat might bail them out of this one, but oh, it's ugly. They should just about get away with it here, but a scary, scary moment for Twisted Minds. They do stabilize, though. Still 3 minutes to face.
It's so interesting to see how there's literally nobody with anywhere close to an ultimate on the field right now. The two Kirikos are probably the closest ones looking to get that Kitsune Rush online again. Trouble here a bit for Punk as he needs to make sure to get out of there alive. Doesn't want to delay any new upcoming pushes. Difficult play up on that high ground, but top dragon, he gets the pick onto Quas. Good opener for Makers. Now it's time to move on from that one. Get a second one, get a third one maybe, and it's going to happen for sure. Top Dragon finds the Kiriko. This is the opening pick, especially because the Kitsune was used, but it did not really do anything in favor of Twisted Minds. This timing, once again, is fairly massive. Almost 4 minutes for Makers to pull this one through.
It's an interesting composition from Makers, because in theory, lots of things don't line up their way. The Diva into Ramatra can be quite tricky, but Diva into the May can be quite tricky. You have to try and play an aggressive style like they did on Midtown. And they're trying to play an aggressive style, but they're also doing it with an Ashe. So we see Color Hex left behind like he was there. And Bob's going for Color Hex. They tried to take an early fight, and Bob's just going to block the door for him. Body blocking as his cart rolls forward, and they'll deal with Bob, but the payload's just moved away from him here. Twisted Mind's going to commit, though, here, Julian.
It looks like it, and well, Punk almost going to get killed. He does in the end. Quartz falls in the process, and Punk, he does have the bomb available if he falls out of it, so he can easily get a remake done here. Kalex, in that time, does find a kill onto Yubi. The remake works out, and TVNT is in trouble here, down as well. The Lucia Triplets won't survive for long, and Kalex, he does fall in the process, and that's going to be an important one. They will have to be super careful. Now, an early pick could change this one around. Top Dragon has the pulse bomb ready for it. The May needs to use the ice block very early here.
It's a tough one for Makers to win because of the ult advantage here, but they do shut down Quartz. Beat should be enough here. I mean, Makers are happy if they get ultimates out here. You can see him trying to take a bit of a back step. Twisted Mind's desperate to clean up these kills. It's actually terrible if they don't clean up the kills. They might have to pop the Annihilation now as well. Vigi is so low. Top Dragon's looking for more. TVNT is going to need to use his Annihilation. Surely Quartz gets one. Pulse Bomb's a miss. They're all so low on the side of Twisted Mind. TVNT holding for it for as long as he can. And actually, what outrageous discipline from TVNT not to drop that ultimate in this fight. Pressure on his backline. People are low. People are one. TVNT holds the ultimate. Crucial.
They're also trying to stagger the Ashe a little bit here, at least like get 1 or 2 more seconds out of this, but he can still charge a bit of ultimate charge from this, but this delay, it will be massive. He does get Quartz in the end, but it won't work, but he celebrates it either way.
They're actually going to go in this 4v4 situation. Quartz will be back sooner, and they don't know if Bob's using his Kitsune Rush. I don't know about this one here from Makers. If they like to take the trade, they're going to Kitsune Rush, and it's really going nowhere. Now the Annihilation over the top, and they have to try and take a step back, but that slow onto Punk is going to cause him all sorts of problems. Doesn't get to another form, will be forced out. And now, they want to chase. Twisted Minds are going to spawn here.
It's also a question of timing now, as you might be able to reduce this to one longer fight if you can. Kalex, he's got the Bob ready. Yubi does have the Snowstorm almost as well. The Blizzard could be crucial here for sure. And of course, the 2 sound barriers, they will be a difference maker.
It's going to be a big trade. If Yubi can land this Mayo, it could just be the difference maker. Punk close that Annihilation as the Bob will kick us off here. Pressure onto the Widow, but an easy enough step back for Twisted Minds, at least for now.
Yubi waiting, kiting. He knows that his Blizzard might be the game changer here. Top Dragon, he's looking for this pulse bomb, trying to find something. A kill on a support would be absolutely massive here, but he needs to connect to something quickly.
He found his way into the back, but Bliss is marking him. They know where he is. Top Dragon will be forced out. No recall, so can't be that aggressive. Yubi has used blocks, so has to be careful. All the ults nearly there for Makers. How do they choose to start it? Quartz is back in spawn. Top Dragon has to leave. Bit of space though. Yubi doesn't have ice block, remember. They get the Yubi pick. No Blizzard in play. They have to beat right now. Beat his match by opener. Kitsune Rush as well. Annihilation is there for Punk. They need to kill now. They need these kills, but they lose Top Dragon immediately. They'll kill the tank. They'll force the payload. Punk could do with more. They're all so low on the side of Twisted Minds. Is this it? Are they
It seems
forcing
to work.
overtime? But Blizzard, it's too late. It doesn't matter. They're all going to freeze. But they've capped for point, and we are going to overtime.
And Punk, in the end, once again, the Annihilation came in absolutely clutch, and we will indeed go to a second round of Midtown. Both teams will get another minute onto their time bank, and this once again obviously slightly favors Twisted Minds, as they were able to make a super fast, good push in their attack round. If we take a look at some of the highlights from this second round.
Ooh, what a good finish. Held their nerve at the end, Makers. It's one thing to come into this final fight with a bunch of ultimates and say, great, just go win the fight, shall we? As we see frustration here from Color Hex. Jubilation, frustration again. A real roller coaster, as this entire series has been. But coming back to my point, holding your nerve in that situation, it's one thing to have all the ultimate advantage, but to actually convert it in a crucial, potentially final fight of a tournament for your situation, it's massive. And now, Julian, 1 minute apiece to settle this series.
1 minute apiece indeed, and technically an infinite long overtime right afterwards. How long can you push this one? Twisted Minds, they are up first, and they're holding on to what worked before.
It was actually a gift from them, from Makers on the opening first point. Top Dragon went down immediately, and that was followed by another pick onto Color Hex. Makers will hopefully fix that problem here, sticking to the Anna Brig. All about some of these early ones. It is May again for UB. Coming through main, Top Dragon's going to survive the first 4 seconds this time. All to play for as they vie for space, and look at this aggressive angle UB's taken.
Trying to get some kind of proper pick here, trying to get some kind of early damage. Kalex falling dangerously low already, but Quartz does so as well. Any pick can be crucial at Top Dragon. He falls first under Quartz. The pressure is on Makers now. Can they be considered enough to make this one happen? Kalex in trouble, in big trouble actually. Falls under Bliss. Quartz takes down Opener as well. And this just might be a first point for Twisted Minds. Once again, very early in the fight, but given the time back, it will be an overtime push anyways.
A classic Midtown attack. They takes that left-hand side through UV and May, a classic May Lucio aggression. Quartz is going to come back them up as well. They get that angle, and once they have that angle, it gives them more of an opportunity to swing out main and just put Makers in the middle of a bad situation. So they get the point, they get the payload rolling. We are in overtime, so they have to stay glued to that payload. They'll have Kitsune Rush, but Nano and Annihilation right round the corner for Punk here.
And that's probably the biggest difference maker, right? The Annihilation for Punk is 20% away, TVNT is 50% away. If they can pull an early one here, they might just be able to force them off target. However, at this position, the respawns for the attacker team are still very shortly to the payload.
Got to remember the Kitsune Rush will help charge this ultimate a little bit as well as it comes in, so might help TVNT close the gap, and there's that Annihilation. Punk's going to wait for his timing now. Next form will be his go, but it's Quartz who finds the opening pick. Beat over the top from Bliss as well. They try and focus down Punk. Is Banana in time? Banana goes on to Top Dragon. I don't think that's what they meant. I think they wanted to save Punk. They don't save Punk, and the trade is going to, I mean, it's a trade, but it's not going to be enough. And Twisted Minds will keep the cart rolling for now.
Yeah, effectively, it doesn't stop the cart, and that's the main issue, right? This is what you need, this is what you want. Kalex finds an early pick against Bliss. Top Dragon waiting for that May to fall out of the ice wall. Still have TVNT pushing the cart. Now there comes in the Blizzard, but Kalex finds another nice pick over the Widowmaker once again. Brigitte just fully in the anti-nade against TVNT as well. Annihilation now comes out for the attacker team, and Kalex has got such a good angle to work with here.
A pick would be crucial. They're desperate for it right now. They can't wait out in this Annihilation. Now effectively a full neutral. Nothing to work with for either team. Color Hex is going to try and take a more aggressive angle. They force them back, and Top Dragon chases it down. Now the backline's in trouble. Punk and Top Dragon found their timing. And this is surely the time they can stop Twisted Minds. But oh boy, I'm happy with this if I'm TM.
Well, in the end, you got to give it to them. It's a nice hold, right? But they also got a full fourth point, and they got 90 meters on the second one as well. It's definitely a challenge for Punk and his team. However, it's a winnable one for sure. And therefore, this next 60 seconds and the overtime that will surely come with it. If they want to make it that far, it will be crucial. It will be maybe even life-changing. It will be a clutch situation that will be in the record books for Oceanian Overwatch for sure.
The chance to attack first in these type of situations is often one that is preferred, just because now, for example, if you're Twisted Minds, what you can do is you know how many fights you have left until the map is lost, essentially. So on that second point, they maybe have the opportunity to take an early fight, not invest too many ults, force the ults out of Makers, and then come back with ult advantage for that final fight for checkpoint. But again, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Twisted Minds still holding the first point here. Makers need to pick their approach for attack. 1 minute to keep themselves in this tournament.
It's do or die, as it has never been before. Such a clutch situation that could change it, or one player can make the difference here. Makers on the edge, being eliminated from the first ever Esports World Cup, the Overwatch tournament. $1 million prize pool on the line, and those 60 seconds, they start now.
Same composition. Again, Ram, Anna, Brig, not something we've seen all that much. Again, lots of powerful ults to help turbocharge his Ramattra, but have to be wary of that Mei. Looks like Top Dragon's going to get through early on left here, all the way into house already. Can even start forcing point if they want. That might allow Color Hex's swing to be a little bit easier. UB's trying to mark that right now, but that's going to create space in main for Color Hex to try and swing. But a pick would go a long way right now for Makers.
This first pick is going to be the crucial one. Whoever gets the first pick here has the best chances ever to make this match go into his side. Kalex got the angle, but Top Dragon is the 1-2-4 first. Can they trade it out? The wall is too good. It will keep the hopes and dreams of Twisted Minds alive. Kalex under pressure, Quads applying so much bullets to Punk. It won't be enough to keep him alive. It looks just like Twisted Minds. They have made this happen for them. It's in the closest possible way. But Twisted Minds will take the series in there. It's close 3-1 against the Makers.
They do it. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't clean. And this is maybe one of the problems that doesn't just go away today when they win this series for Twisted Minds. They have to consider, can they make it? What happens when other teams exploit this weakness here? And it feels like there will be handshakes, there will be hugs under congratulating some of these former teammates there. And ultimately, the result goes the way it was expected to. But what a series we were treated to, what a battle from Makers. We've talked about it all through the event with some of these smaller region teams in terms of winning the title isn't realistic, but how can they give a good showing of themselves? Can they punch up? Can they push these bigger teams more of a way? And the answer is yes. In this case, absolutely yes. They pushed Twisted Minds all the way, and they were eventually able to come out on top, but problems for Twisted Minds don't end here, because I think their weaknesses maybe have been somewhat exposed.
Absolutely. We'll have an interview with the coach of Twisted Minds, which obviously is going to be a very interesting POV for us, as we will have the opportunity to break down one or two of the most crucial scenes in this series, as there were a couple of highlights in this for sure, as we'll take a look at them now.
It was such a, I mean, the nature of a 5-map series, or a series that goes as long as there's lots of back and forth. This was all the way back on Ilios, where we first saw Makers really get a bit of a counter pick out of spawn on some of the TP stuff, and this is the flip side of it, where they get to play a very good map for TP, and they actually win a pretty definitive Ravassa. And this is the dilemma for Twisted Minds. It's really nice to have clear advantages in terms of maps you can take enemies to and are confident you can win. It's really a big problem, though, if you only have maybe one of these advantages, because it leaves you vulnerable to lots of picks like this Dorado we saw.
Absolutely, and there's a couple of questions we will have for the Twisted Minds roster, but the most crucial one probably will be, it has shown a lot of issues, this matchup, for sure. And now that they will continue into the playoffs, maybe even as a second seed in that group, the question that obviously comes to mind is, how much can teams that actually might be already better or might be equally as good as Twisted Minds benefit from seeing all those issues now? Because if a team like Makers is able to force so much of Twisted Minds, how much can maybe even better teams force from this, right?
It's one of those things that I think we saw this happen to SSG actually earlier in the year as well, where when you get a chance to play against the Metro team multiple times, then actually you get a chance to improve and solve it and crack it. Metro's a difficult hero to play against because it requires different solutions and a different playstyle than most other comps. But once you get used to it, you can find more of these counters, and that's a little bit what we saw throughout this series. And this maybe gives them a few bigger problems later down the line.
Absolutely. Let's take actually that brief walk to the interview, as we'll have coaching staff from Twisted Minds joining us on stream, so we can ask them all the questions that are burning on our tongues already. Okay, first of all, thank you so much for joining. It's been an absolute pleasure, this series. Longer than expected for you as well, for sure. If you would have to sum it up in 1 or 2 words, why was an enemy like Makers so hard to beat for Twisted Minds today?
Right now we're in Esports World Cup, so it's top 16 team in the world. So every single game gonna be hard. We're gonna prepare ourselves for next matches. And right now I think we secured top 2. So we're gonna see how it goes in the playoffs.
Do you worry now that you've maybe shown your hand, obviously, with the success you had against LGD, and teams maybe realise now you're going to be playing a lot of Spectra? Do you worry now that teams are going to come in with a very clear plan of how to try and stop you having success on that comp?
We're gonna try. We're gonna try to figure it out. We're gonna use more comms, you know, not only same comms if they ban it. Whatever it happens, we're gonna like figure it out. How can our comms gonna work and how the players gonna be play to win, you know? So we're gonna figure it out. Don't worry.
Absolutely. As the second seed of Group B, you obviously do get to choose second when it comes to which team you want to play in the first round of playoffs. Is there a team that you would prefer to play, looking at, for example, Garmin Gladiators already being locked in as third?
There is no specific team. We're gonna see how it goes. We're gonna see the draft, cause the seed number 1 they're gonna pick first. We're gonna see how it goes. Let's see how it goes, and hopefully we get the good luck, you know. And whatever it happens, we always see it from the God. So we always like, how can I say it? But I think respect it and try to win with it, you know. So yeah, it happens before in the World Cup, so it happens again here. We're going to see how it goes.
I wanted to ask you a little bit about your signings as well, because we've seen some recent additions to the roster in the form of TVNT and Bliss. TVNT especially a very young player, very local talent as well. What's it been like integrating these new players into the team with your established core?
Yeah, as you know, like it's only 2 weeks for them as a practice with the roster, and they play that good in this tournament. It's our first official for them with us. So both of them are talented, both of them are insane players. They just need more time with the team, and this roster need more time together. After that, they're gonna dominate everything. I believe in each one of them.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you as well for that very, maybe not the prettiest, but basically for sure one of the most entertaining series we have seen in this World Cup so far. We're very much looking forward to seeing you in the playoffs. Best of luck until then.
Thank you. See you soon.
Commander X, within that, we are done for Group A and B. The C and D up to come, and saying that, let's take a look at the standings that we have ready for you, and probably, hopefully, up to date as much as possible. Group A is locked in already, right? Rock out of the tournament, unfortunately no wins for them. Garmin Gladiators, with that win over Rock, they place third and therefore are one of the teams that can be picked for this first round of playoffs. Toronto, they are placing second in Group 1 and therefore will have the first pick on those third place teams in the first round of the playoffs. And obviously Crazy Raccoon, they finished first, no doubts to their performance. Group B, now Twisted Minds up ahead, but Falcons Esports against Wuhan, they haven't played yet, so therefore Falcons easily could still take this first spot for sure. Makers unfortunately out of this World Cup as well. Therefore it's only Group C and D remaining. And Commander X, if I'm not wrong, we do have a very interesting upcoming match in Group C.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be M80 against Bleed, which is going to be an elimination game, very much a bit like the game we just saw. But instead of it just being one team who are on the ropes like it was for Makers, now we're going to see M80 and Bleed. It's basically just a playoff. Loser goes home, winner gets to go through. Simple as that. M80 have struggled so far in this tournament, whereas Bleed, maybe some people underestimated them, but they've certainly made a case for themselves. They've taken a map of Zeta Division, they've taken a map of ENT. M80 have looked much weaker than both those teams I just mentioned. So in theory, this is really massive, a really massive opportunity for Bleed Esports here, and I'm really excited to see how they do. We'll of course check that all out after the break. We'll see you very shortly.
How's it going, guys? It's Matt Mr. X here with Overwatch 2 Blind Rank. I'm here with Bleed Esports with Clear and Paley. How you guys doing?
Good. Good.
We'll start off with damage dealers. Cassidy.
I think one. No. I think two. Okay. Okay, two.
Two. Okay, we're gonna align on two. So Cassidy, two.
So who's gonna be one? Ash?
No.
Sojourn?
Nah, I don't know, bro.
Well, that might not be an option.
Okay.
Tracer.
Oh,
one.
That's one. There we go.
One.
Okay,
Okay,
wait.
so Tracer one, Cassidy two.
Wait, we're doing good.
Soldier.
Soldier?
And that's out of 5, right?
Yeah, Soldier 76. It's gonna
I
be
think
5.
that's gotta be 5, right?
I don't know, bro. I think maybe put it 4.
4. Soldier 4. Soldier
Okay.
4.
Okay, saving one potentially for the bottom.
Yes.
Torbjorn.
Oh, bro.
I think Torb is better than Soldier.
Actually, I want to put Torbjorn on 1. Okay, put on
Can we
3.
switch to one?
No, we can't
okay.
switch. We can't
Okay,
switch.
Torb 3. Torb 3.
Torb 3. So we got Tracer, Cassidy, Torb, and then Soldier.
Yeah.
So this next one's automatically
5.
This is risky.
Genji.
Wait. Okay, that's not terrible.
Yeah.
That's not. Yeah, I mean, Torb. I think you know, Torb
He has his places.
True, probably more relevant than 76.
Yeah.
So you might have that one there. Let's do hybrid maps.
Okay.
Okay. We're gonna start with hybrid maps. Kings Row.
Well, I think a lot of the hybrids are pretty bad.
Pretty divisive.
But I like Kings Row.
Yeah, so I think 1.
Yeah, I think 1.
Yeah.
I think Kings Row should be 1.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty safe. Kings Row's
That's
like
gotta be like the
favorite.
vanilla answer.
Paraiso.
5.
That was so why 5?
This is the worst map in the game.
Okay, I put it 5.
Okay.
Easily the
So we
worst
got
map in the
1
game.
and then 5 right off the rip.
bat.
Numbani.
4?
3 or 4.
I think 4. I think
Okay,
4.
4.
Okay. Eichenwald.
Okay, so what are the other options?
You have what?
There's
2 and 3, right?
Yep.
Okay, there's 2 and 3.
No, I think I like Eichenwald.
I think Eichenwald 2.
Yeah,
Eichenwald 2. We like Eichenwald.
Okay.
Yep.
Hollywood.
Wait, this is perfect.
Yeah, that was actually pretty good.
That was like a perfect list.
It's not bad.
I think we are the best duo.
Yeah, I think we're the best duo that's done this.
Hey, that was pretty good. I'm pretty proud of you guys.
Thank you.
That's it for Overwatch 2's Blind Ranked with Bleed Esports.
Thank you.
Thank you.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to make a move into Group C. It's time to make a move to Bleed Esports against M80, and it's definitely a match that is super important for both of them. None of those teams have been able to secure a single W so far in this group phase, and therefore they'll need to win this matchup to get into the playoffs. Let's take a look though what you guys out there think, because this is obviously a match that is, well, between two totally different camps of communities. So make sure to get your predictions in at stcplay.gg. We want to know what you think. We always have it open on the site. We want to understand what you think, and we obviously want to know who is in the lead by the community vote. Of course, it will for sure be an absolutely crucial one. Let's maybe, if we can, take a look at that Group C and understand what they do. But before we do that, we will go into a bit more detail about the M80 roster. Obviously, known names, however, we've been talking about this yesterday already. The story of how they got here, and especially the story of the adjustments they had to make for this World Cup, it basically it started off with a buff already.
It was a tricky start for them, really. They sort of gone through several roster iterations where, for the most part, they've had to replace pretty much the entirety of their roster. They actually wanted to replace more of the roster but weren't able to. So they've got all these other players in now, and I think while some of them are very high talent, I think especially looking at DPS, Line and Tree and Spectra, what you've actually got is a team that have actually opted to practice a lot less leading into this tournament, which really has sort of hampered and reduced a lot of the expectations that that have been expected of them. And I think we saw that a bit yesterday with, well, games we maybe expected them to lose, performances that were maybe a step below the potential of this roster.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at their opponent, Bleed Esports. They were quite the surprise for some of those teams in this Group C, as they were able to take a map from not only ENCE but also from Zeta Division. Therefore, definitely a roster that you should not underestimate. High Vision's Ace is definitely a DPS duo that is absolutely dangerous, and they've shown that yesterday in fashion.
Another roster that's gone through a lot of changes as well from what we saw at the Asia LAN. While they still have Clear and they still have High Vision filling the same roles, Ace has actually moved from Flex DPS over to Flex Support, meaning Peli has moved from that Flex Support role onto the main support role, which has opened the door for Yoshinori, who was previously the backup Flex DPS player, to come into a starting role. And again, you talk about roster changes before a tournament. How do the teams adapt? How do they adjust? You expect a bit of a drop-off in performance overall, but we've seen anything but from Bleed, who have had a very strong start in this tournament. They've looked very good, they've played a lot of their own compositions, and they've had a lot of success. And interestingly, if you had to ask me what's a good matchup for the Ram and Akiri that they like to play, probably playing into a Sigma team, and that's exactly what they're going to get here.
Yeah, they absolutely will. Kalush, well known for this Sigma here. That was the interesting factor again in the match that we had yesterday, ENCE between M80, where we always wondered that question. Do you want us to disable the Sigma, or do you want to just call it gentleman's agreement, play Sigma all the way? You know, two options here, but this obviously now, it opens a whole new opportunity. In this Group C, it's been so interesting, right? Because ENCE, they were expected to go through, right? They go to 0, fine. Zeta, they were expected to go to 0. But however, people kind of like going into this, M80 was still the favorite for this third spot, in my opinion. And now, Bleed Esports as one of the teams that wasn't too much on the map for those teams yet. They did perform super well, and technically when it comes to map differential, if it was to decide who takes that third spot, Bleed would be in the lead currently, as they had 2 maps, while M80 only was able to take 1 from Zeta Division. Therefore, definitely a do or die for both of those teams. Winner takes it all, loser takes a flight home.
Exactly, and this really sets it up quite nicely in terms of the clear sort of strengths and weaknesses. I think when we've looked at a lot of teams throughout this tournament, especially teams like Rock and Bleed, we've sort of talked about the difference between roster quality and this sort of region gap that exists. Originally, that was thought to be quite big. Bleed have maybe proven so far that it's maybe a little bit smaller between their region and the others, as we can take a look at Bleed getting ready for this all-important game right now. And the question for M80 is, on paper, they should still be good enough. Tree and Spectra is actually a fantastic DPS line. UV and Laya are a quality backline. Kaluj, wow, without the same level of practice potentially as others, he is still a top quality player. As we go into the bans here, Julian, it will be Kiriko from the side of M80 who did choose to ban first. and an Ash ban in response from Bleed.
And honestly, I like the security has been a main part of a lot of comps, and therefore, without it now, you'll have to work around it, obviously, on Ilios as well. There's a couple of opportunities for it, however, it will force those teams out of their comfort zone at some point, and that's what we like to see in this World Cup, especially since it just has opened the hero pool so much, right? It has opened the meta up so much. Everyone kind of has to, well, work around it some way or another, and some teams do that good, some teams really struggle from it.
I think my expectations here are, it feels like Bleed's ban is basically just, isn't that tree guy really good at Ashe? He sure is. Should we stop him playing Ashe? Seems really reasonable. Ilios actually a pretty good map for Ashe as well, so seems a reasonable enough time for Bleed to invest in his ban into it. What's worth saying as well is, in general, this map was predetermined, right? So a little bit of misfortune here, I think, for a team like M80 who come into their most important game in this tournament, really the difference between their best opportunity to double their money, essentially. And they have to start on Ilios, a very dive-friendly map, with a team that probably prefers much to play Sigma-type compositions. Now, Kalush has played Winston in the past. There is a chance he does just pull it out here, or he just plays the D.Va variation as well. That option is open. Interesting that M80 are actually more interested in banning the Kiriko and primarily banning that as well. So a few things that could be behind this decision. One, they just want to protect Ana, keep that on the cards. Two, they want to sabotage the fact that it's an Ana-Kiri combo that Bleed so often use. And also, it means they're able to maybe put a bit of Bleed on the back foot here and stop any kind of Lucio-Kiri super aggressive teams as well. So we'll wait and see what they pick here, but seems a reasonable enough choice from both teams, at least for now.
One interesting factor about this M80 roster, of course, right? You've got Tree in there, who is probably... He might actually just be the youngest player. Think about it. He's just barely allowed to play. One of the youngest ever, however, has been in the scene for a long time now already. 4 years in contenders before. Therefore, definitely one where we can expect a lot from now, making this entry on the biggest stage of Overwatch esports currently. Therefore, very, very much looking forward to see what he can do.
Alright, it's going to be Ruins, which means it's Widow time for High Vision, Tracer Echo time for M80. A very good DPS lineup to play in this sort of composition. We've seen him look pretty decent on it before, and it will be D.Va and a Brig as we expected. Now, in the D.Va mirror, Ana Brig becomes increasingly valuable because, I mean, D.Va can just swing on Brig. You can't Matrix a Mace, just like in real life. So the Brig becomes increasingly in value. That helps enable the Ana too. But the big problem, I think, for M80 is how do you get Tree into a position here against the Widow where he can be effective?
This is going to be one of the main tasks here. And it's going to be M80 taking this point first. Percentages now flying their way every second. Spectre on the Tracer. Just boozling around this Spectre, and Kalush finding a good pick on the enemy Brigitte, giving M80 an advantage they were looking for. Bleed Esports now, they will have to play this a bit more passively as Laya just goes in there again. Yoshi down. Bleed Esports have lost 2 more now, therefore it will be a reset for them. M80 already up 25%.
Not too bad a start at all. They win the brawl and they really just able to find a fight that doesn't involve the Widow all that much. As such, we're going to see High Vision swap onto the Cassidy now. You see a lot of Echo played with these D.Va compositions, but the Cassidy can have a harder time living sometimes. So we'll see how High Vision gets on, but they need to try and create space, look after High Vision, and give them an opportunity to find a few of these openings here.
First round of ultimates will come up soon. Spectre's got the pulse bomb ready, but so does Yoshi, who will get a crucial pick here. It's a nice try, but it's a stick as well, and Laya seems to be out of this fight. Spectre on the other side, finding High Vision, clear finding 3 as well. Light advantage now for Bleed Esports. Can they make it work though? Spectre takes out the enemy Brigitte, making this a 3v3, but both tanks are still here. The enemies just come in simultaneously. Both of them used in this situation, but Clear is able to make the kills his team needs. Spectre down, Ultraviolet down. It is going to be Bleed Esports taking control over this point.
A good retake, one in which a lot of the big investments were invested as well. Going to be a rally trade as we come back, but much nicer to start with control. Try and force that earlier rally out of Laya, give a chance for Paley to rally back. Really great opportunity here. Interested to see how Tree uses his copy. Double Diva has been the go-to play so far, and I expect probably more of the same here from Tree.
Now there comes the Echo copy. 2 Divas in the field for M80. What can it make out of this 3? Falling dangerously low, but does not get out alive. Therefore, will only have the mini Diva here now in 3. He wasn't able to really work anything out either. The High Noon finds Kalush in the mini Diva form. Maybe even an overuse at this point. Honestly, the fight was won already. But Bleed Esports in the end, the result is in their favor because they are keeping control over this point. They have a pulse bump very soon again. The Nano's coming up as well. Good looking economy in their favor.
Given as good as they get so far in this series, Bleed, and they'll have to hold on to this one here. Diva Bomb's nearly in play, but crucially a nano advantage for Ace. Expect that to go Clear's way. Previously, he got 2 kills with it. If he can do the same here, he puts his team in a great chance to take this first map.
Two more to go, maybe with the nano boost they can make this fight theirs as well. High Vision finds Kalush once again in the mini Diva form. Diva is such an essential part. No tank means no game for M80. They will have to pull back retweet fast if they can and try to get one more proper fight into this.
Shoe on the other foot now. UV is the one with nano advantage. Now will probably be going Kalush's way. Maybe still an option to drop it on Tree. Maybe snowball it into a copy as well. Another possible option. Obviously burns through a lot of that Diva matrix with the beam. So we'll see where the choice is for UV here. But this is the last fight, one way or another. On to Kalush.
Nano Boost trying to make some work here. It goes deep into the spot background, but he's not really able to get any damage into it. Even gets body block. Needs to try to get out of there alive. Barely does so, but will get out of the mech now. Big advantage for Bleed Esports again. They are in the overtime. They've got ultimates to work with. The Nano is not available for both sides, so therefore it will have to be a DPS out. Maybe the High Noon or something. A couple of bombs being thrown into the point as well. Clear, able to check 3's copy out of the mech as well. Liar down, but High Vision down as well. Big pulse bomb coming in from both sides here. Ultraviolet and Ace, both the others fall. But Yoshi steps up through the game, takes down Kalush, takes down Spectre. And this is the fight one for Bleed Esports. Yoshi absolutely coming up clutch on Ruins here for Bleed Esports as they take the lead on Elios.
Yoshinori, not a starting player at the start of the year, but a starting player now and earning his keep, helping his team in that first round. And obviously, after first fight, it sort of felt like maybe Matey just have a read on this meta as we get a look back at a couple of those. And really, it was a missed opportunity, I think, in this last fight. We look at the value that Bleed were able to get out of their Nano Diva pushes, and it was huge. They won those fights. You look at the value that M80 were able to get, especially that last one, obviously the crucial one. They had the advantage fight, they failed to take it. You lose those fights in Overwatch. It's a great way to put yourself in trouble in the series. And that's exactly where M80 find themselves here. As looks like we might be getting a little bit more of the same, maybe a full Tracer Echo Mirror here.
It looks as though not only a Junkrat playable here, as we saw that from the makers earlier. They're sticking to this mirror matchup here. Spectre on this Tracer, trying to put up to the work that, for example, Yoshi was able to bring for Bleed Esports on Ruins. As he's now on the Echo, decides to give the Tracer to High Vision.
Battle for the high ground will turn to a battle for point here as both Tracers drop and the rest of the teams drop to help them. Briggs will come to match as well. Looks like a slightly wider angle for Tree, and Tree wants to make that aggressive move. Yoshinori with a more passive angle. Now the Diva trade comes in, but the nade finds its way through. Oh, big nades all around, and it's Bleed who come out on top. Pix will do it, and now they should get first cap and can probably even chase a couple of these kills if they're quick.
However, it works, it works. And it's going to be percentages first for Bleed Esports once again. They are taking the lead in the second part of Elios as well. You do see a nano boost coming up for Ace, but Spectre, he's got the force bomb first here. Let's see if he can make it useful for his team early in this fight. Maybe even disable something like Ace on Diana. Try to secure an advantage for M80 here. It doesn't seem like he got anything out of it.
They've taken the entire map so far. They actually have to Nano to get out of their own base, essentially. The nade is good onto Liar, so it does salvage this, and the Nano value will be good once again for Bleed. But I have to raise some question marks there. If I'm Bleed Esports, I start with map control. I have equal ult situation. how on earth do we end up in a situation where my entire backline, my D.Va, are all on our Mega, and the enemy team have their Brig Tracer on point? How's that happened? How they've lost so much control? So they do get the Nano out at least, and M80 have a chance with a Nano advantage here, but Bleed's hold needs to improve compared to that last time.
And you can't really blame the comp for it, right? Because they're playing a mirror matchup as well, so it needs to have been something else, maybe miscommunication or something similar. But Bleed, they're already up to 60% clear. Needs to be careful here now. It's falling dangerously low, but gets heals up in the process. Would have the D.Va bomb as well to make it all of HVS is pulse bomb gets eaten by Kalush, so that would be gone in this fight for sure. 2 D.Vas on the field from M80 as well. Yoshi out of mech. It's not looking good for M80. It's finally time for them to turn this one around, because with Bleed on 80% already, it is now really high noon indeed.
They do manage to get themselves back into this one crucially. They win that big brawly fight, and they actually didn't even have to use the rally for it as well, so a clear advantage for this one. Obviously, the nature of how Ilios works is there's a lot of high ground. It's very hard to start a fight with rally here, but once that fight descends to the point, as we've seen it do time and time again so far, that rally is going to be a huge swing factor, and as long as Laya doesn't catch a nade or Kaluj can eat it for him, they should be able to win off the back of that rally.
Will be the crucial part in this next fight for sure. Needs to stay alive, needs to play a bit more careful maybe. Cautious is the call. As Haivision is looking for something with that Tracer, looking for a target he might be able to pick up here. Laya that rally still holding on to it, trying to find the right timing for Baklia. Would have the bomb, the Nano Boost also available. Haivision has the bomb as well. Ace finds that pick on Lear. This is not good at all. This is exactly what they had to avoid here. But it didn't work out. Ultraviolet low, Kalush low, is all falling to pieces. Bleed Esports, they will take the point back in their favor with only 5% to go. Not even sure if anyone can touch. Spectre is not going to be back in time. It will not work out for them as Lias is getting punched to pieces. And Bleed Esports, they take Ilios, and honestly, they take it in style.
Devastating as well, as the nature of this is they just won the mirror matchup, a matchup that in theory should, especially for Tracer Echo, should favour M80, considering Kaluj still gets to play D.Va. Their DPS line should be better at this type of composition. I think especially on that Lighthouse, we saw a key difference between the playstyle of Kaluj and Clear. It felt like Kaluj was taking a much more proactive role, trying to clear space and be aggressive. And to be fair to Kaluj, he got that backline off high ground almost every single time. But Clear was playing a much more reactive role, trying to pocket Kaluj, trying to punish his aggression. And we saw that come into play, I think, particularly in that last fight. That was the one that ultimately sealed the map for Bleed. They absorb Kaluj's aggression, and then they push back. They catch him on the way out. Clear drops the bomb as well, and it all just unravels from there. And this is hard. This is hard for M80 now they've lost this mirror in terms of where they go in the series.
Absolutely, and you gotta give it to a player like Yoshi, for example, right? From benched player to star player in that roster of Bleed Esports, has been doing incredible loads of work on Ilios here for sure. And M80 once again find themselves in a situation they really don't want to be in. A down 1-0 already, especially when we talk about this advantage of course, right? You can ban the map, right? You can ban the first hero. But on the other side, with that mode, with loser picks, it comes to a situation that if you win the first map, you can just win your picks and you'll take it in the end, in a best of 5 for sure. But obviously, it gives you a certain backup. So this first map win is so crucial for either of those teams to take it. And therefore, massive advantage now, obviously, with Bleed Esports. M80 has one more disadvantage as soon as we go into a longer series. They are only 5 players. There's no room for substitution, no room to bring in something like a fresh mind, for example, right? There's not really an opportunity here, as they only brought 5 of their players to the World Cup. And this obviously is a big disadvantage, right? It gives you the flexibility in that roster, but it makes it harder to adjust by bringing in a specialist maybe for a certain role, for a certain map. No opportunity like that given to that roster. While Bleed Esports, obviously, they have options to work with 3 supports in their line. They could do a couple of swaps if they need them.
I think when I now start to think about what's my decision if I'm M80, while we've seen M80 actually run into a bit of a problem in their previous series against Ents, where actually they had to avoid the Sigma mirror way more than they would want to against most teams because they were up against Vestler, they are no longer against Vestler. There's been no emergency transfer to Bleed Esports for Vestler. He is staying on Ents for their series, which means Sigma advantage can be utilized here, I think, for M80. And especially now, the problem they might have playing against Bleed is Bleed like to run Ramatra, Ana, Kiri, a hero or a combination of heroes that have nice ults into Sigma and can win that frontline battle. But you combine this with you get map pick, you can force a Sigma map, you can maybe ban an Ana or something. Obviously they banned Kiri in that first one, but you ban that Ana, or even you ban the Ram, and all of a sudden you've set yourself up very nicely for a matchup that should be quite favourable, and maybe you force them to play D.Va into it or something. The Sigma starts to feel very good. So I think there's a lot of good options here for M80 in terms of how they can choose to take their way through this series.
Absolutely. Maybe the D.Va Force is something that works here. There's a couple of options on the table when it comes to picking a map type, of course. M80, their decision has been made though, and therefore, not trying to spoil you here, but it's going to be an interesting one. We haven't seen it so often today. And they also decided to take the first hero ban into their own hands. Let's take a look at the map as soon as we can here, because it seems like there's no substitutions coming in. Let's go right into it. Take a look at this.
So New Junk City, I think, really fits a lot of the archetypes in terms of what we were talking about of their advantage. It's a good map for Sigma. It's a good map to play these brawly ones on. It's very hard to play dive. I think also when you factor in that is a flashpoint map, the idea of playing Ana Kiri versus a Lucio comp is very optimistic and very tricky. So we'll see our players getting ready for New Junk City now, but initially very happy with the choices of Gator and the M80 team here. Seems like they've set themselves up nicely. We'll hopefully get a look at the bans very shortly, and we can see if those line up with our ideas as well. Again, expecting maybe an Ana or something from M80, which is exactly what we do get, which takes away that key composition. Maybe interestingly enough, what's happened is, you know, Bleed have responded in kind by banning the Sigma from them. Maybe with the power of hindsight, this is something we'll see as we go through this tournament, especially the ban system. There's always another layer to think about here. So maybe the optimal in this situation might have actually been to ban Ramatra, because then they protect the Sigma as well from M80. I still don't hate the decision. I still think they're okay with this. I think Kaluj might just play the Ramatra of his own or something similar, and even take that mirror, and they just fancy their chances as we go into this first round here, Julian.
Absolutely, and I totally agree with you. That Sigma ban that is coming from the esports, it kind of falls into the favor of M80, honestly, because if there's one map where you probably don't need to play Sigma, it's probably this one. And therefore, now one of, well, the best heroes that Kalush can play in the series as we go along with it is now not to ban anymore, and therefore no fears needed on the side of M80 about this ban anymore. Kalush easily can play something like the D.Va here, while we seem to go into something more directly as we see the Junker Queen locked in, the teleporter from High Vision as well, something that could support here.
So they're just taking a D.Va. They just want to opt for a D.Va mirror again. I don't think Bleed and Clear expect this, because they're rolling out like a vintage Junker Queen all-in comp here, which I don't think feels great into the D.Va. I think generally is better into like a Mauga type comp. So we'll see how this one goes, but I'm a bit surprised M80. It felt like it was a swap to play more of a brawly style, like a BAP Sigma or a BAP Ramatra or something. I don't know if that Sigma ban did ultimately spoil M80's intentions, and this is why we see something different, but we'll see how it works out here. Initial shout comes in from Clear, looking for that knife, eaten by Kaluj though, and they do manage to back up, but they can't keep Tree alive through all of it, and well, there's no chill at all from Bleed Esports. They are still plowing forward, trying to find more. Slash comes through, and Clear is just pushing his D.Va. He's going, he will not stop. He's pushed them all the way out, look for another knife, catches UV on that one as well, and Clear is looking for it, forces out that TP, and the aggression comes through from Bleed, and it works out well.
No mercy, absolutely no mercy shown from Bleed Esports. Their comp is working out really, really well here. We do see Kalush now swapping over to the Ram, which will make this a bit more close distance fight, of course, if soon as you go into that brawly kind of style. Super interesting composition. High Vision already at 70%. Spectra though at 90 for the Pulse Bomb already. We'll see a couple of ultimates coming up for this one.
Nice early engage here. The nice thing about Remarkable is you can just walk into the Queen's face and punch her, which is exactly what's happening with Clear right now. Forced all the way out, makes this retake a little bit easier. Kluge is going to take a lot of damage, and Ace actually has the beat. Just wants to drop it in, go nice and aggressive here, and Kluge will be caught without that form timing. Don't think they were quite ready for that beat there. Kluge gets caught, and another fight for Bleed Esports.
They make it look so easy.
Yeah, they just found that timing. I think we saw the neutral go as we would expect it here, but they just weren't ready. Just weren't ready for that beat engage. I think it caught them off guard. Now they come back. It's going to be a difficult touch. You can see High Vision trying to camp. They all want to go early. High Vision's watching for point. The rest of them want to go. They have a rampage around this corner. They're looking for it, but it's Kyriot first. All into Tree's face. He will get Kyrioted, but no, it's not enough. The beat goes through, it tries to keep him alive for now, but they will trade out on it. They have kept point contested through this. Spectra has managed to do that for him, but the chase is still on. Kluge finds one, he finds two, he finds three! A desperate retake, a good touch from Spectra, and they deal with the surprise aggressive push from Bleed Esports. And, well, Bleed Esports also used both support ults and a rampage to lose that fight.
Yeah, it's quite the heavy investment for, in the end, well, nothing as a payout, right? Kluge coming up absolutely clutch here on the ramp. It suits him really well. Apparently Annihilation is ready as well. And considering how fast those ticks go on Flashpoint, it will obviously maybe even be a last fight. If they can actually force this to the point, they might be able to just win it with the Annihilation here. They got the Bob as well if needed, but the Genji's ready for the Blade.
Mauga comes in, big slam, Blade over the top, and they don't get a chance to use this Annihilation. They're going to pop it now. It's, oh, they've lost Spectra too, and they've just found the kill. Oh, just exploded here. Go on, denies him the ace. Grow up, Bleed. Let him have the ace. It's actually, I don't know, the swap is good, right? The Mauga into the Ram is a sort of tried and tested counter swap. They just go aggressive with the Blade, and M80 just get caught off guard. They just die before they know it, and now we're going to enter a bit of a cycle here in terms of tank counter swapping. Kluge is going to go back to the Diva and now make it tricky. So Clear is going to go back to the Junker Queen to make it trickier.
I like it.
Clear is trying to stay a step ahead here, and Kluge is out of spawn, so he cannot swap again, and they will remain one step ahead as we go into an equal beat fight coming up mid-fight, but it's going to be a Bob that is for opening ult here for Tree.
And it's so cool because there's the mind games coming in now as well, right? It's about, hey, do I want to switch again? Do I want to lose the ult shot again? Or do I just want to pull through with it as of now? The Bob from 3 does not really have any good angles here, though. Won't be able to bring in too much for this fight. Nice dynamite in there as well. Does a lot of damage to the players of Bleed Esports. Only Clear, High Vision and Clear that are left in this. However, they are able to make it work somehow, some way to get 3 kills while being only 2 players. And once again, Bleed Esports take the points, take the lead.
I think M80 are making a lot of the right decisions. They know Bleed Esports wants to play aggressive. They choose to play aggressive. They use the Bob as a counter dive tool. The Bob does hit everyone, but unfortunately, they all just run past the Bob, and the Bob ends up outside, so they don't get full value out of it. But Bleed is just playing so aggressively now. They're just doubling down on every play. They're committing onto this backline, and it is just working right now. M80 even needs to find a way to respond in kind with aggression, or start absorbing these engagements a lot better.
Ultimates available on both sides. We do see the Kitsune Rush coming out on both ends now. It's going to be a start rush against Rush. Yoshi finds a good pick in favor of Bleed Esports. What more can they come up with in this fight? Clear with the Reckoning and gets the kill on Spectre as well. Kluge falling dangerously low in this fight. Out of mag, out of life. Will go back to spawn. And Bleed once again 75% on the bank already with the 3 on the Tracer. Maybe quick touch can happen here. However, with the early hold, the Bleed expanding is going to be very, very close.
It's really hard actually, because I think Spectra is one of the later ones to spawn. They're going to try and make, oh sorry, Tree's going to be one of the later ones to spawn on Tracer, so they're just going to give it up. They're going to play in the middle and try and opt for the next point instead. Does end up being about 50, like halfway between both teams. It is M80 you get their toes out here first. They do have that copy, but it's another Blade for Yoshinori. It was a big one before, and this time he's got to do it into a copy. He's got to do it into a bomb. Here we go.
Blade out there for Yoshi, but not really finding the targets this time. The last one was way better. Ultraviolet in the meantime finds Ace. Pele out of the game as well. Backline from Bleed just got eliminated. Sent back to spawn. Yoshi follows quickly after. And this is the fight from 80. They needed a good one for the start here. and it worked out in their favor. They have a couple of ultimates to work with as well. They only need to fear the pulse bomb from High Vision in this upcoming fight. Anyone else is just too far away. They do have to copy. They have the bomb if they need it, and 3 is also fairly close to another pulse bomb.
The swap off the Ashe actually helps them massively because it's one less target now for Bleed to focus, so they can absorb this pressure a lot more easily. Now they don't have to spend so much time babysitting this Ashe. High Vision's going to kick us off with a point touch here, but that should be easily matched. It's going to be a Junker Queen copy, which is pretty good. As long as Spectra hits in his slash here, he should be able to get up to the Rampage, and you can see it charging 80% and ticking. If he hits his Rampage, no Suzu. The door is wide open for him to find it. If he can just get the last bit of this ult, there we go. That should be the finisher there. Tidy in the end from Spectra, and that's one of the things that's so nice about Echo into Junker Queen, is the Junker Queen copy is beautiful. Just copy her, slash her in the face, steal her own ult, and use it against her.
And it worked out super good here for M80. Only had to use that one ultimate. They've got almost 4 full ultimates good to go. Bleed Esports, they will have the Reckoning on their own for this next one. They'll probably have the Sound Barrier as well if they get it charged up in time. There's definitely more to work with here for M80 as they're getting closer to 80% now as well. It will be a clutch fight for Bleed. They need to take this one if they want to win it right here, right now.
I think the optimal if you're Bleed is trade both support ults for both of their support ults, then Rampage to finish. So here comes the Kiri ult to start. Paley hasn't mirrored yet, actually. They've just tried to kite away from this Bleed. Where are they going? They're just going to try and get all the way out, but they lose Paley on the way. They don't get this Kitsune rush off. Are they just trying to take a dry fight to give themselves a clearer win condition? I guess so. Didn't like the looks of it, choose not to invest, but now... Actually, no, they're just going to lose it, aren't they? Why didn't Paley drop it?
Yeah, it looks like they literally just dropped it. It will go on to Flashpoint 4 now for them. A questionable outcome in the end. I don't know what their idea in this one was, especially because they... it's very hard to tell.
I presume he just didn't feel he could get it off, and that was the main problem. That's how they wanted the ult to trade. Like, Ace and Clear didn't quite have their ults yet, so Paley just didn't have the opportunity to drop it, and that's why they didn't use it, so they just cut their losses, and instead it'll be a shout. Blade engage here, all over Liar. Liar doesn't get a chance to beat right now. No, cannot get out of it. Clear target in line, and they're actually going to beat over top here in a 5v4 as the bomb comes out. They do trade a couple still. Pulse Bomb is there. Clear is awfully low. Has for Rampage if he really feels like he gets in trouble. And Spectra, he's just going to try and take it over. Spectra and Tree. The M80 DPS are doing everything here. They are piling on top. But Rampage comes through from Clear. But the beat is there. Lyra is back from spawn. Now trying to deal with Spectra. He's awfully low in the air.
Nice.
Clear takes care of it. Slash as well. The self-healing coming through. And a shout. Clear refuses to go down. M80 are trying to force this kill. They finally get it with the help of Kaluj. And they will be able to clean up this fight, but it looked ropey, and they still have to deal with this Tracer on point, but there we go. Finally, M80 able to get in his first cap.
And also very heavy invest, right? They invested 4 ultimates into this fight just to get the cap in the end. Bleed Esports only used the Blade and the Reckoning. The beat was used before, and therefore, well, I mean, heavy invest on both sides, I guess, but in the end, M80 come up ahead. They are able to collect a couple of percentages of the start of this 4th flashpoint. Next fight already up ahead though.
Kitsune Rush Exchange going to be coming through now. Again, you can see Bleed Esports all eyes on that Echo. They want their man, but Spectra's going to try and get all the pocket in the world. Suzu is good, Matrix is good, and Kaluj and Lyra will clean it up. And this is the problem if you're Bleed Esports. They've had so much success with their aggression. But the problem is, if you are just a team that says, can you see an enemy? I'm going to press W, and I'm going to press W until one of us dies. It can be really hard to deal with, explosive, scary. But if you do the same thing every single time, every single fight, a good team should be able to adapt. And I think that's what we're seeing from M80. I think the swaps have helped with this by getting off the Ashe. But I think also the way they're playing, the way they're putting more resources into Spectre to look after him, I think it's working really well for M80.
Absolutely. One big advantage here was they were able to stagger Clear for quite a long time. And therefore this one will fall into the hands of M80 as well. It all comes down to this 5th flashpoint on New Junk City. All or nothing, match point or tie in the series. A lot on the plate here for M80.
Rampage nearly available for Bleed as well, but they do thankfully have that beat to deal with it. As the engage comes in, Live's going to beat early, which means Clear, if he can find the opening, can drop this, but they've lost 2, so we'll just choose to hold it here, and the crucial fight goes M80's way. Good choice from M80. It was a bit of a risk, because if Ace got that beat off or something, maybe could have backfired on them, but they find the value with an aggressive beat. They set themselves up with first cap here. But Bleed Esports pretty happy with these ults coming back, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of things to work with. However, though, they seem to have switched their DPS. We do see the Tracer, we do see the Echo now on their own side. That means, though, that there's a couple of ultimates now missing or in a slow build-up process. And this is going to be a timing question as well for them, as they both trying to build up those ultimates as quickly as possible. The first pick of it goes into the direction of M80 and Clear, however, able to trade the Lucio in their favor as well. Kalush coming up clutch against the Echo. Pali is down as well. Advantage once again on the side of M80. They might just be able to make this work and push Bleed Esports into a last fight territory.
Really well played, because it was a big rampage from Clear, but unfortunately for him, UV still had that Suzu, I think, so able to take that one off. 4 people get hit by the rampage, but only one of them dies to it, so they don't capitalize on it. They do have beat advantage here, and this is must win for Bleed Esports. Remember, this is the last point, there's nowhere else to go. A lot of pressure on Ace to make sure he gets this beat off.
That's definitely possible. It all will happen in this fight. M80 could end this right here. They could tie up the series with this nice fight win here. Let's go for it. Let's go right into it. The pulse bomb could be so impressive. It's an early beat coming for Bleed, but makes it work. Ace gets the duel done. Will take down Liar in this opening here. Good start for Bleed. What else can they do here? Overtime taking down Yoshi down as well as Ace. It's going to be a 3v3 fight, but the Tracer down as well. It all looks good from M80, and they will just take this right here, right now. M80 will take New Junk City. It was their map pick, and yet they needed this one for sure, and they did what they had to do.
You can see as well, you can often tell by the body language of reaction from the players how they feel that result should have gone before the result actually comes in, and it felt a little bit more like relief there on the side of M80 rather than any kind of pop-up or celebration. Despite the fact that they are a team who are just taking this event as it comes, they have to feel, I think, with their own sense of pride that they are better players than the players sitting across from them, and so far it's looked neck and neck. This is not the gap they were probably hoping or expecting. And we'll now go over to a Bleed Esports. Map pick, ban, mode pick, all of that.
It's honestly, I mean, talking about Bleed Esports, it's probably a team where, well, nobody really expected him to be that good, simply said. Kind of coming in as a surprise pick on this Group C, indeed. If you think about it, it's probably one of the stronger ones as well. There's no clear underdog in the group, right? As you had like Rock or Makers in Group A and B. All very decent teams. It could have been anyone's race in the end, but M80 and Bleed Esports, they have to battle it out for that last third spot in the playoffs. They want to make it around further, and even for a team like M80, you mentioned, they are taking this as it comes, right? Of course they do. However, think about whether if you have to choose for 10 or 20k prize money, right? It's just winning one match. You will take that back if you get it offered. Therefore, they definitely want to push into those playoffs for sure. 3 coming up with a massive performance here in the end. Over 15 player kill streak without a single death is very impressive, especially on something like Flashpoint. And therefore, it's all tied up between M80 and Bleed Esports. What a series! Actually, it's quite fun to watch, although we didn't really know what to expect. We knew it would be a close one, but after M80 lost this first map in, well, very, very clear fashion, honestly, I wasn't sure what to expect from them, but on their own map pick, they make it work, they make it happen, and therefore, this best of 5, but technically, it just became a best of 3.
Decision-making time, isn't it? Because the nature of losing or winning close maps is it maybe doesn't give you a clear answer of what to do next. You know, if you had played that map and you're M80 and you just absolutely smash that Junker Queen composition, great, 2 thumbs up. Let's try and put them in situations where they're forced to play that more often. Likewise, if you're on the other side, if you're Bleed, you can go, oh, well, that clearly didn't work. Let's try something different, or we need to shift in a different direction. But there, I don't know, if I'm Bleed Esports, I go, it's actually pretty winnable, right? I don't think I feel too bad if I can play the Junker Queen into their Diva composition at all. So maybe Bleed could even go for a more similar look, or do they do maybe more of their tried and tested, where they try and find a map where Anna Kiri is viable? Of course, there's a lot of options for him there. We talked about it in some of the earlier series. The nature of picking Flashpoint so early is you leave Node Escort and Hybrid maps out, so Dorado is possible, and Icon World or Hollywood, all these maps where Anakiri is a lot more viable, could really be on the cards for Bleed Esports here.
Absolutely, definitely a question of, and especially if you think about it, this third map, it will be a pre-decision made on who will take this this overall matchup, right? Because the team that wins map 3 will go to match point first, and therefore even if they lose map 4, they'll be able to play the match point that will be the all-decisive 5th map on their own pick, and therefore absolutely crucial. We'll go into map 3 in just a minute. It's going to be very, very interesting, as maybe for all of you we can give you we could give you an interesting result talking about Group B over there. What are they doing over there? So Falcons, Team Falcons, they lost against Wuhan 1-3. I'm not too sure
They
what
lost?
to think of that, honestly. Yeah, they lost. I'm not too sure what to think of that.
Incredible, actually. I think if there was one thing there was maybe a bit of a consensus on going into this tournament, is that Falcons and Crazy Raccoon were the gold standard, the hardest teams to beat in all of this. So it was really difficult to deal with, and a really strange ending result. So what we're going to see here...
This is probably not correct though, right? Because Twisted Minds, they lost against Falcons, so technically they should be under them, I guess.
Yeah, I think if... I'm going to try and do math live in the series, live on TV. But I think what will happen is if Falcons have lost, Falcons will go to 2-1, and therefore LGD have also gone to 2-1, and Twisted Minds are on 2-1, which has created a three-way tie situation, if I'm not mistaken, which means head-to-head will come into play, which is maybe a tricky situation to figure out. I think it might be Falcons still on top, but probably not in the fashion they were hoping for. Maybe in a weird way. We'll need to double check this later because it's hard to figure out all the tiebreakers live, but I think it still goes Falcons, Twisted Minds once again. So they've actually sort of finished in the order you maybe expected them to after that day one results, but maybe not in the way you thought they would finish. Yeah. So I think we'll get confirmation for that later for you, but I think for now we can refocus our attention onto this series, and it will be an Icon World pick. So we talked a little bit about those dive options becoming viable. Icon World is one they choose to go to. Maybe Anakiri is back on the cards here. Anakiri Diva, maybe even Anakiri Ram on some of the first and third for Bleed Esports.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the players. They are locked in and loaded. They are so much in the zone right now. Everyone in his own element, of course. Let's take a look at the banned heroes for Icon Valde, as that map is going to make a first appearance on our B stream for today. There's going to be no Brigitte and no Echo available for those two teams.
Interesting. So when we watched that previous series, we did actually see the Echo be a really useful swap. Or a really useful hero for M80 to use, because it meant they could play Echo Tracer. So all of a sudden Bleed's aggression and Bleed's clear target of let's take this Ashe out of the game, it disappeared, because an Echo and Tracer are much harder to focus in the same way because they have more mobility, more survivability, all of this stuff. So they take that hero away, which means that option isn't available. But I also don't know if we're actually going to get a similar matchup to that. It does feel like the more we see of M80, the more they are kind of just play the Diva build, as much as they maybe had like Sig written all over them in their qualifiers. They've just been using more and more of the Diva. And ultimately a map like this with a lot of high grounds to utilize, maybe they just keep going Diva, maybe a Tracer Ashe on the card, something like that. We'll have to wait and see, but it does seem that Bleed are indeed going the way we expected them to. Ramatra, Anna, Kiri, Ashe, Tracer. They're tried and tested.
All reliable comp basically, right? They play what suits them best, and it probably is something that, well, M80 might even expect here, honestly. We will very likely see Spectra on the Tracer, or even on the... I'm not going to say something until they finish swapping around 15 times. I also don't see the Ultraviolet Mercy pick for sure. That would be a massive surprise here.
No, yeah,
Maybe
I
just
think
for
it's
boosted
just
shot.
it's just an enhanced grapple shot, which will surely get nobody because everyone does this grapple
It surely
shot, so
won't.
yeah, it's get away with it, and it will just be a Ram, Bap, Ashe here. So taking very much a mirror, but with a Bap Lucio backline as opposed to an Anakiri backline, which means they can indeed be pretty aggressive on this front line. The problem for M80 comes during the ultimates, not in the neutral. The neutral, they should have advantage over Clear here.
At least on paper he should. Yeah, absolutely. We do see Clear going low already, under pressure from the first second on. That Dynamite is going to do some damage to Colluge as well. On the other side though, they're trying to make some pressure on this point. Vision has to rotate around it a little bit more. But M80 under pressure now themselves need to find a way back on this point, because this house is very difficult to get out of once you're stuck inside. But Clear falling dangerously low here, needs to switch form just to stay alive. 3, he finds the first pick.
Works out nicely for him as well, and they're able to get themselves onto the point. They'll cap this first one off, and they'll be able to set it off nice and quickly. The nice thing as well is we talk about those scary ults from Bleed Esports composition. Well, they don't have any of them. They're halfway to 3 of them, but they don't have any yet, which means this next fight should be relatively straightforward. But it will be a low ground to high ground situation, which means that Anna is going to be on that high ground, and she is going to be throwing nade after nade down on Bleed Esports.
Yeah, it's just going to be a rain of anti-nades indeed. So it's going to be a task for M80 to really force card and force some onside support, but Clear is falling dangerously low already. Once again, just barely makes it out by using a little bit of utility.
Slow and steady so far. Window to keep this payload moving. Clear is going to drop. Bob comes in to buy a little bit of time. They nearly have that nano, but it's Kitsune rush first. Amber nano, they really want to save Clear. M80 just need to give the space. They beat to keep themselves alive, but Tree doesn't get it. Tree's still trying to run away. He's in so much trouble. Clear eventually gets his man, and they are able to stabilize. But in exchange for both support ults here for Bleed Esports, now it's just going to be an annihilation mirror coming into this next fight.
Tree technically has the Bob available as well for this next one. Kalush still needs 15% to charge the annihilation, but he'll probably have that in no time. No support ults as you mentioned. There's a pulse bomb on the side of Bleed Esports that you could use here as well. Maybe get an early support pick. This would be crucial and would definitely be a game changer in this next fight for sure. As they're now pushing onto that high ground, trying to create more space. Bleed Esports need to be careful how far they want to commit here, as there's going to be trouble for Clear if he stays that aggressive.
Kaluch awfully low, has to pop in this form, does have annihilation if he gets in trouble, and actually still manages to force it out of Clear first. He is booped down, but if maybe he can just get out of this, they might be okay. They lose Liar, but pressure on the payload. They can pull them down underneath here potentially, and they still have that annihilation, and they still have this Bob to get this payload moving once again.
Bob out early here. Trying to create a second angle maybe. It's going to be a hard one. Liar does find the final blow on Clear though. No ramp available for Bleed Esports. Now they can follow up on this. If they're quick enough, it might even be enough to pull it all the way through. Yoshi down 3. Takes it all into his own hands. 3 kills on his bank account. And now they want to be fast. The 4th one coming in on Ace. 3 is going absolutely nuts on the dash.
And Clear can get the touch, but it's going to be an awkward touch. They'll do it without Anna, they'll do it without Nano. They don't go for the touch here. Changoon left the game. It's just Changoon's not on either of these teams. Get out of here, Changoon. Who's he spying on? Anyway, don't get the touch. Doesn't quite go the way Bleed Esports won, and it's a full snowball for M80. And now all of a sudden, this composition, the Bap Lucio version, very good on 3rd point. Bleed have some ultimates to stabilize, but it feels like they're on the ropes a little bit here as Clear will swap back onto Ramatra.
Back to the Ram it is, and therefore obviously very little ult charge only available at this moment. But there's a couple of ultimates to work with for Bleed Esports in general. They have the pulse bomb ready, and they have the backline ultimates of course as well. Spectre looking for a pick with his own pulse bomb maybe, as Kalush needs a little bit of healing here. The pulse bomb goes in but doesn't stick, unfortunately. No value in that one. There's a Bob going in as well. A lot of ultimates invested, but Yoshi, he is able to find Kalush with the pulse bomb, follows up on the pick of Liar, and therefore this fight is over for M80.
Heavy investment, but good result. Ooh, late pick onto Tree, a bit of an exit kill there. Won't make a huge difference as we go into this next fight. Will be a Bob advantage for Tree. And they've managed to maintain a little bit of space here, M80, so they don't get stuck in spawn or stuck fighting underneath any sort of high ground hold. Will be a pretty straightforward fight. All going to be about how much value they can get from this Bob. Would expect Clear to try and take a back step, and then we get a pretty classic Annihilation versus Annihilation trade on point. You can see you see Yoshinori actually hiding on the left-hand side here on Tracer. I don't know if they're aware he's there. They've cleared him out now, and now we get that Bob.
And once again, an early pick though. Spectre down already for M80, 2.5 minutes on the clock. Yoshi looking for more, but it's all Ash now. It's all high vision. He's doing all the picks here and single-handedly able to force M80 back once more. Kalush still trying to get those last percentages from his own ultimate to not use the Annihilation. This will be the crucial one if Bleed Esports wants to keep them away. Now the Annihilation comes out.
Will be asleep onto Kaluj as well, forces him back, has the Annihilation to turn it, but so does Clear if he gets into trouble, and there we go, Annihilation versus Annihilation. Kitsune Rush and Window coming up shortly afterwards here as both teams will choose to stabilize. UV has that window slightly earlier, expect an explosive turn round this corner when they have that option. They might just be waiting for Tree's Dynamite actually, the sleep's going to slow him down a little bit more as well. This means Paley gets, he even gets the kill! Not only does it give him time to get ult, it gives him time to shoot Tree in the face. And that'll be another full reset. And just these timings when it feels like M80 have their time to turn that final corner and take the fight. Just a pick or something stops them every single time.
Especially a quite early pick, right? It's never really in the fight. It's more like in the preparation to setting up the fight. There's something random happening to them, like sleep dart from 30 meters away. And it always ends up in a losing fight early because they lose a player early. Therefore now Window out there trying to make this one happen. Kalush gets the early pick on the Ash. I'm not even sure if that is going to be enough though, because Yoshi is up there once again. Spectre trades his pulse from in for the Anna though. 3 able to follow up on the enemy Tracer. Now they might have an opening, but they have to be quick. Those respawns are so crucial as they happen so fast. The shorter the distance gets to that last final point. And look how much time Clear is able to buy for his team here.
Works out nicely, and now this is finally their chance to finish the map, potentially. They are coming back with Nano quickly, but they lose Ace, and the Staggers are going to kill him, actually. They can maybe get a touch with Bull, but it's now just desperation time for Bleed. They want to try and get time off the clock if they can. There's a big difference between finishing the map with 0 seconds and finishing it with a few seconds. But the ball goes down, 12 seconds left, they should be okay. 12 seconds on the clock, pretty good overall from M80, despite a few of those difficult last pushes.
In the end, it's a solid performance for M80. They are able to get all 3 points out of Icon Bar, their own attack. They've done what they needed to do in order to keep all the options open for a second round. Now, as BD Esports, they have to match that performance that M80 just pulled out themselves, and that's going to be a challenge of its own.
A big one as well. It's often quite nice. We talk about it on Attack a lot, where having these sort of ult cycle comps like Bleed's version with the Anakiri can be quite nice because you can just try and use these powerful combos to win key fights. It does seem, however, at least now they're toying with the idea of just taking the full mirror. And the nature of these brawl mirrors, if ever you are the tank player and you're having to play some sort of Ram mirror or Rhine mirror or Sig mirror or whatever it is, and the other team has a Lucio and you don't, you can find yourself getting outmaneuvered an awful lot. So swapping over to the Bap Lucio should make Clear's life easier, but in theory, a straight up mirror should favour M80. We'll have to see if that ends up being true, but I don't think M80 will be too upset to see themselves in a full mirror here.
Mirror time on Icon Valde. Now it's time. We do see a quick peek or something at least. It instantly switches back to the Ash, so not even trying to take a grapple peek or something here. Bleed Esports now in the tech, 4 minutes to go. They need all 3 points to try to go for second round here. Definitely not an easy challenge, but definitely a makeable one for them, as they're now making their way towards the first cap point.
Dynamite will come in here, catches Ace as well, headshot 2, puts him in a spot of bother, an early lamp is forced out. Kaluj is awfully low though, a much better lamp though. And they do catch Ace afterwards. That early lamp comes back to haunt them. Spectre gets the kill in behind, and this is going to force Bleed Esports. They just have to go back. They might not even be allowed to go back. Just look for a trade, but no trades either. And a straightforward one, mainly thanks to that opening Dynamite and headshot from Tree. And he's been a wonder on the Ash so far, and he does it again.
And obviously, except for Clear, this gives M80 a slight ultimate advantage that they might want to use early here. Spectre quite close to his own pull spot, but something like the window can come and clutch here if they get pushed too heavily. So definitely Ultraviolet wants to charge that one quickly. Yoshi under pressure here, waiting for some healing, will get it for sure. Definitely good start here, M80. Another defense coming in. We see the Bob trying to create a second angle here. But the beat as an answer right away.
Coming back in, keeps them alive for now. They do get the tree kill off it as well. They double down here. Is ult coming back online? Yubi's going to drop that window, gets the kill, and they might be able to hold on to this one yet. Lyra even has the beat if they really need it. They're desperate to hold on to this one. But Clear, if he thinks he can clutch, he can pop this annihilation here. Decision time for him. He sees the Baptiste, he pops that. Oh, the Ajax from Lion, no! Oh, it looks holdable. Clear waited, he saw the opportunity, and the stars aligned, and he took it with both hands. And now, Bleed Esports, it looked like they'd lost the fight, but now they've capped first.
That's a nice decision making for sure from Clear there. Nice patience, waited long, waited for even the Baptiste to come in, and takes it like a 2-for-1 offer at McDonald's.
Easy as you like. And that would have been crucial as well, because if they lose that clutch fight, there's essentially only 1.5 minutes, maybe one decent shot at a fight left, and the full hold is really on. Now they've got actually a pretty decent time back for second, and they can start moving the payload, get a few angles on Kaluj like they're doing here, and just harass and bully him back, keep that payload moving. Kaluj does have Annihilation, but will wait for an opportunity to turn the corner, and he sees it right here. Here he comes.
First pick though goes in favor of Bleed. No Kaluj means no tank. Yoshi follows up, but Lion 3, they want to trade this one up 3 versus 3, but still Clear is in the field, which means the tank is available for Bleed. It's not for M80. However though, the kills keep coming in for M80. Clear now finds a pick on Ultraviolet. How much further can they push this card though, with the pressure now coming back for Kaluj, for example?
Interesting, and it feels like they'll get this free meterage, but they won't be able to take the high ground instead of any kind of forward hold. And actually, Spectre's just actually bullied them back immediately. So it'll be a full reset. They'll have to wait for their next wave of ultimates, and that will be that window and that annihilation. The standard way to use these might be a window to start forcing point, start to bully Kaluj back. But they actually want to try and go top with this, maybe.
The way to the top leads over the top for sure, but Spectre, he wins the Tracer duel for M80 once again. Therefore, no pulse pop available in this fight for Bleed Esports, and they wanted to use it so badly. Window comes in as well. Spectre with another kill against the Lucian. Liar follows up on this in the same fashion. They take this into their own 4 hands. And now it's 5 ultimates almost available for M80. Kaluj still needs a couple of percentages to go. But on the other side, we'll have that annihilation ready for Clear. Definitely a challenging one to face.
Difficult to use it in a meaningful way. They can try and get underneath and try and go top again, but the lamp is forced out of Ace. Aggression here, and Tree and Kaluj combined. They catch high vision on the way in. The Dynamite is so good from Tree as well. They do not make the rotation, and how many times have we seen teams on Eichenwald get absolutely stuffed on this? Tree smokes Yoshi at the end as well.
That's a nice punch right there. The Esports, they seem stuck here. That high ground control for M80 is too strong, and they look at this. They haven't even used an ultimate there. I mean, neither has Bleed except for the window, but it's definitely very good economy because now Kaluj is at 80%. This makes it a winnable thing. If they actually need to drop, he could use this, but they probably don't even need it. 3 finds an early frag onto the Baptiste.
Does not let them pass, and because they've been winning all of these ults off picks on the rotation, they still have all the ults back, so Liar's going to mirror this beat. That will allow them to stabilize, and they can just try and push Bleed back here. Choice now whether they choose to try and clutch, and Clear says yes, but they're at a massive disadvantage. High vision is so low, Clear is so low, and they will just get bullied back again. Bleed choose to double down in a disadvantaged situation, and it might not just cost them the fight, it might cost them their chance on this second point altogether.
Oh, and once again, look at this economy for M80. It is so good. Only Collusion Liar had to use the ultimates on the other side. We do now see a change. Clear going over to the Diva. Maybe easier to contest that high ground. Look at that early bop coming in from M80 in the spawn doors.
Wow, so much aggression here, and it catches them. Dynamite in as well. 30 seconds left on the clock. They might just have to cut their losses and survive, but M80 are keen to get any stagger kills if they can. Any now would be devastating. Oh, the window's dropped by Ace. Feels that needs to clutch. Feels he can't afford to die and just keep himself alive here, so maybe it doesn't end up being the worst. And 10 seconds left on the clock, not an ult in sight, and they can start putting in Colluge.
Has to be careful trying to make it out of there. Definitely an overtime push if they want to pull this one through, but they have to win one, not maybe even two fights. 3 gets the first pick. Spectra follows up. It is not looking good for Bleed. Colluge gets the kill on the Ashes. It's all falling apart for Bleed Esports, as it will be M80 taking Icon Valder. That's unfortunate, because that initially was the map pick of Bleed Esports.
We saw them come in as well with that Anakiri look that we saw at the start of the map, but as that series went further, it felt like they didn't feel they could get the value and play it in these situations. So instead they swap off onto a mirror, and then that's not really the sort of unique advantage where they've had success before. It's one of these things we see with these sort of, I guess, like weaker teams, or I guess the teams that aren't the elite teams who can just play every comp, right? If you have a certain speciality, we've seen this with Twisted Minds with their Symmetra stuff. If you have a certain speciality, a lot of the time you are better just maybe forcing that, even if it feels suboptimal or feels difficult, because it's harder for teams to deal with than maybe a more standard matchup. When you start playing these more standard matchups and these mirrors, all of a sudden it's very familiar for these players, and quite often if both teams have a decent understanding of the macro, it might just be the team with the better players or the players who can make the bigger individual difference win. And we saw Tree doing that, as Think, especially later on in this, especially on this second defense.
Has for sure really stepped up the game here. Together with Spectre, that DPS do. Compared to the first map, it looks like they really found the sports mode in that M80 supercar they've been driving all season long, and now might be able to reach this peak performance just when they need it the most. M80 now on a match point. Therefore, they can now, with a win on the next card, take this series and therefore take and claim their spot for the playoffs. That would mean that Bleed Esports, despite a lot of very nice efforts and lies of a big amount of surprising plays and even surprising maps, honestly, might not be rewarded for their efforts in the end at all. M80 now in the prime position. Bleed Esports with the backs against the wall.
Exactly, yeah, and I think one of these highlights are demonstrating particularly well is the good job Spectra was doing in all of these situations, as well as when they were trying to make these rotations or try and make these push-ins, or even when Bleed was trying to engage with ult, Spectra had always found himself in a position to pressure the backline, to pull resources, and we saw in those highlights there time and time again, Spectra is finding this pick, or he's forcing the lamp. It's how they started on the defense and it carried on throughout the series, and it was a big problem that Bleed really weren't able to solve ultimately. And a difficult question now, I think again the Anakiri was the closest they played them. Can they find a way, can they find a map that puts them back in a position to utilize that comp?
That's probably going, yeah, it's going to be the game changer, right? They need to find a way to make this work for them. Once again, Bleed Esports now have the map pick, now have the first hero band available. A couple of modes have been played already. That'd be hybrid, that would be Flashpoint, and it would obviously be Ilios as control. We will, however, go into a quick break to make sure that the players can get a quick rest before we go into map number 4. So stay tuned, stay with us, and we'll be right back. It is crunch time in that new matchup here. M80 against the world in this one. Group C is hot right now. It is really, really hot. And Bleed Esports, they are now with their backs against the wall. They want this W badly, but however, M80 have been able to keep them at their spawn doors for most of the Eichenwalde push part. And they're going to Shimbali next, which is obviously an interesting map pick that is done by Bleed Esports here. But map picks, as we know, Commanders, are only half the story, as they will always be accompanied by 2 hero bans, which will massively change the impact those heroes can have and those compositions can have. Therefore, I say, let's take a look at the hero bans right away and see what kind of ideas the coaches had for Shimbali.
It's interesting because originally when I saw Shimbali, I thought, this is a really Lucio map, a remarkable map. The Mirabay just lost on Eichenwalde. But then I thought, maybe the choice here is you take him to Shimbali, you want to play the Anakiri version of Ramatra, and then you ban Lucio or something. But instead it's Baptiste they choose to ban, which does still interrupt that mirror, but M80 a step ahead, of course, ban the actual Ramatra, which now maybe opens the door for Kaluj maybe to whip out the Sigma. I know we've said this a lot with M80, and Kaluj never does actually whip out the Sigma, but this time I think he might actually whip out the Sigma, and we'll finally get to see some of it here. So my expectation is the map does make the Sigma a bit harder, to be fair, so it could just be Diva, Kiri, Lucio, so don't get your hopes up. Maybe do temper it a little bit, because we've been wrong before. So it could just be that direction they go. And that was a matchup that obviously did actually lean the way of Bleed all the way back on Ilios, if you can remember that far back. So I don't know if Bleed are going to want to tech into that. It feels like both teams have maybe managed to disrupt what the other wants to do, at least on this occasion.
And it looks like Spectra's having small technical difficulties right now. Referees are at the scene already, trying to fix it as soon as possible for us to get right back into it. Looks good though. Who else wants some technical support? Kalush will take one as well. And Ultraviolet and Lyre, they are not saying no to that either.
Cannot complain, I guess. Here we go. Everyone's coming to help, and hopefully they will be able to solve this problem for UV. Everyone on the side of M80 getting a bit of help, but it feels like Bleed, hopefully not in the same position, just getting on with it here and trying to craft their way through. So let's talk options, right? So Ram and Akiri feels like it should be their success path. Maybe Diva and a Brig is also something they did have success with, and that is something that is available with these bans if they choose to do it. Shimbali is a map that really has always been the brawl map, but I think if I am Bleed, I'm wanting to avoid it, which obviously kind of just brings us back into a loop of why did we go to Shimbali in the first place? Have we not maybe set ourselves up for a bit of a predicament? What could have been better? I'm not sure. Circuit Royale certainly feels like it would have been quite hard as well. So they've opted for this. We'll see how they get on. Maybe you do have to feel like Dorado and Anna, Kiri, Diva could have worked there or something, but we'll see especially what they choose to do. And it looks like it is now Anna, Brig, Diva from map 1 that they're going back to.
And Anna Diva has worked out for Bleed Esports, right? It's been something that has worked very well on Ilios for them. But Kalut as well. He wants to play the Diva, or at least he's currently having that one selected. Probably trying to take a couple of peeks with the Widowmaker for the start. I doubt he'll stick to it for longer.
Yeah, it's probably an Echo afterwards from Tree, I have to imagine. Could go Ash as well, not out of the question, but Echo seems to be the way he's leaned more often than not. And we'll just get a good old-fashioned Diva mirror now. This is an interesting test for the meta, because I think a few people think the Kiri Lucio might be better. A few people think if you're just going to play the full Diva mirror, that actually Anna Brig can be more effective, and we'll get a little bit of evidence of which way that goes here. If you are the Kiri Lucio version on the M80 side, obviously what you have to consider is your engages should be a little bit scary, you can be more mobile, but you need to stop Nat Anna, you need to kill Nat Anna, because if she's able to get nade value in these fights, it can be absolutely brutal. So more to expect from Kaluj in terms of eating that and managing that here as they come up this first choke point.
Yeah, the Matrix is going to be important to deny a lot of that Anna utility for sure. Clear already hunting for a first pick here, trying to not go too deep though. Needs to make sure, as mentioned, Diva is playing an essential part of keeping that Anti-Nade away from the rest of the team. Anti-Nade has hit Kalush, though it won't make too much damage this time. However, it stays a very dangerous weapon for sure. As M80 is now trying to get up on the high ground, trying to stabilize on it and make sure to move on from there. Nice sleep dart onto Kalush, but he will live through this one. However, 3 Liar and Ultraviolet, they weren't as clear as taking a sweep through the lines of M80, and they are down a notch.
It was actually really interesting because the nade, they hit the sleep twice onto Kalush, and that really provided the opening. But the initial nade that Ace went was just onto Kalush, so they kind of just played for that frontline trade. And it's worth saying, we talked about maybe this would give us an indicator on the meta on whether the Kiri Lucio or the Anna Brig is better in the mirror. Well, it certainly seems M80 have conceded for now. Hey, this is the best version of the comp in the mirror, so let's just do it. Let's have the showdown. Dynamite round the corner, but of course a quicker nano for Ace, and here comes Clear again. It's defense now for M80. Can they peel? Can they deal with it? And the answer seems to be yes.
Yeah, that nano boost didn't really get any more countable stuff into the hands of Bleed Esports. No picks, no trades, no nothing. Or same as the Bob on that position, it works out to just force a repositioning from M80, but not more. And for Ultimate that heavy, actually you could imagine more, right? M80 can just walk around this again, and now they have free paths to run towards. Yoshi under pressure needs to find a pick here, but now the rally comes into play for Bleed Esports. Well, heavy investment into this fight already.
Liar with the later rally coming back. They're going to drop that nano on top of him as well, so he is the raid boss. Liar is coming forward, and Bleed Esports are running, looking for that bash finish. They are all over him. Paley will get caught. They do trade for Spectra, but should still favour M80 in the long run. They will keep pushing onto this backline. Ace will not escape. Just need to care some trades now. Bomb will allow Clear to get out here. And the remake actually catches Kalush, so he has to slow down. But M80 get themselves around that corner. And you have to feel maybe a missed opportunity for Paley with that earlier rally. The bash timing is so crucial in these rally engages, because you can bash the Diva so she can't matrix, so you get a free nade, and if you get a free nade, you can feel good about yourself and kill the rest of the enemy team.
Dynamite on card doesn't really find anything here. M80 trying to push around that second corner now. Good opportunity for the Bob as well here, maybe, just to generate some space and force the Esports to maybe count around this a little bit more. Bob now thrown into the mix, and it creates a nice second angle that the Brigitte instantly falls for Bleed Esports. High vision is also very low here. The nano boost is used. Okay, once again, let's see if we can make more out of this one now on this second corner. It doesn't seem like it though. M80 just keep running through this one.
The trades are just about enough in the end. Probably just a bit of a hot take from Paley to choose to counterpin with the Bob there. Ends up obviously with a way smaller health pool than the Bob, and a way more worthwhile target than the Bob to shoot on the floor. So Paley gets punished for that one, and that will ultimately be M80's way through the first point. But tricky, and it cost him a lot of time. And Shumbani is a map that is notoriously difficult to attack, especially in this part they are on now. Need to win this snowball, and M80 have ult advantage for it. The perfect opportunity to circumvent the most difficult part of Shumbani here. They just need to nail this ult engage.
If they can make that happen, it's a nice opportunity to go right through this one as well. A couple of ultimates available for them as well. However, you have to be careful. Clear's got the bomb, so he can play more aggressive once again. Same as we can expect a Bob coming in from high vision here as well if he needs it. And we talk about those anti-nades again. Both tanks are fairly low, but now the Brigitte is down early in this fight with M80 with the advantage once again. Ultimates being thrown in from Bleeds as well. However, the value is just not coming for them. M80 just keep slicing through the enemy lines here, and it works out all in their favor. Heavy invest from Bleed and nothing in return.
Quietly but surely doing loads of work in this series is Spectra. A crucial pulse bomb there opens up the fight perfectly. The Bob and the bomb try and slow him down, but M80 do a good job using the rally to push past it. They get past it, and they just kill the vulnerable Bleed players. Made up a load of time they lost on first point here. Did cost them a lot of ults, but at least they are now on third point and a much more respectable attack regardless of what happens now.
Opportunity to build up some ultimates as well. Nice anti-nade onto Kalush will surely delay this one and delay it as well. Kalush falling low, falling too low actually, has to use the bomb but will die in the process. No remake available. Ultraviolet does find the tracer though, but it will probably not be enough as the tank gone means that you have no protection for anyone. 3 gets hit by the anti-nade once more. M80, they will have to wait for Kalush here.
Yeah, they sure do get their man. They punish Kalush for that positioning, but they use Nano and they use Rally for it. So what is Bleed's Esport at the next wave of ultimates coming up for M80? Not quite in danger yet, but after this Bob, when the next Nano and Rally are available here, it's a big problem for Bleed Esports.
Clear can now use that bomb again if he needs it. Big pressure being applied now to the backline of M80. Clear bomb to get back into the mech, but he has to make sure he does so as well, which happens in his favor. Now, with the Latimator, go in M80 deep into the enemy lines. That ready is meant to do work, but 3 does find a pick on the edge only. Therefore, it's a 4 against 4. However, Kalush, he's ready. Double punch, double supports down. No way at all. This will be something that Bleed Esports can recover from. What a play from Kalush. With the fist, takes out the backline in a single punch. Nice snipe from Laya as well. No touches. And M80, 1 minute and 12 seconds on the clock. A nice one over to North America.
Really nicely handled at the end. It's a lot of ult advantage situations M80 seem to find themselves in, but they're converting all of them. Good, solid play. The question obviously really has to become is like, what exactly is going wrong from Bleed Esports? Now, they always just find themselves in these situations where they don't have a lot of ults when they're playing into a lot of ults. Obviously, the big mistake on that third point was that Rally Nano engaged into kind of just a bomb fight, right? It leaves them in a situation that's really hard, and I think some matchups are easy enough to play ult disadvantage, you know? Like, Dive's a good one where you can actually just make it work either way because you can have a lot of individual outplays. Matchups like this, that even though on paper Anna Brig Diva is kind of dive-based, when it's like this, it's more of a brawl mirror, you know? We see Briggs and Divas playing more as a bit of a core, Anna's playing quite close to find a nade. In these brawl mirrors, ult advantage is way harder to deal with, so we'll have to wait and see what we get here.
I mean, the good thing is, no, either way this matchup turns out, right? As long as those two teams can still find some nice dinner together, it looks like they're already discussing options in the chat here. Definitely curious to see if we can maybe get a Twitter picture out for that later. I definitely want to know what they did order in the end. However, let's focus on the attack round of Bleed Esports for now, as they are rolling out with a Zarya.
Curious to see if they stick it here. Obviously, it's a classic tank counter-swap logic. Zarya beats Diva. Happy to trade with her all day. A bit vulnerable, of course, to that Ashe and to the nade and all of those things. So have to be careful with this bubble resource here. But in theory, quite happy to bully this Diva back. It's interesting that they run it with a Tracer Cash. Doesn't feel optimal. Normally, you'd run more of an engaged type comp like a Genji or a Venture, but it doesn't really suit the Bleed hero pool, so we're just going to try and make it work with a Cass Tracer. And it does. Just go fast.
Does. Gotta go fast, gotta go quick. But on the other side, M80, 2 trades coming in. Kalush and 3. Who takes the next one? Kalush out of mech now. Advantage once again over at the side of Bleed Esports, especially because they have the respawns in their favor as well. Yoshi takes down the Mini Diva now as well. And we already see some adjustments being made on the side of M80. We do see Ultraviolet going over to the Kiriko. Kalush, however, he apparently wants to hold on to this Diva.
Holds on to it for now. Kalush has to face up to this decent energy left though, and High Vision's going to peek with the corner, and it's actually a classic comp that we saw all the way back at the start of the year, or at least a version of it, where people would play in this comp that Bleed Esports are playing into Doom, often with BAP as well, but they would play it just as pocket the hell out of your cast, let your cast do loads, get a load of energy, then mid-fight your Zarya can carry. And now they're going to drop this Kyriot here, and Clear is high beam again. No bubble for that one, but Clear can maybe take over with Allness ult charge, or Allness energy charge. Grab coming up shortly.
The down one, but the grab is indeed here soon. However, now the Bob does the difference, and Clear, nice headshot onto his head from 3. It works out in the end. He's not happy about it either, it seems like it. And therefore, Bleed Esports, 2 minutes still on the clock. Plenty of time to work with, but they've got a hold away from that first checkpoint for now.
Works out perfect timing, really, because that grab was coming up real soon. So the problem now for M80 is their tank doesn't like to trade with the enemy tank, but they have to try and anchor point while they do this. So they have a Kitsune rush advantage. but they have to be careful using it. They want to go aggressive. Beat comes back from Ace, keeps him alive for now, but now Clear has this grab mid-fight. Can he find it? He can find it. Suzu has been used. Pulse bomb out over the top. Kaluj is so low underneath. High Noon gets one. Kaluj with the bomb, but he's so low. Oh,
no!
He dies for it, but he gets two. Is it enough? Lion needs to touch. He's going to get the first one. Tree with the dynamite. 1 meter left, trying to hold on. Tree is getting the full pocket. Tree is just bullying his way in, but Yoshinori trades it. It's not quite over yet. UV finds one. Surely they don't hold here. The supports are the last ones alive. Spectra's joined him now. Liar finishes it. And they survive the old onslaught. Clear wants a pause.
I mean, honestly, after that one, I would want to pause as well, because that one was not meant to be an L for Bleed Esports. What happened there? I mean, if it's a technical issue, it might be the reason for it. However, though, after that Zarya died there from that Bob Ash headshot combination, it all went downhill for Bleed Esports. They already had this in the books, at least everyone thought so. And then the people that remained on spot, they came up clutch. 1 meter only was left between Bleed Esports and a capture of the first checkpoint, but they got denied in the end. And now it's 50 seconds on the clock for them to get another shot at maybe, just maybe, completing this first checkpoint. They would need it badly, because if we take a look at the overall series, right, M80 is up in the lead 2-1.
Back into it now, life on the line for Bleed Esports, and Laya has the advantage. So, need something to go their way. Could just wait for this Kitsune rush. That's probably the safest choice, and then they can just take the support ult trade. Obviously, they can maybe take the support ult trade and look for Laya, but Laya wants to go first. No Kitsune rush back, so they have to try and disengage. They will not be getting out of here. They will be crushed, but they do have time for another one, so it's not the end for Bleed just yet. But we're getting there. Oh, the stagger too.
Oh no.
We'll TP out actually.
You wanted too much. Maybe an early pull.
He gets the
though. It's a good
oh
stick, and it goes on to the Kiriko. No, wait, that delays M80. It's good.
They have
it's
to go.
all
They
going
need the
their
touch.
way.
No
10
Kiri ult
seconds.
now for it either. So difficult now. What can they possibly do? They will get the first touch, of course. That was the easy bit. Paley can TP back mid-fight, but now the Bob, they're just going to burn through everyone. But Kitsune Rush comes, but the damage might just about be done already. They have to try and get another difficult touch. Yoshinori needs the pulse bomb of a lifetime, but Bob is slowly but surely just assassinating the entire team. Well played, Bob. Well played, Tree. And M80 make it out of groups.
M80 just barely with the last finger on the lifeline. They make it out of the group phase indeed. It was closer than they hoped, and Bleed Esports, after a solid performance that they shared with us on this EWC stage, it is now time for them to say goodbye, as they are out of Group C. No playoffs for them. They'll still take home a bag of $10,000 US, but compared to what was up on the line here in general, is obviously just a small prize.
Certainly gave them a scare, and I think that's kind of been the story for Bleed Esports throughout this tournament. They've given every single team they've played a scare, but have not been able to convert that into any serious results. M80 here were a team that had a very weak start. Felt like they were maybe the most vulnerable, the most upsettable one, but they recover here. They play actually really reasonably well. They win a lot of that mirror. They're probably quite happy that they got to play these type of matchups for the most part. Again, we talk about the big weakness for M80. It is dive, which might make him a little bit vulnerable in the next portion of the tournament when there's that draft of which teams they want to play. But that's a problem for another day. Well, tomorrow. So it's a problem that will be coming up soon, but a problem for another day for M80. They get themselves out of groups. They do probably at the minimum what was expected of them, but a lot more still to come for M80.
Absolutely, and as we take a look at the highlights from this matchup, one thing that we have to talk about as well is, you mentioned, right, Bleed, they made every team in this group a little nervous, and therefore they force every team in this group to show their very best. So for anyone else who's not in Group C, it's a nice opportunity to get an idea of what those teams, especially a team like ENCE, for example, State Division, whoever finishes first in that group, what they want to play, because obviously there's time to prepare for this. And obviously a team like Bleed Esports really forced every single action, every single factor that was somehow maybe an aspect to winning a matchup against them into play here. Nobody could hold back any kind of combos against Bleed. Nobody could be like, hey, we can maybe save one or two of our secret combinations because we don't need them against Bleed. Bleed challenged everyone. They forced everything off everyone in that Group C.
Exactly. It made it really difficult for everyone, and as a result, I think Bleed will go home in joint last place, but I think Bleed can also go home really happy with how they performed. The performance they put in across every single series as well, very respectable. I think they have done their region proud despite not getting a chance to go further. And while it ends here and it is ultimately a sad day, I think in general, a good result for Bleed, especially you consider the roster swaps and the changes. What a great performance with a lot of people having to play secondary roles or things they're maybe a little bit less comfortable on.
Absolutely, and as we have been talking about, obviously the regional aspect of Bleed, right? They're bringing the players from Thailand again. They bring that region back on the big stage. We have not seen too much from Thailand in the past few years. Any team without a Patipan wasn't really on the map there, and therefore a nice represented that region again. Good to see Thailand back on the big map as well, and the showing they did makes us hungry for more.
Exactly. I think as well, now we can sort of think about M80's path through the rest of this tournament. They're going to have to deal with being that third place team, and that means they're going to have to come up against being picked by one of their opponents. And I think the performances they have shown so far, M80 actually make them really vulnerable to that, as we can take a look at the current group standings that we've had so far today.
Yeah, let's take a look right into it as we start off Group A, Group B. We've been over those two already. Now that we take a look at Group C, right? M80 finally getting that first W, therefore secure that third spot. However, ENCE and Zeta Division, they're currently battling it out on the mainstream. I mean, sometimes more, sometimes less. They seem to have a couple of technical issues over there in the arena. Therefore, they are just now getting into the third round of Ilios. So this is only the start of that match for Group C. But yeah, M80 obviously now secured their spot in the playoffs. Not in the prettiest way, but they make it work in the end, and therefore reward themselves with double the cash and obviously a chance for more.
Yeah, probably the minimum sort of expectations that M80 would have had coming into this event. So I think they're glad to get it over the line, and they can now really, I think, play with quite a lot of freedom, as we do now get a chance to actually speak to Laya from M80.
Absolutely, let's hop right into it. Laya on the line, live from Riyadh. First of all, congratulations obviously to that win. How does it feel to finally get a win at the Esports World Cup? It took you quite some time.
Yeah, I think going into this match, I mean, we were making jokes like about getting grouped, and like you guys were saying, you know, we definitely did not want to get grouped, and I think this takes a lot of stress off our shoulders. And honestly, I mean, we started playing really well after the first map. I think we just kind of clicked, and yeah, I'm just really happy with our performance last three maps. Not the Ilios though.
How did you find it as well? Because it maybe felt, especially on at Shambali at least, it started in a Diva mirror. They were on Anna Brig, you guys were on Kiri Lucio, and then after a couple of minutes you felt the need, we just need to take the Anna Brig mirror here. Is that just the best version of the mirror in your opinion then, or the strongest version at least?
So in the Diva mirror, I totally believe the Anna Brig is better. We walked out of spawn and we saw Diva and Anna Brig, and I said to like swap to the on a Brig, but UV was like, no, we can win on this. And like, yeah, you can probably win on it, but like you have to play really well. Like I feel like the Brig just has perma inspire and it's really hard. And then after there was like a long fight, I was just like, okay, we need to swap. We're literally not going to win on this. And man, I think we won every single fight after that.
Yeah, it was actually pretty convincing, and then obviously the full hold, give or take a few clutches at the end as well, worked out really nicely.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask a little bit then, obviously there's been a lot made maybe of your sort of practice and your everything coming into this event compared to a lot of other teams. Obviously, we have a lot of teams who go all the way to Korea and a boot camp there for the entire week. You guys have not had the same opportunity, the same level of practice. What does that mean for you in this tournament? Now you've got out of groups, we're into single elimination. What are your hopes and expectations for the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, so practice going into this, like literally every team boot camped, and I had a player in Australia visiting his girlfriend and another one in Korea, and the only team we scrimmed was Nightmare, and I think we scrimmed TSM once. So not the best practice, and honestly, like it's hard to try when you have 2 people on 250 ping. Like, I'm not gonna lie, those scrims were abysmal. But now, I mean, it's kind of, I don't know, it's up in the air. I think we're gonna go back. We're obviously gonna talk about, you know, who we think we're gonna play. I still don't really know how that works yet, so I think we're just gonna go over like who we think we could play and what we think we might want to play against them. I think Toronto might be someone that might pick us. So, I mean, we've played Toronto. Yeah, we played Toronto a lot, so I think we know what comps might work for them. And they also got a big beat down by Crazy Raccoons earlier. Sending them to Korea did nothing. They're still not that good. But yeah, I think we'll just go home, talk about it, and come up with a game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in that, obviously, as you mentioned, you're completely right. So the second of each group gets to pick an enemy that is placed third in their group for this first round of the playoffs. This, however, goes from Group A to D. So Toronto Defiant indeed would be the team to pick first. If you would have a free choice, right? It could be, well, it's Falcons in Group B, maybe not that one then, but maybe something like Space Station or virtus.pro, as they both could end up second in this Group D, same as Nightmare, obviously, and same as technically also Fnatic for some reason. Is there a team that you would really prefer? Would it actually beat Toronto, as it's just like that NA derby and you played the most, you probably are able to get the most information over that short period of time?
Honestly, like playing, I think, is Falcons the best team? Again, I don't know the groups by heart. Yeah, like I don't know, like, again, who the things, like, the people are. Like, obviously playing Toronto would just be hilarious. Like, we've played them so much, there's always like trash talk going on. Like, I love the guys on that team, but I mean, it would be hilarious if we played them and we sent them home. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, Nightmare as well. I want to play the NA teams because it's just fun, like playing people you know and you trash talk all the time. So I'm honestly fine against whoever we play. If we play like we did those last 3 maps, I'm really confident against anyone we play.
On the other side, though, did you really travel all the way to, well, Riyadh just to play Toronto all over again?
I mean, you're right. I definitely think that against our Ints match, like, we did not play good. Like, we played really scared. So I'd be excited to play any of the EU teams. Like, any EU team, any NA team, I'm down for whatever. I just want to play people and play at LAN, and it's really fun. And this event has been nothing but, like, awesome.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, and, well, obviously, best of luck for tomorrow, whoever might be your opponent, as we'll find out later at the evening, of course. Best of luck in the playoffs. Thank you so much, and what a game from you against Fleet Esports.
All right, thank you guys. Have a good night.
Thanks, Laya. Good night.
Bye. And therefore, Commander X, there's one more match to go. Only one more, and it is quite a banger one, because that Group D, as we now talk about the upcoming match, which obviously is virtus.pro against Nightmare, is obviously an interesting matchup in itself, because virtus.pro, they stepped up the game, right? They're the only 1-2-0 in that group right now. Space Station lost to them, and they lost it pretty clearly yesterday. Nightmare on the other side, they did win against Fnatic, so technically a high tier matchup right here. However, though, what's even more interesting is the overall situation that we could be facing in the Group D. A lot of tiebreaker opinions, options there. Nobody really knows what will happen for sure. But as we're investigating on this, I would say, Commander, let's jump into a break, then come back for the last match of the evening as we're ready for it. I hope you are as well. Group D is just about to come up, so stay tuned, stay with us. We'll be right back.
If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on live. I feel like a champion.
set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
The final countdown has been counted down as it's time to go into the crunch time of Group D. It is going to be virtus.pro facing up against Nightmare. And it's an interesting matchup because out of both of those teams, we did not expect the results they were able to deliver so far. Let's actually take a look at the group stage, at the group itself, to give you a better overview of what the current standings are and what might happen to those teams as we are potentially running into something very interesting here.
So I need everyone to lock the hell in. Everyone go get a notepad, go get a pen, as I will explain the tiebreaker situation we have found ourselves in Group D, because so much can happen, so much can go wrong, right? So there's basically 4 different possibilities, and then there's a few sub-possibilities. So option 1 is the easy option. Option 1 is SSG win and VP win, which is maybe what we expect. If that happens, no tiebreakers, nothing confusing. VP top, SSG second, Nightmare are third. Obviously, then there's a few more difficult combinations. So the easiest one to look at it from is virtus.pro. virtus.pro obviously came out with big winners yesterday. If VP win, they're through in first place. If VP lose to Nightmare, they come second unless they get 3-0'd or something. So VP in a pretty good situation. It's their group to lose at this point. As long as they win, they'll get first place. Then most likely they get second. SSG are a team who find themselves with the ability to still finish first and the ability to come last. So if SSG, if they win, they qualify. All right, that's the simplest way through for them. Potential still to go first if they 3-0 or 3-1 and VP loses. So if the results go their way, they could even still finish top of the group, if you could believe it. If they lose, potential for elimination if Nightmare win. And if they lose and VP wins, they're safe as long as they take a map, which should be pretty reasonable here. So SSG really with a high level of fluctuation, but ultimately win their game, they will be okay. Now for Nightmare, the other team will be watching take on virtus.pro. If they win, they are through, and actually if they 3-0 even, they could still go as high as second as long as SSG win as well. However, if Nightmare do lose, which maybe they're expected to now, it means if they lose but SSG win, everything is still okay. Fnatic will get eliminated and Nightmare stay in. If Fnatic also win and they lose, then Nightmare are eliminated, except for a few very specific scenarios. So Nightmare, again, fate in their own hands, but they really need to either win themselves or they need Fnatic to lose. Then, if you are Fnatic, you have had a terrible yesterday. Your only chance is to win today. If they win by any margin, they qualify. And honestly, after the day they had yesterday, Fnatic, I think they will take that. Also, if VP win, they can actually finish as high as second, if you can believe it or not. So there's a huge amount of variety. We'll try and keep you up to date with that as things develop. The way this series will go is our series will start on Group D before their series. So we'll see a little bit of a result beforehand and know how the stakes end. But the important thing for Nightmare and virtus.pro is their fates are in their own hands. If Nightmare can secure a win today, they secure qualification, and obviously VP can secure top of a group with a win today. So we'll stay focused on that as we go into this first series, and we can take a look at the rosters we'll be featuring today.
Absolutely. Let's start off with the roster of virtus.pro, one that was specifically made for this tournament, and it is an interesting one for sure. Shockwave, actually, if I'm not wrong, it's his birthday today, so he could treat himself with a nice little present on this special day for him. Obviously, the rest of this roster also super interesting. We have a Spanish backline, which we haven't seen in quite some years now in the Overwatch T1 scene. And yeah, it's actually indeed his 24th birthday today. So congratulations to Niklas over in Denmark as we take a look at their opponents.
They really came in here with not a huge amount of expectations, Nightmare. The third seed from North America, having to change their tank before the event. But oh my god, what a day they had yesterday. A reverse sweep against Fnatic on dive. Infected was a man revitalized. The King of Winston. Taking down Doghack, taking down a Korean team in a dive mirror. Something that was only a dream for the West for the longest time, but somehow, some way, Nightmare are the team to do it and have set themselves up with a pretty great opportunity to secure a pretty, even potentially a second seed, right, out of this group. So a huge result for them, a huge turn for them, and most importantly, we theorized beforehand that their best route through virtus.pro would be dive, so maybe it helps them. And if you think that might be the case as well, you can go put your predictions in at stcplay.gg and see if you think Nightmare will be able to dive and kill virtus.pro in this upcoming series. Now, of course, is the gauntlet that virtus.pro will have to run, but something they're probably pretty used to by this point.
Absolutely, and one interesting aspect, of course, about this Group D is also that as they are Group D, they have something special, which we'll tell you in a second. It's going to be Ilios, of course, right? We do, however, instantly have a reaction, right? The Winston out of play, so trying to work against a potential dive here right away. A Nightmare, they do ban the Ashe. One thing I want to talk about is, as the second seed of Group D, you technically, right, you get to choose your enemy for the first round of playoffs, yes, but there will only be one left. So to say it in Overwatch terms, you'll basically get the last night leftovers from whichever probably is the strongest third seed in the Overwatch World Cup here in Riyadh, and therefore it might not be super beneficial. Technically, you're still the highest seed because you won more, but
it depends, because they do it in the way the draft works is they do it in seed order. So depending on which other teams qualify, that's how the draft goes. So for example, someone like Falcons unexpectedly getting second place has actually scuffed the original draft order. So as a maybe like it is still like a lot of weird ways it can work out depending on exactly which teams ultimately qualify. So a team like Falcons getting second maybe scuppers whoever finishes second in this group's chances of getting that high seed pick. So it's a lot to unfold still once we get to that draft portion, but first and foremost, we need to figure out what these teams are going to do. And the virtus.pro pick, just ban Winston, eh? Just go, you know what, dive is hard, let's take away. And Nightmare are going to actually hit them with a European classic, a Rhine Sim May on Lighthouse. Stand on point, do not die, play for the objective. And that's the goal for Nightmare, and that's what they're going to do. And oh my god, virtus.pro's comp means they were not expecting this at all.
Absolutely, I like it. A little Nightmare action here, ready for this matchup. And yeah, that Reinhardt on point, and you can already see the reaction from virtus.pro.
He's swapping.
It's quite a clear one. He's swapping.
Yeah. Back on Farah. So you compare this, the type of comp you actually want to be on if you're on virtus.pro is the Makers comp. They ran out against Twisted Minds on Ilios here, so they're going to get that first cap, a fake TP just to buy a little bit of pressure here from Seeker. Obviously banning on that Winston makes it a little bit tricky. Ideally the swap for Rajaro would be something like a Doomfist, but not really a hero Rajaro has in his pool, so the name of the game for Nightmare here is stand on point. Stand on point, build some ultimates and build that cap time. For virtus.pro you need an ultimate to break it. You need to bleed resources out. Oh, they do get Seeker. It helps, but I don't know if it's enough.
Seeker down indeed. virtus.pro technically has the advantage in their hands now with that secondary kill against Admiral. It should be a possible thing right here, but in fact, that's still Asset Reinhardt on point, trying to hold on to life, but it won't be enough, feeling basically no healing at all. And therefore, Nightmare, 35% in the books, but now it's time for virtus.pro to fill the bank. And Sona, despite having, well, changed his hero at the early start of this, he's already having that barrage ready for the next fight. Nightmare, they have already invested a couple of ultimates, now infected over to the D.Va as well, making the adjustment, but it worked out, it did their purpose with those 35%.
Interesting they swapped so early. Now they go for an aggressive beat push, just trying to turn a kill really quickly here, but the Captive Sun is actually eaten as they go, so they'll kill Shockwave and they'll keep going. The aggressive beat push works out perfectly. The barrage comes through, but what's the barrage doing? Absolutely nothing, it's all getting eaten. They should be able to clean that kill up now. Here's Zero, and even if they don't, they've got the point back. Rajaro's going to bomb. Optimistic from Rajaro, but they actually trade a kill out of it. Rajaro will keep this point contested, and Infected is so low. Nightmare, they had this problem yesterday, winning fights, but then losing fights, getting that advantage, throwing it away. And have they done the same thing here? Because they don't have control of point, and virtus.pro are right back.
They are indeed, but now the point is flipped over to Nightmare once again. Therefore, they're collecting those percentages again on their account now. They are applying a lot of pressure here. Shockwave down already. Gala follows shortly after. Seeker does fall in the process though. There's somebody on point trying to flip that thing, guys. Walk back, walk back. Oh, they're not doing it in time. Oh, they are doing it in time. Just in time, actually. Seeker makes it happen while Sona was trying to play games with Nightmare, but didn't succeed in it.
Name of the game so far for Nightmare, now they're on this comp, has been aggression, and they're going to have beat Kitsuna Rush to do it again in this final fight. So Gala, Kaneo, Shockwave, they're all going to find themselves under serious duress here. As long as Nightmare, Nayan was engaged, get the kills, the first round will be theirs.
Oh, what an 80%. Nice stick there, but it only takes down the immortality field. However, Shockwave dies shortly after, as Infected is able to finish that kill for Nightmare. They are up to a good start here. Nice copy as well, but they somehow, well, they copied the Baptiste, but why not? You know, additional lamp helps you in the process. Maybe D.Va, no mech, no life. Zero is able to kill the enemy Baptiste, therefore it should be all done. Nightmare, they do take Lighthouse.
What a stick from Seeker. Obviously it does get lamped, but the nature is it forces that key cooldown out nice and early on. And really, we've seen Seeker, and we've talked about hit scans a lot in this meta in terms of can they still play hit scan in this meta? Can they be bullied out of it by the double flex DPS? And for a lot of them, the answer has been yes. We've seen them flexing off. Seeker has really played a few flex DPS in the past. Maybe Echo is the one he's been best at, but so far at this tournament, his Tracer is actually getting through serious work, and not a hero you would originally associate with Seeker, but he's doing it here toe-to-toe with Sauna, and it's going all right so far. But this map here ruins a little bit easier for the double flex support comp from virtus.pro.
At least it should on paper, for sure. Let's see, Infected on the ball. Can give a lot of info very early. Shockwave on the Widowmaker. Dangerous shots from above, but Infected already so deep into enemy lines. Has to make sure to be back in time though for that first contact. Just waiting for the opportunity, but I think his position is well known to Shockwave.
And a swap here from Kaneo out of spawn, better against the ball, so it felt like virtus.pro do have a read here of what they expected. Obviously Sleep can punish Infected here, gives them an additional layer to try and outplay. He'll start by clearing the Widow out, just forcing a few of those cooldowns, and look how far this backline have walked up from Nightmare. They've walked straight into a nade though, it's going to cause some problems. Pressure comes in, but the feel is good from Zera. The backline survives. Meanwhile, Infected has taken down the Widow. So they're winning on the front, they're winning on the back, they're winning on both sides, and now they can take point together here, Nightmare.
Absolutely, and I mean, obviously, Shockwave now switching over to the Echo. It makes total sense, because with Infected playing that ball quite flanky as it is meant to be, the Widowmaker won't have a nice time over at Ilios, and therefore good adjustment here right away. Shockwave now 40% on the Echo already, but Zero on the other side. He's got 80 up in the books, and therefore slight advantage on the side of Nightmare.
Playing aggressive, playing early. The points now being forced by Sauna, and that's going to pull Seeker out of position and just making this walk forward a little bit easier. And it's opened the door for Shockwave. Trades 1-for-1, but the Ana trade probably worth it overall. Can keep going with this copy now. Zero, you see him lurking in this left-hand side. Mega, he is behind virtus.pro, and they don't know. They know now, though, because they've lost Gala. They've lost Sauna on point as well. And the Nightmare DPS, we talked about him before the event. We talked about him yesterday. They continue to impress on whatever they play. Zero and Seeker, the whole team's playing well, but what a difference they're making for their team right now.
And honestly, it looks like Nightmare probably is one of the most flexible teams in their starting 5 in general. Like, the amount of compositions, the amount of different heroes they can pull up in a single map is very, very impressive. It makes work for them much easier, but Sonne with the pulse bomb takes out the enemy Echo now. Advantage for virtus.pro for the first time, but instantly the mines go just to deny a little bit more access, but virtus.pro, they're already over that mines. They're already far on the point, trying to take space there. Anti-nade on the Diva makes healing a bit more difficult. Shockwave having trouble, but stays on the map.
Forces the copy out here. Will just be onto the ball, though, so Shockwave will be rolling and trolling the sleep into the bomb. There's a nice combo, though. There goes Infected. They're still in control of the point as they force Shockwave out of copy. Zero can punish 2. Has to be careful walking into Solari. Pocket coming his way, though, and he has bullied them back with no 6 hit. Not quite, but they hold on. They have the copy. Gala has captive. Oh, asleep, though. Zero slept in the spawn. Will he die for this? Doesn't die for this. The nade is good. Does get the copy off, but they lose Admiral in the meantime. It's not over yet. Pulse bomb is avoided by Gala, but dies regardless. Infected is pulling them back, but they have to touch point here, and they get pulled in every single direction here. That just makes it easy for Zero. Poco bomb back to the point. Only kills a pylon, but they've done it here, Nightmare. That should be the round, and that should be map 1, unless Sauna can pull a miracle out of a hat.
Yes, indeed. I mean, the point flipped, right? virtus.pro has plenty of time to come back into this, and unfortunately, Nightmare, they have invested quite a lot of ultimates into this fight without getting the W right away, so they need to make this work quickly. But Sauna has got the pulse bomb. He's looking for an opportunity to stick this onto a support character, maybe. Just trying to get a pick early in this fight to stabilize from the still very shaky point cap here. They'll need something quickly, as also building up for Nightmare after and after again. But they decide to pull back a little bit here.
Infected was a little bit low, and that recontest works out in the end. So now Infected's going to go. Nearly has mines, nearly has nano, but nothing quite yet for Nightmare, so they'll slow it down a touch. Infected takes a lot of damage here, so has to be careful. Now no recall for Sauna as he's bullied all the way back by Seeker. Creates that space, and now might be a nano engage coming through for Z's. Might just drop it onto the Echo, forces the Kiri TP out for now. Mine's on point to force it. Now it's a nano tracer, actually. Seeker is on the backline. Can he find the kills? Yes, he can. Pulse bomb now. Wants to force this Kiri out as well. Chasing him down, but pulse bomb's good! Oh, but Suzu saves him, though. Denies Seeker that play. Great effort from Seeker, though, and all the attention, all the value he's taken. It's pulled virtus.pro back. Nightmare are in control of a point once again. They just need to deal with Sauna this time, and they will have Ilios.
There's still the ball now in play for Infected. It gives them so much flexibility to just counter anyone who's coming the way of this overtime. As trying to kill the last ones coming in. There's another beat though for virtus.pro. Maybe they've got the Diva ultimate as well if they need it. Sauna gets the pick on the end. This is far from over here.
A bomb available for Rajaro as well, so we'll have to be a disengage for this one. Looking for the remake. They get Rajaro back in crucially here. Infected will try and trade with Zero. Copy is available. Kitsune Rush comes out before Kaneo falls. Needs value with this Tracer here. Zero looking for something. Bullying back. Shockwave. No Kiri pocket available here. He knows he's low. He knows he has no pocket. Now Zero's going to recall to point. Has that copy pulse as well. Can he find the stick? Not really. No, gets booped away at the last second. They still kill Gala. It's a dogfight to end all dogfights. Sleep is perfect from Z's. Shuts down the pulse bomb attempt. And finally, this time for real, I promise you, Nightmare are winning Ilios.
On that sleep dart in the end, that probably saved the deal for Nightmare right there. But honestly, I mean, no matter how much you invest, right, give the nano boost to the Trace and then you throw on a whole Lucy ult that into that mix as well. It's basically a 600 HP nano boosted Trace, and it still wasn't enough to secure Ilios for them in the first place. But in the end, obviously, they made it happen. Nightmare up ahead by 1 in this last series of the day. We take a look at some of the highlights from this first map. Obviously, big surprise at the start, that right-hand composition, classic EU style from the NA team. They're quite confused. virtus.pro cost them a couple of percentages and made them lose Lighthouse in the end as well. And then the forever overtime fight that we did have here on Ruins.
It's really I'm really impressed with Nightmare from start to finish. Before this tournament, we really talked about the idea that Nightmare versus virtus.pro would maybe be the battle for the 3rd/4th seed in this group. Now, this isn't the situation at all. virtus.pro are fighting for the top seed. Nightmare are fighting for their own qualification. We did think that Nightmare's route through might be dive versus this double flex, right? A known weakness of virtus.pro, and technically they do win on dive here, and they do force virtus.pro off, and most importantly, I think for Nightmare, they do it while Winston is banned. So now Winston is open for the rest of the series for Nightmare to play into this exact virtus.pro comp.
Absolutely. virtus.pro did try to deny one of the essentials for Nightmare very early on, and it didn't work out for them, unfortunately. With that now, obviously we've talked about it plenty of times today, it is the first map pick going into the favor of Nightmare. Therefore they have that advantage. That first map one is worth so much as longer as the series goes. Obviously they wouldn't mind a quick 3-0 as well. As you know, the places 2 and 3 of each group, they have to play tomorrow again right away, so there's no breaks between group stages and playoffs. Make sure to be ready for that. It's going to be an intense day tomorrow as well. 5-day tournament for 16 teams, group stage plus playoffs where 12 teams get in. It is quite the hasty schedule for sure, so definitely something that at some point also goes on the mental and on the muscle. Therefore any rest you can get is worth a lot.
No rest for the teams right now, though, as we're going to jump straight into the next map. Obviously, it's going to be virtus.pro who get control of this, and if we have to hypothesize what they want to do, obviously they want to stop getting dove. So they want to pick a map that's quite hard to dive on. So some of the obvious options that maybe come to mind is something like Midtown, something where dive is quite tricky. Obviously, you can maybe even ban to protect the Alari or something, maybe take a Lucio away from them, or you can't take Anna away anymore. Or, no, you can still take Anna away, right? They banned Winston, so you could take Anna away. I feel like Z's has actually been a bit of a revelation on Anna so far. We often think of Anna as a hero now. Maybe aside from RuPaul, maybe UV a little bit. No one in the West is really as pronounced on Anna. So Z's has really put in a great performance here, having predominantly only seen them play Kiri and Baptiste before. This is a big addition to the roster, and it's really helped them excel on this dive setup. So I think they'll be really keen to take away those dive maps or those dive options from virtus.pro. Well, sorry, from Nightmare, and we'll see exactly how they choose to try and go ahead with that here. And you have to expect the bans will follow that, right, Julie? And probably something like maybe Winston's not on the cards, but Anna can ruin it, Brig can ruin it, all these things.
Yeah, well, Anna can ruin it for sure. Definitely essential part of the composition of Nightmare. Therefore, very likely going to be a pick that virtus.pro might want to take. Let's take a look at the map first. It is going to be Shimbali, obviously, as we mentioned, picked by virtus.pro, and that makes this Anna ban even more likely now, as they have the opportunity to take this first ban, and also after Winston, they seem to have a pretty good idea of what they want to deny from Nightmare. Winston first, Anna to follow. I guess it could very likely be a potential thing. The question there would be, what do you do as Nightmare? Probably want to, well, ban a tank. I guess we've rarely seen any DPS bans here. Let's take a look at the bans actually, and it's indeed going to be the Anna ban for virtus.pro. And Nightmare, they decide to ban the Sigma. Interesting on Shimbali. I can understand where this is going to go. However, aren't there better bans on tank?
Well, I think this is quite a targeted ban. I think when you look at Shimbali as a map, it's brawl focused, right? So immediately enables a bit more of this double flex support composition. Maybe there's an argument Nightmare could have looked to ban the Alari here, but I think actually what they want to do is maybe they just want to force the Ramatra. Because if I look at Rajaro's hero pool, really, Diva's in it, but predominantly Sigma and Ramatra has been where he has excelled for this team so far. By taking away Sigma, you do force him onto Ramatra, so maybe now Nightmare are thinking, if you want to play a Brawl Mirror, where, since we've taken Anna away from you, we take Sigma away, so now we can just play Mauga. They call the bluff now, actually Rajaro won't be willing to match for Mauga and will just play just have to play Ram instead and potentially be at a disadvantage. Or they force him onto Diva or something. That's one potential option we could see play. Or it might be a little bit broader than that and they just want to take away one of Rajaro's best heroes. But looks like we might be at least on some of the right line here. Looks like a double flex support that we have seen from Nightmare before, alongside that Ramattra with an Ashe Pharah as well. Wait, I think I get it. Hold on. I think I get it now. So the idea is, if you were going to play, you would normally play maybe like a Sigma into this or something. Or the dive version that virtus.pro might do would be a Diva dive version because of Rajaro's hero pool. So if you ban Sigma, you make it harder for them to mirror. You force them to either Ram mirror, but you take away Diva dive because Diva's a little bit hard into the Ram as well. So maybe that's the logic. And it looks like they're just going to get a double flex support mirror, but actually, I'm not. Yeah, no, it's a weird choice from it's a weird choice from Nightmare because they are just going to take the mirror ultimately, and they've just banned away Sigma, which is a good hero for Rajaro, where he probably has an advantage over Infected. So they force the Ram mirror, which Infected probably favors himself a little bit more, but still a favorable matchup for virtus.pro.
Mirror matchup as well, and one thing that is obviously super interesting about Shimbali is you get right into a choke point here, and getting over this one quickly can be a nice head start that you want to secure very early on to make sure you don't hold and lose too much time in this first corner right away. virtus.pro already pushing up on that high ground. Nice first appearance on the kill feed for Sauna, not enough though for a kill, of course. Infected already using a lot of utility there, that needs to make sure to stay alive. Zero, he's getting the first pick here. Shockwave is down, and therefore Nightmare have that advantage already on their ways. However, they have to make sure that that card isn't moving too far off that corner.
They end up making use of this flank in the end down this opposite side where you see Sauna and Gala playing now. Honestly, I would have preferred virtus.pro to use that side just more in general. We see this alleyway be so difficult against Pharah, so they do just swing out main and try and flip the map here, so I much prefer this approach from virtus.pro. They've got a window to help them with this as well, so the pressure all over Infected, they will bully him down, and now this payload will start moving away, and they have to be careful not to stagger here, Nightmare.
Nice early pick on Infected. Opens the way, and Sauna gets a nice direct hit on Seeker. Good stuff from the finish. And as we see this card making meter after meter, we also take a look at the outbanks of both teams, Seeker and Shockwave. They will both have the Bob available for this next fight, and will also likely have a chance to see one or maybe even two barrages coming up here. Definitely, we are up for a firework.
Boops try and make this touch a little bit more awkward here. Infected will get on with the help of Bob, but now they can just take a step back. Admiral with the Captive Sun as well. They're spending a lot. They do find the kills though, and they will send virtus.pro back to spawn. An explosive retake there. 3 ults invested. Gala wants to turn. Gala? He wants,
oh no.
Why did he invest for Captive Sun? He thought there were kills? What? It was like a 2v4, 2v5?
Yeah, not really sure what he wanted to do there. I mean, yeah, have invest on the side of Nightmare as well. However, Gala, that's the waste ultimate. It's not looking like he wants to swap necessarily here. Maybe now forced off, but he sticks onto the Ilaria. That makes, well, this late ultimate use even more confusing.
What a blunder, only a minute left. The ult situation's not untenable. They do have Ramattra, Annihilation and Barrage and a window advantage. And they have a nice opening pick, so maybe everything will be okay. Infected tries to double down aggressively. A lot of pressure on Rajaro, a Barrage over the top, but no one's really there with Zera. So he gets pushed back. Should be an easier barrage for Sauna. Annihilation now popped by Infected. Rajaro doesn't quite have it yet, but will be able to back this one up on this window. And Rajaro should be able to finish this point for his team now. It will take his time. Maybe he even thinks he can hold it. Will push aggressively with Form. They've lost Sauna actually, but wait, Admiral's got 2. Admiral and Ilari gets 2. Infected kills 1 on the point. Rajaro didn't commit it. Now he's got to save it, does he? Wait, does he think he can clutch? He can. The Annihilation will do it eventually. I think they're all low. Yes, scary, scary, scary for virtus.pro, but they get it over the line and they extend their attack and they extend their map.
Well, it wasn't beautiful for sure, but it did work out in the end. They do get that, well, 2 men down? I guess it was 2 men down, win in the end. Gala makes it work as he's got another Captive Sun ready on his alt bank. 2.5 minutes to go for virtus.pro on this second point. Not really too much coming up. We have both support ultimates on the side of Nightmare, and that pretty far away from too much. We do have the Captive Sun, and Shockwave might have a Bob ready in time for this next fight here if he can get a couple of nice clicks beforehand.
Captive Suns will be the ones likely to start it. Different options here. Gala really is Mr. Illari, his best hero, and you expect to see him excel on it. Admiral was not a player we really associated with Illari until, well, yesterday. They're both going to have a go here. Gala's going to start, but actually Sauna dies on the way in, and they just hold it, just withstand it. No great value there from Gala, and honestly, pretty comfortable in the end. They'll get Kanail, they'll clean everyone else up, and they will be forced to reset. At this point, if you're virtus.pro, I think you really want to consider going right from their perspective. Go up the coast side for this next retake. Avoid this of ugly, ugly, difficult high ground, and take a nice, beautiful stroll along the coastline where you'll get an easier fight on a more even choke.
Totally agree, and especially as Sauna wants to hold on to this Pharah here. Going through the caves might not be the best choice, especially because Seeker has been shown a quite well performance on that Ash so far. Admiral once again takes down Sauna, who has not really been able to find any good performances on this attack round of Shimbali yet for his team. However, Shockwave, the Bob's ready, but on the side of Nightmare, ultimates are starting to stack up here. In fact, it will have the Annihilation ready. This could obviously be a nice backup if needed. Persona, once again, falling so low, he really needs to be very, very careful now not to die early again.
They're going through main actually, so they're going to catch this Dynamite. Bob around the corner, forces him back. Seeker will exchange it, so it's a Bob apiece, but Sauna's come through the flank, but Bob has sandwiched him here, and it was actually a really wide hold. Now the Annihilation pops on point. Infected is so low, though. Can he turn it? Surely not. And the answer is indeed not. So the hold there from Nightmare was super wide. Illari and Pharah holding the coast. It made it difficult for him to come up coast, but virtus.pro turned the tables, go the other way quite aggressively, and Admiral and Zero didn't feel like they could get back to the fight in time to contest. So now virtus.pro on even ground, and 4 ultimates in the bank coming back.
They have a couple of things to work with indeed. Shockwave on the Widowmaker now. Seeker needs to find something as the Pharah again. Maybe we do see the Captain Sun coming out right away. Zero finds Gala in this early fight here, especially since we're going into overtime. This is a crucial one for virtus.pro. They need to find something. Zero finds the Widowmaker in that barrage. Kenai, though, he does find that trade. Maybe the start of something bigger. He needs it for sure. The Annihilation didn't really do anything for virtus.pro, as we do see the Baptiste falling. Once again, Seeker takes down the Ram as well. The overtime is ticking down slowly but surely. This will be the end for virtus.pro's attack attempts on Shimbali. And honestly, they didn't get too far, did they?
Yeah, really happy with that, because as much as it's, you know, Shimbali's a hard map to attack, so you can maybe expect defense probably manages to hold there on average. When you look at this from the perspective of the series, this is the matchup that virtus.pro should have been laughing at they got. They said they're going to mirror us on our comp. Great, perfect. But what a performance from Nightmare, and this seems to really be the trend we see from Nightmare. We see Nightmare go dive to dive with Fnatic. Oh, no, you can't do that. Fnatic are better at dive. You go double flex support mirror against virtus.pro. No, you can't do that, and that's their comp. But Nightmare don't care. They played really well. I think a lot of props having to be given to someone like Admiral, who is a player who I think a lot of people really feel has limited flexibility in terms of his hero pool. Certainly put in a good performance on Illari so far, and a great chance for Nightmare to actually steal this map of virtus.pro.
Absolutely, and this would mean that they would move on to match point very early in the series, especially coming off a map pick that was obviously done by virtus.pro, as they lost the Ilios map earlier as we started into this matchup a couple of minutes ago. Let's take a look at the compositions, nothing too crazy. Seeker wants to go for the Widowmaker, for at least for the start, trying to take 1 or 2 peeks, maybe then maybe back to the Ash, maybe stay on the Widowmaker. On the other side, Sauna, he stays on this Pharah, and I'm not too sure. I mean, for defense maybe it works a little bit better, right? But on the attack it wasn't really too helpful for virtus.pro.
It's certainly true that, especially in this sort of like the sort of mini Pharah battle as well. It's easier on defense when you have these chokes, but it is a hero that Zero has excelled on massively, and it's interesting to see that actually that difficult corridor we talked about, Nightmare are immediately ignoring that. They just want to go right side instead, but Infector's going to take 1 billion damage in main, so that's going to slow down any kind of aggression, and we can actually see Sauna from virtus.pro marking that exact choke that Nightmare wants to walk out of, which is making it difficult for him.
I mean, the good thing is high charge on the support ultimates already. Zona is still trying to find value on the Sphere, but gets taken down by Admiral. In the end, therefore, opening pick for Nightmare. What can they do with it? Maybe they can push on right through. They just ignore the high ground. They'll pull through either way. They just don't care that virtus.pro is up on that small balcony at 0. Finds Scar. Yeah, they're just leaving it there. They're fully ignoring this. It works out perfectly for Nightmare. 2.5 minutes are surely on the clock as soon as we will reach that maybe even already last fight here. 0 on the Pharaoh is able to do so much work here, supporting that takedown off the ramp, which will surely not survive this one. Lamp comes in way too late. And Nightmare, they're just rolling over virtus.pro on this first point here. But that ignoring the high, it worked off so well. And virtus.pro, I think they just understood it too late.
We've seen it a few times now where teams went that original corridor and it just causes them hassle here. So a much smarter approach from Nightmare. They come in, they catch the flank from behind as well. So well played from Nightmare, actually. They knew those players were behind. They leave them for dead, but they don't forget about them. They read the situation perfectly. They peek them just as those players feel compelled to contest point and help their team recontest. Timing works out perfectly for Nightmare. A very straightforward first point, and they may be at a bit of an ult disadvantage here, but they have got that payload moving and they have time to work with that. They've got another pick. It's all Nightmare right now.
It sure is, and it's surely not Sauna. Unfortunately, he's really suffering on this ferry here, not really finding any proper value. 0 is setting up with that Farah barrage. 10% to go. I mean, his position is well known, but he can still do a lot of damage. Sauna now finally finding a pick on that Farah against his counter, against the enemy Farah in this matchup. Bastola will look at this matchup as well, obviously, because Ends they did just lose their match against State Division on the other stream, so maybe this could be a potential matchup for them as well. But we move over and we see virtus.pro, they are still in the mix here. They finally get a hold of that payload.
Now we see a really mirrored situation here. virtus.pro originally tried to go coast, but then changed to fight main in this situation. The payload's reasonably far up. You can probably get away with going coaster if you are Nightmare as well. And virtus.pro aren't holding it as aggressively as Nightmare were, so maybe an opportunity there, but at least now they're leaning more left than right. They have to be careful on this cross because a Captive Sun or window can cause them so many problems. And there it is, the aggressive push behind. But Seeker's going to bob the flank actually as they try and walk forward. Seeker's been hit by that Captive Sun. Will look to explode. And they deal with actually. Seeker's bob gets 2. They're fighting on both sides. Now the flank control belongs to Nightmare. They need to give their team a little bit of time, but they are coming up fast and furiously. And 4 ults for virtus.pro, but a long time to try and hold because Nightmare have 4 ults as well. Huge fight here. Huge fight.
Very important one coming up for sure. Seeker's got the dynamite, looking for an opportunity to throw it somewhere in, but Shockwave, he finds that first kill for virtus.pro, gets another one right away, and this one for sure will fall into their hands. Defense survives another one. Seeker barely, but barely just sees his teammate making it out alive there. But yeah, Nightmare, they are building up quite a bank of ultimates here. So does virtus.pro though. They already have 3 ready for this, but no support ultimates available. So if Nightmare goes quick, it could be very, very dangerous.
Oh, Zera's there, boots are back. Gala in a spot of bobber here. In fact, it's going to rotate round as it is this coast retake now coming through for Nightmare. A slow and steady fight, slight ult advantage. There's the Captive Sun to start it. Wants to use it to win the flank battle maybe. No, just main instead. Pressure on the front line, but the Bob relieves it right now for virtus.pro, so they're able to hold their ground and take this next ult exchange. Again, eyes on that flank, right, because Gala is looking to get aggressive, as is Shockwave. They might find themselves trapped underneath them here, Nightmare, but Zera's all the way in behind. They have to watch that barrage from the back.
They need to know it. They need to expect this one for sure. Seeker and Admiral on the payload are now getting a first pick on Shockwave, and then Annihilation, it might not be enough here, but it surely holds them off a little longer. Zero is still looking and waiting for that opportunity to pull a nice barrage. Sauna is taking a shot at this one. It's looking good, but it's get traded right away. Only 1 kill for the finish. And it is going to be not enough for Shukazero. He gets in his barrage as well. It takes down Ilari. Zero takes down the ramp. This could be it already. Let's see how quickly the respawns are coming in. Nice boop there as well. And it is enough to bring Nightmare through. What a boop from the Pharaoh. That is an absolute match winner right there.
So well played from Zero. We talked about it a lot in terms of the DPS can be the strength here for Nightmare, but honestly, you have to give credit to the entire team because this isn't an individual carrying this team. This isn't. This is everyone playing well, but a part of a part of a thing that can make everyone on the team look like they're playing well is if the coordination and the teamwork is well. It seems like they have a good idea for how they want to play all the matchups. They have good solutions to a lot of the point problems they run into. The timings we see on the dive on the first map, the combinations between Infected and Seeker, what great combinations. Then we see Admiral and Zera playing the flank battle really well here. There's such good coordination between this team now. They're riding this high. They're in great form. And honestly, they actually look like a really difficult team to beat in this tournament so far. And virtus.pro are struggling here as Nightmare actually go on to map point.
They are indeed. It's map point for North American team. Probably the team from the EMEA and North America region we did have the least expectations from, honestly. virtus.pro, after a strong performance yesterday, are now struggling to keep up the pace of Nightmare, who are looking very strong. And I gotta say, I know I understand the idea of working with the Pharaoh here, but sorta it just wasn't meant to be on Shimbali, and I don't understand why he held on to that for so long, especially on the own attack. I don't know if he got more than 8 kills maybe in this whole thing, and if so, that's not enough for DPS.
Yeah, it's been a real struggle for them, and as players we should feel like don't always necessarily have the greatest matchups on some of these heroes, but it's been working out for them. I can't really fault anything Nightmare are doing right now, and if I am virtus.pro, oh boy, what do I do now? What do I do? I just played a double flex support mirror, and I lost. In theory, I still have a Sigma advantage if I can find a way to force that matchup, but I don't know exactly how they do that from this point on. Maybe they can force a D.Va mirror on some of these maps. Maybe a Suravasa or something could lean into that. It certainly would be a hero you would expect Rajaro to be a little bit more comfortable on than Infected. But we've seen Nightmare look good on that as well. They might even just play the Winston version, of course, as well, that they've had success with. So a lot of options that probably don't feel great for virtus.pro, and I don't know exactly where they go from here. It's going to be a really difficult choice for them.
Absolutely, but it's a choice they will have to make, because the map pick obviously falls into their favor once again, so thus potentially the first ban if they want to take it. We had Escort, we obviously have Control with Elios before. There's a couple of options to go. You could go Flashpoint, we've seen it a couple of times now. You could go Push as well. I think there's plenty to choose from. The question is, and the main issue is obviously if you choose wrong this time, it might be the last time in the series, and therefore definitely a lot on the line for virtus.pro. They are already qualified, nothing to lose except for obviously a good placement. A win here could secure them the group first space and therefore secure them top 8 already, which would quadruple their prize money automatically from 10 to 40k. Therefore obviously indeed quite a lot on the line.
The actual scary thing here for virtus.pro is as well is we sort of almost threw it away as a really unlikely option, but if they actually get 3-0'd here, depending on how results go, they could actually finish as low as 3rd. And then they go from a position where they maybe had complete control to get 1st in the group and get an automatic spot in the quarterfinal to a position where they don't even get to pick their opponent in the next round. They actually have to just wait and see who wants to play them, and all of a sudden, if you're one of these teams with a clear strength, clear weakness, as the double flex support favoured team from virtus.pro is, you maybe put yourself in quite a vulnerable position if you finished in 3rd spot.
Absolutely. The teams have already made their decisions. It doesn't look like we'll have any substitutions either. So obviously, we talked about it, Escort's already out, Control's already out. That leaves us with Hybrid, Push or Flashpoint. And as soon as we have that graphic ready for you, we'll show you where we are going to go. And obviously, the question of bans, right? Who do you ban as virtus.pro? Obviously, it depends a lot on the map pick as well. But as we are indeed going to Saravasa next, which is a Flashpoint map, it's all about speed. And therefore, one of the most famous bans that we did see here was Lucio. I could see it from virtus.pro again if they want to go into that direction. Lucio has been a ban that we've seen on Saravasa quite often. If that happens to, honestly, what even does Nightmare need to ban? Is there anything that could maybe favor them while not hurting them at the same time as well?
Yeah, it's weird because it's technically a diveable map, Saravasa, but not really the most optimal. I guess if you could ban Lucio, what teams like virtus.pro and maybe I think Zeta Division and other teams with a strong flex support or double flex support lineup do is they'll quite often ban Lucio on these maps, because these maps are actually Very good for Bapalari type comps, that double flex support comp, because the flanks can be very hard to deal with because of how open Suravasa is, but a Lucio can often prevent that. But without a Lucio, it's very hard to manage all these different angles at the same time, and you may be forced to mirror, which in theory, again, as we sort of hypothesized on Shambali, should have been the advantage. And it does seem this is the direction virtus.pro, who did choose to ban first, go. They take Lucio out of the equation, which should force this double flex support mirror. Nightmare respond with a Pharah ban, which in theory shouldn't actually change the matchup that much in terms of the core style we see. I think we still see double flex support, but it will take away that Pharah, which is definitely a hero Zero has excelled on throughout this tournament and throughout qualification, and maybe gives them a bit of an option to force a different type of mirror, maybe allow Sauna to play a bit of a Tracer instead or something, and maybe just forces Zero to lean either into a Tracer of his own, or to play something else like the Genji that we've seen him play in the past. But probably, maybe even Tracer Ashe could be the option here, or Tracer Echo, or Echo Ashe. Probably some combination of those three heroes, I think, from Nightmare. And not too dissimilar from virtus.pro either. A good old-fashioned double flex support mirror.
Definitely, probably the most likely option here as we're getting ready to jump right into Suravasa. We'll have virtus.pro on red. So let's get right into it. Actually, don't waste any more time. It's going to be interesting. The double flex support, definitely probably the best option here and the one that makes sense the most. Diana is once again available, therefore Zeus is considering it currently, and we do also see Infected hovering over the Winston.
So they're going to play a little bit of both. We hypothesized double flex support, we hypothesized, I've said it too many times, I can't say it anymore. We've hypothesized double flex support, we've hypothesized dive. They're going to play a bit of both. It's going to be dive alongside a double flex support, and Seeker's going to play the soldier, which is very good at solo flanking and playing the flanks themselves. So expect Admiral to play wide, expect Seeker to play wide, and in general Nightmare just to try and crush any kind of space that virtus.pro want to take on these flanks.
One of the classics. Let's pull out the soldier. Self-healing, flexibility, fast agent. It gives you so much space to work with as we go right into the first few, well, exchanges of bullets, basically, of going right into the first fight. Sauna falling dangerously low on that Echo. Needs to be careful not to get taken out, as it does exactly happen to get taken out very early here. The Diva also going low already. You need to find something, as Sauna instantly switches over to the Tracer. The Echo wasn't the move here, apparently. Nightmare already up with 10% now. virtus.pro had to capture it quickly, and then it was all Nightmare from there.
I thought they would maybe playing this a little bit wider and more aggressive and flanky Nightmare, but so far they're playing it more like a traditional dive composition where you have your Tracer Winston pair as a duo and you have your backline playing as a central core, but they deal with one of the threats and now they can push forward as a core virtus.pro. That's generally how you like to play against dive. If you can absorb the dive, your pushback timing can be super valuable, and that's exactly what we've seen there from virtus.pro. Walking back, getting all the kills, and now we'll get to the first round of ults in this third map.
Absolutely, we do see the window already available for the Baptiste of virtus.pro. There's a couple of other things coming up as well. Of course, we do see the nano boost ready on the side of Nightmare. Infected, obviously, the primary target for something like this. Goes right in, looking for an early peek, and he does get one against Gala. That means no Captive Sun. It means a cancel of the Captive Sun, actually, and Infected just keeps rolling through. Zero in the support here very nicely. The Diva down as well. And therefore, I don't know
what are we visoring?
Why Seeker
get him, Seeker! Come on, you popped it now, get him! Go get it!
He's like, oh shit, I popped it now. What do I do now? What do I do now?
Well, I mean, if there's an ult you're going to waste, Visor's probably one of the least consequential ones, so it is what it is, I guess. But big ultimate back coming back for virtus.pro. They only need to win one retake to win this first point, but they only get one shot at it as well, so they've got to try and find a way to use these ults while also dealing with this primal Captive Sun, and here it comes from Admiral. But it's eaten! Doesn't stop Infected though, still ploughing forward, all over this backline. He's got one, just play your life now and he should be okay. Oh, there's a bomb there, that's going to cause him some problems. Window on point helps force the objective too. They have to de-peek, they have to give flip, but Nightmare are not done with this one yet. They lose Seeker, they get the touch, but they are done with it now. Will be cleaned up, will be dealt with. And virtus.pro, compared to maybe some of the problems we saw them have pre-tournament and qualification, a better job absorbing a couple of these dives.
Nicely done. The first point on their resume. As they now go into the second one, we've got the Diva ready. We've also got the pulse one ready on the side of Nightmare as they're looking for something in the backline. Maybe Gala is still pretty mad. I guess he got the Knight that first kept the Sun by it just getting eaten, and he killed shortly after. So they're waiting for those last 10 seconds so that the flashpoint unlocks. No need to throw anything in the mix before we go into it.
Rig swap coming through from Admiral, so slightly better into the Diva in terms of peeling, and also can pack their Tracer more, as we see another Nano come in from Infected, but Knail trying to give him the slip, does not give him the slip though, so an easy first kill for Infected. Can they convert this? Gala is the next target, has that shift to get away, forces them back, and now keen to trade it. Gala and Sorta will get that one as well, and the dives are getting pulled apart here, and whatever they changed in the break between maps here is working out quite nicely for virtus.pro. They're playing this matchup well.
It is indeed, and virtus.pro, they seem to just play a bit more controlled now. In fact, on the other side, kind of overextended right there and got punished for it now. Sona is down though. Maybe this could be an opening. The visor is not really helping too much. It's at least taking away the metrics a little bit more. For Gala, he's able to find a kill in the background, and we do not have a pulse from the 0-1. Gets eaten in the process here. Probably wasn't even expecting any matrix to be left in the tank for the Diva of virtus.pro.
In control of the point, holding this high ground, hard to dislodge. Even though Infected can obviously jump it, and there's the Alari shift, and there's Shockwaves, Coach Gun, both things can deny him. Now the Captive Sun to kick it off, looking for it in the backline, dies for it actually. Can anyone trade it? 1-for-1, pulse bomb into the shield though, and actually Sauna's going to die for it too. Trade doesn't seem that worthwhile. They can keep walking forward here, pocket onto Seeker, and they're going to peek into this too, but they have to find their way past the Diva here. This window will slow him down. They'll wait it out and they catch Shockwave. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Rajaro pushed up too. So in the balance, Infected is back soon. So player advantage in the side of Nightmare as they bubble off this Diva and try and clear Rajaro. Rajaro doesn't have bombs, so has to be careful here. Does manage to hold his space for now. They didn't get as much pressure. Rajaro's going to come kill Seeker as well. Now the Primal needs value and needs it quickly here. But Juggle is not exactly what Infect wants. Now he gets him into a corner, but the pocket is coming through. The lamp is only just used. Still Brilliant. Knail will eventually get the kill. They've cleaned everything else up. All the peel was focused on Knail from Ghana, which opened up a kill elsewhere. And just about Nightmare dragged themselves back into this point.
And nicely done here as well, that even though it was the last fight, even though they had to put a lot of effort into it, they were able to hold on to both of their support ultimates. And Seeker already at 50%, Zero already very close to another pulse move here as well. They have stuff to work with here.
Nano's going to come in early as well. Pressure is on. Bob from Shockwave as he gets lamped out of this one. So they will trade one ult for another. Pulse bomb is good though from Zero. Happy with that. Zero can play his life now and they should be able to snowball this advantage. If they get late kills here, they could actually make this a really awkward touch for virtus.pro. Remember, no Lucio available. And there's the kill onto Shockwave. This could be really bad. Oh, the sleep is good. Knail's going to be immediately woken up just to be sent back to the spawn queue. And if they get Gala here, and this could be devastating, Gala has to try and get out, does not get out. And these staggers have actually cost him so much.
Absolutely, they're now at 85%. Let's see, there will be a touch quite likely. Son on the Tracer could be the one to do it. However, it's going to be a short one. Maybe he can't even do it in time.
Oh, he is. He's behind. He's got it. He's got the tap. He can touch for a while now as well, importantly here. Sauna's got all of these cooldowns to keep this point alive. And Nightmare have a decision. Do they go deal with it or do they go back? They're going to visor Sauna. They force him out. No recall. Remember, 4 HP in a dream. Gets to the mini, buys all the attention. And virtus.pro now have a chance in this fight. But Admiral wants to end that right here, right now with this rally push. Dealt with one of the backline. Will come back, join up with Z's. Now they turn their attention to point. Packs for everyone. Gala is low. Can they find that kill? Yes, they can. Infected is there. Has the Primal. Sauna's found 2. Might need that Primal just yet. They try and focus down in first. Rajaro has the bomb if he heals it as well. Sauna is still low. Done so well to stay alive in this fight. Fair play to Sauna. Remake is denied. Sauna is denied. 1-1, and this is a map right here, Julian.
It sure is. Heavy invest on both sides for this one, but it's good for Nightmare to take this one because now it's 1-1 and it's basically all even again for sure. They have a couple of ultimates ready to go. Honestly, what I was wondering in this whole fight is where were the ultimates from virtus.pro? They did use a couple, however, I didn't really see anything noted in the kill feed with any of them. So not really a good usage there, but maybe something they can improve on this third one now, as they will have to go right back into it. No time to rest on Suravasa.
There's the nano engage. Captive Sun looks like it will be used defensively, maybe. Just trying to ignore this Winston, find something else. It slows down the dive as Infected tries to double down and chase it. Has for Primal to keep going. There goes Shockwave. Gala's used his shift and Infected will play his life. Now the attention onto the Diva. Now they've been separated. A nice Primal from Infective. Tidy and disciplined. Doesn't try and do too much. They invest their big ult combo. They win the fight. And now all of a sudden they're starting to turn around this Suravasa. They have control and they can look for a nade dive on this next rotation.
Absolutely, but once again, no Lucio means very little speed. It totally changes the pace this whole map works, and therefore every fight is so crucial. You can see them coming back on point. It will be 50% minimum for Nightmare already, so it's basically a 2 fights per point, and this makes it so crucial to really make all the right moves in every single of these fights.
Trying to make their way in onto the point here. Infected will bubble off onto the Alari. Gets out, and actually Jug was Infected in. Ooh, bit scary for him. Rajara's going to turn. Infected has to give the space. They bullied him out. Post on top as well. There we go. Just playing front to back, playing through the Winston. One of the advantages the Diva has, and Nightmare have no choice but to just trade on point, get what cap time they have, and accept it will be a retake situation with no real great ults to do it with. A Rally Visor maybe is their best option, but into a Bob window, how do you make for progress?
Yeah, it could be if you maybe get the DMAC first, right? But even now, like 15% on the watch now, they have 93, so they can even work towards this nice combination they're looking for. But virtus.pro, they'll understand this, they'll try to hold on for as many ultimates on their own as possible. So it's just a question of who has the better mind game here, honestly, as virtus.pro are collecting percentage after percentage here in their favor.
Starting with that Visor now, and virtus.pro, are they going to engage back or are they just going to take a step away? And step away is the choice. Reset on point, getting that Visor out for free. Admiral has the rally, but a lot of ults to try and use this one through. They'll have to try and play conservatively. They do it now. Bubble onto the backline. There's the window, there's the Bob. They're trying to survive. Can Infected get out of this one? It's going to be a tight call, but he can. The rally helps them survive both ults, and now a nano re-engage timing. How well played has this been from Nightmare? Now the engage. Captive Sun comes out in response. They lose their Tracer, but Infected is on the backline. Can he get this kill? Can he get it? No! Has to go back to point. Not quite, and this Primal 92%. Desperate for it, but he won't get it. A crucial kill. It cost virtus.pro most of their bank, but they clean it up and they take the lead once again on Suravasa.
Sonus has got the Pulse Bomb and the Remake. The Remake is available. This will be huge because basically gives a second life to Diva if you can get it done in time. One more crucial thing as well, Ana has used the nano boost. In fact, it has the ultimate ready, so it can use the second half of it, but without the nano boost, it is just way less effective. Therefore, they'll have to count on something like a good pulse bomb here maybe to equal this up, because now virtus.pro, they can take this in this next point, but Zona, he misses his pulse bomb. No kill coming from that one.
All eyes move to Infected now. He's got this Primal for his next engage. Can he find the dive target? Last nano didn't work, partly probably because Zero died just beforehand. They need the engage to be successful this time, but they're just trying to play through Rajaro, play through point. Primal now to keep going. Oh, that's not the jump he wants. Was he booped? Infected's going to try and make it work. Anyway, he has got behind him, but this bomb is going to slow him down. Tries to deny the remake, can't find it. Pulse bomb on the top. They're still trying to pressure him back, but virtus.pro have kind of just weathered the storm. They'll be able to concede point in exchange for holding it on, but still behind is Zero, an important trade. They're dealing with a flank, they're dealing with a front line, bubble off onto the Diva. We've seen Infected change his playstyle here. He is no longer worried about these deep dives. He just wants to make sure he bubbles off this Diva again and again and again. Win it front to back, because the Diva loves to punish a Winston. So just punish the Diva first, clear her, and then go on backline, and it's worked out for him at least on this first point here.
Absolutely. Once again, I'm not super happy with the Visor invested. Fight C1 already, no big Diva available. I mean, it's as we mentioned, right, it's not the ultimate that brings the super big game changer value in such a fight, but still one that you can come back to. And therefore, it's a missed opportunity here as well. In fact, that now at 40%, the nano boost is closer, so you can at least get in, place the bubble, and go back out if he has the timing for it, as they are now going into that 6 force right away, looking with the rally for an early kill, maybe to cap the sun, does get the end up at 0, comes back against Kian Isle, who's taken down in the fight here. In fact, finds Shockwave. It's a 3v3 situation now on this point, but the flip has happened already. The question is, how fast can Nightmare maybe flip this around and use those spawns that are coming in late for virtus.pro, as Bomb is going in there as well, and Admiral is taken down by it. Maybe it's time to retreat for Nightmare.
Had the option to invest more, but after that Admiral kill, it really became the only option they had left, and Seeker's going to get himself stalled out a bit here, which will be annoying, but I think ultimately won't actually change the number of fights they're able to have, and they're going to force Seeker to jump. There we go, giving him the longest possible spawn. It's still one retake either way, so frustrating, but not game-changing. Now, Nano Primal is the tool. Nightmare need to win this retake to stay in the map, to stay in contention to win this 3-0.
All or nothing, but they will have that crucial combination online. A support from Zero doesn't find anything in this fight. They will now have that much wanted Winston Nano combination. Is paying off already as Gala is down, but Seeker dies in the process as well. In fact, finds another one on Shockwave, finds a third one on the Baptiste. It's working out for Nightmare. They just need to finish those kills, retake the point. There is the self-destruct available, right? So they can still take this back. The D.Va can buy a lot of time if the remake works properly.
Able to get one touch, remake off point, but that allows Sauna time to get the next touch. They're not able to deny the remake here, so long time. Sauna needs one more touch, has to recall for it. Regroups, but still well played by Sauna. He's done so well with the touches here to extend these fights, and now it's a neutral. Captive Sun available for Gala. virtus.pro could get their first map in this series here. Pressure onto Infected, nowhere to go. And virtus.pro do it. The retake looks good. There's no response, there's no ults. Seeker with one last desperate dive. Nothing doing though. I don't know if there's a way through. Zero has Pulse Bomb. Doesn't connect. Even if it did, it would need to kill 5. And virtus.pro get one back.
They get one back indeed. Overtime ticking down in their favor as virtus.pro gets that one up on the scoreboard. Only want to go to tie it up. However, though, the thing that we always have to keep in mind, now it's Nightmare's turn. Now they are in control for this next map. Where do they want to go? Which hero do they want to ban first? So many options, so many factors that are now falling into their favor, and therefore this will be crucial. Let's take another look at the highlights from Suravasa.
We start off as well, especially with Gala struggling actually with this Captive Sun. He got a good and important one at the end, but it did feel like he's been having a bit of a hard time so far in this series compared to the carry performance he normally puts in on this Alari. And you ask, where do they go now? Well, the beauty is for Nightmare, you may have lost a map, but now you get to pick the next map, and you even get to pick the map after that if there is to be one, which means you can start sending us to dive-favored maps. We've seen Nightmare get results in the double flex before, but now the question is, can virtus.pro get results on dive-favored maps? Because they couldn't at the start of the series, all the way back on Ilios, and they might be presented with a very similar problem here.
That's indeed the case right now. virtus.pro definitely did take a first step into the right direction. However, it's going to be a long walk for them if they want to win the series. And with the win in the series, obviously, the win in the group stage would come.
Exactly, and I think the expectation here, we look at what modes are left, and there's a few different ones available. I think even though Hybrid is quite a powerful pick, and you could go somewhere like Iconworld or Hollywood. Historically, virtus.pro are very good on Hollywood, even into some of the dive ones. Iconworld could be very strong, but maybe Push is still open, and Runa Sapi, of course, the infamous map where the dive mirror was won against Fnatic yesterday, and a very good map for dive in general. So Runa Sapi could be right round the corner if Nightmare want it to be, and I mean, if it doesn't work, go Iconworld afterwards. Difficult tests ahead of virtus.pro right now.
Absolutely, Runazapi definitely an option that we have seen a couple of times in the broadcast today. It will be super interesting what will happen next, right? We're waiting for the players to make a decision here. We want to know where they want to go on the other side, though obviously we would also probably want to give them a quick break if they are not ready right away, as they are now going into the crunch time, right? It's rep 4 for them as well. Let's see if they can make a decision right away. If there's no substitutions, maybe we can even pull through with it. But I'm hearing from the production that we are going into break indeed. So let's do that real quick, and we'll be right back to bring you map 4, which might be the last one.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Did I say it was crunch time earlier? No, it's crunch time now as virtus.pro is back on track. They were able to secure Survasa, and we are now going into the map pick of Nightmare once again, as they obviously did have quite the impact on the bans for the first map, and then were able to roll through virtus.pro. Until now, map 3 goes into the favor of a VP, and we will be heading over to Hollywood, which is quite surprising if we think about the Commander X just said that, well, Hollywood has been a quite good map for virtus.pro so far, has it?
It has, yeah. Imber qualifiers, they had a lot of success on it. It's something they can play double flex support. Obviously, you have to factor in where the bans will go in terms of that. One thing that has been true so far is most of the bans felt like they have been targeted at stopping Nightmare playing dive, and it's not really stopped them all that much, if we're being honest. So there's still a lot of good options here. Remember, as well as getting to pick the mode and the map, Nightmare will also be able to pick whether they want to ban first or ban second. And if they do ban first, they can obviously target some of that double flex support that we've seen. Illari is yet to be banned. Meanwhile, because virtus.pro have been banning all of the dive heroes, well, they can't ban Anna anymore. They can't ban Winston anymore. So now as we go in later into the series and we've got this map where dive is viable, we potentially got a Runa Sappy pick after this from Nightmare if they lose here. All those good dive heroes are available for the good dive map. So Nightmare are in a great position to close out in this series here. They just need to utilize their advantages.
Absolutely, and talk about the reads, honestly, of the bans from what does the team actually want to ban, what makes sense for them to ban. It has been really good in this series, in my opinion. We had a very successful Nightmare ban on Zimbali. We had a very good Lucio ban on the recent map, which was Ravassa. And now, obviously, as you mentioned, the Illari would maybe we want to take into consideration if you're Nightmare right now, because Illari has been very, very strong on Gala, and it also obviously is a hero that would fit into Hollywood quite well if you would want to play it. And we do indeed see it coming out from Nightmare over here. On the other side, though, we do see the Wrecking Ball ban. I mean, we can't really take into account what we saw in the first Hollywood match of the day, which was a road talk at some point, so not really a chance to take that one seriously. But Wrecking Ball, it does make sense, but also obviously, well, it's like a don't like, you know, it's not crucial, but it does make sense if you want to work against it.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. The Nightmare setup makes a lot of sense, right? You take him to Hollywood, where maybe double flex support is viable, but you take away Illari, so you take away that key hero. You force him to play a Bat Brig, where you can play Anna, Winston. You probably feel pretty good about that. The ban in response to play Ball seems a little bit odd, honestly. We've saw Ball is a bit of a pocket pick for Infected, sure, so maybe they're targeting him. But I don't know exactly why they would expect Ball. It still leaves Winston open. I don't know if this actually changes the problem ahead of virtus.pro all that much. I guess the sort of follow-up question to that is what potentially would have been a more useful ban? Do they take away a Tracer or a Pharah or something like that? That can make it a little bit easier. Because honestly, if you take away the Tracer, that's probably a pretty good way to interfere with this dive as well, because then you've not got that as immediate follow-up. You force them maybe into a slower version of the comp, like a Pharah Echo or something, or maybe they could play Venture Echo, but again, it's not quite the same as the Tracer, so maybe that would have been another way to interfere a little bit more. Could always be saving that Tracer ban for later, but that's a bit of a gambit. For now, though, I expect we'll get a bit of a dive versus maybe a Diva Bat Brig or Diva Lucio type comp out of virtus.pro.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's true indeed. If you want to save something for later at this point as virtus.pro, you have to be very, very confident that Hollywood will go your way. So I guess anything you have back in store, pull it out now. And therefore, yeah, totally agree. Something like the Tracer maybe. Of course, at some point it would have been a disadvantage for your own team as well if you would want to come back to that hero. However, if you as virtus.pro can really like disable that DPS lineup from Nightmare, which has been playing the Tracer really, really often in this matchup, it would have been a nice little touch. This way now, no ball available. I don't think any of those two teams will care too much about it. As we see, we do see a Diva, I was about to say, coming up for virtus.pro, very likely, and we do see Infected on the Ram here.
I imagine this might be a first point kind of deal for Nightmare. He'll stick to the Ram for this one and swap to Winston or something for second. That's a bit more favorable. Winston can be effective here on the first, but it's a bit better on attack than it is on defense. On defense, it's hard to find the sort of cycles to build up to that initial wave of ults. For virtus.pro, let's see what they choose. Obviously, Rajaro playing the Diva maybe seems logical, at least for now. Might just mirror the Ram when he sees it, though. And there we go. Yeah, they're going to take the Brawl mirror essentially with a slightly better Brawl here virtus.pro. So they have advantage for first point, but I think Nightmare's plan is a little bit longer than that. I think they're looking to get him into this matchup, and then maybe they have that Winston swap on second, and they can stop him there.
Shields up for both of those Rams as we go into the first ball right away. Heavy duty on point for both of those healers here. Admiral falls early though. Big disadvantage for Nightmare already as their Lucio is out of the equation. virtus.pro, nice little start to this round, and now the Ram is down. The way should be free. Just make those last kills go your way as well, and you should not have an issue with a very, very early cap here for virtus.pro. It will be around 3 minutes on the clock already. You'll get another 2.5, I think it's 2.5, into this as well as we go to 5 minutes 30. Indeed, what a time bank, what a start for virtus.pro.
A little bit of smack talk from Shockwave as well, trying to throw him off. Now the Viana, Lucio Ram not the choice, and we do get no swaps from Nightmare onto the dive. That is probably the primary reason they chose this map in the first place. Rajaro's going to swap onto the D.Va and Shockwave onto the Widow, so obviously a big open map here can make peeking very awkward, but a Winston Tracer are going to fancy their chances to jump on that Widow if they can get the option.
We do want to inform you that now in the A stream, the match of Space Station and Fnatic has started as well, so it's all Group D action from here on out, as Nightmare have been off to a very negative start and a big disadvantage with the early first point loss. This VP is looking for picks over Shockwave. Jaru finds the Tracer in the brawl, and now once again we do have that classic combination, the nano boost, and then you could technically follow it up with the prime range if you had it ready. However, that combination is probably on a wild field like this is not as useful as it, for example, used to be on Surabasa.
The nade was good. Gala with an outrageous beat there to get that one off and save himself. He's still low, but they've played this first part of Hollywood through point, as many teams do, and it's worked out nicely for him so far. Now they're still going though. Knail in the open, Pulse Bomb behind, Primal will be dropped in. The payload's got about half the distance here, so while they get the cleanup, oh boy was it an expensive one on the side of Nightmare. The saving grace, they can go back on high ground, they can still get these nade engages, and they can make it a real, well, a nightmare to try and get back on payload here. Big question is how do virtus.pro get to point, and they're actually going to go Anna Kiri, so maybe Kaneo was going to play quite aggressively actually with Sauna here, just to play 3 point.
Jaru takes out the Tracer. Once again, Seeker, however, is able to trade Sauna forward as we see him going down right after Infected. Takes the pick on Shockwave at 3 versus 3, and now obviously, look at the position of the card. It is an advantage for the defenders, and virtus.pro, they know that they have to pull back for this one. As close as we get to the next checkpoint, the closer we also get to the defender spawn. This has been an issue in Hollywood ever since, and teams know it very well.
The first part of this point ended up being quite straightforward for virtus.pro, because the D.Va, the Tracer, the Widow all set themselves up. Grapple shots and miss. But the second part's harder because they have to try and get their backline in, but that just exposes themselves to potential dives from Infected. They have got control of the high ground here, and they're just trying to bully Infected off point. So remember that adaptation they made on Surabasa to play more through the D.Va, but oh, Sauna's just going to take this one into control. 1 kill into a pulse bomb, and that should just seal it, and virtus.pro come flooding back here.
Nice timing once again. The pulse bomb does meet Gala in the end, although it wasn't a stick. It works out, but it won't be enough. It's an investment. Well, 0 takes, because why not, you know? But on the other side, that fight was lost long before. 3 minutes 50 going into the last part of Hollywood. It is a massive time back that virtus.pro can work with. And not only that, they have ultimates online that they can use for this next one as well.
Nade good again from Gala, again playing this double flex support version of the dive as well. Forces the rally out from Admiral, and well, virtus.pro have just left, so it's a rally for nothing, and they have to be careful of Sauna behind. They will now just bully Infected and get this payload moving. Infected can Primal if he really wants to, but it's not the greatest one. Kyriol should peel that Primal pretty successfully, and Nightmare just have to reset. They seem to have lost a little bit of their flow, a little bit of their mojo here on this Hollywood.
Infected still gets invested into this with the nano on his monkey. It works out well for them actually, as they are able to get a hold of virtus.pro for now. Good investment, however, it is the nano boost going down to that, and also seems to have been the rally quickly before. So Nightmare now without any ultimates to work with. They'll have the pulse from at some point, but looking at the time and the outbank of virtus.pro, this will only be a drip on the hot stone.
Need to try and disengage this one. The sleep is good from Z's. Will allow their team to get out of that one. They get the space for virtus.pro, so they can get the payload moving now. Nightmare trying to buy desperate time for these ults. They have the Bob now, which can obviously slow down a lot of this aggression. And they can stabilize here, but still virtus.pro pretty happy with this one. Just trying to ease their way around this corner. Next ult might just be a standard dive bomb to remake if they need it.
2 minutes 10. Now the bomb goes out there as well. Nice stick from Son. It won't be enough damage to finish him off though. But the damage coming in 0. Looking for that pick. The bomb is ready and he could use it now if he finds a nice target for it. However, they have to be super careful. This might just be their last fight if they get wiped out straight away. Respawns are the favorite though, as soon as they can come into a stagger situation. Diana is down though.
Perfect kill from Kaneo, denies that healing now for Infected, denies that nano boost. They just need to weather the storm that is Zero's aggression and make him push back forward. Kitsune rush on point, virtus.pro. They smell blood. They're all over the backline. Z's is back. He's close to nano, but not close enough. They're all going to die on 88, 90% ult. virtus.pro find the perfect timing, and it all stemmed from that Kaneo pick. He was harassing. He was throwing knives down this channel on the left-hand side. Gets the all-important pick, and Kaneo with a crucial moment for his team to set them up for a good attack here.
Nicely done indeed. This is for Hollywood. Honestly, for Hollywood, it's a very good timing, 1.5 minutes, because as soon as you do get into some stumbling on this last point, the respawns usually prove to be so incredibly strong. So obviously the timing they had on those kills in that last attack, it was so crucial to get them all at once to deny that anyone could stagger this timing, maybe even down to like below a minute or something. Therefore, it all went very well in this attack for virtus.pro. Now it's Nightmare's turn to match this, and they have to go all the way, preferably with some time in the bank as well. Nightmare up for a challenge here. Technically, they still have that lifeline of this only being the 4th map. But they would want to go distance. I don't think so.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because in a lot of ways it makes sense to save your best map to last, but obviously you can lose a bit of momentum if you do end up dropping that map here. So we'll have to wait and see how it goes. Obviously they do get to attack, and Winston is actually a lot better on the attack, at least from this first point here. And I'm really interested to see if Infected can keep this style that he had from the previous one, which is play more to bully the D.Va. Can we just find a little bit of an exchange and then bubble behind the D.Va, clear some space and walk forward? Maybe on our second dive, we can find a chance to hit the Ashe, hit the BAP. Maybe if we have Primal, we have Nano, we can skip some of those steps. They are going to be running, oh well, was a Lucio for a second. Admiral is over to the Brig now. Obviously a nice matchup into the D.Va, as Infected will just try and take space early on. All the pressure on Rajaro forces him back. They take this space, they take the high ground, and they can look for their next engage. Infected's going to kindly take a load of damage for Z's, which means they can build that nano nice and quickly. Zero's still getting frisky in this corridor now, and it's Seeker who finds the opening pick. Crucial one for his team. Now they can really start to bully this D.Va here, and virtus.pro either need to get out or find a way to fight quickly. They're trying to live here. They're trying to live in the corridor. Infected is going so deep. They're peeled back onto this Mega. Can they find the kills here? They turn their attention to Sauna instead. Nightmare, they swarm onto point, they find the weak link, and it is Sauna. They take him down, they get themselves on point, and they're still behind here, so Rajaro is going to contest, but as he steps forward, that leaves Kaneo vulnerable behind him. They kill the supports, now they'll kill the tank, and Nightmare, all off the back of that Seeker pick, just dismantle virtus.pro, and that doesn't look like the most impressive fight you will ever see from Nightmare, but yesterday when we watched Nightmare play, we saw them time and time again get advantage in a fight and fail to convert it. So I think it's a real important trend that we've seen from Nightmare of fixing a problem that was facing them early on, and that was much more like it.
Absolutely, yes, we do see Nightmare off to a good start here as well. Also that 5-minute time bank in their favor. Therefore, ultimate as well. We do see the Nano Winston going right in there. He has the Primal to follow it up if needed. And Rajaro, he's so low, he got the anti-nade, but got out just in time as well. The beat now for virtus.pro to save the day, or at least to save them from this push. As this is also something that, in fact, it realizes, pulls back to his team, and is looking for a second attempt.
Or they want to try and stop the D-Mech here. Pressure onto Rajaro. Full pocket gets him back in, but they've lost Gala in the meantime here. So equal trade of ults, but oh, Sauna's good for one again. Get Z's, and this should be a stabilization at a crucial time for virtus.pro. Seeker's still in there causing a bit of havoc. Is on the high ground, which is a problem. Will be booped away as Rajaro, so they kind of have control of a point, but they don't have control of a BAP yet, virtus.pro, so it's still a little bit messy and chaotic here.
Is indeed, however, it is also very nicely done by that DPS duo of virtus.pro. Now Sauna, nice indeed, takes the elevator, easy stick onto Diana to secure another reset that Nightmare now has to do. But they have their pulse bomb now as well, they have the rally ready as well. Shockwave could go into the direction of the bomb. If he charges in time, shouldn't be a problem for him. Although he might get stick just in time, taken down before the fight even starts. This opens something up because there is no ults available now for virtus.pro.
So well played from him. He was really unlucky with that pulse bomb, honestly. Shockwave jumps for what seems like no reason, just a bit of an anti-timing for him. But he gets the clip anyway, then he chases up the Tracer. They do use the rally, but now they got past the most difficult part of this map. They got past that difficult rotation. They get to hold for high ground. They have to deal with Bob. They can sleep and wait it out, though. It's important they convert this fight. It's a huge opportunity for Nightmare.
It truly is. There's no ultimates to work with, though. And Shockwave, that Bob could come in clutch here if he can find a nice angle for it. Throws it into the mix simply to secure the card right there. But on the high ground, Nightmare's going to pull back a little bit and wait this out.
Exactly. Nano now is going to be available for him here, so all eyes on Infected. Here comes the dive. Gala has been eyed, but sleep is avoided, and they will take care of that. Next target is going to be Knail, has to TP away. They will just focus, clearing point now. Rajaro is solo. There's no ultimate. Sorna has a pulse bomb, but surely it's too little, too late. And it's going to be a hell of a second point there. High ground advantage converted from Nightmare. 4 minutes, 5 seconds. You said it was important they finish with time, and Nightmare heard you. They are looking to finish this one with plenty of time left on the clock.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to end up timeless in this World Cup, as they have an opportunity to really make it far this time. The pulse bomb's ready. In fact, it's got the primal rage as well. Sona does have the pulse bomb as well to work with.
You really earned your golden shirt with that one, actually. You earned it.
Thank you.
Now we come in. Important they can convert this, but pick onto zero will slow him down, and virtus.pro do have a bank of ultimates to start bleeding some of this time off. They're going to stop a pulse bomb, and it just force a primal, actually. Probably quite happy with that trade, really, if you're virtus.pro. This primal will do probably nothing. We'll be able to survive at least. Tries to juggle in this D.Va, doesn't get it in the end. virtus.pro again stabilized, remaining with this ult advantage. Bob might be the next option for Seeker, but should have been that scary.
I mean, it depends how much value you can get out of it, right? Seeker does pull the Bob and gets slapped, and the big nade is coming in. In fact, it finds the first one, gets straight right away. So this fight might already be over. No Tracer, no Winston, forces Nightmare back into spawn doors, forces a reset of them.
Big stabilization fight for virtus.pro. Does cost them both ults. Now they are staring down the barrel of a Nano and a Rally coming back. This is the big one. And look at Sorna and look at Knail. They want to flank. They want to play aggressive. Trades is the answer in ult disadvantage fights. And they're going to get one beautiful from Sorna. And do they choose not to invest now, Nightmare?
I mean, I guess they actually do, because the Yash is so valuable here. Although, in fact, it does get a kill on the Kiriko. This might change things up, but the respawn is still crucial for the defense. It could come so early that it might not even be worth it now. Maybe they can stall, get a couple of ultimates in, but that full invest, okay, I mean, never mind. They pull the Brigitte.
Bob comes back in response, but now the Nano jump in from Infected, trying to find that. Got the pressure, catches Gala just before he gets Nano as well. Now he's going to get Shockwave. This is the opening.
Nice.
2 minutes still left on the clock. They've got two. They're dying on point here, virtus.pro. They've got ults to stall it out. Maybe a self-destruct as well from Rajaro. He's 1 HP on the high ground. Does he play his life? Oh, they catch Sorna. Rajaro has to die on point, has to try and force the remake. They need to kill this quickly. Bubble available to deal with that bomb. This is it. Looks like they might have a faster time back as long as they avoid any trades here. Admiral stuck with a bit of a 1v2 for a second, but they've got it. It's clean up, and it's going to be overtime with a time advantage. Not timeless at all.
Absolutely not, and Seeker is on the right watch. He's got more time in the chat locked in. And this obviously is a big advantage for them now. I like it a lot. Hollywood, we go into a round 2 for both teams. Nicely done, they both managed to go through, and they both have a very clean management for those last crucial fights just in front of the final checkpoint, as they really had a good time and good coordination. It takes all of that to make sure that you don't lose minutes and minutes of time. We've seen this so many times during Overwatch League, during OWCS maybe even, where teams really just lost a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes maybe even, because they were at the gate, but they weren't able to finish the job.
Exactly, and a really interesting choice here, because Nightmare are going to defend again, and if you remember, they started on Ram, Lucio, Anna. They got called out by Shockwave and Chat afterwards for starting that, so they're going to start BAP this time. Remember on second, they still swapped to Dive in terms of getting a better matchup on second, but here they're just going to take the Ram mirror on first. I don't think virtus.pro are expecting this based on what they're on now. Interesting to see if virtus.pro also taking this Ram mirror once they see what Nightmare are on. Big decisions ahead.
And it's all or nothing, honestly, right? If virtus.pro loses this, they might drop as low as 3rd place in the group, which is interesting, right? Because, well, they technically won 2 games already, and still they could make it happen.
There we go. Now the decision. They're going to mirror. It's going to be a Ram, Bap, Lucio, mirror, Ashes on the side. Now, last time on this first point, it was Seeker. He found the crucial opening for his team. And Zero is actually going to force an early recall out of Sauna here. Keeps him bullied back as Shockwave will take this peak. They've swung onto point, but a chance now to re-swing for Nightmare. Slow comes out. Dynamite from the other side. Infected trying to hold his ground. Form will be used. Now the peek out. Oh, Rajaro has to get lamped out of this one. Now there's an opportunity. Do they swing? How aggressive do they respond? Maybe not, because they had to use the lamp themselves. Repush comes through and Kaneo is getting dangerously close in this window.
The window will be crucial indeed, but it's just the fact that overall there's so many resources spent. You have to be super careful with your coolers right now. The first pick here will be the all-deciding one as the window comes out just in time to maybe save the Ram. No, it does not. What an unfortunate series of events. In fact, it gets that kill. And although virtus.pro does get a tick here, this might just be the fight over already, as 10 seconds on the clock means that there has to be somebody touching here, which obviously makes a second push very unfortunate.
They have the beat coming back if they can get in this. Admiral is still 20% away. They're going to go for this dogfight. Rajaro gets the first touch. Sauna is getting chased down by Zera. Has to try and play his life. Now the beat push comes in. They need value right now. If they can kill Admiral, it would be perfect. But Admiral, I think he's okay. He's going to get the beat back. The re-push is on. Infected is so close to this remark roll. Shockwave has bomb. He has to use it immediately. Sauna nearly has pulse bomb. It's a pulse bomb in response though from Zera. Infected is so close. It's annihilation. And Zera has just ripped him apart on the flank. The hold is good. 40.2% will be as far as they get.
I mean, the good news is, right, they did get more than a tick, and therefore they have something countable on the score, but it means that there's not all hope lost. It won't end in a tie now. It's either do or it's die.
Exactly. Huge decisions here. So, again, we saw them play into that Ram Bap mirror. It isn't what virtus.pro defended on, but do they choose to just take it here? The question for virtus.pro is less about, I mean, it's just about a first point comp, right? You don't have to do any of this thinking that Nightmare would do and about what do we swap with the second. What is the best comp to hold first point with? And it looks like they're going to stick.
Well, honestly, from my gold ranked experience, it's probably something like Bastion, Torbjorn, get a Reinhardt in there, Mercy, and probably an Anno or something. But that's just me, you know?
No Mercy just yet. And it looks... I imagine we're just going to get the mirror again, Ben, right? Mirror again. It feels like... Honestly, they actually won the neutral pretty hard there, Nightmare. But push and pull over Rajaro. They catch him and they disengage the window at the perfect time. Works out really nicely for them. They'll need more of the same here. Just going to be a Sonic and a bit of a Matrix to have a peek out of spawn to see what they will encounter. Worth noting, Sorda's holding quite aggressively right now, so they have to be careful to find him. Yeah, Sorda just scouting, gets immediately out of there. Wait, Tracer, Genji, D.Va? They just want to play. They want to play for trades. They're just going to play aggressive and play for trades and try and win over time with the respawn advantage. And they're just coming in. There they go. Oh, they lose a lot of people on the way in, but they get one trade. More trades will be enough if they can find a way through. But I'm really not sure. One trade, was it worth it? They're going to get quick and go again.
I mean, yeah, it's only one. It didn't really work out for them. Zero very low as well. Will fall late. Therefore, now that 1 minute is on their bank as well, Tracer has to make it out in time, trying to charge the ultimate up Seeker. Z's has to be very careful. It uses the TP to get out just at the last second. This is going to be the fight. You want to have some kind of advantage, and I don't see it currently.
Seeker blinks through, gets himself into Cafe, will be chased out of that now. virtus.pro will disengage into the corridor. Now a chance to push back forward. Nightmare need to try and stabilize before their next dive, and they do successfully. Gala getting close to his feet, but not yet as Infected doubles down. He goes so aggressive, they need follow-up. Where's the DPS? Zera gets one, but they need more. They've kited all the way into Ali. virtus.pro, they're in trouble though. Nightmare will not leave them alone, but they're dealing with it. Sorda's getting betrayed. Rajaro is cleaning up. They hold it. 12 seconds left on the clock. Infected's gone Doom.
Maybe, if it is enough, you know, it's still a long way. Even as a Doomfist, there's now a lot of heroes that want to touch this, but he gets taken out earlier. The boob is good. The boob is enough for that Admiral. Cannot touch this in time. virtus.pro, they take us to map 5. No way, Nightmare. They are the king of the comebacks, but now they might just be the one who might get reverse swept in a best of 5 at the last series that we'll cover on the speed stream tonight.
It was such a gamble. They were playing the RAM mirror better. Have they overthought it? Have they overcomplicated it? Should they have just stuck the RAM mirror? Thoughts that will haunt them, but those thoughts need to be put to bed because their attention needs to turn to this next map. What is the decision? Our previous theory was Runasapi. I think ultimately, even though that map didn't go the way they wanted it to, the dive portion of the map, this bit we're seeing on our screen right now where they were on the Winston and a Brig, actually felt pretty tidy from Nightmare. It felt like they have a good idea of how they want to take the neutral against the D.Va comp, how they want to punish it, and how they can play it. So do they just opt for more of the same and go to Runasapi as we expect, or do they have something different in store?
Honestly, I think it has to be Runasapi at this point, right? This is the map where Nightmare was able to beat Fnatic. This is the map where they feel very, very comfortable on. They had a great start to it last time, and given that they need a mental boost right now, they start off so good. Now they're falling behind against virtus.pro. They need something where they can feel safe, and that confidence boost from yesterday could just be the thing that they might need now to bring this one home.
So much pressure on this. You have to remember as well that the situation in terms of tiebreakers is so messy and confusing, and there's so many variables that are happening at different times with both games happening simultaneously. If you can't worry about the specifics too much, you just have to worry about both these teams. If they win, they secure themselves their best possible finish, right? It's all just about winning, securing the match now. Don't need to worry about those tiebreakers. That's a problem for afterwards if it goes wrong. Just focus on winning right now.
Yeah, win is all it takes, right? No matter the fashion, no matter the style, it just has to be a W. And honestly, I think Runasapi is just the way to go here. I don't think there's too many other options. I mean, technically, yes, there are options. Technically, you could go to something like Colosseum, you could go to something like Queen Street, which we, I think, haven't seen a single time on the stream, neither today nor yesterday. So it's either Colosseum or it's probably going to be Runasapi, or they'll just bring in something completely else, you know. That has to be Push. It's the only mode that hasn't been picked yet. Therefore, it all goes down there. And from what we saw yesterday from Nightmare, honestly, I think Push, it is a no-brainer in my opinion. It should be Runasapi.
I think so, yeah. And there's maybe an interesting option here as well where Brig is a potential ban for both teams, so it might be worth protecting a support. Maybe your option is you go to Runasapi if you're Nightmare, you ban, because they're probably going to want to play either like Bapalari or Bat Brig. Maybe you ban the Baptiste, because you don't want to play Baptiste if you want to play Dive. You force them to either play Anna Kiri or something similar. Or maybe you could even ban Kiri, because they have played the Anna Kiri themselves, but I feel like probably... oh wait, maybe the D.Va ban, right? Is the D.Va ban open?
I think it actually is, yeah. Let's take a look. We had virtus.pro banning Wrecking Ball, then they did ban Lucio, they did ban Anna, and they did ban Winston. So it technically it is there, right? You can use it, especially thinking about... They probably saw that match as well, right? They saw yesterday, they know what they played, they know the strength of Nightmare on that map. So even if we go to Runasapi, there is at least one option for virtus.pro to deny one essential part of the comp that they saw yesterday. Therefore, and this is where the band, it gets so like 900 IQ based, right? You have to go into some kind of direction. In the end, you'll probably end up making the wrong call anyways, but there's so many options here, and I can't wait to see what the guys and coaches think on the stage as we look into, indeed, who would have thought it is going to be Runasapi.
What's really interesting is, if no one's going to bother actually doing this, but if you go back and you time me in terms of how long I went from my initial decision on what I think they should ban to my final decision that maybe D.Va is optimal, you have to remember that the teams have 60 seconds to make this decision. So as we take a look at our teams getting ready here, you remember that time pressure, right? So maybe you can think of the right option. But what if it takes you 65 seconds? If it takes you 65 seconds, you're unfortunately not quick enough off the mark. And that's a really crucial thing to work with as we can take a look at these bans here right now and see which direction they did go. Obviously, advantage is to Nightmare. They picked Runasapi, and they choose to ban Baptiste, which is what we thought originally. Maybe D.Va could have been better down the line, but I think the Baptiste does a lot of the same things, right? Means they can't play Bapalari, means they can't play Bap Brig, so maybe either forces them onto a Kiri Lucio of their own, which is not as good at playing some of the heroes Rajaro wants, and not a matchup they do particularly well in, right? The Kiri Lucio D.Va version of that, virtus.pro I'm speaking about there. So I think Nightmare have still set themselves up a pretty good situation. virtus.pro respond with the Echo ban, which is interesting. Again, I would have thought maybe Tracer was more on the cards here for virtus.pro. I guess virtus.pro are in a bit of a weird situation, right? Where banning Tracer really disrupts what Nightmare want to do. But what you do is you would also ban Sauna off his best hero, and the hero he has played almost predominantly in all of their matches, both at this tournament and before it. So in a weird way, maybe Tracer ban was perfect for this type of matchup, but maybe not perfect for the teams. So, reverse sweep time maybe, again, on Runasapi.
It's Runasapi to run it all back or to go home, you know. This is an opportunity for both of those teams to step up big. Nightmare, they've done it before on this map just yesterday. Around the same time, actually, they were able to complete their own reverse sweep against Fnatic. However, now, they are in that exact situation they wanted not to be in. It is the one where they are the ones in danger of getting reverse sweeped. Therefore, let's dive right into it. Let's take a look at the comms. We do see the TPs on both sides, of course. Spectra back into the spawn. We see the Tracers coming out. We see, in fact, on the Winston, we see Rajaro on the D.Va.
So a lot of what we expect here, Nightmare still trying to force that dive, force the dive comp for themselves. virtus.pro can't play the Bapalari because Bap is banned. Can't play Bap Brig because Bap is banned. Don't really want to play anything else except Kiri Lucio because it's the best chance they have at surviving. D.Va gives them enough chance to deal with this as well. But this is a matchup that Nightmare have felt comfortable in, and we'll see how they go about in this first fight right now.
Looking for some nice shots. Seeker getting a lot of damage into this already. Nate misses anything for these. Seeker, he's looking for those shots. He's already trying his best, but Zero is able to finish the kill on the enemy Kiriko. No second support available for virtus.pro. This should be the advantage for Nightmare, surely. Let's see if they can make it work. Zero gets Shockwave out of the equation as well. Now it's Nightmare trying to take the point. D.Va out of the mech. Cleanup time for Nightmare, and then obviously push that robot. And if you go back to last time, right, it has been the same thing with Fnatic. They went like 60, 70 meters, and it was all they needed.
Exactly, and I think we talk about Runasapi as a dive-favoured map, but it is worth saying that very first fight is actually quite a flat area and probably the least good one for Nightmare's composition. So being able to win that one and get off to a good start, get up to his first nano, is a great look. Gala nearly has that beat, and it's going to be so important that he gets to that to deal with this potential nano primal coming in from Infected.
32 meters on the bank already. We do see the nano on the Winston now, as we expected. It also gives him a lot of options to, well, charge the own ultimate to follow up on this. Now we do see the beat coming from virtus.pro. We do see the counter beat right away as well on the side of Nightmare, trying to find a killer. Seeker does find one against Shockwave. Another one comes in from Infected. Heavy investments for sure in this fight, but it seems to be worth it for the team of Nightmares. They're able to clean up a second fight in a row, and therefore already can reach that early checkpoint here. Nicely done, but also heavy investment, of course. 4 ultimates go into this one, but I'd say it was worth it in the end.
100%. You take that trade every time if you're Nightmare. What's actually the most annoying part for Nightmare is Rajaro was able to get his late trade on Seeker, which means they have to concede space almost immediately. But they have a big lead to work with, right? They've got the checkpoint, so any fight they win from this point on, they get to put serious meters on the board, and they'll be happy just to slow this down right now, play around their next nano timing. No rush, but I mean, if you just kill a Lucio, why not?
Nice opener for sure. Jaro gets the enemy Lucio out of this. Therefore, all equal again. Tracer down. Seeker follows quickly after. virtus.pro seem to be able to get a foot into the door now for the first time on their own. Infected falls after Admiral was already in spawn, and therefore time for virtus.pro to move the barrier.
Good recovery from virtus.pro, all the back off that late trade onto Seeker the fight before and that allowed them to get a more even situation. Now they have Bob to force this fight around the corner, and Nightmare again, until they have this nano, they probably can't commit that hard. They have to play relatively slow. Bob is a great ult for forcing point, and eyes on Shockwave here as it looks like he's probably just going to use it around the corner when he gets an opportunity. Oh, a bit sneakier maybe.
Maybe, but he's been spotted now, has to throw the bomb somewhere into, well, into the door frame. I mean, it's surprisingly good position, but it wasn't meant to go there, I think. However, the trades come in, the kills come in for virtus.pro. They're able to make this work, although I still don't know what that bomb actually was meant to do there, but it worked, so who even cares?
I think the ideal was it goes a little bit further and helps them force point. It ends up kind of body blocking the door and they get the 0 kill and it all sort of works out. So now the nano comes in. Primal is an option again. No beat yet from Gala. The pulse bomb trade in the back. Infected needs kills to salvage this one for his team. And he will get one here. Pops for Primal. Gala will be the next target. One boop. Keeps on hunting him. Eyes on this Lucio. Sends him into the skybox. Send him onto coast. Can Gala wriggle his way out of this one? Maybe, because Sauna's still killing the backline. Gala will eventually die. The trades are all right, though. Again, remember, we're on Nightmare's side of the map, so the trades will eventually favor them. It means they can push right back, and they hold on to an exactly 4-meter lead.
Nice land here. The Tracer has to balance this one as well. Just trying to contest this a little longer, as now the barrier does indeed cross that golden line. No contest coming in from Nightmare. Shockwave takes down Seeker once again. virtus.pro now in the lead for this one.
Felt a little bit overkill with a Kitsune rush there. They do get the Seeker pick afterwards, so it does sort of work out, and they still have beat. They're in a pretty good position now. virtus.pro have taken command after a bad start here. Bullying on to Infected. They have this beat available here, does Admiral. But we'll see how they choose to use it. It's going to be aggressive. Gala's going to mirror it, though, so still all in the balance. Sauna been good with the pulse bomb so far, and this one will be good as well. Seeker can't catch a break right now. More pressure onto the back line. Any trade will do, but no trade will be coming. And virtus.pro are about to put serious distance on this robot.
Crossing the 100-meter line now. They've got the Diva bomb to work with, and as switches are coming in from the side of Nightmare, we do see Infected going on the Ram now. It makes sense. We do see Admiral as well taking that switch over to the Brigitte. However, that means there's a very little ultimate process, as an early Bob might just seal the deal here to get another fight into their favor. Seeker has to pull back by a lot here. Force dangerously low, is hunted down as well now by the Diva. Advantage once again on the side of virtus.pro, but as they get closer to that respawn area, they have to finish this one more clean. They have to finish this one quick, but they do so indeed. And honestly, this might just be it.
Oh, it's really hard. Seeker's gone Venture, which is a great hero for touching. Will burrow underneath. Will be able to keep it contested. Will come back out now. Needs to try and hold onto it. Seeker will now die, but has bought valuable time for his team. Z's has this nano, uses it to save Admiral, as Infected will go to try and anchor point, but they need kills, and Z's will provide that as well. What can't they do? Now a chance, a stabilization for Nightmare when they need it the most. 142 meters conceded, but not lost yet. 3 minutes, 20 seconds to turn this one back in their favor.
Honestly though, it's 80 meters difference and it's 3 minutes on the timer. Even if they are able to fully push this through, it will take them at least a minute and a half. So even just losing one fight might be the end for them. It's Nightmare either count on the overtime and charge us for it, or just go in right now.
Important to note as well, virtus.pro can just play for trades. Trades will really just hamper Nightmare's ability to make serious progress here, so they can play a little bit of a war of attrition. But speaking of attrition, Rajaro's going to take all of it here as he loses his HP pool, and Nightmare are going to walk forward for free. Easy space. Pulse bomb avoided this time, which will be a nice break for Nightmare. Still forcing their way around this corner. Now the beat push comes in. Z's will die immediately. Rally does not save them. They get a trade 1-for-1, but Sauna is still calling havoc. There goes the backline bomb over the top. Infected will pop the annihilation. Infected will win the fight for his team. But again, the backline has been traded, so they'll be able to get the car ups in this corner, but 64.44 meters now. How much are they really going to be able to gain? Probably not a whole lot. And they actually go Lucio again.
Yeah, they do. They have to speed up the process, right? The annihilation worked great, but the alt banks, they are empty, and Kena, he's now close to that Kitsune rush once again. It could be enough to turn the tides here. Seeker to Bob, also obviously super important in this next fight. Maybe an early use, maybe late use. We'll have to see how it turns out. The Bob now goes out and stands somewhere in the middle, which is a good positioning just to take a good look around. If they can win this Ash duel, it might just be enough. Infected does find the enemy tank. This is a big opener. Tracer's down though, so it's a 4 against 4. Sauna so low right here. Is able to heal up completely though. Now that it gets the medipack in his favor. Infected takes down Gala though.
I think it's actually a big brain move from Admiral, whoever called that, because Rajaro actually swapped Sigma, so it wasn't just to get back faster, but actually because they went Sigma, all of a sudden, Ram can lose to Sigma if it's a slow fight, but if it's a fast fight, say you're Lucio speeding him in, he can win. Now the Nano to save Infected from this Bob engage, if they're trying to hold on, Kitsune rush as well. Infected is so low, Z's is going to go down. 1 minute left on the clock, Julian, and it is crunch. Now it's crunch time.
Oh, it's looking so dark for Nightmare. If they want to make this happen, they would now have to not only pull through in overtime, but they would have to go an additional 59 meters to make it work. And the outbank, honestly, it is not looking glorious right now, but it doesn't look any different on the side of virtus.pro either. So maybe drive fight to win it, and then an odds economy to seal the deal here. This next fight, however, is going to be do or die.
Winston swap does match up nicely into the Sigma here, but obviously time is against them. And like you said, virtus.pro, they can be tactical about this. They can lose fights and come back with a big ult bank. But honestly, no fights right now. Pressure onto this Winston. Force a defensive bubble out of Infected. The nade is good onto Rajaro. Can they turn the kill? No, not quite. Zera has to recall as well. Doesn't want to take that jump pad. Sorta has control now. They have to slow it down. They have to start touching. That's going to make their dives a little bit harder as well. Admiral nearly has beat. Bubble onto the point just to move forward. About to have this flux time if they lose Gala though. Is that just the decision now? Don't invest ultimates if you're virtus.pro.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I honestly would try to save them up for at least one, probably 2-3 fights coming their way. Infected gets a lot of nice charge on this ultimate as well. And the good thing here, look at this Nightmare. They did not invest a single thing in here. So this next fight, while we're running into a dry one here, now we'll have a lot in the bank for both teams. It will be the clutch one. Nightmare needs to win it to move somewhere close to 100. And then they'll have to do at least one, maybe even 2 more fights as they get closer and closer to the spawn of virtus.pro.
Yeah, virtus.pro might be wise to keep something in the bank here as the flux does come out. Zero will keep it contested. B and Nano used here, so Nightmare a bit too keen on that trigger finger. Now Rock onto Infected as well. They have to use the Bob. They have to use everything, and both teams are using everything. It's do or die here right now. The beat onto the point allows virtus.pro to stabilize. Zero still lurking, keeping this robot contested. The Primal's about to expire. Now they walk forward. Infected just bubbles on points, bullies them back. The pulse bomb!
Nice!
It's perfect from Zero, but Sauna's got 2 as well. The trades are good. Sauna gets another one. Shockwave is still there. But Bob on point. It's just Zero. The DPS from virtus.pro. They sealed the deal. Unbelievable. The reverse sweepers have become the reverse swept. And virtus.pro will finish top of Group D, no matter what happens now.
Oh my, nobody expected this to happen. And now all the hopes and dreams of Nightmare, they lie in the hands of Space Station, but they're currently down 0-1 against Fnatic on the A stream already. So there will have to be some magic over there as well to maybe help out Nightmare here as we see some hugs and claps coming in. What a series. Once again, Nightmare always up for some action when they are on the broadcast.
Exactly, coming over, congratulate each other. A great series all round. I think realistically everyone can be proud of how they've played both in this group stage overall and how they played here today. I think these two teams aren't teams I think a lot of people would have had quite high in their power rankings, aren't the teams you would have coming out higher in this group, but they've done a brilliant job here. I think both teams, both coaching staffs can be incredibly proud of their achievements so far and really happy with how this has gone.
What a series, definitely one that we will remember for sure as we're now obviously trying to wrap things up here. We will have an interview for sure, which is going to be super interesting from the side of virtus.pro to understand how their journey from, well, you're down to 0 to you win it 3-2 is. But let's take a look at the highlights first as we are getting those ready for you. There's been plenty of them for sure.
Incredible series, really back and forth. I think a lot a lot of doubts maybe for virtus.pro at this point of the series. Obviously 2 maps down, losing on their comfort pick as well, all the way back at the start there. I think it's maybe worth discussing a little bit. Now we've got one of these results sealed, what this means for the other fixture in Group D. Obviously virtus.pro have sealed themselves top. There are now 2 options that remain. If Fnatic are able to win, VP still finish first and we enter a complicated 3-way tie situation for the rest of the group. That one is obviously a little bit trickier, but if we do enter that situation, what would happen is, presuming VP win, it depends on the scoreline from Fnatic in terms of what happens. So that one can get very confusing based on exactly what the scoreline is. Every map matters. On the other side of things, if SSG were to win, that's quite simple. It would mean VP go through top, SSG go through second, Nightmare go through third, and obviously Fnatic would have lost all their games and gone out. So a lot still to play for here, and I think also importantly for Nightmare, they have to be really cautious here. Now, Fnatic don't win, I think either 3-1 or 3-2, or it could cause them problems. But we'll deal with that later here as we get the rest of the highlights. Lots of eyes on this group still for how it will settle.
Definitely very interesting. So the stream on the main broadcast will still go for quite some time. I guess it's still at the second map. Actually, it takes them quite some time as they're going into a second round there. But yeah, absolutely amazing stuff that we see from virtus.pro. They are able to do those returns as we are getting ready to have a chat with Riyadh, if I'm not correct, if I'm not wrong here. This will be an interesting one for sure. And I say, let's dive right into it, right? He's ready, we are ready for this one. And yeah, let's jump into it. Riyadh, can you hear us? I hope so. And
yes.
Obviously, well, congratulations on an amazing series, an amazing W.
Thank you.
What an enjoyable series. Personal highlight for this one?
I don't know. Just, I don't know. It's fucking crazy. Sorry. I don't know. Played really well. Nice reverse sweep. I don't know.
Obviously that means as well, you guys finish, no matter what happens in the other game, you guys go through top seed, automatically through to the quarterfinals. If you're being honest, did you expect to be able to achieve this level coming into the tournament beforehand?
I expect we can play a close game against SSG and Fnatic. I didn't really know if we can win. We can. Nice feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, we do have Fnatic and Space Station on the A stream just now, which obviously will be not interesting for you for now, but it will be interesting for Nightmare. So, what's your personal prediction? Is currently Fnatic is up 1-0. Do you think Space Station can come back on this, or will Fnatic finally take a W in the EWC as well?
I think SSG win 3-1.
Reverse sweep coming in there as well. Would be an interesting one for sure. Now, you will obviously advance to the top 8 already. Is there maybe a matchup or something that you are specifically looking forward, or even a team that you would want to play in your quarterfinal that is coming up on Saturday?
Doesn't matter. Any team we can beat.
Even the Korean teams?
Yeah, obviously.
Been there, done that.
Yes.
True.
I want to ask you a little bit about one of, you didn't make any roster moves before the Esports World Cup, but you did add Smash to the roster, who's come in as the only coach for the team. Could you talk a little bit about the impact and how Smash has been and as he's come into the team?
He's a really good coach. He's helped me a lot. I feel like I'm improving really fast with Smash coaching.
And on the flip side of that, we've talked about a lot of positives, so I thought we should talk about a negative as well. What did you feel went wrong on Shambali? Because on paper there, it feels like you probably got a matchup you were pretty thrilled with. A double flex support mirror, getting to play your ideal comp. What do you think really went wrong on that map for you guys?
I think we really just lost focus after yesterday. We didn't really talk about anything, no planning. But we started playing again after map 2.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the big advantage that you're now running into is you don't have a game tomorrow, so there's plenty of time to bot review, there's plenty of time to watch the upcoming matches that are now happening in the round of 12, right? Obviously, we wish you best of luck, personally, EMEA on top. We're looking forward, and maybe the best in the West is in Space Station after all. So that's looking forward to Saturday for sure. Thank you so much for joining the interview, and once again, obviously, congratulations on that W.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rajaro. Take care.
Well, Commander, that basically wraps it up for us almost, as there's still a couple of things obviously we have to do. Yes, let's take a look at the highlights, and obviously at the highlights of the whole day now, as we did have six best of 5 series, and some of them really went the distance.
Yeah, lots of great plays. There was that Top Dragon flashy blade to begin with, and I think, honestly, all the predictions...
Oh no, I remember this.
All the predictions everyone had, who could have seen all of these results coming? If there was anyone doing a bracket beforehand or trying to do predictions for this, and you told me you've got everything right so far, you're a liar. It's impossible. Impossible anyone would have predicted all of these results. The upset against Falcons, the near upset against Twisted Minds, Twisted Minds conquering China once again, all the way through to virtus.pro and Nightmare. The performances in Group D, Fnatic struggling, SSG struggling. So many different things have happened that you wouldn't have seen, and we've got to highlight a lot of those top teams while also highlighting teams exactly like Bleed Esports as well. We've put up a strong fight, and I think it's worth remembering we are going to see a 4th and final team go home today before we get our top 12.
That is indeed the case, and this all will be decided on the A stream, as it's still, as mentioned, Space Station and Fnatic battling it out. However, though, it is going to be a 1-1 now. So Space Station, they were indeed able to tie up the series on Circuit Royale in a 4-3 in the end. Bleed Esports and M80 as their highlights roll down once again, and we then conclude this highlight series with the matches obviously that we saw in this Nightmare and virtus.pro series. Absolutely amazing, and I gotta give it to Nightmare as well. No matter how this ends, right, they have been showing off on the broadcast. It's such an enjoyable experience watching them on those games. They already are in our house. The question is, how far can they still go in this tournament? Well, yeah, but in order to give you a proper overview, Commander, you already mentioned it's hard to keep track, and it's also very hard to persuade anyone that anyone has predicted this, what happened here in all those groups. So let's take a look at those standings and see how those groups obviously have turned out as we go into Group A first. Let's see what we have there. Obviously, Crazy Raccoon, right, they managed to come in first. Clean 3-0 on the... yeah, Crazy Raccoon 3-0, right? Absolutely amazing from them. Toronto also, they were meant to come in second. They did come in second. We have Gaming Gladiators on spot number 3.
I think as well is now we've got a little bit of detail here in terms of exactly what is happening on Group D. VP have obviously secured first spot. That we know for an absolute fact as we get the tail end of this series, some of the highlights I presume. And I think it's worth, so the Group D situation, what we have, virtus.pro 100% are coming out on top. Now, the other series, that is Fnatic against SSG, is currently tied 1-1, which has narrowed down our list of possible options. Now, if you are a Nightmare fan, which I think a lot of people should be, if you've watched any of their games this week, you should be a Nightmare fan. But the scary thing for Nightmare now is their fate. The loss here has taken it out of their hands because they lost to virtus.pro. If Fnatic are to win this series by either 3-1 or 3-2, the only 2 remaining scorelines they can win this series by, Nightmare will be eliminated. They need SSG to get a result here. Nightmare's fate is tied with SSG's. They need Fnatic to lose. If Fnatic win, Nightmare are the ones who will pay the ultimate price and be eliminated from the tournament. So, Nightmare fans, it's time to become SSG fans because you need that team to win if you want them to go through in this tournament here. So, it'd be disappointing to lose Nightmare based off how much progress and how impressive they have been. Instead, we're going to have to wait and see how that one unfolds. Still a lot of Overwatch to be played over on the main stage.
Well, absolutely, yeah. It's now going into map 3 over there. We're very much looking forward to see who can make it in the end. I'm sure everyone in the stream will be following this as well. But yeah, groups are groups. I think when it comes to Group A and C, fair enough, that all worked out, right? But B and D, this is where the surprises did happen. Twisted Minds on top, which is, well, mostly because Falcons kind of, well, messed up against Moving in the last match in a 1 against 3, and then virtus.pro obviously come up on top. Remembering that they went in 5th, so qualified as the last team from Europe. This is such an impressive performance from them, and we cannot value that enough. Well, Commander X, it's been an absolute pleasure. What an amazing 2 days of broadcasting, 12 matches, 12 best of 5s. 2 long, 2 very challenging days, but I guess it was all worth it in the end for sure, as we were able to witness, well, Overwatch Esports history here, right? It's the first Overwatch Esports World Cup ever, and it has been an absolutely amazing experience so far. I don't know, if you would have to now, as we end the B stream here, if you would have to take a prediction, Crazy Raccoon, they still look very good. Falcons Esports, I don't know. Maybe an upset from you. Who will take this home in the end?
I think the only team that hasn't faltered so far, that hasn't shown any signs of weakness, is Crazy Raccoon. I think the D.Va meta that we're seeing come increasingly into it is not a great look for Falcons. I think they're struggling. I think the tank players have maybe been a bit of an issue for Falcons so far this year, and maybe it's going to cost them here in the biggest tournament. We'll have to wait and see how that one pans out. But I mean, an easy prediction at this stage of the tournament, Crazy Raccoon, no big blunders so far. Look like they're cruising towards a big first place.
Absolutely, and I mean, C2 division as well, technically good team. However, that Group C, in my opinion, it was fairly weak compared to the A group, so maybe not as on the level as Crazy Raccoon might be. However, everyone, this is it for today. This is it for the B stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for all the sponsors supporting this, of course. And if you are done for today, this is it, right? But there is still action going on the A stream, so make sure to tune in over there if you want to see how this Group D ends. Commander X, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for joining us in the stream. And I'm pretty sure we'll see you again this week and somewhere else, right?
Yeah, I will be co-streaming for SSG live from the event as well, so check that out as well. Of all the playoff games, the elimination bracket starts tomorrow, single elim, so it's do or die every single game from here out. So do not miss that action. Go catch the rest of this Group D over on the main stream right now. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of the Esports World Cup.
Thank you so much. This is it, and, well, goodbye.
Exceptional, way above average. Obstacles don't stand a chance. You against me, better make up the plan. It doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Playtime is over, now finish them. 100%, that's the minimum. I don't listen to them, they some liars. Before you beat the odds, you gotta be put through the fire. Yeah, so I take on every challenge. Life is full of ups and downs, you gotta find a balance. When you're down and out, you find out who really got your back. Listen to me closer, cause you know I'm spitting facts. Yeah, we are not the same, I'm a Wolverine. You thought I was dead, just recovering. I was dealt a bad hand, I just play my cards. But all I need is one shot, like a shooting star. Running out of time, gotta take a stand. I listen to you long enough, now here I'm my demand. Fate is not an option. Throw away your red lights, cause I'm not stopping. Yeah, it doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself. when nobody tells you believe in yourself. Power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you believe in yourself. Power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you believe in yourself. Power comes from within. I know they counted you out